In an era of flourishing antiques, exquisite calligraphy, and treasured jade, all are within my grasp. In the face of severe ailments, perplexing diseases, and the flickering light of a dying candle, I alone shall provide the cure. Chapter 1. Your medical skills have been learned from the belly of a dog. What place is this? In a modest hospital room, Yi Jun abruptly sat up. As he opened his eyes, the surroundings appeared surreal and dreamlike. Wasn't he forced to leap off a cliff by a group of Manchu soldiers? How had he suddenly found himself here? With expertise in both medicine and appraising treasures, Yi Jun possessed extraordinary skills. Alas, fate conspired against him just as he achieved the esteemed rank of a first-class official. The Manchu invasion commenced. After numerous battles, the Ming Dynasty's destiny was sealed, and the Imperial Jade Seal, entrusted to Yi Jun, was on the verge of falling into the hands of the Manchus. This Jade Seal, crafted from a rare white jade, was 100 times more precious than the legendary Hishirbai. To protect the seal, Yi Jun resolutely jumped into the abyss, willingly choosing to be buried alongside it. Unexpectedly, this act led to his rebirth. As he swiftly absorbed the vast memories of this new body, Yi Jun realized he had transcended centuries, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties. Now, the land of China stood proud in the East, recognized as one of the world's strongest nations. Yet his original self was painfully ordinary, having grown up in an orphanage, leading an unremarkable life. After finally graduating from medical school, he failed the licensing examination and found himself destitute and at a dead end. As Yi Jun muttered to himself, he suddenly heard a reprimand from outside the room. Our clinic is a medical establishment, not a charity. We cannot accept just any patient. If you want me to treat him, the consultation fee will be deducted from your salary. But I saw Dr. Jiang knock this gentleman down. What did you see? Dr. Jiang's voice rose sharply. Didn't I say that only Old Chun can treat your father's illness? If you expect me to introduce you to Old Chun, keep your mouth shut and check if that young man has awoken. If he has, just prescribe him some calming medicine and send him on his way. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a breathtaking figure. If it were in Yi Jun's time, this woman would be considered a paragon of beauty. You're awake. The girl paused for a moment before rushing closer. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Yi Jun shook his head, his gaze falling upon the name tag before her. Su Yishir, a trainee physician. Silently noting the name of his benefactor, Yi Jun inquired, was the person who injured me a doctor from his clinic? Su Yishir's cheeks flushed crimson. It wasn't that she wished to shield Dr. Jiang, but as colleagues, she felt it inappropriate to gossip behind his back. Yi Jun pressed several acupressure points on his forehead and immediately felt clarity return to his mind. He then stepped down from the bed, stating, in your era, this would be referred to as a concussion. Calming prescriptions won't suffice. I require some formulas to regulate qi. Su Yishir's heart raced. This man could articulate the medical principles of a concussion, and his earlier technique of pressing his forehead suggested he was also knowledgeable in traditional medicine. At that moment, Yi Jun had already exited the room. Traversing a shallow corridor, he arrived at the clinic's main hall, quickly locating Dr. Jiang's consultation desk. Do you experience days of continuous coughing up blood each month? Dr. Jiang, whose name was Jiang Dexian, had just finished diagnosing a woman in her 30s, his brow furrowed in concern. From the pulse, it appears steady and strong, showing no issues. Besides the blood, do you have any other symptoms? The woman looked perplexed. Other than the abdominal pain from 2 months ago, I don't think I have any other symptoms. Dr. Jiang, what illness do I have? Is it serious? This. Dr. Jiang appeared somewhat embarrassed and waved dismissively. This is merely a common lung inflammation. Nothing too serious that I will prescribe you a few doses to dispel lung cold and nourish your qi and blood. Start with 2 courses and we'll see how it goes. After confidently writing a prescription, the woman felt relieved and reached for her phone to settle the bill. Suddenly, a cold, incisive voice cut through the air. A simple case of reverse menstruation is being misdiagnosed as inflammation. Have you learned your medical skills from a dog's belly? With these words, the entire clinic fell silent. All physicians and patients turned their heads towards the shabby, unremarkable young man. Dr. Jiang's expression turned frosty. Upon recognizing the unfortunate young man he had knocked unconscious, Dr. Jiang composed himself slightly, smiling faintly. Young man, practicing medicine is a serious matter. If you do not understand, please refrain from speaking. Are you suggesting that this young lady is coughing up menstrual blood? The woman's expression changed, glaring at Yi Jun with disdain. Are you not ashamed? If my husband were here, he'd surely make you unable to care for yourself. Who is this person speaking such nonsense? Indeed, where did he spring from? Even a teenager knows where menstrual blood comes from. To say it's coughed up is utterly vulgar. Dr. Jiang, pay no heed to this person. He is merely trying to tease a pretty girl. The crowd displayed their scorn, eager to drown Yi Jun in their derision. Su Ishi's face also shifted, awkwardly tugging at Yi Jun's sleeve. Please don't say such things. Dr. Jiang is a seasoned practitioner with over a decade of experience. He cannot be wrong. Is that so? Su Ishi's body froze. His eyes, akin to an eagle soaring through the skies, exuded an air of pride and certainty. She suddenly recalled just a minute ago when Dr. Jiang intended to treat a concussion with calming prescriptions. Although it was perfunctory, it indicated that Dr. Jiang was not particularly meticulous. In the next moment, Yi Jun strode towards the female patient, asking loudly, "Think carefully. Since you began coughing blood, have you not had your monthly cycle? And during those days of coughing blood, did they coincide with your usual menstruation? Furthermore, is the blood you coughed up dark purple and clot-like, resembling menstrual blood?" With each question, the woman's complexion shifted, not from anger, but in sheer astonishment at why Yi Jun's inquiries were all accurate. Seeing the woman's reaction, the other physicians were left bewildered, a thought emerging that was hard to believe. Could this young man actually be correct? Menstrual blood should flow downward. It is expelled from the mouth. This is termed reverse menstruation. Yi Jun's gaze fell upon Jiang Daxian. You merely checked the pulse, yet failed to discern the root cause. Your medical skills are woefully inadequate. Subsequently, you prioritize profit over ethics, casually prescribing treatment for inflammation. Your medical integrity is utterly compromised. How can you, bearing the name Daxian, claim to be worthy of it? With a thud, Yi Jun, like a dragon in flight, disrupted Jiang Daxian's composure. The latter's body swayed, and he slipped from his seat, landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 2. Accepting the consequences of a bet. Yi Jun's words caused all the physicians to momentarily forget their patients, gathering around like spectators of the zoo, scrutinizing the beautiful woman in hopes of discerning some truth from her features. The commotion flustered the lady, prompting her to arch her brows and survey the physicians, demanding, "What precisely is my ailment? Can any of you provide a definitive answer?" "Dear lady, please remain calm," a deep male voice resonated, causing the physicians to instinctively part ways. It was then that they beheld an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, who approached with measured steps. After assisting Jiang Daxian to rise, the elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Jun and remarked, "Young friend, while reverse meridian syndrome is indeed common, I have never encountered a case where it manifests as vomiting blood. You haven't even examined the pulse. What basis do you have to declare this a case of reverse meridian syndrome?" Old Chun, Su Ishi gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was her first encounter with the legendary Elder Chun since joining the Materia Medica Hall. The patients, too, were invigorated, recognizing the esteemed figure. Chen Zhongmiao, the master of the Materia Medica Hall and vice president of the Yunbei City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, was a renowned figure in the medical community of Yunbei. It was rumored that only the wealthy or powerful could afford the services of Elder Chun. Yi Jun, proud as a bamboo, replied coolly, "Why engage in needless actions when mere observation suffices?" "Nonsense." Elder Chun furrowed his brow. To hastily conclude based on superficial observations is profoundly irresponsible toward the patient. "I'm indeed curious about your lineage. Who has taught you such audacity?" "You." Elder Chen's face flushed with indignation as he seated himself in Jiang Daxian's place. "Let me examine this young lady. If my diagnosis differs from yours, what will you have to say?" "There are no ifs." "Ah, splendid no ifs." Elder Chun exclaimed with a mix of anger and amusement. "How about we make a wager? If this young lady does not have reverse meridian syndrome, you shall publicly apologize to me and the physicians of the Materia Medica Hall in front of all these onlookers." Yi Jun raised an eyebrow. "And if I win? Then I shall dismiss Jiang Daxian immediately and close the hall, subjecting the entire practice to your oversight, with the results personally examined by you." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. They had heard tales of Elder Chen's passionate nature, but this wager seemed exceedingly audacious. Should Yi Jun's evaluation yield unfavorable results, the Materia Medica Hall could face closure. Yet, upon reflection, one could not underestimate Elder Chun. His willingness to wager indicated confidence in his abilities. Su Ishi was alarmed, worried for Yi Jun, whom she had rescued, now embroiled in such a tumultuous affair. She tugged at Yi Jun's garment, suggesting, "Perhaps we should reconsider this." "Silence." Elder Chen admonished Su Ishi before turning his attention back to the lady in question. "My apologies for the trouble." "Very well, I entrust this to you," the beautiful woman replied, her composure restored as she obediently placed her wrist on the small pillow for pulse diagnosis. After all, The notion of vomiting blood was indeed a most humiliating ordeal that she wished to avoid. Elder Chen closed his eyes slightly, feeling the pulse with great care. Yi Jun raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed upon the fingers of Elder Chen as he took a pulse. With a mild assessment, she remarked, "The 3 divisions and 9 pulses are well balanced. This elder's technique certainly contrasts with his foul tone. You little brat, are you trying to show off?" With Elder Chen present, Jiang Daxian immediately regained his confidence, pointing a finger at Yi Jun's nose and declaring, "What are you even worth? How dare you critique Elder Chen? Once he diagnoses other ailments, you shall wait to see your reputation in tatters. A mere child, pretending to be a divine healer. How absurd." As he continued his tirade, Yi Jun suddenly stepped closer, her right index finger sharply jabbing. It landed precisely on Jiang Daxian's lower abdomen, striking the Shunkei point. With a thud, Jiang Daxian collapsed to the ground, his face paling to an extreme, beads of sweat rolling down rapidly to dampen his clothing. He opened his mouth to scream, yet discovered he could not produce even a whisper. "How noisy," Yi Jun remarked dismissively, a hint of mockery in her heart. The swift advancement of modern life had greatly diminished physical resilience. A mere poke rendered him a pitiful mess. Although this sudden turn of events was shocking, few paid attention to Jiang Daxian. Instead, all eyes turned to Elder Chen. After a moment, Elder Chen finally opened his eyes slowly, his expression fluctuating between gloom and uncertainty, as if harboring an unspeakable truth. Could it be? A wave of fear surged through the crowd. "Young lady, you indeed suffer from a reverse menstrual disorder." Upon this declaration, the room fell silent in astonishment. Elder Chen had taken his time to arrive at the same conclusion. This implied a willingness to accept defeat. Elder Chen's unexpected composure was striking. He swiftly approached Yi Jun, transforming his earlier ire into respectful humility, bowing deeply. "Young friend, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. From today onward, I shall honor our wager and temporarily close the clinic for adjustments. As for Jiang Daxian, he shall be expelled and never employed again." Jiang Daxian, kneeling on the ground, wished to say something, but the fiery pain in his abdomen rendered him mute. Yi Jun's expression remained indifferent as she offered no response, merely casting a fleeting glance at Su Yishe. Elder Chen, understanding her unspoken thoughts, glanced at the name tag before Su Yishe, his demeanor shifting to one of respect and sincere apology. "You're called Xiaosu, correct? I acted rashly and scolded you earlier. I now extend my apologies." This left Su Yishe utterly startled. Her delicate features flushed as she hurriedly bowed, saying, "Elder Chen, you need not apologize to me. It was my arrogance that warrants an apology." As Elder Chen spoke, his gaze discreetly assessed Yi Jun. The clinic's closure was certain. Yet this young lady had come to seek treatment. He owed her an explanation. "Young friend, I intend to use Angelica, mother of pearl, coptis, safflower, combined with black cohosh and motherwort as the medicinal basis to treat this young lady's disorder. What do you think of this approach?" The audience, already in awe of Yi Jun, felt a wave of trepidation upon hearing this. A distinguished figure in the medical field was seeking her counsel regarding a prescription. Dozens of gazes turned toward Yi Jun, filled with reverence. Chan Lao was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he clapped his hands in admiration. "My prescription was indeed too potent. It could inadvertently harm the vitality of this young lady's organs. By adding a touch of purple salvia, it will perfectly replenish her energy without conflicting with the properties of the other herbs. Truly, it is marvelous." Chapter 3. The cause of illness lies with you. Chen recalled that the last time he felt such exhilaration over a prescription was 5 years ago at the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference in Shenzhou. This young man's mastery of the healing arts was as profound as that of a seasoned practitioner steeped in Chinese medicine for a century. As he wrote the prescription for the patient, he noticed the lovely lady appeared wan and seemed to harbor unspoken troubles. He immediately offered her words of comfort. "My dear, although spitting blood during menstruation is rare, this reverse menstruation syndrome is not a significant ailment. You need not worry. Simply focus on your treatment." The beauty's voice was as faint as a whisper. In the next moment, a man squeezed through the crowd, clad in black with sunglasses obscuring his eyes, his face bearing an abundance of flesh. His left hand was adorned with a string of small purple sandalwood beads that shimmered, while his right hand toyed with a piece of emerald jade, resplendent in its lush green hue, unmistakably a treasure. Upon his arrival, the man's gaze fixated intently on Su Yishe, her extraordinarily beautiful face stirring tumultuous feelings within him. It was only when the beauty called out hubby that he reluctantly diverted his attention, inquiring, What is going on with you? Why do you keep spitting blood? The lady found it hard to articulate her concerns, tugging at the man's arm. Unfortunately, the prescription she held fell into his line of sight. Instantly, his eyes sharpened. What the hell? Spitting menstrual blood? What kind of establishment is this to mock my woman? Chun furrowed his brow slightly, but replied, Sir, I understand your feelings, yet the patient indeed suffers from reverse menstruation syndrome. With proper medication, the ailment can be swiftly alleviated. Just say you can't treat her, instead of using this nonsense to placate me. Are you implying that your words are nothing but rubbish? Wang Hui, don't be like this. The beauty was startled and quickly pressed the man to explain. Chun Lao has not made an error in diagnosis. Why I've been spitting these past few months truly resembles menstrual blood. Wang Hui was taken aback, staring incredulously at the beauty's face for more than 10 seconds. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and took several steps back as if evading a plague. Zhou Li, are you certain you were spitting menstrual blood? Don't associate us with this. Wang Hui raised his arm, pushing Zhou Li's hand aside, speaking in a tone of utter disdain. What sin have I committed to end up with such a peculiar girlfriend who spits menstrual blood? Does that mean your other mouth still speaks and consumes food? The onlookers frowned. Zhou Li's condition was indeed rare, but Wang Hui's words were excessively vicious. Moreover, it seemed he intended to sever ties with Zhou Li. Zhou Li, taken aback by Wang Hui's sudden harshness, felt her complexion drain of color, her hands reaching out helplessly, akin to a child seeking forgiveness for a transgression. Slap! A sharp sound echoed as Wang Hui, in full view of everyone, struck Zhou Li to the ground. The scorching heat on her cheeks and the overwhelming sensation of humiliation shattered Zhou Li's self-esteem. Su Yishir let out a soft gasp, quickly assisting her to her feet, only to hear Zhou Li cough violently, expelling a large mass of dark purple blood. Many onlookers craned their necks to glimpse the scene, deepening Zhou Li's embarrassment. How utterly revolting. From this moment forth, we are completely parting ways. Damn it, I kissed you this morning. What an ill omen. Wang Hui continuously waved his hands as if trying to disperse the stench, his mouth spewing unrelenting insults. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Li. Mr. Yi. Su Yishir looked up, staring blankly at Yi Jun. What is he planning to do? Why are you standing there? Help her unfasten 2 buttons. Huh? Su Yishir's face froze. Zhou Li instinctively resisted. What are you going to do? The presence of numerous bubbles in the blood clots indicated that some of the reversed menstrual blood had entered the lungs. If not treated promptly with acupuncture, the stagnant blood in the lungs would only lead to more troublesome consequences. As soon as Yi Jun finished speaking, Old Chen and the other physicians focused their gaze on the pool of blood, indeed, discovering several tiny bubbles within it. Each bubble was as small as a pinhole, requiring immense concentration to detect. Given Yi Jun's initial position, a good 7 or 8 meters away from the blood, how could he have seen that? Observing Yi Jun's tense right hand, Old Chen suddenly had an epiphany and quickly said, Young lady, Dr. Yi is correct. Please trust him. Very well. Zhou Li finally nodded in agreement. As Su Yishir helped her unbutton, Yi Jun swiftly extended his fingertips, needling several acupoints. Yunmin, Chiho, Zhongfu, and Zhou Rong. With each puncture, Zhou Li felt a warm current surging within her, and the burning pain in her lower abdomen swiftly subsided. At that moment, Yi Jun quietly spoke to Su Yishir again. Do you have a sanitary napkin? Yes. Get her one. Yi Jun, having learned from the memories of his original self that modern individuals use sanitary napkins, decisively issued the command. Su Yishir was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Zhou Li expelling menstrual blood? Shouldn't that be used on her mouth? Old Chun perceived a hint of the situation and promptly reminded. He has already treated Miss Zhou's reversed menstrual condition with acupuncture. Shortly, the blood will flow normally. Hurry and do as he says. Oh, Su Yishir suddenly jolted, quickly assisting Zhou Li to the nearest restroom. After about 5 minutes, the two emerged back into the crowd's view. Their faces were both etched with astonishment, clearly indicating the effectiveness of Yi Jun's acupuncture. Dr. Yi, thank you. Zhou Li approchet Yehun, epresink had helt falt gratitude. Yi Jun waved his hand dismissively. It's all part of my duty. No need for thanks. Although his original self had yet to obtain a medical license, he was indeed a medical student, and such a statement was completely justifiable. Zhou Li then turned to Wang Hui, her voice somber. Do you truly wish to break up with me? Of course. Bang. Just as she finished speaking, Wang Hui suddenly received a kick to his abdomen, his nearly 160-pound frame soaring through the air for 5 or 6 meters before crashing down. You. How dare you brazenly insult others? What audacity you possess. Just take a look at the square jade tablet in your hands, which has scarcely emerged from the tomb. It has seen the light of day for no more than 3 years. Although it is made of jade, it has long been corroded by the miasma of death and the resentment of the deceased, transforming it into a malevolent object. It is this prolonged association with such an entity that has led to the intrusion of dark energy into your being, resulting in this malady you now suffer. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Needle. Upon hearing these words, everyone was left dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. To fall ill due to a mere piece of jade seems utterly preposterous. Yet, this time, no one dared to refute the claim immediately. For when Yi-Jun insisted that the woman was spitting blood, it had struck them hard. The crowd merely exchanged bewildered glances, absorbing the impact of this revelation. "Are you jesting with me?" Wang Hui exclaimed, clutching his aching stomach and scolding vehemently. "Even if this is a funerary object, it is still a genuine piece of Yanglir jade. Not some hazardous radioactive material. How could it possibly cause illness? Spare us your alarmist rhetoric." As he spoke, Wang Hui placed the jade tablet before the crowd, hoping that its vibrant jade essence would evoke their empathy and rally them against this fabricator of nonsense. The assembled physicians were seasoned veterans, many of whom relished the role of the teacher. One finally stepped forward and remarked, "Young man, it is not that we doubt your words, but this assertion is somewhat untenable. We have always said that jade nurtures life. How has it, in your narrative, become a source of harm?" This observation was indeed valid. However, this jade nourishes those who lie in eternal slumber. If you doubt it, let this fool roll up his sleeves and reveal what has taken root upon his arms. Yi-Jun maintained a dignified composure, her piercing gaze penetrating Wang Hui's facade, rendering him defenseless. Zhou Li gasped in astonishment and covered her mouth, exclaiming, "How do you know what is on his arms? What of it if I do?" Wang Hui interrupted, gritting his teeth. "Does that prove anything?" He forcefully rolled up his sleeves, displaying his arms to all. Gasp! As the crowd shifted their gaze, they collectively inhaled sharply. Old Chen swiftly approached Wang Hui, gripping his wrist with an intense stare that left him feeling uneasy. "Old man, are you also complicit in this charade?" Chen glared deeply at him, stating, "These dark purple spots generally indicate a lack of vitality in the blood, accumulating along the surface of the skin. Just look, some merely present in a cloudy pattern, while others have formed into patches. This is a severe condition. And what of it?" Wang Hui retorted, "I can simply visit a top-tier dermatology department. You want to deceive me into succumbing to your nonsense. How you choose to treat it is your concern." Old Chen shrugged, stepping aside, leaving behind a chilling remark. "I only wish to inform you that these patchy marks have a singular name in both traditional and modern medicine: post-mortem lividity, a phenomenon that may only manifest 2 to 4 hours after death." These words struck Wang Hui like a dagger, causing him to stagger back, his face paling in sheer horror. For several months, he has been burdened by these peculiar marks on his body. Although they do not interfere with his daily life, they have certainly caused him considerable distress. Since the appearance of these blemishes, his arm has become unresponsive. Not only has its strength diminished to that of thread, but pressing on the marks yields no sensation whatsoever, which is exceedingly strange. Now, upon hearing that these are traits of the deceased, the gathered physicians are taken aback, half scrutinizing the corpse-like spots on this living man, while the other half turns their gaze toward Yi-Jun, their eyes filled with profound admiration. "Is there any hope for me?" Wang Hui murmurs, collapsing to the ground, fixated on Yi-Jun regrettably. Yi-Jun offers no response. "If you wish to keep me, I shall not remain with you," Zhou Li retorts fiercely. Yet, after years of companionship, such feelings cannot simply be cast aside. With a sigh, she implores, "Dr. Yi, please offer him some guidance, as if you were dispatching a spirit." £10? Wang Hui's face contorts in despair. "How long will that take? Can't you give me a few jabs to eradicate this ailment?" Yi-Jun's pupils contract sharply. Whether to treat it or not is entirely up to you. "Treat, treat, treat." Wang Hui dares not provoke this esteemed figure further, nodding reverently. He retrieves his phone from his pocket and awkwardly inquires, "Divine Doctor, how much is the consultation fee?" "I shall pay you immediately." However, this query leaves Yi-Jun momentarily speechless, as his original self lacks even a medical license, and he is uncertain of how to charge. Seemingly sensing Yi-Jun's discomfort, Old Chen interjects, "If you are truly sincere, why not propose a figure yourself? I shall offer you 100,000. I hope you do not find it insufficient." Being a connoisseur of antique jade, Wang Hui is quite generous, transferring the sum without hesitation. As he observes the increased figure on his phone, Yi-Jun remains outwardly calm, though internally he marvels at the wonders of modern technology. At this juncture, Old Chen steps forward, his excitement barely contained. "Dr. Yi, May I venture to ask, did you employ the 12-meridian mysterious needle when you acupunctured that young lady? The physician's faces shift, disbelief evident as they gaze at Yi Jun. Yet, it is precisely this term that accentuates the extraordinary nature of Yi Jun's medical prowess. Despite the ease with which acupuncture is portrayed on television, in reality, such skills have long been forgotten, let alone the ethereal mysterious needle. Old Chun's inquiry stems from his belief that the only doctors worthy of his respect are those practicing in the capital. And here stands Yi Jun, scarcely 25 years of age, exhibiting humility and divine skill, as if he had emerged from the ether. In this herbal hall, you possess a keen insight. Yi Jun speaks coolly, though his gaze settles upon Su Yishur. Her cheeks flush crimson, her cherry lips pressed tightly together. Her heart racing under his scrutiny. You saved my life. This kindness I shall never forget. Drawing from his original self's memories, Yi Jun recites a series of numbers. Remember this number. Should your father require assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Su Yishur stands in a daze. In the next moment, Yi Jun utters no more. Turning to leave the herbal hall, Old Chun took the lead, jogging out with earnest intent. Dr. Yi, I, Chun Zhou am willing to accept defeat. From today onwards, I shall close the medical hall for a period of reflection. I humbly hope you will offer your guidance and assist me in practicing medicine for the benefit of society, seeking only a clear conscience. The increasingly indistinct figure's voice left Old Chun momentarily frozen in place. What a commendable pursuit of a clear conscience. Suddenly, a thought struck Old Chun. He retrieved his phone, first noting down Yi Jun's number before dialing another. Old one, Haven T, you always sought a master to learn the ancient art of acupuncture? I may lack the skill, but I have encountered someone. Chapter 5. Borrowing money. At this moment, the sweltering summer sun cast the entire city into a steamy furnace, causing many to lament their discomfort. For Yi Jun, however, this scorching heat was just right. The oppressive heat allowed him to vividly experience the fiery essence of life. Coupled with the bustling traffic and the modern edifices of steel and glass, he was rapidly absorbing the memories of his former self, integrating himself into the fabric of this society. Yet, he pondered, where had the imperial seal of the state drifted away to? With a sigh, Yi Jun recognized that his predecessor had been rather inconspicuous in this world. To investigate the seal's whereabouts, he would need to develop his plans gradually and with great deliberation. Before long, Yi Jun traversed 2 blocks, and the towering steel behemoths began to wane. Before him stretched an ancient and charming long street. Yinbei City had undergone several urban reforms, reaching a state of near-total modernization, and this ancient street was one of the few remnants preserving the character of the old district. Consequently, many antique traders congregated here, transforming it into a unique commercial hub, known as Antique Street. This street was home to Yi Jun. This was not due to any great fortune of his predecessor, but rather because the welfare institution where his former self resided had once been located here. After the institution relocated, a kind-hearted old neighbor had offered him a small room at a modest price, providing him with a foothold in this city. The location was indeed pleasant. Passing through the bustling commercial area, at the end of Antique Street stood a cluster of dark gray residences, with Yi Jun's home being the first. Unlike usual, outside the faded crimson door stood a graceful silhouette, seemingly awaiting someone. The girl possessed exquisite features and stunning beauty, appearing a year or 2 younger than Su Yishur, radiating a freshness and vitality. Her high ponytail cascaded over her shoulder, resembling a watercolor painting frozen in time, embodying an indescribable loveliness. Particularly, the faint melancholy reflected in her eyes evoked a sense of deep sympathy. Upon noticing Yi Jun's approach, the girl forced a smile and rose to greet him. Yi Jun recalled her name, Mi Dong-er, the daughter of his landlord, Uncle Mi. Are you sitting outside waiting for me? Yi Jun teased with a smile. Or is it that our Dong-er has taken a liking to some young master and wishes for my counsel? Perhaps due to the connection with his predecessor, he felt an instinctive warmth when facing Mi Dong-er. Stop joking, she retorted. I have no interest in those kinds of people. It was a matter concerning my father, which prompted me to hesitate. However, Mi Dong-er faltered again, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yi Jun, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired with a serious demeanor, what has happened to Uncle Mi? Take me to him. In my recollection, Uncle Mi had no vices aside from his reckless spending on antique porcelain. He had always maintained good health. How could he possibly be in distress? Mi Dong-er quickly interjected, offering a wry smile as she explained, my father is fine. It's just that he has become utterly obsessed with a Northern Song Dynasty June porcelain gourd vase that he has recently taken a liking to. He has been so preoccupied that last night he even entertained the thought of mortgaging our house, insisting that he must acquire that vase at any cost. Yi Jun felt a pang of anxiety. The house was the only real estate belonging to Uncle Mi. Should he become infatuated with a mere treasure, he would find himself as impoverished as Yi Jun himself. Uncle Mi had once taken the original owner to admire the gourd vase, which exuded a warm elegance, its surface gleaming like jade, with its glaze remarkably preserved. Even in the bustling antique street, such a piece was a rare find. Yet it was the glaze on the vase that truly captured attention. "Brother Jun, what troubles you?" Noticing Yi Jun's serious expression, Mi Donger grew anxious. Yi Jun smiled gently, shaking his head. "It's nothing. You saw me out to persuade Uncle Mi, correct? Where is he now? Let us go to him." "He left early this morning," Mi Donger replied, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I was hoping to borrow some money from you to select a decent item from the street, hoping to soothe my father's spirit. He is quite fickle. Perhaps if he finds something new, he may lose interest in that gourd vase. That is a viable plan. How much do you require? I shall assist you." Regardless of the friendship between the original owner and Mi Donger, or Uncle Mi's kindness towards the original owner, Yi Jun was determined to help. "Mi Donger, betriving Herr Wolitz, appeared somewhat special. I have saved 10,000 yuan. Brother Jun, could you lend me an additional 5,000? That should suffice." Who is this young master, able to coax our Donger into a humble request for money? Before Yi Jun could respond, a discordant voice interrupted from behind. Mi Donger glanced up, her expression shifting dramatically. Sun Wei-Chen. Standing behind Yi Jun was a nonchalant young man, clad in designer attire, ostentatiously fanning himself with a traditional fan adorned with a golden paixio, weighing perhaps 2 to 3 kilograms. This man, Sun Wei-Chen, hailed from a family that owned 3 antique shops, gaining a modest reputation within the antique street. The gourd vase that Uncle Mi coveted was introduced by none other than Sun Wei-Chen. "I certainly know he is not at home," Sun Wei-Chen replied with a knowing smile. "But you, my dear parasite, have somehow struck a fortune to the point of lending money to others. Come now, let this young master speculate on how much you can lend to Donger. 500, 1,000, or perhaps a staggering 2,000. His words dripped with sarcasm. Unable to endure any longer, Mi Donger retorted, "Sun Wei-Chen, if you have nothing of importance, kindly remove yourself from my doorstep. You are not welcome here." If it weren't for Sun Wei-Chen's incessant flattery, which has thoroughly bewitched my father, why would I be so troubled? "Dongya, let us not be so distant with one another." Not only did Sun Wei-Chen refuse to leave, but he also shamelessly drew closer, his gaze wandering over Mi Donger. Had it not been for my insistence to retain that gourd vase for Uncle Mi, our family would have long sold it at a high price. It's an exceedingly rare treasure on Antique Street, one that could be worth several apartments in the future. "Donger, shouldn't you express your gratitude to your brother? How about accompanying me for dinner tonight?" Mi Donger had never encountered such a situation and was instantly startled, her face paling as she moved closer to Yi Jun. "Donger, I've already transferred the funds. Go ahead with your business, and I'll join you shortly." Just as Yi Jun set his phone down and witnessed this scene, he immediately positioned himself in front of Mi Donger. A notification chimed, indicating the funds had arrived. Mi Donger instinctively nodded and started to leave, but after a few steps, she found herself frozen, staring at her phone. "Brother Jun, why did you send me so much?" Mi Donger was completely taken aback by the figure she saw. 5,000 would have sufficed, as she had no need for such a large sum. Sun Wei-Chen scoffed, "It's only 10,000. There is no need for you to be so anxious. If you're short on cash, I have plenty." "What did you say?" Sun Wei-Chen, brimming with arrogance, suddenly stared wide-eyed. "Tepto 6, mea imitations." Despite Sun Wei-Chen's affluent background, he was known as a spendthrift. After taking over a family shop, he squandered a considerable amount of wealth. Thus, in the past 2 years, his family imposed strict controls on him. While he maintained the facade of being the shop owner, all financial transactions were barred from his hands, leaving him with a meager allowance of 30,000 per month. The fact that he could transfer the gourd vase to Uncle Mi delighted his family, who promised him a bonus of 100,000, yet he still felt a sense of suffocation. As a prominent heir in the antique world, he had to negotiate for days to earn that amount. How could Yi Jun, an outsider living off others, so easily present such a substantial sum? "Kid, where did this money come from?" Sun Wei-Chen shouted angrily, raising his hand to grab Yi Jun by the collar, demanding the truth. Had he stolen it from some antique shop? Yi Jun remained silent, stepping back and evading him. Sun Wei-Chen immediately lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. "No wonder your mouth is so foul. It seems your greatest talent lies in being a vicious dog," Yi Jun remarked with a hint of scorn. His words pierced like nails, striking at Sun Wei-chan's spine, causing his body to tremble violently, unsure whether from the fall or from rage. Mi Dong, couldn't contain herself, her lips parting in a smile. Even the sweltering heat seemed to cool slightly. However, her smile quickly faded when a stern voice rang out from behind. Yijun, Dong, what mischief are you two up to? A middle-aged man, dressed simply and wearing flip-flops, approached with a heavy burlap sack in hand, which seemed incongruous with his attire. From its slightly ajar opening, a stack of crisp bills was visible. Upon witnessing this scene, Yijun couldn't help but furrow his brow. The individual in question was Uncle Mi, who, apart from tinkering with his antiquities, never exhibited any signs of affluence, often clad in tattered garments that revealed nothing of value. Now, however, he had suddenly withdrawn such a substantial amount in cash, likely at the expense of the house behind him. Dad, where did you procure so much money? Mi Donger instinctively inquired, and then, with a gasp, exclaimed, You just went out to mortgage the house, didn't you? Uncle Mi quickly raised a finger to his lips. Hushing her, lower your voice. Let us discuss once I secure my precious gourd vase. What if someone comes to intercept us? Yijun, why haven't you helped young Master Sun to his feet? Even if you are both young, there should be a measure in your antics. Uncle Mi maintained a remarkably amiable demeanor towards Yijun, even allowing Sun Wei-chan to fall without concern, merely playing the role of a mediator. However, Yijun, by nature reserved, particularly towards those he deemed unworthy, remained aloof. Even if Sun Wei-chan were to perish at that moment, he would not extend a hand to assist him. Sun Wei-chan grunted as he managed to rise on his own, casting a glare at Yijun before hastily sidling up to Uncle Mi. Uncle, have you withdrawn the money? 2 million, not a cent less. What is wrong with you? You insisted on cash rather than a bank transfer. Hurry and bring me my gourd vase. We'll make the exchange in person. Uncle Mi opened the cloth bag briefly before closing it with haste, fearing that a mere glance might result in the loss of a stack of bills. Sun Wei-chan nodded with satisfaction, grinning broadly. It's just that I've been quite restricted at home, and it's been ages since I've savored the scent of money. I thought I might invigorate myself with cash. Just wait. I'll have someone deliver the vase right away. The Sun family's antique shop was not far away. And with a quick phone call, 2 attendants soon appeared, one carrying a large wooden box and the other holding a document folder, presumably containing contracts and agreements related to the antique trade. Trailing behind them were several onlookers, fellow collectors who had heard of the Sun family's latest acquisition of a June porcelain piece and had come to witness it. Be careful, don't damage my treasure. Uncle Mi, upon seeing only one person escorting the vase, immediately grew anxious, offering repeated admonitions. This drew a chorus of laughter from those nearby. Old Mi, look at you being so cautious. These are the Sun family's attendants. Can they really drop your vase? One joked. I must say, you're quite impressive. 2 million for a June porcelain piece, and you didn't even hint at it. Another exclaimed. Wow, and it's in cash. You've certainly opened our eyes. Young Master Sun quickly opened the box and let everyone behold this precious vase. Amidst the lively chatter, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. This was indeed a hallmark of Antique Street. Whenever treasures worth millions surfaced, a throng of collectors would gather to witness the spectacle. Yet Sun Wei-chan, fanning himself with a paper fan, remarked nonchalantly, although no contract was signed, this vase is already Uncle Mi's. Whether to unveil, it is entirely up to him. Especially with Sun Wei-chan's flattery, a sense of pride blossomed on Uncle Mi's face, prompting him to immediately hand 2 million to Sun Wei-chan with a grand flourish. I'm not a miser like Grellant. Everyone wishes to have a glimpse, so I shall grant them this opportunity. My good fellow, please bring forth my treasured gourd vase. Very well. The attendant responded promptly and soon presented the exquisite gourd vase. The crowd, unable to contain their eagerness, gathered around. Yijun also slightly widened his eyes, fixating on the vase. Its full name is the Northern Song Dynasty June porcelain gourd vase, belonging to the Northern Celadon system. Particularly renowned for its craftsmanship during the Northern Song era, which is considered a pinnacle of excellence. Once fired, it emerges in a riot of colors. This remarkable phenomenon of kiln transformation is representative of Northern Song June porcelain. The gourd vase before them is characterized by a broad belly, a narrow mouth, and a short neck, its body formed from 2 segments fused together, entirely adorned in a deep purple hue. Under the radiant sunlight, it gleams with an exquisite brilliance that speaks of unparalleled opulence. Ah, indeed, what a marvelous object this is. The color, while primarily a rich purple, is infused with shades of sky blue and moon white, creating a truly vibrant spectacle. You may know that June porcelain is exceptional in color. Yet you overlook the intricacies of its texture. Observe the vase's surface. It bears the worm trail pattern, though less rare than ice crackle or meteor spots. The worm trail pattern is by no means trivial. Young master son, how could you part with 2 million so easily? Given the vase's quality, there remains ample room for appreciation. Just as these words fell, 2 large hands swiftly intercepted the gourd vase. None other than the quick-witted Uncle Me. What is the meaning of this? You see me acquiring a treasure, and it troubles you. Does it? Uncle Me, do not heed their foolish talk. Sun Wei-chun produced a stack of cash from his bag, placing it before him with a flourish, a smile stretching from ear to ear. My son family deals in antiques with utmost integrity. If we agree on this transaction, I assure you there will be no further negotiations. Uncle Me's expression brightened. That is well. You are indeed a reasonable lad. Very well, since all is settled. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Hold on. At that moment, Yi Jun suddenly interjected coldly, daring to present a modern counterfeit vase for 2 million? Have you not heard the whispers about the Sun families and scrupulous dealings? What? Sun Wei-chun's smile abruptly faltered. The atmosphere in the room descended into a heavy silence. What did this young man just assert? Such a finely crafted Northern Song June porcelain piece, claimed to be a mere imitation? Uncle Me was momentarily taken aback and quickly urged, Yi Jun, what do you, a mere child, know of such matters? Do not create chaos here. If this is indeed authentic June porcelain, I would not object to you adding another million. Me donne a guest, hertigs flushing a rosihu, polion. What? Do you not trust me? No, no. Mi Donger hastily shook her head. She inherently believed Yi Jun. Yet to dismiss a $2 million June porcelain piece as a mere imitation worth only 20,000 based on a single statement seemed utterly preposterous. You little rascal. Try to ruin the scene, are you? Sun Wei-chun seethed with rage, his expression shifting between shades of pallor. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the crowd, and he called out loudly, Elder Fong, you have personally appraised this vase. Please lend your voice of reason and offer Uncle Me a sense of assurance. Chapter 7. To know the ancients is to be wealthy. To be enamored with antiquity is to be impoverished. The crowd turned their attention toward the voice, collectively gasping in surprise. In the midst of the crowd stood a venerable elder clad in white, his countenance austere, and his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Yi Jun. Not only was he a revered expert in the eyes of numerous collectors, but he had also been jointly invited by the 9 prestigious antique shops on Ancient Treasure Street to serve as their esteemed appraiser. Although it was said that once an item passed through Elder Fong's hands, its value would undoubtedly rise, many still sought his authentication. Not for any other reason than to find peace of mind. A single word from Elder Fong could equate to the results of a certification agency's assessment spanning several days. I can attest for Wei-chun. This gourd vase has indeed been authenticated by me, he proclaimed, his tone dripping with disdain. Once again, astonishment filled the air. Young master son, is what Yi Jun said true? Sun Wei-chun's lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Silence. Uncle Me's expression softened slightly, though he could not resist casting glances at Yi Jun. In his memory, Yi Jun was a cautious child, never venturing into uncertainties. Thus, his sudden skepticism felt rather amiss. Did I ever mention that the only issue lies with the glaze accumulation? Yi Jun replied with an air of calm composure. Northern Song porcelain, having survived to this day, inevitably exhibits glaze aging, leaving behind a layer of misty deterioration. Anyone knowledgeable about June porcelain should be well aware of this common understanding. Mid-sentence, Yi Jun's cold gaze fell upon Sun Wei-chun, who felt as if a ferocious beast had fixed its stare upon him, rendering him voiceless. Yi Jun continued, if this is indeed Northern Song June porcelain, the interior of the aging spots must reveal countless irregularly shaped crystalline flowers. Who among you possesses a high-powered magnifying glass? A mere glance would suffice. There's no need to look. With that, he produced a high-powered magnifying glass and tossed it into Yi Jun's hands. What do you mean? Do you believe there is something wrong with my magnifying glass? What a joke. The appraisal tools I possess have been specially procured by the Sun family, with precision meeting international standards. If there were any issues, it would mean that no high-powered magnifying glass in this world is functioning properly. Such unwavering conviction only served to amplify the audience's belief that Yi Jun was merely causing a disturbance, and they began to point fingers at him in derision. Amidst the chaos, a delicate hand tugged at Yi Jun's sleeve. Brother Jun, my father seems to have a high-power magnifying glass. Should I fetch it? Despite the tumult, Mi Donger remained resolute, standing firmly by Yi Jun's side. With a flicker of gentleness in his gaze, Yi Jun nodded, please do. And also bring a bottle of sesame oil. Ah, Mi Dong was momentarily bewildered, but complied dutifully. No one noticed that Sun Wei Chen's expression shifted subtly as he discreetly nudged Uncle Mi. Uncle, this is rather inconsiderate. Elder Fong has authenticated it as genuine. Is there really a need for these futile efforts? Wei Chen, do not waste your breath. Clearly perturbed by Yi Jun's questioning, the two had entered into a standoff. Brother Jun, here are the high-powered magnifying glass and sesame oil you requested. The high-powered glass was handed to Elder Fong, and regarding the sesame oil, Yi Jun paused before saying, I intend for Dong to use the sesame oil to wipe your magnifying glass lens. Is that acceptable? Meanwhile, he held me Dong's magnifying glass and approached the gourd vase, inspecting it with apparent indifference, for he never doubted the accuracy of his appraisal. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Astonished voices echoed in every ear as everyone craned their necks, eager to glimpse the world through the high-powered microscopes. Here, take a look at this situation. I have one too. Let me see. In a flurry, 3 or 4 microscopes were produced, and several heads crowded together, surrounding the gourd vase tightly. Waves of incredulous exclamations followed. This crystal seems unusual. They all appear identical. Ordinarily, they should exhibit floral shapes, varying in size. It resembled a synthetic crystal, developing in such a singular form. Old me, keep your spirits up. I might just be speaking out of turn. Yes. It's merely a crystallization of aging spots. It doesn't necessarily signify anything. You should wait for Old Fong to provide an answer. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Uncle Mi suddenly pressed his hand against his chest, his face paling rapidly, causing everyone to rush to console him. Yet, his movements were somewhat stiff. Uncle Mi's voice had altered, and he cautiously inquired, Old Fong, what about this bottle? Old Mi, you haven't signed a contract yet, so it will be prudent not to do so for now. Is it truly a counterfeit? Forgive my limited vision. I cannot be certain about this gourd vase. Thud! Uncle Mi stumbled back 2 steps, one foot sinking deeply, the other barely catching himself, almost collapsing onto the ground. Even the most well-preserved antique porcelain will inevitably display signs of aging, and the floral-shaped crystals beneath are the result of accumulated time and the erosion of history. Certainly not something that can be artificially replicated. This gourd vase is undoubtedly a fake. Uncle Mi mumbled to himself, still struggling to recover from the shock of his fallen paradise. How can this be a counterfeit? His gaze wandered, and his body swayed precariously. I almost risked my entire fortune. Thank you, Yi Jun. I owe you my gratitude. Yi Jun smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks, but Uncle Mi, you must remember this. To appreciate the ancient without impoverishment, to be lost in antiquity is to court ruin. Collecting antiques is sufficient. Never should you stake your entire wealth upon them. Chapter 8. The Truth. The phrase to appreciate the ancient without impoverishment, to be lost in antiquity is to court ruin resonated like a warning bell in everyone's minds. At that moment, Sun Wei Chen suddenly stepped forward. Uncle Mi, you can't conduct business this way. We had a deal. How can you go back on your word? Uncle Mi's expression shifted instantly. You insolent brat, return my money. This vase is fake, and thus this transaction is off. Just because of one crystal? Slap. That slap was on behalf of your father. Since the first blow had been struck, why not let Old Fong deliver his as well? At this juncture, Yi Jun interjected with a cold smirk. Sun Weichen's eyes ignited with fury as he shouted at Yi Jun, dare to speak again, and I'll make sure you regret it. Shut your mouth. Yi Jun chuckled softly. Oh really? Then how do you explain your high-powered microscope? Thus, to obtain official certification from this esteemed appraiser, there was but one method, to tamper with your high-powered microscope, as the lens had been treated with a special agent. Even when faced with those regularly shaped crystals, through it, one would perceive numerous discrepancies. I happen to have heard of such a potion. A mere application of scented oil would suffice to neutralize it. Why not employ this high-powered microscope once more to observe the nature of those crystalline layers? It was then that the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Realizing that Yi Jun had mysteriously brought in a vial of scented oil, presumably to validate the microscope's integrity. Soon, his countenance darkened like a still pond. After the oil was applied, the scene revealed through the microscope transformed into uniformly distributed, regular-sized crystals. Simultaneously, he understood why Yi Jun had asserted that he still owed Sun Wei Chen a slap. This transaction was entirely orchestrated by Sun Wei Chen. From identifying the buyer to issuing the appraisal, it was he who had meticulously overseen the entire process. Thus, the one who tampered with the microscope could only be Sun Wei Chen. Old Fong, it is not as you think. Sun Wei Chen's complexion shifted suddenly. accusing the youth of slander. My family only deals in authentic items. How can we possibly engage in the sale of forgeries? Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding slaps silenced Sun Wei Chen's feeble defense. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in a state of shock. Blood trickled from the corner of Sun Wei Chen's mouth as he gritted his teeth, questioning whether he had misheard. Old Fong had long been the chief appraiser on Guzhen Street, often invited to dinner by others. Never had he taken the initiative to invite anyone. Furthermore, in recent times, he had been exceptionally occupied. Should anyone else have dared utter such words, they would certainly have been met with scorn. Who had the audacity to refuse Old Fong? Yet, Yi Jun possessed that very confidence. As the spectacle began to dwindle, the onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Yi Jun and Mi Shu's father and daughter behind. Phew! Mi Donger exhaled deeply, saying, "That was truly perilous. By the way, Brother Jun, I should return that 100,000 yuan to you now." Mi Shu was taken aback. What 100,000? Upon hearing Mi Donger recount the events that had transpired, Mi Shu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and shame. "I truly lost my mind this time. Rest assured, such occurrences shall never repeat themselves. I promise you." Yi Yun and Mi Donger extended knowing smiles. At the dining table, as Mi Shu indulged in a few sips, he suddenly spoke sincerely. "Yi Jun, I never anticipated your talent in appraisal of antiques. It is no wonder you are the offspring of the esteemed old dean. Alas, it is a pity that the old dean cannot witness this moment." "Father, I asked you not to mention it." Mi Donger interjected, striking Mi Shu with her chopsticks, her tone laden with deeper meaning. Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback. Since the Welfare Institute had relocated from Guzhen Street 2 years ago, he had not received any news regarding the old dean, nor did he know where the institute had moved to. "Mi Shu, has something happened to the old dean?" "Alas, it is something that must eventually be revealed to you." Mi Shu sighed heavily. The Welfare Institute did not merely relocate, it was forcibly shut down. The reason was that the old dean publicly identified an ancient jade ring as a counterfeit, resulting in a significant decline in the reputation of the largest antique shop at the time. Not long after, the Welfare Institute had its license revoked, and the old dean relocated to a poor district in the east of the city. A year ago, he had already succumbed to despair. At that time, you were still in school, and the old dean was adamant about keeping this matter from you, which is why it has remained concealed until now. However, we all share the old dean's sentiment and hope that you can lead a fulfilling life. It is enough for you to be aware of these past events. Do not let them become a burden upon you. Chapter 9. Living up to expectations, the room was furnished solely with appealing walls, a modest mattress, and a bookshelf occupying 2/3 of the space. Though I had seen this small room in my memories, witnessing it in person evoked a distinctly different emotion, especially upon learning about the old dean's circumstances. Yi Jun's gaze fell upon an old photograph on the bookshelf. A man in his 60s stood on the left, while on his right, Yi Jun held an admission letter. The backdrop was the university Yi Jun attended. He could still recall the old dean's radiant smile from that day. So brilliant. Once, the old dean was a renowned antique dealer on Guzhen Street. However, he later closed his antique business to establish an orphanage at the same location, which became a unique site on Guzhen Street. Yi Jun had intended to inquire about the old dean's address once he had fully adapted to modern life, with the hope of visiting the elderly gentleman. Little did he know, he gently closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Although he did not feel a familial connection to the old dean, he held profound respect for him. A life lived with integrity, extending generosity to others. In my era, such a person would surely be honored and elevated, yet in modern times he suffered in silence, living in destitution. Ultimately, he passed away in despair, reduced to dust, a truly lamentable fate. While I do not know the whereabouts of the Imperial Seal, I have no regrets regarding the Ming Dynasty. If it remains lost, perhaps it is simply its destiny. From this day forth, I shall assume the identity of the original and live anew, determined not to disappoint the old dean's high hopes for me. With these thoughts nestled in his heart, Yi Jun lay on the bed, his eyes gradually closing, slipping into a deep slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Hello, is this Dr. Yi?" A melodious yet slightly anxious voice came through the receiver. Yi Jun immediately recognized the caller. "Miss Yishur, is there something you need my assistance with?" "My father's condition is not looking good," Su Yishur spoke, nearly in tears. "Yesterday, Mr. Chun visited our home, but he was at a loss. I had no choice but to reach out to you. I hope you can help." As she spoke, Yi Jun swiftly dressed, decisively replying, "Please send me your location. I will head over immediately." "Thank you so much." Su Yishur sighed in relief. However, before she hung up, Yi Jun overheard another woman's voice. Dr. Lin has already issued a critical condition notice. Since Mr. Chan believes there is no hope, why prolong the inevitable? We might as well remove his oxygen tube to save some money. Yi Jun's expression darkened. To consider withdrawing life support before death had even occurred. Such a malicious thought. Unable to join Uncle Mi and the others for breakfast, Yi Jun hurriedly exited Guzheng Street and hailed a taxi, rushing towards the address provided by Sui Shi. Upon arrival, he quickly realized that the situation at the Su residence was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The Su family resided in a modest villa area, and at that moment, at least 3 families were gathered in the living room. Each individual bore a furtive expression, as if engaged in some clandestine plotting. Dr. Yi, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, Sui Shi exclaimed as she hurried down the stairs, disregarding the cold stares of those in the living room. She grasped Yi Jun's wrist, leading him to the room where her father lay. Upon entering, a strong metallic scent filled the air. Beneath the bed was a basin, not filled with water, but with a pool of dark blood. Surrounding the patient were various devices, a respirator, a heart monitor, and 4 drips, all striving to sustain the fragile life within. The moment Yi Jun's gaze met that of the patient, his brow furrowed deeply. Abdominal mass? What on earth is this? Isher, who is this person? A familiar, acerbic female voice pierced through the tension. It was the same voice Yi Jun had heard over the phone. Su Isher promptly introduced, Aunt May, this is Yi Jun, the doctor I mentioned. With his expertise, perhaps there is still hope for my father. The term abdominal mass refers to a tumor in traditional Chinese medicine. Fortunately, the original body had also studied medicine. Though not exceptionally skilled, Yi Jun was adept enough to blend the concepts of traditional Chinese medicine with modern practices. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss to explain the term. Beside Aunt May stood a middle-aged man, his demeanor serious, with sharp eyes and a pristine white coat devoid of any creases. You practice traditional Chinese medicine? He scoffed, adjusting his delicate gold-rimmed glasses. His tone dripped with disdain. Unfortunately, tumor diseases are not within the realm of your practice to treat. Moreover, you are quite young. You should seek experience in a home hospital rather than causing chaos here. With that, his gaze shifted coldly to Su Isher. And you, Su Isher, spare us your feigned filial piety. Your father has endured much suffering. Must you not allow him to depart peacefully? I understand you wish to showcase your devotion to secure a larger share of the inheritance. But there is no need to torment your own father. That is not my intention, Su Isher exclaimed, her gaze lifting, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Hearing the commotion, the individuals downstairs began to rise from their sofas, gathering at the staircase, chattering among themselves. For the sake of a mere inheritance, Isher was truly exerting herself to the utmost. Thankfully, Uncle had failed to draft a will. Otherwise, the entire estate would have gone to Aunt May, which Isher could hardly bear. If that were the case, she might have even confronted her uncle, pressuring him to amend his will. These families were not to be trifled with. Their words were venomous and biting, leaving Su Isher feeling like a solitary, trembling bird on the verge of tears. At that moment, Yi Jun could no longer remain silent. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with conviction. The inheritance can only be distributed after the patient has passed, correct? As long as I am here, there remains a possibility for the patient to survive. What are you all so preoccupied with? Discussing inheritance while the patient's life hangs in the balance? Chapter 10. If I say I can save him, then I surely can. Several families cast piercing glares, sharp as blades, plunging the scene into an unsettling silence. What right does an outsider have to judge the affairs of the Su family? Aunt May raised her eyebrows in disdain, casting a thin, scornful glance at Yi Jun. With you around, there remains a flicker of hope for the patient. Who do you think you are? With your paltry tricks, you might fool a 3-year-old, but do you think you could deceive the Su family? Indeed, though young, your arrogance is quite pronounced. Isher, who is this person you have brought? Not only are they unreliable, but they also lack any sense of decorum. Do they have a place in our conversation? Amidst the clamor, the families turned their ire upon Su Isher, collectively heaping the blame upon her. Su Isher's expression bore a look of sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. Yi Jun interjected, cutting through her words. Rest assured, I have no penchant for meddling in others' affairs. I merely find your manner of speaking disruptive to the patient's rest. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through the room, directly striking the ailing patient, followed by a series of heavy coughs. Who opened that window? The patient is gravely ill. Even a slight chill could inflict significant harm upon his frail body. Yi Jun surveyed the gathering, noting the flickers of unease in their eyes, hinting at unspoken truths. Su Yisher dashed to the window, promptly closing it. Such theatrics. Mr. Su's illness has reached a critical stage. How much effect could a mere breath of fresh air have? You practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine love to exaggerate, transforming the non-existent into reality and the real into mere fiction. Lin Yudao cast a disdainful glance at Yi Jun, his words dripping with scorn. May I inquire, have you studied traditional Chinese medicine? Do you possess any genuine understanding of it? Yi Jun maintained a calm demeanor, retorting, I have not formally studied it, but I have heard of it. Lin Yudao's eyebrows quivered. Hearing is not seeing, since you have not studied it. Why do you have to make such judgments about traditional Chinese medicine? Yi Jun's words were resolute, his gaze sharp as ice. Lin Yudao was left speechless. Yi Jun's gaze shifted back to Aunt May and the others. As for Mr. Su's ailment, if I assert it can be treated, then it shall be treated. Kindly allow me a moment of silence to diagnose Mr. Su. With that, Yi Jun strode purposefully toward the bed. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a young man, nearing 20, reached out to grasp his shoulder in an attempt to stop him. Unexpectedly, with a slight shift of his feet, Yi Jun deftly maneuvered forward, effortlessly sidestepping the youth. What? The young man felt as if he were dreaming, utterly oblivious to how Yi Jun had altered his stride. The onlookers were equally astonished. In the blink of an eye, Yi Jun had seated himself before Su Yuanzhou, gently lifting one of his right arms, composed and steady, his breathing even, eyes tranquil as he focused intently on assessing Su Yuanzhou's pulse. Moments later, Yi Jun's brow furrowed, as if he had discerned something within the patient's condition. Lowering his hand, he turned to Lin Yudao. The medicine Mr. Su takes daily, did you personally prescribe it? Of course, I am specifically hired by the Su family to treat Mr. Su. I am fully aware of his condition, and the medicines administered are meticulously precise, with no room for error. Lin Yudao maintained his composure and made a slight adjustment to his white coat. This detail reassured the members of the Su family, who nodded in agreement. However, Yi Jun suddenly let out a cold sneer and shook his head. No, you're only partially correct. I believe you have indeed been specially hired by the Su family and possess a thorough understanding of Mr. Su's condition. But your subsequent assertions are entirely contrary to the truth. What do you mean? Lin Yudao's confidence wavered, and his expression turned icy. In examining Mr. Lin's pulse, I discovered that within his body resides a substance that not only fails to alleviate his ailment, but exacerbates it instead. This substance is known as Tengong Lei. Yi Jun's words were stern, leaving Aunt May and the others utterly perplexed, unaware of the drug he referenced. Even Lin Yudao had never heard of this substance. His unfamiliarity with traditional Chinese medicinal nomenclature was compounded by the fact that it was an ancient remedy. After a brief pause, Yi Jun elaborated. Tengong Lei is a naturally occurring substance with slight toxic properties. When used minimally, it may not provoke significant reactions, yet prolonged usage can lead to poisoning. Even an ordinary individual would struggle to withstand its effects, experiencing symptoms ranging from vomiting and diarrhea to, in severe cases, death, especially for a middle-aged man suffering from cancer. As his words settled, Aunt May and the others turned pale. All gazes swiftly shifted to Lin Yudao, who was bewildered by the implications of Yi Jun's assertions. What nonsense was this about Tengong Lei? In truth, the ancient remedy Yi Jun mentioned does exist in modern medicine, albeit transformed through extraction and synthesis, amalgamating with other substances to create new pharmaceuticals. Lin Yudao fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yi Jun, his demeanor growing increasingly suspicious. Who exactly was this young man? Did he truly possess medical knowledge, perhaps even the skills of a miraculous healer? Anxiety crept into Lin Yudao's expression, his emotions swirling chaotically. Moments later, Ange surgea forth, and he glared at Yi Jun, exclaiming, "You insolent brat, cease your baseless accusations. I do not even comprehend the nonsense you are spewing. Furthermore, why would I deliberately administer harmful substances to a patient? It seems you are intent on slandering me. Aunt May, you well know how diligently I have attended to Mr. Su's treatment since his illness began. If my intention were to harm him, how could he have survived to this day? I demand that you expel this insolent fool immediately. His presence will only worsen Mr. Su's condition." "Understood, Aunt May." Su Xiaotao, who had just been contemplating grabbing Yi Jun's shoulder, was filled with anger. Upon receiving this directive, he was elated, eager to seize the opportunity. "Hey, you insolent brat, did you not hear Aunt May's words? Get up and leave at once. The Su family does not require charlatans like you to pose and bluster here. We have refrained from calling the authorities to apprehend you. That is already showing you considerable leniency. Su Xiaotao's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze icy as he shouted at Yi Jun, though he hesitated to make a move. Given Yi Jun's earlier display of skill, he recognized that he was no match for him. Su Yisher immediately furrowed her brows and rushed to Yi Jun's side, interposing herself between him and Su Xiaodao. Cousin Xiaodao, please don't act this way. Dr. Yi is truly a miraculous healer. I have witnessed his medical prowess with my own eyes. He is certainly not a fraud. Yisher, you wouldn't have intentionally sought out this charlatan to delay for uncle, would you? Suiyoda is gaze sheeted, suddenly kissing suspicion apal Suishi. In an instant, the entire Su family directed their questioning eyes towards her. Taken aback, Su Yisher repeatedly shook her head. No, I merely met Dr. Yu by chance. Besides, I am well aware of my father's condition. Why would I deliberately seek someone to stall for time? Enough of your excuses. I believe you are doing this for the inheritance. Su Xiaotao insisted, his position unwavering. As a crowd of others joined in the uproar. Cough. Quickly, Dr. Yang, administer medication to Yuan Zhou. He has begun to cough up blood again. Aunt Mei urgently called out to Lin Yudao. Lin Yudao nodded gravely, hastily retrieving a vial from his person to inject into Su Yuan Zhou. Yi Jun, detecting a faint medicinal scent in the air, instantly recognized a problem. Wait. Without hesitation, he dashed to Lin Yudao's side, his eyes flashing coldly. There's an issue with your vial. The herb you mentioned earlier is mixed within your concoction. What? The Su family members displayed renewed astonishment. Lin Yudao, perplexed, thought to himself, how does this young man know that? I have yet to use the reagent. You insolent brat. How dare you slander me? Do you believe I won't call the police to handle this matter? Lin Yudao, relying on his standing within the Su family, exhibited no fear towards this nameless youth. Enough. What time is it? Yuan Zhou's condition is dire. Dr. Yang administered the medication without concern for him. Aunt Mei interjected, bluntly ending their exchange. Yi Jun's cold gaze turned towards Aunt Mei, his heart filled with suspicion. This woman clearly wished for the demise of old Master Su. Yet now she urged Lin Yudao to hasten with the medication. What was her true intention? Could it be? Absolutely not. Yi Jun resolutely continued to obstruct, fully aware of Su Yuanzhou's critical state. If this injection were to proceed, it would likely lead to an irreparable situation. I have my own methods to treat the patient, which will be 100-fold more effective than this reagent. Once I have saved him, we can delve into the matter of that vial at our leisure. With a determined attitude, Yi Jun stepped forward to administer treatment. Despite the multitude gathered, none dared to hinder him, for the aura of authority he had just displayed, coupled with the chilling glint in his eyes, was enough to instill fear among all present. Suddenly, the Su family members and Lin Yudao were left in stunned silence. How is this possible? Lin Yudao's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. The Su family, equally astonished, could hardly comprehend that without medication, merely by applying his fingers upon the patient's body, he could halt the bleeding and alleviate the suffering. Such medical skills are truly unprecedented and unheard of. At last, it is indeed a miracle. My father's hand has moved. Suddenly, Su Yisher noticed a slight tremor in Su Yuanzhou's hand hanging by the bedside, and in an instant, she was filled with joy, eager to rush over. However, she could never have anticipated that before she could approach him, Su Yuanzhou abruptly opened his eyes wide. His expression contorted in agony, bending over as he violently spewed forth a stream of dark blood onto the floor, staining the sheets black. What? How could this be? Father, what is happening to you? Su Yisher's pupils widened with concern as she hurried to support Su Yuanzhou. Yet, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and after a moment of anguish, he fainted completely. Miss Yisher, there is no need for alarm. Your father's condition has significantly improved. This dark blood was merely a clot that had been stored in his chest cavity. With a brief period of rest, his complexion will naturally return to normal, and he will awaken, reassured Yi Jun with a slight nod. However, at that moment, Aunt Mei suddenly huffed coldly, her expression resembling a frost-laden visage, and she cast a piercing glare at Yi Jun. Do not spout nonsense here. Yuanzhou's condition is evidently worse than before. His life hangs in the balance. And it is all you're doing. You, a charlatan masquerading as a divine physician, have brought him to this state. I will not forgive you. Xiao Tao, call the police immediately and have them arrest this fraud. Yes, Aunt Mei. Fang Xiaodao shot Yi Jun a fierce glare and promptly took out his phone to report. Lin Yudao, reveling in the misfortune, could hardly contain his delight. A moment later, he stepped forward, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Jun, and could not help but mock. Truly deserving of the title divine Dr. Yi. This method of healing that precedes the killing of the patient is a first for me. I suggest that you practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine consider closing your doors to spare yourselves further disgrace, lest more patients suffer at your hands and tarnish the very title of doctor. Lin Yudeo's words rang clear and thunderous throughout the villa. Who dares to say that our traditional Chinese medicine kills before it heals, thus tarnishing the title of doctor? Just then, a voice more resounding than Lin Yudeo's reverberated from outside the villa. Lin Yudeo's expression shifted. Chen Zhoumiao, the vice president of the Yunnan Province Chinese Medicine Association, was not to be underestimated in terms of connections. Though Lin Yudao was an expert in oncology at the provincial hospital, a single phone call from Chen Zhoumiao could jeopardize his position. Upon seeing Elder Chen arrive, the Su family members greeted him respectfully. Chen Zhoumiao's demeanor was stern. Clearly incensed by Lin Yudao's earlier remarks, his face darkened with fury. Lin Yudao, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly sought to apologize. Yet, Chen Zhoumiao was not so easily appeased. Moreover, Lin Yudao's disparagement extended beyond him. It was an affront to the entire field of traditional Chinese medicine. "Umph. Do you expect my forgiveness?" Chen Zhoumiao retorted with a cold snort, his gaze filled with disdain as he directed a fierce glare at Lin Yudao. His words charged with indignation. Our traditional Chinese medicine boasts a lineage of 5,000 years, a treasure of wisdom within the entirety of Huaxia civilization. And it shall not be tarnished by an ignorant wretch such as yourself. Mr. Chen, I truly did not mean it. I merely... Strike me, Mr. Chen's commanding roar sent a chill down Lin Yudao's spine. Yes, I will strike myself. Lin Yudao decisively nodded. Without hesitation, he slapped his own face. As long as Mr. Chen did not call for a halt, he would not dare to stop. Yi Jun observed his current demeanor, resembling a frightened dog, and could not help but smirk in disdain. Upon seeing Mr. Chen's arrival, Su Yisher carefully placed her father down and immediately approached Mr. Chen. Her curiosity piqued. "Mr. Chen, what brings you here so suddenly? Did you not just visit yesterday?" "Haha, I have come specifically to find someone, with Dr. Yi Jun present. Where else would I go?" Mr. Chen's temperament was quite peculiar. Having just glared at Lin Yudao in anger, he suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing Su Yisher. "Looking for Dr. Yi?" Su Yisher's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a myriad of questions. Everyone present from the Su family was equally astonished, utterly perplexed. How could someone of such high stature personally come to our Su family to seek out Yi Jun? Surely, I must be mistaken. Moreover, Mr. Chen had just referred to Yi Jun as Dr. Yi. Could it be that Yi Jun truly is a miraculous doctor? No, Mr. Chen is merely being polite. Mr. Chen, with an air of arrogance, turned to Wen Lin Hai, his words laden with pride. "Old one, this is the Dr. Yi Jun I mentioned to you. Just look at him. Is he not as I described, young and accomplished, with brows like stars and an abundance of charm? What use is charm if I have yet to witness his medical skills?" Wen Lin Hai shot him a glance, appearing somewhat competitive. In terms of character, Mr. Chen was undoubtedly eccentric, while Wen Lin Hai fell into the category of the straightforward and sincere. At this moment, Su Yisher found herself somewhat speechless. She had thought Mr. Chen's fervent arrival at the Su family signified a matter of great importance, yet it was merely to settle a wager with a friend. Just as she was about to say more, Su Yuanzhou, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly awoke. "Water! I need water." Chapter 12. Lin Yudao's attempt to escape. Su Yisher's heart leaped with joy upon hearing her father's voice. She hurried over. The gazes of the crowd turned towards them, filled with astonishment. Soon, Su Yisher dashed outside to fetch a cup of water, helping Su Yuanzhou sit up and personally offering him a sip, her tone imbued with concern. "Dad, how are you? Do you feel better now?" "Much better. Wait, I can actually speak?" Su Yuanzhou's revelation piqued his own curiosity. He was fully aware that he was afflicted with a terminal illness, and his condition was only expected to worsen, yet now, it seemed to have improved. The expressions of the other members of the Su family mirrored his shock, utterly unexpected. Even Mr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, internally marveling at the miracle, while Wen Lin Hai appeared utterly bewildered, unaware of the Su family's circumstances. After Mr. Chen explained Su Yuanzhou's condition to Wen Lin Hai, his eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? Mr. Su is suffering from cancer, and he can still speak despite being in such a dire state?" Old Chen nodded deeply, while Wen Lin Hai felt as if struck by a thunderclap. In an instant, his demeanor towards Yi Jun underwent a remarkable transformation, and his expression conveyed significantly more respect. At that moment, Yi Jun approached the bedside, observed Su Yuanzhou's complexion returning to normal, slightly nodded, and seated himself to take his pulse. He earnestly remarked, Miss Sure, your father's condition has significantly improved. Shortly, I shall prescribe a remedy. Within a week at the latest, your father will be able to rise and walk. Is that truly the case? Thank you, esteemed Dr. Yi, thank you. Tears welled in Su Yishu's eyes as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude towards Yijun. Yijun humbly acknowledged her thanks before moving aside to prepare the prescription for Su Yuanzhou. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the reality before them. Late-stage cancer, a formidable challenge that eludes the grasp of modern medicine, had seemingly been cured by this young traditional Chinese physician. Even more astonishing was the fact that he employed no medication, merely using his fingers to manipulate the patient's condition, achieving what seemed impossible. Such miraculous medical prowess undeniably qualifies as a miracle within the realm of medicine. Old one, can you now believe what I conveyed to you yesterday regarding Dr. Ye's ability to wield the long-lost Xianming needle? I personally assessed Mr. Su's affliction with my skills. I could scarcely have sustained him for a week, yet under Dr. Ye's care, his condition has dramatically improved. I, Qinzhou Miao, am utterly humbled. Old Chun stroked his beard, speaking with profound sincerity. When Lin Hai, contemplating deeply, gazed at Yi Jun with admiration, internally lamenting that this youth was indeed a medical prodigy. When Old Chun had called him about Yi Jun, he had been skeptical during their meeting and even wagered a fine bottle of wine from his home. I shall honor the wager. This afternoon, come to my home to collect your prize. There shall be no dispute. When Lin Hai stated decisively, causing Old Chun's expression to brighten. He had long coveted the exquisite bottle of wine in when Lin Hai's possession, yet had been reluctant to consume it himself, intending to save it for his daughter's future marriage. However, with Old Chin's insistence on wagering, he found himself unexpectedly gifted the bottle. He could only shake his head in resignation, accepting this silent loss. Oh, Dr. Wan, please feel free to speak candidly, Yi Jun responded. When Lin Hai gazed earnestly at Yi Jun, expressing his request. Such a matter exists? Very well. When I find the time, I shall certainly visit your hospital. Yi Yun, recognizing when Lin Hai as a close friend of Old Chun, felt compelled to extend him this courtesy, especially since Old Chun's presence today had indirectly aided him. Esteemed Dr. Yi, might you come here for a moment? Suddenly, Su Yuanzhou, lying in bed, called out weakly to Yi Jun. Yi Jun approached the bedside, curious. As Su Yuanzhou attempted to rise, eager to bow in gratitude, Yi Jun swiftly intervened, saying, Mr. Su, your recovery is not yet complete. It is unwise to rise. Su Yuanzhou grasped Yi Jun's arm tightly, his gaze filled with heartfelt sincerity. Mr. Su, your courtesy is appreciated. Your daughter, Miss Sure, has also bestowed kindness upon me. Today, I have taken the liberty to treat your ailment, which I consider a humble repayment of Miss Sure's benevolence. Thus, you need not express your gratitude. Yi Jun is a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. When someone offers him a favor, he is certain to return it tenfold. Therefore, his act of treating Su Yuanzhou is devoid of ulterior motives. Yishi, please go to the cabinet at the entrance of my study and retrieve a bank card from within, which you shall present to Physician Yi. Without hesitation, Su Yishu nodded and obeyed her father's command, returning promptly with the card, which she handed to Yi Jun. He initially declined, but, faced with the persistent request from his Su family, he reluctantly accepted. Once this matter was settled, Yi Jun's gaze suddenly turned icy, fixating on Lin Yudao in the distance. At that moment, Lin Yudao was still slapping his own face, both sides swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. Yi Jun approached Elder Chun and whispered a few words. Elder Chun's expression changed abruptly. Astonished, he inquired, Is this true? Yi Jun gave a slight nod. Elder Chun's face darkened with anger as he approached Lin Yudao, coldly stating, You shall cease at once. Thank you, Elder Chun. Lin Yudao, believing he was to be forgiven, beamed with joy and bowed in gratitude. However, to his astonishment, as Elder Chun finished speaking, his eyes swiftly scanned Lin Yudao's pocket. He extended his right hand, his voice frigid. Present the medication you used to treat Mr. Su. I wish to see it. What? The medication? Lin Yudao's complexion shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in disbelief. Noticing his unease, Yi Jun stepped forward with a cold smile, tauntingly asking, What's this? Is Dr. Lin feeling guilty? I. Guilty of what? I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I feel guilty? You want the reagent? Here it is. Lin Yudao stammered, finally extracting the reagent from his pocket. Chapter 13. In ancient times, Jin Lian poisoned Wu De, and Jin Mei poisoned Mr. Su. Yi Jun cast a swift glance, reacting instantly, and quickly approached Lin Yudao, preventing him from leaving before anyone else could react. Dr. Lin, where do you think you're going? The reagent has yet to be handed over. Yi Jun's cold gaze unsettled Lin Yudao, leaving him flustered. I. Hand over the reagent. Elder Chun commanded sternly as he approached. Under duress, Lin Yudao finally surrendered the reagent. Yi Jun entrusted Wen Linhai to personally examine the composition of the reagent. After half an hour, Wen Linhai returned with a report. Physician Yi, you were indeed correct. This reagent contains a toxin that, if administered to the patient over an extended period, not only exacerbates their condition, but also induces chronic poisoning, hastening their demise. In an instant, every member of the Su family stared in disbelief. Su Yishur, unable to fathom the revelation, approached Lin Yudao. Her eyes red with a mixture of doubt and rage as she hoarsely demanded, Dr. Lin, why would you harm my father? What grievance could you possibly have against him? I. Lin Yudao was drenched in cold sweat, his words faltering as he struggled to provide an explanation. The truth was finally unveiled. However, he did not speak candidly. Instead, with the assistance of Su Yishur, he slowly propped himself up and directed a cold gaze at Lin Yudao. Stating in a stern voice, Lin Yudao, it appears you have secretly poisoned me. I always wondered why my suffering intensified after you took charge. What is your intention in causing me such harm? Y pusas no ulterior motiva. If you wish to apprehend me, do so directly. I, Lin Yudao, shall reveal nothing. This unexpected outcome took Yi Jun by surprise. The man would rather shoulder the blame than disclose the truth? Or is there some deeper secret between the two? In the absence of evidence, Yi Jun found himself unable to make a judgment. He turned to Su Yuanzhou and offered his suggestion. Mr. Su, since he has confessed, perhaps it would be prudent to hand this matter over to the authorities. I am confident that they will seek justice on your behalf. Very well, Yishur. Please call the police at once. Certainly. Without hesitation, Su Yishur swiftly retrieved her phone to make the call. However, before she could dial, the sound of police sirens erupted from outside, and several officers entered the premises. It turned out that the call to the police, initiated by Aunt Mei through Su Xiaotao, was originally intended to apprehend Yi Jun, but now the tables had turned, and they were there to take Lin Yudao into custody. After gathering the necessary information, the police escorted Lin Yudao away. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting glint of malice in Lin Yudao's eyes as he turned to leave. Yuanzhou, I never imagined the one to harm me would be the very doctor treating me. How foolish I was to place my trust in him. Fortunately, Dr. Yi discovered the truth in time. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to see you again. Upon realizing the situation had unraveled, Aunt Mei feigned sorrow, dabbing at her eyes and weeping loudly. Among the gathered family members, only Yi Jun and Su Yuanzhou were privy to her true nature. Yi Jun silently mused. She is truly a venomous vixen. In ancient tales, Pan Jinlian poisoned Wuda. Now, Aunt Mei seeks to harm Su Fu. Nevertheless, Su Yuanzhou appeared disinclined to confront her directly, instead waving his hand dismissively with a grave expression, saying, Enough of your tears. My health has been restored. Should I encounter any further issues, I shall summon Dr. Yi for treatment. Mr. Su, your condition is no longer critical. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Please take care of yourself. Yi Jun casually remarked as he turned to exit the villa. Su Yuanzhou requested that Su Yishur personally see him to the door. Upon emerging, a hint of regret crossed Su Yishur's face as she addressed him, Dr. Yi. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by my father's situation. I did not foresee the verbal attacks you would endure. It is of no consequence. I will not dwell on it. However, you must exercise caution within the Su household. Your relatives, especially that Aunt Mei, are not to be underestimated. Remember the prescription I just provided. It is imperative that you procure the medicine yourself and prepare it personally for your father's consumption. Yi Jun kindly advised, leaving Su Yishur somewhat perplexed as she scratched her head and asked, Dr. Yi, what do you mean by that? You will understand in due time. Yi Jun replied with a smile, turning to depart. Yi Jun had not ventured far when Chun Lao and when Lin Hai emerged from the villa. Upon seeing Yi Jun's figure, they approached to bid him farewell. Before departing, when Lin Hai specifically reminded Yi Jun not to forget the matters concerning the hospital. Chun Lao, on the other hand, shouted at him, questioning why he was not allowed to assist in treating patients, insinuating that he was being looked down upon. When Lin Hai explained, You old rascal, I called you last time, and you ended up arguing with the other doctors at the hospital. Who would dare to call upon you again? Yi Jun shook his head helplessly, realizing that Chun Lao was indeed a rather peculiar individual. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Sun Wei Chun had returned, this time accompanied by his father, Sun Jinbei. Yi Jun gazed at them from a distance, puzzled as to why they had come to his home after being driven away yesterday for selling a counterfeit antique. Surrounding them were curious onlookers from the neighborhood, all gathered to witness the commotion. Among the crowd, a stunning girl named Ming Dynasty darted out, her radiant smile illuminating her cheeks with a rosy glow. Dressed in a flowing gown, her movement was graceful and enchanting. Dawn, why are you so joyful? Has something good happened at home? Yi Jun initially thought there was trouble, but upon seeing Ming Dynasty's happiness, his worries dissipated. Indeed, there is good news. Look over there. Sun Wei-Chen and his father have come to our house, and they're specifically looking for you, Ming Dynasty said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Looking for me? For what purpose? Yi Jun's expression turned cold, his brows furrowing in suspicion as he followed Ming Dynasty to the entrance. Chapter 14. The drunken man's intentions are not in the wine. Ming Dynasty boldly called out to them. In an instant, Yi Jun's demeanor shifted, his heart filled with doubt. Did they come to seek his expertise in appraisal? He had just provoked the Sun family yesterday, causing them significant loss. Why would they come to him today? It was highly likely that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Upon seeing Yi Jun, Sun Jinbei's demeanor transformed, his previously stern features softening into a respectful expression as he approached Yi Jun with brisk strides. Mr. Yi, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. I heard that you appraised an antique gourd vase belonging to our Sun family yesterday, and even Mr. Fong holds you in high regard. I sincerely admire your skills, and I am here to invite you to become our family's antique appraiser. The terms are negotiable. Ming Dynasty, sensing the tension, leaned closer to Yi Jun, her delicate hand tugging at his sleeve as she whispered, "Why aren't you accepting?" They seemed quite sincere. These wolves are not worthy of my association, he thought, having discerned the insincerity in the eyes of the Sun father and son. As a high-ranking official from the Ming Dynasty, Yi Jun had witnessed countless intrigues and concealed malice within the court. The Sun family's tactics appeared trivial in comparison. Ming Dynasty, however, remained perplexed, unable to perceive any threat, only recognizing the respect the two men showed toward Yi Jun. Upon witnessing Yi Jun's refusal, Sun Jinbei and his companion exchanged glances, their expressions darkening and a hint of coldness flickering in their eyes. Yet, their words betrayed no sign of weakness. Mr. Yi, your humility is truly excessive. How about this? You need not come to my shop daily. Simply wait until I have an item requiring your expertise for appraisal. For each treasure you evaluate, I shall offer you 1/10 of its assessed value as remuneration. 1/10, you say? For $1 million piece, that would mean earning 100,000 for a single appraisal. At this moment, Ming Dynasty's eyes sparkled with excitement, for such a sum was no trifling matter to her. Sun Jinbei, believing this offer would surely entice Yi Jun, exchanged a confident smirk with Sun Wei-Chen. Mr. Yi, consider this carefully. The remuneration I propose is undoubtedly the highest for any appraiser in the city. Are you certain you will not contemplate joining our establishment? A subtle threat crept into Sun Jinbei's tone, as if his patience was waning. This matter is not about money. I, Yi, have no ties with your Sun family. Seek someone else. Unexpectedly, Sun Jinbei shot a covert signal to Sun Wei-Chen, who swiftly produced a treasure from his person, deliberately leaning against Yi Jun, causing the precious item to clatter to the ground, a pristine, translucent round jade, which shattered into two halves upon impact. Suddenly, Sun Wei-Chen raised his voice, calling out to the crowd, "Come and witness. My Sun family, with the utmost goodwill, has approached Yi Jun to become our appraiser. Yet, he refuses and even intentionally smashed our treasure. What? Is there truly such a person in the world? How can he behave this way? Refusing is one thing, but to destroy someone else's property?" The onlookers murmured in disbelief. The Sun family is renowned in antiques. How can he be so ungrateful? This young man's conscience is utterly corrupt. This was the true intention behind Sun Jinbei and his companion's visit. Relying on their esteemed status in the antique community, they sought to hire an appraiser with great fanfare, knowing the crowd would assume their sincerity. Now with this incident, the gathered people would surely rally to defend the Sun family. This jade pendant is a treasured heirloom of the Sun family. Yi Jun, not only do you refuse to become our appraiser, but you have also shattered our ancestral treasure. You must provide an explanation today, Sun Jinbei exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he pointed accusingly at Yi Jun. Oh, my dear grandmother, I have failed to protect the heirloom you left me. This is all my fault. Sun Wei-Chen went even further, dramatically weeping before the crowd. The assembled spectators grew increasingly hostile towards Yi Jun, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Yi Jun remained resolute in his belief that truth would ultimately prevail. Even if they painted white as black, the truth could not be deceived. Me Dongya. in a state of panic, had witnessed Sun Weichen deliberately collide with Yi Jun, causing the jade pendant to fall and break. Sun Weichen, cease your slander. I clearly saw you throw the jade pendant to the ground, and now you dare to malign Junge. What is your true intent? Mi Dong'er vehemently defended herself, her face flushed with indignation. Sun Weichen ceased his tears, anger gradually manifesting on his countenance. Mi Dong'er, everyone on this street knows that your bond with Yi Jun is akin to that of siblings. Naturally, you would speak in his defense. Though I, Sun Weichen, may not be of great stature, would I jest about the heirloom left to me by my grandmother? Let the people judge. The Mi family and Yi Jun conspired to shatter our ancestral treasure, and now they wish to shirk responsibility. Mi Dong'er was incensed, her face reddening as fury coursed through her veins. Yi Jun, unperturbed, approached Sun Weichen. Might you present the shattered jade pendant for my inspection? What more is there to see? The pendant lies in two pieces because of your actions. Do you intend to obliterate the evidence? I must inform you. Our family heirloom is worth a fortune, and you must compensate us today. Otherwise, we shall take this matter to court. Sun Weichen shouted furiously, while Sun Jinbei wore a fierce expression, glaring at Yi Jun. What Chinner states is accurate. That jade pendant indeed holds immense value as our family heirloom. Since you have shattered it, you must compensate us. Indeed, compensation is mandatory. One cannot simply disregard the destruction of another's heirloom. The crowd echoed their outrage, as more people gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 15. It is a counterfeit Qin jade. Nearly the entire street was aware of the situation. Mi Dong'er appeared flustered. Without evidence to refute the claims, she feared today would mark her misfortune. Yet that was not the gravest concern. If Sun Jinbei and his son insisted their jade pendant was a family treasure worth a fortune, the compensation could very well cost her family their home. Yi Jun's demeanor remained stoic as he listened to the crowd's clamor. He raised his hand to silence them. Please allow me to speak. This incident is not my fault. It is a deliberate slander by the Sun family. I, Yi Jun, have never even touched their family heirloom. So how could I have caused its fall? This entire situation arose from a conflict yesterday between myself and Sun Weichen, wherein I exposed their attempt to sell a counterfeit antique to Uncle Mi. Today, they have concocted this scheme to frame me. You speak utter nonsense. My family's enterprise is prosperous. We would not conspire to frame you over a mere antique. You are merely attempting to evade responsibility and avoid compensation. I tell you, unless you can produce $1 billion today, this matter shall not be resolved. Sun Weichen continued to shout defiantly, disregarding Yi Jun's explanation. The gathered crowd firmly believed in the value of the Sun family's heirloom, lending credence to Sun Weichen's assertions. Mi Dong'er was left dumbfounded upon hearing the staggering amount. Yi Jun final a sultonic smid, shaking his head slightly as he advanced to address the crowd once more. I possess means to prove my innocence. If everyone agrees to allow Sun Weichen to hand me the broken jade pendant, I shall demonstrate the truth of today's events. What? A shattered pendant can still serve as proof of your innocence? Surely you jest. Indeed, I have never encountered such a method of self-exoneration. Boss Sun, why not simply hand over the jade pendant to him and let him prove his worth? The crowd in the street clamored with curiosity, eager to see how Yi Jun would validate himself. However, Sun Weichen's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of Yi Jun's abilities, for he had accurately identified the authenticity of the gourd vase the previous day. Yet this jade pendant had shattered into two pieces, and no matter how skilled Yi Jun might be, he could not validate himself with a broken artifact. Rather than facing skepticism from the onlookers, it would be wiser to relinquish the jade pendant to him and observe how he would spin his tale. Very well. I shall see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Sun Weichen placed the jade pendant into Yi Jun's hands. Yi Jun accepted the pendant, first examining the jagged break, then weighing it in his palm. Finally, he scrutinized the pendant closely, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, confirming his initial thoughts. He was confident in his ability to prove his point for two reasons. Firstly, although the Sun family was prosperous, they would never sacrifice a family heirloom to ensnare him. The cost would be far too great. Therefore, this jade pendant could not possibly be a treasured heirloom of the Sun family, let alone one of immense value. Secondly, this pendant had not been shattered by him, but rather deliberately broken by Sun Weichen. Knowing that Yi Jun possessed knowledge of gem appraisal, he would not select an item of trivial worth to ensnare him. He would at least choose a decent jade piece. If this jade were indeed flawless, Sun Weichen would never have dared to break it. Thus, it was highly likely that the pendant had issues even before it was damaged. What a purportedly invaluable heirloom. I now wish to inquire about its provenance. From which dynasty does this treasure originate, and what is its history? After examining it, Yi Jun expressed his doubts to Sun Weichen. Sun Weichen's expression tightened, and he explained candidly. This jade pendant was crafted during the Qin dynasty. Our ancestor from the Sun family served in the royal court of the Qin, and this pendant was bestowed by the emperor himself, a genuine royal artifact. Additionally, being a rare piece of blood jade, it has survived for millennia. How could it not be worth its weight in gold? Qin dynasty royalty? Blood jade? The crowd gasped, acknowledging the pendant as an extraordinary item, likely of immense value even in the Qin era. Having endured the test of time, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Yet, Yi Jun remained unimpressed, shaking his head with a derisive smile. You are mistaken. This pendant is not a royal jade of the Qin dynasty, but rather a modern creation. The craftsmanship and the aging techniques applied are remarkably sophisticated, making it challenging for ordinary appraisers to discern its authenticity. Moreover, the jade's expensive material and its resemblance to Qin-style jade may create the illusion of great worth, but in reality, it is worth no more than a few $100,000. What? The jade pendant is a counterfeit? The Sun family presents a fake pendant as a family heirloom? That cannot be right. If it is a family heirloom, how can it be a modern artifact? Is it possible that there are still ancestors of the Sun family in contemporary times? The crowd erupted in confusion, uncertain of who was speaking the truth. Facing the skepticism of the crowd, Sun Weichen felt a surge of panic within him. He vehemently denied the accusations, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. This jade is clearly an artifact from the Qin dynasty. How could it possibly be a replica?" Do not heed his baseless claims. He is merely attempting to assert that my jade is counterfeit to evade financial responsibility. This explanation elicited nods of agreement from the onlookers. As for the truth, Mi Dong'er harbored her own doubts. She approached Sun Weichen with curiosity, inquiring, "Junge, is this jade truly a replica?" "Indeed. Consider this. Would Sun Weichen willingly risk his family heirloom for a mere scam?" Yi Jun interjected with a mocking tone. "That is certainly true. This miserly fellow would never sacrifice a genuine artifact," she mused. "However, although this jade pendant may not originate from the Qin dynasty, it still holds considerable value. It appears that the Sun family has indeed plotted against me with great intent." "What do you mean by that, Junge?" "Mi Dong'er questioned, hier confusion evident." "You shall find out shortly," Yi Jun assured her, turning his gaze back to the Sun father and son, and challengingly declared, "Sun Weichen, Mr. Sun, do you truly dare to assert that this jade is from the Qin dynasty and not a mere imitation?" "Certainly. This jade pendant is an authentic heirloom of the Sun family. It is undoubtedly genuine," he thought to himself, convinced that the aging technique of this jade was crafted by a master artisan, and that Yi Jun would never be able to discern its authenticity. And if this pendant were indeed a replica, what would he do then? Yi Jun pressed, deliberately cornering the Sun family into making a binding declaration. Since they had sought confrontation, how could they be allowed to escape unscathed? If it is fake, my father and I will consume it right here in front of everyone," Sun Weichen declared, confident that Yi Jun would be unable to identify the exquisite aging technique of the pendant, which could easily deceive even the most discerning experts. "Very well, those are your words. Now, I shall expose its true nature as a counterfeit," Yi Jun proclaimed. "Dong'er, please fetch me a basin of boiling water from home. And also bring some salt." Mi Dong'er nodded and promptly went to fulfill his request. The crowd, however, was filled with confusion, uncertain of Yi Jun's intentions. Soon, Mi Dong'er returned with a basin of boiling water and a small amount of salt, placing them before Yi Jun. He sprinkled a pinch of salt into the water and then placed the jade pendant within it. After a few minutes of stillness, the previously calm water began to bubble, and the once crystal-clear liquid took on a faint reddish hue. I trust everyone can see that the jade pendant provided by the Sun family has undergone a noticeable transformation now that it is immersed in this salt-infused boiling water. Yi Jun explained, gesturing toward the basin. "What does this prove? Does it indicate that my jade pendant is not an heirloom?" Sun Weichen scoffed, his voice dripping with derision. "Indeed, if your jade pendant were truly from the Qin dynasty, it would exhibit no reaction when submerged in water. The reason your pendant displays such a response lies in the method employed to counterfeit it as Qin jade. This technique involves a concoction of purple grass, bone-piercing herb, and blood resin, which is boiled together with the original jade in a vessel for several days. The color infiltrates the genuine stone, and, subsequently, the surface is polished with a specific herb and wax to enhance its luster. After years of handling, it appears indistinguishable from authentic Qin jade. Regrettably, this antiquing method, despite its effectiveness, cannot withstand the trials of boiling water and saline solutions. Once immersed in boiling salt water, the blood infusion within the jade will dissolve, resulting in its current state. As Yi-jun concluded his discourse, the assembly was left in astonishment. Sun Jinbei and Sun Weiqing turned pale, their eyes ablaze with anger. Dongya, now retrieve the jade pendant from the water and let everyone observe its color for any notable differences from before. Certainly, Jungu, Mitidana replied, recognizing the unwavering confidence in Yi-jun's comprehensive explanation, which left no doubt regarding the pendant's authenticity. She swiftly retrieved the pendant and presented it once more. At that moment, it was evident that the pendant's vibrant red hue had noticeably diminished, revealing only faint bloodstains. It indeed was a counterfeit. One could hardly believe the Sun family would resort to such deception with a false jade pendant, intending to extort Yi-jun. Who would have thought that the esteemed proprietor of Sun's antique shop would resort to trickery? Perhaps his establishment is rife with forgeries. The surrounding audience shook their heads in disbelief, and a smile crept upon Yi-jun's lips, realizing an unexpected advantage. With this revelation, the Sun family's enterprise was effectively undermined. Sun Jinbei gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring icily at Yi-jun. You insolent brat, even if this jade pendant is fake, it was you who damaged it. Its value, while perhaps not $1 million, still warrants compensation in the hundreds of thousands, as you claim. Hand over the money now. He was convinced that Yi-jun lacked such funds. While Midong'er might possess them, she would not readily assist him without cause. Yi-jun chuckled coldly, shaking his head. You truly are oblivious to the gravity of your situation. Very well, since you wish to wrongfully accuse me, I shall clarify before all present. This jade was already flawed before it was broken. You may examine the two halves closely. The cracks form a straight line, indicative of high-quality jade with considerable hardness, yet also significant brittleness. Had an intact pendant fallen, its fracture would be irregular, not a clean line. This indicates that it was defective before it shattered, rendering it worthless. Who would seek appraisal for a piece of flawed jade? The only conclusion is that you are deliberately attempting to frame me. Yi-jun's words resonated with clarity and conviction, prompting nods of agreement from the audience, who found his reasoning compelling. Sun Jinbei and Sun Weiqing stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Boss Sun, it is truly disappointing to witness such actions from you. As the esteemed proprietor of Sun's antique business, to conspire against a young man alongside your own son is utterly shameless. Today, we have come to fully understand your character, Boss Sunday. The crowd erupted in scorn, leaving Sun Jinbei and Sun Weiqing thoroughly embarrassed, their faces suffused with awkwardness. Bravo, Jun. You are remarkable. Who would have thought you would so effortlessly vindicate your innocence? Upon seeing the situation resolved, Midong'er felt an immediate sense of relief and joy, deliberately making faces at Sun Jinbei and his son, exuberantly exclaiming. At this moment, Sun Jinbei and Sun Weiqing were seething with rage, their faces a deep shade of fury, their lips contorted in a grimace. You little rascal, I underestimated your abilities. Remember this day, for we will not let it go unpunished. With that, Sun Jinbei prepared to leave with his son. However, before they could take a step, Yi-jun obstructed their path once more. Wait a moment. Your son has yet to fulfill the wager he promised. This jade pendant is of no further use. Why not split it between you and consume it together? Indeed, it must be consumed. We are all witnesses here, and we cannot allow them to depart unscathed. The gathered crowd, unwavering in their support, raised their hands in agreement with Yi-jun's punishment. What? Sun Jinbei and his son's expressions shifted once more, awkwardly surveying the crowd that had encircled them, rendering escape impossible. Boss Sun, please, Midong'er declared with an air of arrogance. Faced with mounting pressure, the two had no choice but to each pick up half of the jade pendant from the ground, hastily tossing it into their mouths and struggling to swallow. The instant the pendant settled in their stomachs, it felt as though a stone had been cast down, sending their insides into turmoil. Clutching their throats, they hastily fled the scene, making a beeline for the nearest clinic. The crowd dispersed, and Midong'er gave Yi-jun a thumbs up. Hey Jun, you are truly impressive. Thankfully, you did not agree to become an appraiser today. Otherwise, who knows how they would have treated you at their shop. People's hearts are inscrutable. Be cautious in the future. Chapter 17, A Visit to the Stone Gambling Shop. Strolling through the antique street? Splendid. I, too, wish to acquire a piece of antique jewelry to adorn myself. Midong'er promptly responded. She thought to herself that with Yi-jun's exceptional appraisal skills by her side, she had no fear of being swindled. Yi-jun smiled subtly, leading Midong'er along the lengthy antique street. In truth, he pondered the multitude of treasures that lay within the antique street, some genuine and others counterfeit, Many items bore mysterious origins. Perhaps fortune would favor him, and he might uncover the whereabouts of the Imperial Seal. As they walked together, whenever they encountered a vendor selling antique jewelry, Mi Dong-er would eagerly pull Yi Jun inside to take a look. They tried on numerous pieces, yet ultimately, she left without purchasing a single item. Some were deterred by the steep prices, while others found the prices reasonable but the styles unappealing. After much ado, Mi Dong-er, fatigued from her shopping excursion, incessantly complained and pouted, urging Yi Jun to take a break. However, Yi Jun, brimming with energy, felt no weariness at all, instead captivated by the dazzling array of treasures lining the antique street. Many of the antiques hailed from the Ming Dynasty, familiar to him, yet regrettably, few were genuine, as most were merely modern reproductions. "Hey, Jungo, look over there. What a lively scene." Suddenly, Mi Dong-er's eyes sparkled, directing her delicate finger toward a particular spot. Following her gesture, Yi Jun beheld a uniquely adorned antique shop, bustling with far more patrons than the others, creating an atmosphere of exceptional vibrancy. Du Yunye, the sign, prominently hung at the entrance in golden characters on red wood, was eye-catching. Curiosity piqued, Yi Jun followed Mi Dong-er as she pulled him toward the shop. Upon entering, they found themselves on a plush crimson carpet. The decor was distinct from other antique shops, exuding an antique charm, devoid of the towering cabinets typical of such establishments. Instead, featuring an expansive area for guests. Groups of patrons huddled together, their voices rising in excitement akin to that of gamblers, while others, disheartened, drifted away toward the exit. Alas, it truly is a gambler's game. I've lost tens of thousands today. What I say, few tens of thousands. I've lost hundreds of thousands over 3 days here. Stop it. This place is a pitfall. Nothing good ever comes out of it. I won't invest here again. Listening to the despondent conversations of those exiting, Yi Jun's mind conjured 2 words. Gambling on jade? This was the ancient term for stone gambling, and this establishment was indeed a stone gambling shop. The practice of gambling on stones dates back to ancient times, traceable to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Modern stone gambling has evolved over millennia, with many rules becoming increasingly refined. However, the essence and purpose of participants remain unchanged, to uncover a valuable piece of jade and sell it for a handsome profit. As with all gambling, there are both wins and losses. With more participants comes a greater incidence of deceit. A popular adage in this realm states, 9 out of 10 purchases result in losses, and 9 out of 10 appraisals yield low returns. Those unfamiliar with stone gambling who venture into this world often find themselves at a disadvantage. In the stone gambling market, the price of a raw stone can range from thousands to tens of thousands, even reaching hundreds of thousands. If a valuable jade is extracted from the purchased stone, it is a substantial gain. If not, it is merely worthless debris, resulting in significant loss. The individuals who had just exited undoubtedly faced losses. Mi Dong-er, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, gazed at Yi Jun. "Jungo, what are you looking at? Do you wish to partake in this? It's stone gambling, with losses in 9 out of 10 cases. I thought this was just a lively place. Let us leave." "Wait," Yi Jun interjected, his gaze fixed on a section of raw stones not far away, as if he had discerned something. With an air of composure and a relaxed tone, he remarked, "Since we are here, why not take a look?" Oh, Mi Dong-er was well aware of Yi Jun's character. Whatever he said was to be taken as gospel. With a slight curl of her lip, she followed him into the rough stone area. This area was divided into 6 distinct sectors, and the first step in gambling with stones was to select a sector. Each sector represented a source of jadeite, and the quality of rough jadeite varied greatly among them. Some stones exhibited a delicate skin and a favorable lighting effect, often containing jadeite of a milky or icy variety. Others were older stones with a firm texture, and their quality improved with deeper colors. Distinguishing the quality of these stones from their exterior proved to be a formidable challenge, as rough stones from any sector bore striking similarities at first glance, with variations in size and shape. In the rough stone area, each sector was bustling with people. Yi Jun, hailing from the Ming Dynasty, was unfamiliar with these modern terminologies. He noticed a distant section where the quality of the stones appeared promising and made his way there. Mi Dong-er trailed behind him. Although she had heard of stone gambling, she had never participated and was unaware of the rules, unable to discern the quality of the stones. Upon arriving at this particular sector, which had the fewest people among the others, Yi Jun and Mi Dong-er quickly sensed that the onlookers from nearby sectors were casting curious and somewhat derisive glances in their direction. Huh. Another novice who can't even identify a sector dares to gamble with stones? A young voice in the crowd scoffed. Yi Jun heard the comment, but chose to ignore it, while others continued to observe him with similar expressions, occasionally laughing and shaking their heads. Brother June, it seems they are mocking us. There might not be any good stones here. Perhaps we should join them instead, Mi Donger suggested discreetly, sensing the unfavorable atmosphere. However, Yi Jun shook his head with a calm demeanor. No need. I believe this place is quite suitable. Come here, assist me with the payment. I wish to purchase this piece. As soon as he finished speaking, he selected a rough stone that appeared relatively small, with an irregular shape and a predominantly white hue, speckled with gray spots. The selection of rough stones is indeed an art. Knowledgeable individuals typically avoid white-skinned stones due to their low probability of containing jade. And even if they do, the color is seldom vibrant. Moreover, seasoned experts often carry a strong flashlight to meticulously examine the rough stones, assessing factors like texture and translucency to gauge the likelihood of green jade emerging from them. Few would make a decision as hasty as Yi Jun's, who merely glanced at the stone without even touching it. In the eyes of most onlookers, Yi Jun was undoubtedly perceived as a foolish amateur, desperate for quick wealth, recklessly gambling in hopes of an overnight fortune. Even Mi Donger, who lacked expertise, felt a twinge of anxiety witnessing Yi Jun's casual selection of the rough stone, and she whispered, "Brother Jun, are you certain you want to buy this one?" As I observed others, they would typically take considerable time to select a piece. Are you not inclined to reconsider? Chapter 18. I have set my sights on this stone. There is no need for deliberation. This raw stone appears promising and should yield jade. Yi Jun's words were resolute and candid. Upon hearing this, the mocking smiles on the faces of the onlookers became even more pronounced, as if to say, what a naive fool. Selecting a mere shard from a pile of worthless debris and daring to claim it might produce jade. Even the staff members present, who encountered numerous raw stones daily and possessed some understanding of the intricacies involved, regarded the stone Yi Jun had chosen with skepticism, subtly shaking their heads. It was evidently a piece of refuse, wholly incapable of yielding jade. "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this piece?" A staff member approached, resigned, and reiterated the inquiry. "Indeed, I want this one. Please process the payment." Yi Jun replied, her expression impassive, her tone unwavering, as she handed her bank card to the staff, while Yi Jun awaited the staff's return. The young man who had just derided her also selected a massive raw stone, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, with a tight exterior and fine sand texture. From its surface, hints of green could be discerned, indicating it was a quality stone. He handed it to another staff member nearby and confidently declared, "I want this one. Wrap it up immediately." "Certainly, young Master Zhang, it is no surprise that you have chosen such a remarkable stone. This piece is indeed among the finest of today's selection and surely holds the potential for a full green yield," the staff member replied, promptly flattering him. "Stop your incessant chatter and hurry up with the transaction," young Master Zhang barked angrily, silencing the staff. He was accustomed to such sycophancy. The staff, too intimidated to retort, obediently took young Master Zhang's card to process the payment. However, once out of earshot, they could not help but sneer and mutter derisively. "It's just a couple of filthy coins. What is there to boast about? If it weren't for the prospect of a tip, would I bother to say nice things?" Bah! In truth, some of the staff were shrewd and verbose, hoping to curry favor and reap rewards. They had no true insight into whether the stones contained jade. They simply complimented everyone, especially the wealthy. Even if a client lost, it bore no consequence to them. But should the client win, there was a chance they might receive a generous tip, which could be quite lucrative. Young Master Zhang was a frequent patron among these individuals, visiting every few days and consistently selecting large, high-value stones. Should one of these stones yield jade, its value could multiply several times over. Conversely, if it failed to produce, the loss would be severe. Having visited numerous times, young Master Zhang had only extracted a few stones of mediocre quality, resulting in losses that nearly depleted his resources. This was evident from the antiquities he adorned himself with. Since his initial foray into the world of stone gambling, he had donned opulent attire, a small rosewood bracelet, an imperial green ring, and an ivory necklace. Looking at the present, apart from his ostentatious golden teeth, he adorns himself with lavish gold chains and pendants. Yet his luxurious demeanor pales in comparison to what it once was. Nevertheless, it is not due to a lack of wealth. He is renowned as the scion of the Zhang family, a prominent figure in Yinshui City and the heir of the Zhang group. He frequents antique shops, stone gambling establishments, and places of leisure, squandering his fortune without a care in the world. Consequently, his father has restricted his financial allowances, providing him with a mere few $100,000 each month, which is patently insufficient in the realms of stone gambling and antiques. Damn it, today better not be another blunder. If this stone turns out to be worthless, I swear I shall never gamble again, Zhang, the young master, muttered under his breath, cradling the stone in his hands as he scrutinized it further. This was not the first time he had uttered such words. He repeated them each time he incurred losses, yet invariably returned to the fray. As the saying goes, the gambling world runs deep as the ocean. Extricating oneself is akin to ascending to the heavens. After each loss, he found ways to liquidate family possessions and his own belongings, converting them into funds to return to gamble once more. Standing at a distance, Yi Jun observed the stone that Zhang had selected, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. Soon, both of them completed their transactions and proceeded to the stone-cutting area almost simultaneously. As they departed, a group of onlookers who had been lingering in the raw stone area could no longer contain their excitement. I have never seen a stone as promising as the one Zhang just picked up. In my opinion, it will undoubtedly yield green jade, perhaps even entirely green. Whoever acquires it will reap a fortune. Indeed, Zhang has lost quite a bit here. It's about time he struck it lucky. If only I had the funds, I would have secured that stone without hesitation. Enough boasting. With your meager finances, you are hardly better off than that fool who just bought a worthless piece. Just wait until he realizes the disparity between his stone and Zhang's. Will he not be tempted to smash it over his own head? Ha, who can say? We must watch closely. Come, let's go and cheer for Zhang. The group, abandoning their own stone purchases, trailed behind Zhang, heading towards the cutting area. In the realm of stone gambling, once a buyer selects their desired stone, they proceed to the cutting area, where skilled artisans are tasked with the intricate process of cutting the stone. The art of stone cutting is a specialized trade, not suited for just anyone. It encompasses 3 methods: rubbing, cutting, and polishing, with cutting being the most critical. A precise cut can lead to a fortune if green jade is revealed, while a miscalculated cut can result in the stone's destruction, causing its value to plummet, leaving the buyer no choice but to accept their loss. Hence, a popular saying in the stone gambling community goes, 1 cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and 3 cuts may yield a butterfly. The term butterfly is derived from the master artisan's technique of aligning the 3 pieces after the crucial cuts, creating an exquisite butterfly shape. The positioning of the cut, the cracks, and the cutting points are paramount. Any misstep is unacceptable. Behold, it has emerged a vivid green, still adorned with exquisite veining, truly a rarity. A voice brimming with excitement suddenly resonated amidst the crowd beside the first viewing station. Instantly, everyone gathered around, engaging in animated praise and discussion. Yi Jun turned to observe, and before him lay a nearly entirely green jadeite, freshly cut, revealing its splendor to the air. The proprietor of this stone wore a countenance full of joy, dressed in finery that spoke of affluence, and promptly called for his subordinates to assist in transporting the stone. With a robust belly and a cigarette dangling from his lips, he departed with a hearty laugh. All around, envy radiated towards this fortunate gambler, yet few knew the extent of his losses. My stone shall surely be a vibrant green as well. Soon enough, the truth shall be unveiled. Zhang, the young heir, gazed at the prosperous owner of the jadeite, murmuring to himself, his impatience mounting. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the seemingly composed Yi Jun standing before him, and his mood soured instantly. Chapter 19. The Emperor Green emerges. Hey, you little brat. That worthless rock you picked is destined for failure. It would be better to discard it than waste time here, obstructing my path. Zhang, in a fit of anger, directed his ire towards Yi Jun, his voice loud enough to draw attention from those nearby. Whether it yields or not will be revealed when it is cut open, and I was here first, so kindly refrain from misplacing blame, Yi Jun retorted calmly. What did you say, you brat? Zhang's fury ignited, his eyes blazing like twin thunderbolts directed at Yi Jun. Dong, undaunted, recognized that Zhang was seeking trouble and pouted in defiance, glowering at him. What's the matter? Do you intend to cause a ruckus in the store? Came a gruff voice from a distance. It was the security personnel of the stone gambling shop. The security here was unlike that of ordinary establishments. They were highly skilled, led by a formidable figure whom most would not dare provoke. Even those who might disregard the security would still fear Jin Jie, the owner of this gambling house. Jin Jie, whose full name is Jin Jiao, is a renowned businesswoman in Yunbei City, feared and respected. While she appears to manage several legitimate enterprises, she secretly wields control over the city's underbelly. At the mere sound of her cough, families within the city tremble. Given Zhang's privileged background, he understood the necessity of restraint within Jin Jie's domain. Upon the security guard's admonition, Zhang's bravado dissipated, yet he still cast a disdainful look towards Yi Jun, muttering darkly, You just wait. Once we leave this shop, I will make you regret it. Very well, Yi Jun replied with a dismissive sneer. For some, merely locking eyes with him would signify defeat. Next, the owner of lot number 32. The stone cutter called out the betting stone number of Yi Jun. Yi Jun observed a young man in front of him, clutching a piece of gray stone that revealed no hint of green, departing in utter desolation. He took the initiative to approach and handed his small stone to the cutter. Instantly, the cutter's expression shifted. He had never encountered anyone who would present a piece of refuse for cutting. Yi Jun's white stone, to any observer, was undoubtedly a worthless fragment. Well then, how shall we proceed? Shall I simply slice it in half? The master heaved a deep sigh, turning his gaze to Yi Jun. No, first please clean it off to the side, and do be cautious, Yi Jun replied with a statement that left everyone perplexed. Those who had seen Yi Jun's stone widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he had chosen this stone, and he wanted it cleaned? Good heavens! Had this man lost his mind? Even if it were given to me for free, I would not accept such a worthless rock. Yet he treated it as if it were a precious gem. Surrounding onlookers were rife with skepticism, but Yi Jun remained unfazed. Mi Donger, listening to the murmurs around her, began to harbor doubts herself. Truthfully, she had held reservations about Yi Jun's choice of the small white stone, but since he was adamant, she reluctantly trailed behind him. I say, you rascal, are you deliberately stalling? With that pathetic stone of yours, what is the point in cleaning it? Just slice it already and stop wasting time. Zhang de Xiao's anger flared anew, convinced that Yi Jun was intentionally dragging the process out to prevent him from cutting quickly. In reality, Yi Jun had no such idle thoughts. Individuals like Zhang de Xiao were not worth his consideration. Master, please clean it from that side, and remember to be cautious. Yi Jun specified the direction for the cutter to wipe. The master acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, and picked up a piece of iron sand, meticulously following Yi Jun's instructions to clean the stone surface. Zhang de Xiao, suppressing his temper, found himself powerless against Yi Jun. The sound of the cutter's work echoed. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The master had been at it for half a minute, and though a considerable amount of stone dust had fallen, there was still no sign of green. Gradually, the crowd began to lose patience. Why are we still cleaning? This stone can't possibly yield green. Master, just slice it already. Indeed, this stone is utterly devoid of value. There is no need for such diligence. Master, please, do not rush. The green will emerge any moment now. Yi Jun insisted, his expression grave as he focused intently on his white stone. The master's hands were coated in a layer of white dust, trembling slightly as he wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded, continuing to attend to Yi Jun's request. Are you still cleaning? For heaven's sake, I spent a fortune on this stone, and it's still waiting. Can you not hurry? Zhang de Xiao had completely lost his patience and shouted another curse at Yi Jun. At that moment, the master assisting Yi Jun in polishing the stone seemed to have perceived something extraordinary. His previously impatient expression transformed into one of disbelief as he rubbed his eyes and looked again at the stone. Suddenly, he exclaimed with great joy, "It's emerged! The stone has revealed green." What? It's green? This worthless stone can actually produce green? The skepticism was palpable in his voice. Are you certain, master? I see nothing at all. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the white stone Yi Jun had selected, their eyes widening as they scrutinized it closely. However, due to the distance, they could discern nothing. Mi Donger, equally astonished, turned to look, scratching the back of her head, utterly baffled. In that moment, the master, filled with elation, glanced at the crowd and then, with great flourish, blew a breath onto the surface of the stone. Instantly, a stunning emerald green appeared before everyone's eyes. The verdant hue was almost blinding, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, as if a torrent of green water had burst forth. Could this be the fabled Imperial Green? One knowledgeable observer, well-versed in jade, stammered as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Jun's stone. What? Imperial Green? Surely not. This shabby stone, this white rough. Can it truly yield Imperial Green? The crowd gasped in disbelief, realizing the owner of the stone had struck an extraordinary stroke of luck, ensuring a worry-free life henceforth. Despite its modest size, such pure Imperial Green was indeed a rarity. The excitement and astonishment rippled through the crowd, drawing onlookers from afar, who began to converge to witness the spectacle. The master, who had previously been weary and drowsy, now felt invigorated, his heart racing with exhilaration. This was the first Imperial Green jadeite rough he had ever encountered in his years of stone cutting, and astonishingly, it had been plucked from a heap of discarded materials. What? Imperial Green? Zhang de Xiao appeared somewhat slow to react. Only after the initial astonishment had settled did he widen his eyes and push forward to observe the stone. Indeed, it is truly imperial green. How can this be possible? Zhang Deshao's eyes bulged in disbelief as he examined the stone, then glanced at Yijun. He regarded him from head to toe, utterly perplexed by his extraordinary fortune. Imperial green is the most valuable and precious variety of jade. Master, there is no need to polish any further. Cut straight through the middle now, Yijun instructed, his expression devoid of surprise, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. All right, the master stammered, having initially assumed Yijun was merely an inexperienced novice. He now recognized him as a true gambling stone expert. Yes, cut it open. I refuse to believe that such a piece of scrap could yield such a remarkable green. Surely, only the edges contain jade, while the interior is worthless. The belief persisted that the green revealed did not guarantee the stone was entirely jade. If only the outer edges contained emerald, the stone's value would still fall short of expectations. Nonetheless, even if the interior proved devoid of jade, the exterior alone would fetch tens of thousands, far exceeding the initial purchase price of the stone. Anticipation filled the air among all present. The master continued his work, activating the stone-cutting machine to assist Yijun in slicing the gambling stone. As the machine roared to life, the crowd held their breath, their expressions gravely focused. Green, green, green. The blade continued its descent, revealing a persistent verdancy. It wasn't until the stone was fully bisected that the onlookers finally surrendered to despair. The cutter's eyes gleamed with the same green hue, indicating a successful cut. This stone was indeed precious. This is impossible, young Master Zhang stammered, staring at the bisected stone. Both halves exhibiting vibrant green cross-sections. A faint smile graced Yijun's face. Witnessing this outcome affirmed his judgment. Wow, we've struck it rich. Paul, you've uncovered a piece of imperial green jade. Although it's not particularly large, this stone could fetch over 10 million. Mi Donner exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a lottery winner as she leapt for joy. Yijun signaled to the master to proceed with the second and third cuts. If the ensuing slices revealed floral patterns, all in green, the stone's worth would truly be astronomical. In truth, at this juncture, the stone had likely revealed all its secrets. The inner contents were almost certainly entirely green, without a doubt. The master nodded and continued cutting, confirming the crowd's expectations, aside from the white outer layer. The interior was resplendently green, indeed imperial green. Master, come here. I have my stone as well. Please cut it for me too. No need to polish. Just slice it down the middle, young Master Zhang urged, glancing at the stone he had purchased for hundreds of thousands, filled with eager anticipation as he approached the master. Upon inspecting Zhang's stone, the master noted its superior quality and color, the green almost spilling forth. Perhaps it too was fully green inside. The excitement of the crowd had yet to dissipate when the machine's noise resumed. The outcome was disheartening. Once the stone had been cut, young Master Zhang was in tears. Why is this happening? My stone, which appeared so promising, contains nothing but blackness inside. There is barely a hint of green at the edges. He shouted, his voice heavy with despair. If not for the contrast with Yijun's small stone, he might have fared better psychologically. However, he could no longer restrain his sorrow. That scant bit of green was worth, at most, a few thousand, which held no value for him. Excuse me, sir. Are you looking to sell that piece of jade now? Our store is willing to offer 10 million for it. Just as Yijun lifted the imperial green stone, preparing to leave, a young and attractive female staff member approached, blocking his path. 10 million? I'm sorry, but I want to sell, Yijun replied, fully aware of his stone's worth. Had the stone revealed only minimal green, a 10 million price tag might have been negotiable. However, with the entire stone displaying imperial green, its value could easily double. How about 20 million? The staff member quickly countered as she noticed Yijun's intention to depart, pursuing him with an enticing offer. Yijun chose to disregard the situation entirely, pausing only momentarily before continuing his forward march. Within mere seconds, the female staff member called out a staggering price, 25 million. The highest offer, hoping that this gentleman might reconsider and agree, which would greatly benefit him. Yijun abruptly halted. The implication of her words hinted at deeper meanings. Gradually turning to face her, he inquired directly, what do you mean by that? The staff member did not provide a straightforward answer. Instead, she maintained her smile and continued her discourse. At that moment, Yijun seemed to perceive that as she finished speaking, her gaze instinctively flicked toward a particular direction. Turning his own gaze in that direction, Yijun quickly discerned something amiss. He noticed several burly men within the store, scrutinizing him intently. The moment their eyes locked, they immediately averted their gaze, as if feeling guilty. Observing their appearances, they bore little resemblance to ordinary customers seeking to purchase gambling stones. Rather, they resembled street thugs. "Brother Jun, I see them. Those few individuals over there were just stealing glances at you," Midonna remarked, her attention drawn to the individuals in the store who appeared to harbor ill intentions towards Yijun. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to the female staff member. "Very well. I will accompany you to your boss's office. Please lead the way." "Certainly, sir," she replied, her smile unwavering as she indicated a path, leading the way while Yijun and Midonna followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at a quiet and elegant office on the second floor. The staff member knocked gently on the door, softly announcing, "Boss, I have brought the person you requested." "All right, let them in," responded a woman's voice from within, as melodious as silver bells, resonating with clarity. The voice suggested she was not very old. Yijun and Midonna exchanged puzzled glances as the staff member pushed the door open, allowing them to step inside together. Chapter 21, Apologies, but I am no longer selling. The office was adorned with antique decor, featuring furniture crafted entirely from mahogany, a small tea table made from rosewood, and even the windows were fashioned from aged wood. Behind the desk, the wall was adorned with wallpaper depicting a serene landscape, blending hues of blue and white that instantly enlivened the otherwise somber atmosphere of the office. Seated at the desk was a woman with short hair, clad in a red skirt, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Her figure was graceful, her complexion as fair as snow. At first glance, she resembled a wealthy and powerful woman. The white jade pendants at her ears harmonized beautifully with the office's elegant, traditional ambience, and upon closer inspection, she seemed to step straight out of a painting. She was Jinjio, the proprietor of the Gambling Cloud Pavilion. "Please, take a seat, sir. Here is the contract I have prepared. You may review it first," Jinjio said succinctly, casting a brief glance at Yijun before calmly sliding the contract across the desk. The female staff member, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, swiftly brought over 2 cups of tea and placed them beside Yijun and Midonna. "Thank you," Yijun said casually as he picked up the contract and glanced through it. However, upon noticing a particular clause, his brow slightly furrowed, and he looked up at Jinjio with a stern expression, directly inquiring, "Did we not agree on a transaction of 25 million? Why does this contract indicate only 17.5 million? There is no need for concern, sir. This is the customary practice at our Du Yun Pavilion. When we accept goods directly from customers, we must deduct an additional 30% as a protection fee," Jinjio replied slowly, lighting a cigar. One long leg crossed over the other, her alabaster skin subtly revealed. Her tone was decidedly frosty. "Protection fee? What protection fee? Why was this not mentioned before I arrived?" Yijun's frown deepened, his tone growing more severe. "Sir, this is your first visit to our establishment, is it not? It seems most individuals in Yunshui City who engage in stone gambling are well aware of the rules of our Du Yun Pavilion. Our proprietor charges this protection fee not only to safeguard your jade, but also to ensure your very life," the female staff member interjected, offering clarification. "In essence, anyone who accepts the purchasing price quoted by Du Yun Pavilion implicitly agrees to the 30% deduction as a protection fee." Yijun, unfamiliar with such customs, found himself at a loss, as this concept was non-existent in ancient times. Observing the calm explanations from the 2 women, he discerned their intentions were not malicious. Rather, it was his own lack of understanding that had led to the misunderstanding. With a brief glance at the female staff member and then at Jinjio, Yijun pondered momentarily before gently shaking his head. "I apologize, but I must sell this piece of jade for no less than 25 million. Since we cannot reach an agreement on the price, I believe it is best we discontinue our negotiations. I appreciate your time, but must take my leave. Dongya, let's go." "All right," Midonna responded decisively, rising to leave alongside Yunya. After taking only a few steps, Jinjio suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Sir, I advise you to reconsider carefully. Once you leave my Du Yun Pavilion, the goods will have no connection to me. If my predictions are accurate, you will not take 500 steps outside this establishment before someone attempts to intercept you, and your safety will be at risk. Thank you for the warning. But I shall take my leave," Yijun replied dismissively, continuing to exit with Midonna. Jinjio's expression shifted to one of skepticism. In all her time running the shop, she had never encountered a customer quite like this. How could an inexperienced gambler strike gold? Extracting a royal green jade from what appeared to be a worthless stone? The stones that enter the shop undergo rigorous scrutiny. And while there is no absolute guarantee to sift through and remove every precious piece of royal green jade, one can generally filter out over 90% of them. Stones admitted into the shop, even if they contain some green, are typically of little value. Aside from seasoned veterans with extensive experience who may occasionally unearth a gem, the majority of individuals find themselves losing 9 out of 10 times. In order to attract individuals to gamble on stones, many raw materials have been tampered with in advance. From the perspectives of appearance or translucency, they may seem a superior quality, yet this is merely a facade, resulting from deception. While the exterior dazzles with brilliance, within lies nothing but worthless gray stone. This is a common clandestine practice among most stone gambling establishments, not surprising in the least. However, if he were an experienced player, how could he be oblivious to the rules of both the gambling house and the stone gambling community? Boss, that individual earlier was quite peculiar. He managed to unveil Imperial Green Jade, yet appeared unaware of our house rules, and upon revealing the jade, he displayed little excitement, a stark contrast to other patrons. A female staff member observed earnestly. Is that so? Jean Gio's brow furrowed deeper. This was entirely inappropriate, regardless of whether one is a novice or a seasoned player. Unveiling Imperial Green Jade would undeniably elicit overwhelming excitement. This is beyond doubt. Could it be that he was absolutely certain of the presence of Imperial Green within the stone before he even cut it? Xiaojia. Follow that individual and ascertain where he goes after leaving the shop. Additionally, if anyone seeks to cause him trouble, dispatch someone to assist him. It is imperative that he remains unharmed, Jean Gio stated gravely after a moment of contemplation. Understood, boss. The female staff member nodded decisively before departing. Upon descending the stairs, Yijun encountered the irate young Master Zhang, who was mercilessly tormenting a stone. The others, upon noticing Yijun emerging from Jean Jia's office with a stone in hand, were filled with curiosity. How strange. Isn't that the young man who just unveiled the Imperial Green? He met with Jean Jia, yet didn't he sell the stone? They whispered among themselves. Indeed, how is he still carrying the stone down? In this day and age, walking the streets with a piece of Imperial Green Jade is akin to placing one's head on the chopping block. One can never be certain when calamity may strike. As murmurs circulated, Yi Jun and Mi Donger continued forward. Young Master Zhang, upon spotting Yi Jun, suddenly displayed a glint of anger, and his gaze shifted to the piece of Imperial Green Jade in Yi Jun's hand, stirring ulterior motives within him. Yunke, it seems more and more people are fixated on the jade in your hands. We must exercise extra caution as we step outside, Mi Donger remarked, scanning the crowd and noticing numerous eyes on Yi Jun. That's of no concern. Their eyes are their own, as long as they harbor no intentions towards the jade. They may look as they please, Yi Jun replied nonchalantly. But what if someone does wish to act? Can you handle them? I suggest you might be better off selling the stone to the shop. After all, the owner is Jean Jia, who possesses considerable renown. Few dare to bully her in this city. Although she may offer a lower price, there would be no lingering worries, Mi Donger suggested, pouting. Do you believe that not selling it to her would invite trouble? Yi Jun retorted with a slight smirk, casting a skeptical glance at Mi Donger. Chapter 22. If you cannot avoid it, then fight. Indeed, no matter how formidable you may be, can you truly take on 10 opponents at once? However, I have a splendid idea. After we take the jadeite outside, why not hand it to me? I can conceal it within my clothing and feign being pregnant while departing first. By the time they find you, you will be devoid of the jadeite, and they shall not trouble you. Mi Donger's eyes sparkled with ingenuity, helping Yi Jun devise a clever plan. Yi Jun smiled faintly, pondering what could possibly be in this girl's mind. She shook her head decisively, stating there is no need. Mi Donger, perplexed, asked why not. Do you not trust me? Or are you concerned I might abscond with your jadeite? She appeared somewhat disheartened. Yi Jun shook her head once more. It is neither. Your approach is far too naive for those intent on seizing the jadeite. It's likely you would be intercepted before you even had a chance to flee. Well, how can you know without trying? Mi Donger retorted with a hint of complaint. Yi Jun chose not to engage further, and the two of them proceeded towards the shop's entrance. As soon as they exited, Yi Jun quickly sensed the presence of pursuers behind them, and not just one. Donger, follow me this way, Yi Jun urged as she grasped Mi Donger's arm, quickening her pace. Keep up. We must not allow this ruffian to escape. Several burly men, their eyes filled with menace, hastened to follow Yi Jun. Where did that scoundrel go? They were definitely heading this way, and ahead lies a dead end. Can it possibly fly? One of the muscular men exclaimed in bewilderment. At that moment, Yi Jun and Mi Donger found refuge atop a nearby rooftop. As they arrived, they noticed an elderly man pushing a bicycle past them. The wall was not particularly high, and with a swift step onto the bicycle's rear seat, Yi Jun ascended first. then pulled Ming up alongside her. The old man, having received a red envelope of 100 yuan, departed cheerfully. Junge, you are truly remarkable. What ingenious plan. Did you foresee that we would encounter an old man passing by? Ming gazed at Yi Jun with admiration, her eyes wide with curiosity. I am no deity, merely fortunate, Yi Jun replied softly. Keep your voice down. Once they leave, we shall descend. Ming nodded eagerly. After a while, the burly men, realizing they had lost sight of Yi Jun, decisively retreated. Yi Jun then climbed down from the wall, beckoning Ming to follow and catching her as she leaped. With a thud, Ming fell into Yi Jun's embrace, causing her to feel a sudden constriction in her chest. Alarmed, she released Ming, her heart racing. This was the first time Ming had been in such close proximity to Yi Jun, and her heart fluttered like a startled fawn. Ha! You little rascal. I finally caught you here. A familiar voice suddenly echoed from the other end of the alley, just as they were about to leave. Brother Hao, the Imperial green jadeite you mentioned, could it possibly be the very piece in this scoundrel's possession? A robust young man behind him inquired, fixated on the jadeite in Yi Jun's hand. Indeed, it is precisely that location. You few, assist me in seizing the jadeite. I shall take half of the proceeds, while the remainder shall be divided among you. Young Master Zhang casually toyed with the antique ring on his finger, speaking in a nonchalant manner. This was, however, his inaugural foray into the realm of robbery. After all, as a scion of wealth, he had no need for such desperate measures. Yet, he found himself cornered, as he had recently begun courting a rather low-tier actress, whose extravagant tastes proved to be financially draining. He had squandered an entire month's allowance on gambling with stones, resulting in a total financial ruin. Requesting funds from his family was out of the question, as his father had never supported his ventures into gambling. Should he fail to procure more money, the budding romance would inevitably wither away, having already invested considerable resources without any substantial progress. He was reluctant to let it slip away. Thus, he resorted to this ill-conceived plan to pilfer jade from a seemingly unremarkable individual, intending to sell it for cash. In this manner, he would secure both money and his girlfriend. Hey, you little rascal, do you know who I am? I am the notorious leader of Yunbei City. No ordinary person can stand against me. If you have any sense, you will promptly surrender the jadeite in your possession, or you shall face severe consequences. A robust youth strode forward with an air of intimidation, brandishing an iron rod. Behind him, a throng of over a dozen individuals prepared for confrontation. Yunge, we are finished. The entourage that Zhang Deshao brought seems even more formidable than the previous group. With their numbers, what shall we do? Ming Dongya, filled with trepidation, clutched Yi Jun's sleeve anxiously. Do not fear. You focus on safeguarding the jadeite. I shall handle these individuals, Yi Jun replied, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had no intention of evading confrontation. He had merely seized an opportunity to remain hidden, thinking it wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, with new adversaries emerging, he could not allow them to escape unscathed. With a bewildered expression, Ming took the jadeite, while the distant group of assailants bared their teeth, believing Yi Jun would not heed their warning until it was too late. At a command, they all charged forward. Ming gasped as she witnessed Yi Jun being encircled, hastily shutting her eyes. Yet, within mere seconds, she heard no sounds of struggle. The scene fell eerily silent. What on earth is happening? Ming slowly opened her eyes to a stunning spectacle. Wow, Junge, did you defeat all of them? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Jun's fists struck like hammers, effortlessly dispatching foes in his path. A mere few swings sent several adversaries sprawling to the ground. Following that, he unleashed a powerful kick, toppling more opponents, and executed a sweeping roundhouse kick that sent others crashing down. What? Zhang Deshao stared at Yi Jun in utter disbelief, stammering as he trembled with fear. Chapter 23. I offer 40 million. This scene was also witnessed by Jin Jie's subordinates, who were covertly shadowing Yi Jun, their faces reflecting astonishment. The leader swiftly retrieved his mobile phone, relaying the situation to Sister Jean, who, upon hearing the news, wore an exceptionally stern expression. What did you say? He single-handedly dispatched over a dozen individuals in a mere 5 seconds? A flicker of fear surged within Jin's heart. She could not fathom the true identity of Yi Jun. If such a formidable figure existed in Yunbei City, how could she remain oblivious to it? It is indeed true, Sister Jean. He requires no protection from us. Even the collective strength of our group may not suffice against him, reported the leader's subordinate with solemnity. Jean ended the call and promptly dialed the office landline, summoning the female staff member to her office. Boss, what can I do for you? The employee inquired. Jin's tone was grave as she replied. I need you to come to my office. Understood, boss. The staff member, hesitant to speculate, departed immediately upon receiving her orders. In et halet kepli, inwardly lamenting, Ningtian. I have finally found someone capable of contending with you. If I can enlist this individual, your standing in Yinshui City will undoubtedly plummet. I was wrong. Brother, I promise I won't dare again. I beg for your mercy. At this moment, young Master Zhang was utterly prostrated before Yi Jun, his gaze transfixed upon Yi Jun's chilling eyes, which sent shivers down his spine. What exactly did you err in? Yi Jun's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. I shouldn't have insulted you at the gambling stone shop, nor should I have attempted to intercept your goods. This is my first time engaging in such deeds. I lack experience. Please, brother, show me mercy. Young Master Zhang pleaded, his legs trembling. Very well, your contrition is sincere. I shall absolve you of one transgression regarding the insults, but for the theft of my goods, you must face the consequences. Yi Jun's gaze locked onto Zhang's arms, his expression unyielding as he continued. Let us settle this by sacrificing your 2 arms. I will break them, and this matter shall be as if it never occurred. What? My arms? Please, brother, no. I will slap myself 1,000 times as penance. My arms must remain intact. Before Zhang could bargain any further, Yi Jun swiftly acted. With 2 resounding cracks, both of Zhang's arms were broken on the spot. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Yi Jun departed with Mi Dong-er. Throughout their journey, Mi Dong-er regarded Yi Jun with newfound admiration, enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. Aside from the gambling cloud pavilion, where else could one convert this jade into currency? Yi Jun suddenly inquired. Where to sell jade? Let me think. I recall. The Ningzue Pavilion. That establishment, apart from dealing in antiques and treasures, also accepts jadeite that has been cut. Their prices are quite reasonable. Essentially, anyone in Yinshui City wishing to exchange antique for cash would go there, Mi Dong-er replied decisively. Is that so? Then let us proceed there directly. Half an hour later, the 2 entered the grand doors of the Ningzue Pavilion together. As soon as he entered, the proprietor of the Ningzue Pavilion fixated on the piece of imperial green jade in Yi Jun's hand, seemingly incredulous. He donned his spectacles for a closer inspection and ultimately stepped out from behind the counter to attend to her. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I wish to sell this jade. You may take it for appraisal and provide me with an offer, Yi Jun stated plainly, directly revealing her intent. Sell jade? The shopkeeper's heart raced at the mere mention of those words. He nodded eagerly and instructed his staff to provide exemplary service. With utmost care, he accepted the jade and proceeded to the counter for a meticulous examination. The jade's transparency, pure color, and ample water content, devoid of any impurities, confirmed it as genuine imperial green jade, sourced from a white silk skin, rough stone. Sir, you are indeed a master of the gambling stone realm. The odds of such a stone yielding imperial green are slimmer than winning the lottery, and yours is entirely green, a rarity among rarities. I am truly impressed, he declared. Despite being nearly 50 and holding a respectable position in the antiques world, his courteous flattery towards the youthful Yi Jun was indeed remarkable. After a thorough appraisal, he slowly lowered the magnifying glass and raised 3 fingers, stating without hesitation, I offer 30 million. What do you think? Pardon? Yi Jun's expression shifted as the shopkeeper discerned her thoughts. With a warm smile, he continued, I assure you, my offer is unparalleled in all of Yinshui City. I presume you're knowledgeable enough to recognize the approximate value of this jade. If you find it acceptable, I can fetch the contract immediately, and we can exchange payment and goods simultaneously. It was evident that the shopkeeper held a strong admiration for this piece of jade. Its actual worth hovered around 33 to 34 million, yet if fashioned into various pieces of jewelry, its final value would far exceed 30 million. After all, while the stone was not large, it was certainly not insignificant. Yi Jun pondered for a moment, although the price offered was somewhat below its true value. Given the substantial sum of 30 million, it seemed unnecessary to quibble. After all, the shopkeeper, being a jeweler, would need to retain some profit. Compared to the paltry offer of 17 million from the Gambling Cloud Pavilion, this was nearly double. Very well, I accept the 30 million price. Please fetch the contract. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jun ultimately agreed. Excellent. Please hold on a moment, the shopkeeper exclaimed joyfully, heading off to retrieve the contract. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Hold on, I will take that stone for 40 million. Instantly, the gazes of Yi Jun, the shopkeeper, and others shifted in her direction. The shopkeeper's expression darkened as he scrutinized the newcomer, his tone growing somewhat frosty. Young lady, might you also be in this trade? To snatch business right from under the roof of my Ningxue pavilion is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? The woman smiled faintly, walking towards them while saying, "What is so excessive about it? Business is fundamentally about buying and selling. The highest bidder wins. I offered a high price, which makes me happy, and the seller is pleased as well. If you desire it, feel free to increase your bid." The shopkeeper's face turned ashen. It was evident that this young lady had come to cause trouble. Yijun observed her closely, feeling incredulous. This woman was none other than the staff member from the Gambling Cloud Pavilion who had previously escorted them to meet Jinjiu. She had appeared obedient and ordinary there. But now, at the Ning Chui Pavilion, her words revealed a sharpness and vigor that suggested she was far from ordinary. "What do you mean by you?" "Sir, my employer has clearly stated that as long as you are willing to sell, we are prepared to buy at any price you propose. If you think 40 million is insufficient, then we can continue to negotiate." The woman turned her gaze towards Yijun, smiling warmly. "You're allowing me to set the price?" Yijun is confused and deepened. What did Sister Jean mean? Hadn't she just mentioned a 30% protection fee and offered only 17.5 million for that piece of gambling stone? Now, she suddenly changed her mind and invited him to set his own price. This was decidedly unusual. Wait, how did she know I was here? Could it be that she had been following me all along? Was she aware of my recent altercation with young Master Zhang? It seemed increasingly likely. Yijun pondered deeply, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "Hey, who exactly are you, and which establishment do you represent?" "This customer belongs to my Ning Chui Pavilion. If you do not leave and continue to encroach on my business, I shall not be courteous." The owner of Ning Chui Pavilion spoke angrily, ready to summon security. What? Gambling Cloud Pavilion? Sister Jean? The owner of Ning Chui Pavilion stuttered in fear. Yijun frowned. He never expected that a mere mention of Gambling Cloud Pavilion and Sister Jean could render such a prominent antique dealer speechless. This clearly indicated the formidable power of the woman he had just encountered. "Do you still intend to obstruct me? Are you seeking to challenge our employer?" The woman gradually shifted her icy gaze to the owner of Ning Chui Pavilion, her tone turning menacing. "And no, I wouldn't dare. I apologize. I was blind to not recognize that you were affiliated with Sister Jean. I beg your pardon for the offense." The owner hastily admitted his fault, no longer daring to discuss any collaboration with Yijun. The woman turned her attention back to Yijun. "Sir, please state your price directly. Whatever amount you wish to sell for, we shall accept without hesitation. If I were to say I want to sell it for 50 million, would you comply?" Yijun merely sought to test the waters, as this 50 million was nearly the highest price that could be fetched for the stone once crafted into jewelry. "Oh my!" Mi Donger's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Yijun incredulously, completely uncertain whether this outcome was a result of Yijun's foresight or simply his charm at work. The illustrious Jean Jia, a formidable woman in Yinshui City whom few dare to provoke, has surprisingly shown great kindness to Yijun. Could it be that Jean Jia has taken a liking to him? Yijun did not hesitate upon seeing the woman approach with a contract. He immediately inscribed a staggering sum of 50 million on it. The woman made a phone call, and soon after, Jean Jia personally transferred the 50 million to Yijun's account. "Ding dong, you have a new message." Yijun's phone chimed, revealing a notification of the substantial remittance. To his astonishment, he had suddenly become a minor tycoon worth 50 million. This unexpected turn of events was beyond Yijun's wildest imagination. Once the contract was finalized, the woman departed. As Yijun and Mi Donger exited the Ningxue Pavilion, the owner let out a long sigh, wiping the perspiration from his brow. He mused to himself, "Truly, she is a figure of great stature. Even Jean Jia has taken action. Thankfully, I did not accept that jade piece earlier. Had I offended Jean Jia, my Ningxue Pavilion would likely face closure." "Oh, Yun Ye, you are amazing. Who would have thought that your 3,000 yuan for a piece of stone could yield 50 million? Your worth now surpasses that of my father," Mi Dongya exclaimed, ecstatic as she danced with joy, celebrating all the way. Yijun felt a surge of delight within. This unexpected fortune reminded him of the time when he first entered the political arena after passing the imperial examination during the Ming Dynasty. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why was Jean Jia so generous towards him? As a first-rank minister of the Ming Dynasty, he possessed a keen understanding of human nature and knew well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If someone offers a pie, there must be an ulterior motive. However, the woman had left without inquiring about anything beyond the contract, which left him perplexed. Never mind, he thought. What is meant to happen will eventually unfold. At this moment, she was empty-handed, having earned such a fortune. It would not be amiss to purchase a fine piece of jewelry for her. Donger, what kind of jewelry do you fancy? Today it's my treat. Let me buy you something nice, Yi Jun said earnestly, looking at Mi Donger. Really? You want to buy me something? Mi Donger was taken aback. Her father had always taught her not to accept gifts without reciprocation. Pouting, she shook her head. No need, Junge. I have my own money and can buy it myself. Look, that stall over there has some lovely jewelry. Why don't we go take a look together? Yi Jun followed her gaze to a roadside stall, initially inclined to refuse. Yet in the next moment, his eyes brightened, as if he had discovered something of great interest at the stall. Chapter 25. Say one more word, and I shall continue to lower the price. All right, let's go take a look. Yi Jun decisively agreed, and together they made their way toward the stall. The stall owner, a bald man, appeared quite shrewd, likely having swindled many customers in the past. He wore a cheerful smile, yet his mind was calculating how to extract even more money. What treasures are you two looking to see? He inquired with a sly grin. Here, I possess an abundance of rare treasures. Should any of these catch your fancy, it would indeed signify a profound connection between you and the item. Rest assured, I shall offer you the most favorable price possible. The old bald merchant is undeniably cunning. This opening line has likely been employed countless times. Yi Jun and Mi Donger paid him no heed, one genuinely perusing the goods, while the other feigned indifference. Prior to their arrival, Yi Jun had already set her sights on a particular gem. If they were to approach directly, the old merchant would undoubtedly take advantage of her enthusiasm and refuse to negotiate a price. Junge, I find this bracelet rather appealing. Its quality and design are commendable. What do you think? In a short while, Mi Donger had selected a pure white jade bracelet from the stall, trying it on and gesturing for Yi Jun to see. Yi Jun pretended to glance over, but merely shook her head slightly. Let us keep looking. I don't find this bracelet particularly attractive. Ah, young man, it seems you lack discernment. This young lady possesses exquisite taste. Do you know the provenance of this bracelet? It dates back to the Ming Dynasty, once worn by Empress Dowager Cixi herself. I acquired this treasure through sheer luck for 3,000 yuan, not aiming for hefty profit. If you desire it, you may take it for 5,000, no negotiations. Upon witnessing Yi Jun's rejection, the merchant instantly unleashed a torrent of persuasive rhetoric. After his spiel, Mi Donger found herself somewhat tempted. However, she was not easily fooled. She suspected that much of the stall owner's claims were fabrications. She doubted the authenticity of the bracelet being worn by Empress Dowager Cixi. If it were indeed such a treasure, would he part with it for mere 5,000 yuan? It should be valued at least around 50,000. In truth, her suspicions were entirely correct. A mere glance from Yi Jun revealed that the jade was counterfeit, crafted from glass, albeit with reasonably fine workmanship, worth no more than 50 or 60 yuan. Junge, I too believe this bracelet is rather lackluster. I shall pass on it. Observing Yi Jun's expression, Mi Donger quickly set the bracelet down, trusting in Yi Jun's expertise and judgment. The stall owner, disheartened by his failure to deceive them, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Not long after, Yi Jun suddenly picked up a hairpin from her left side and turned to Mi Donger. Donger, what do you think of this hairpin? It appears quite lovely. I didn't notice it before. Mi Donger turned her gaze, seeing that the hairpin was also crafted from jade, adorned with a pair of phoenixes at the top, exuding a lustrous beauty. She expressed her admiration quite genuinely. Seeing that the two had taken an interest in the item, the bald merchant eagerly launched into another sales pitch. Haha, you two truly have an eye for quality. This hairpin is every bit as exquisite as the previous bracelet, and its origins are even more illustrious, dating back to the Tang Dynasty, worn by the illustrious Yang Guifei. It is indeed a rare artifact, so do not merely look. Try it on. You'll instantly embody the grace of a consort. Is that so? Mi Donger felt a tinge of disappointment, but as she set it down, she suddenly caught a subtle glance from Yi Jun, and an understanding dawned upon her. No, I don't want it. What kind of shabby stall is this? There isn't a single good item. After much effort, I finally found a hairpin, but it has flaws. Just look at it. It's covered in dust and dark spots. You might as well keep it for your wife. Oh, miss, please don't leave. If you truly desire it, we can negotiate the price. This hairpin is reasonably priced at only 8,000 yuan. The bald shopkeeper noticed that the two were indeed interested in making a purchase, but they were about to leave, which made him anxious. He quickly pulled them back, trying to persuade them further. 8,000 yuan? With that amount, I could purchase a dozen of these hairpins. The design is barely acceptable. If it were 500 yuan, I would take it. At that moment, Yi Jun displayed a glimmer of desire, and the bald shopkeeper's spirits lifted. Being seasoned actors, their true feelings remain concealed. Are you certain it is from the Tang Dynasty? Do you know what characteristics the royal hairpins from that era possess? What style did Yang Guifei prefer in her hairpins? How would I know what style Yang Guifei liked? I only know that she must have worn this hairpin at some point. Let me give you a hint. This hairpin was actually exchanged with me by a wealthy individual. She has a plethora of jewelry and certainly does not lack this one. Just think, would a wealthy family possess fake jewelry? It must have been appraised multiple times. The bald shopkeeper continued to elaborate, striving to find evidence to support his claims. Ah, your storytelling skills are quite impressive. If this hairpin truly belongs to the Tang Dynasty, I would buy your entire collection of jewelry. You should know that the hairstyles of Tang Dynasty women differ greatly from modern styles, especially those of royal women. From palace maids to concubines and then to queens, their hairstyles are generally categorized into 5 types: cloud bun, spiral bun, double hammer bun, triangular bun, and lofty bun. These styles demand very specific requirements for hairpins. First, in terms of length, the hairpins they used were slightly longer than ordinary ones, and regarding jade selection, they predominantly favored white jade rather than green jade. Yang Guifei's adornments were of the utmost quality. She would only wear exquisite white jade. How could this green jade hairpin possibly have belonged to her? Yi Jun explained with an impressive display of expertise, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily speechless. You are quite knowledgeable. I was presumptuous earlier and did not realize it. Please forgive me. The shopkeeper had no words left and could only express admiration. After a moment, he waved his hand and declared, all right, I haven't opened for business yet today. If you genuinely want this hairpin, you can take it for 800 yuan. 400. Within moments, Yi Jun had slashed the price by 100. What? For 100? Just a moment ago, you said it was 500. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock. Just a moment ago is different from now, Yi Jun replied, her expression unwavering as she stared him down. The shopkeeper, feeling helpless, feigned a sorrowful expression and said, Fine. The lowest I can go is 600. No further negotiation is possible, or I will incur a loss. 300. Before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, Yi Jun had once again revised the price, leaving the shopkeeper's face pale. Today, I encountered quite a formidable challenge. I already consider myself rather unfortunate, yet it seems he is even more so. Well, I must admit, I am quite intimidated by you. You mentioned 300, but that simply won't suffice. Let us settle on the 500 you just proposed, shall we? Not quite satisfactory. I believe I ought to lower it a bit further. How about 400? Young man, I intended to befriend you, so let us agree on 400, which is truly the lowest I can offer. The shopkeeper, observing that Yi Jun was still haggling, promptly interrupted him and shoved a hairpin into Mi Dong'er's hand. Yi Jun pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Very well, 400 it is. Here, I happen to have 400 on hand. Alas, today has indeed been most unfortunate for me. As the shopkeeper collected the money, he murmured under his breath. Mi Dong'er had initially intended to pay herself, but Yi Jun was quicker, and after handing over the money, he stood up to leave, compelling her to follow in his wake. After walking a bit further, Mi Dong'er gazed at the hairpin in her hand, her heart brimming with delight. She turned to Yi Jun and candidly remarked, Brother Jun, I never imagined your bargaining skills to be so formidable. I truly feel this hairpin was worth the purchase. It is not merely worth it. The hairpin you hold is indeed an authentic royal antique, dating back even further than the Tang Dynasty, worn by Xiao Qiao during the Three Kingdoms period. What? Mi Dong'er froze in place. Yi Yun comni elucidate du feu. Mi Dong'er's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the fortune she had stumbled upon by following Yi Jun. Moments later, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, Brother Jun, how much do you think this hairpin is worth? At the very least, no less than 100,000. 100,000? Mi Dong'er gasped again, astonished that she had exchanged 300 for a hairpin valued at 100,000. However, she recalled that it was not her own money, but Yi Jun's that had procured it for her, rendering her expenses non-existent while she reaped a windfall of 100,000. More importantly, this hairpin was once gifted by Zhou Yu to Xiao Qiao, and now it has been bestowed upon Dong'er by Brother Jun. It sounds like a perfect match. Yet, a fleeting thought arose, reminding her of Yi Jun's recent acquisition of 50 million at Jinji's place. A hint of doubt crept into her mind. By the way, Brother Jun, you earned 50 million today. You are now wealthier than my father. Will you still continue to rent my family's house, or are you planning to purchase your own? Mi Dong'er's expression shifted slightly, tinged with sadness as she reluctantly contemplated Yi Jun's departure. In this vast world, finding a place that suits one's needs is paramount, and I am exceedingly happy living on this street. I have no intention of moving. Indeed, within the entire city, this street is likely the only one adorned with ancient architecture. Here, Yi Jun can still catch glimpses of bygone eras. while the bustling metropolis around him feels somewhat out of place. However, just as Mi Dong allowed a hint of joy to surface on her face, Yi Jun spoke again. Now that I have some money, it would be wonderful to possess a house of my own, designed in a style that reflects my personal taste. If possible, I would like to purchase a property nearby. Buy a house. In this vicinity? Well, I'll keep an eye out for you. If anyone decides to sell, I'll promptly notify you. Mi Dong thought her worries had dissipated entirely. This way, even if Yi Jun no longer rented his house in the future, she could still see him every day. Yi Jun smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Mi Dong suddenly remembered something and turned to Yi Jun with a serious inquiry. By the way, Brother Jun, what do you think about Jean Jia unexpectedly helping you today? It was her first encounter with you, and she initially demanded a protection fee, yet later allowed you to quote your own price. I cannot comprehend this matter either, but I surmise that clarity will come with time, Yi Jun replied, his gaze deepening slightly. Upon seeing Yi Jun's figure, Mi Dong joyfully stood up and invited him over to authenticate a piece, relieved when he confirmed its authenticity. Only then did the weight in her heart completely lift. Dinner had been prepared in advance by Uncle Mi, and under the persistent invitation of Mi Dong and Uncle Mi, Yi Jun joined them at the same table. During the meal, Mi Dong boasted to her father about the hairpin Yi Jun had gifted her. When Uncle Mi learned it was from the Three Kingdoms period, his astonishment was palpable. What? No way. Uncle Mi laughed heartily, pointing at Mi Dong's forehead and continuing, You, since childhood, have never been one to lie. Honestly tell your father, do you have feelings for that young man? Yi Jun? Father, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm ignoring you. Mi Dong's heart raced as she swiftly ran to her room. Uncle Mi chuckled and shook his head, pondering to himself. In the stillness of night, Yi Jun lay in bed, suddenly feeling a chill wash over him, an indescribable discomfort welling up within. As a doctor, he assessed himself and found no apparent illness. After rising to warm some tea, he gradually felt better. It has been a while since my rebirth, yet I still cannot fully adapt to this body. It seems I must visit the pharmacy tomorrow to procure some tonics to restore this physique, Yi Jun lamented, shaking his head in resignation. The night passed in silence. In the following morning, after breakfast, Yi Jun recalled Lin Hai's request for him to assist patients at the hospital before he left. Since he needed to buy medicine, he decided to visit the hospital first to check on the individual suffering from the peculiar ailment. After bidding farewell to Uncle Mi, he took a cab straight to the first hospital. Since his rebirth, he had yet to enter a modern hospital. Although he possessed vast memories from his previous life, his understanding of the hospital's layout was still vague, as he had passed away young, orphaned and bereft of opportunities to visit such establishments. Upon entering the hospital, Yi Jun found himself somewhat bewildered by the bustling scene of patients and nurses in the lobby. At this hour, most doctors had yet to arrive. Only a few patients were queuing for early registrations while nurses busily delivered documents to them. Resolving to call Dr. Wen for clarification, Yi Jun remembered the phone number he had been given by Lin Hai the previous day. He retrieved his mobile device and dialed. At that moment, when Lin Hai was en route to the hospital, and upon seeing Yi Jun's call, he promptly donned his Bluetooth headset and answered, Hello, Dr. Yi. What seems to be the matter? Is there something you require? What? You're already at the hospital? I'm still on my way and will take a while longer to arrive. Why don't you head to my office and wait for me there? I'll join you shortly. After ending the call, Yi Jun followed the directions provided by Lin Hai and made his way toward the office of the head of surgery. Despite the throngs of people in the lobby, the internal office area of the hospital was markedly less populated, with only a few cleaning staff and the occasional nurse crossing his path. As Yi Jun traversed a lengthy corridor, he scrutinized the signs on the doors. Finally locating the office of the surgical director, he pushed open the door, ready to enter. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in our surgical office? Suddenly, a youthful female voice rang out from the edge of the corridor. Turning around, Yi Jun saw a young nurse approaching, her stature quite tall and her features delicately refined. She had bright, expressive eyes that fixed intently on him, her demeanor radiating an air of coldness. Hello, I'm a friend of Dr. Wen. He asked me to wait for him in his office, Yi Jun explained. Dr. Wen? Which Dr. Wen? This is the office of our head surgeon, Lin Hai. Unauthorized persons are not permitted. If you have no business here, you should leave promptly, the nurse replied, her gaze laced with impatience. At a glance, she could tell Yi Jun did not fit the profile of someone connected to a prominent doctor. After all, those in such circles were typically affluent and elegantly attired. In contrast, Yi Jun was dressed in a long coat that made him appear rather antiquated, as if he had salvaged the garment from some bygone era. Yes, it is indeed Lin Hai. He instructed me to wait in his office, Yi Jun asserted, believing that confirming his identity would allow him entry. However, the nurse maintained her disdainful expression, feigning contempt as she retorted, "You claim to be a friend of Director Wen? How utterly ludicrous. How could someone like him possibly associate with you? Wait a moment, you're not planning to enter Director Wen's office to cause trouble, are you?" Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her slender, icy finger pointed accusingly at Yi Jun's forehead. Feeling increasingly exasperated, Yi Jun realized the misunderstanding was escalating. "I truly am a friend of Dr. Wen. If you doubt my words, you may call him to verify. I am here to assist him with a patient presenting with an unusual condition." "What did you just say? You? Treating a patient?" The incredulity in the nurse's expression deepened. She smirked slightly, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she retorted, "Surely, you must be out of your mind. You think you can attend to patients? I advise you to leave swiftly while Director Wen has yet to arrive. Should he come and find you here, the security will undoubtedly escort you out." "Yaki, what are you doing at the doorway of Director Wen's office? The patient suffering from the peculiar ailment has suddenly relapsed. You must hurry and attend to him." At that moment, a voice echoed from the corridor's exit. "Hey, I warn you, leave this place at once, or you shall face dire consequences." The nurse, before departing, did not hesitate to point an accusatory finger at Yi Jun unfazed. Yi Jun watched her leave in haste, and suddenly recalled that the associate director had mentioned the peculiar ailment. Could it be that the patient he referred to is the very one when Lin Hai requested his assistance to treat? With this thought, Yi Jun decided against lingering any longer and promptly followed the nurse's trail to a patient room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, he found a multitude of doctors and nurses surrounding the afflicted patient, all striving to stabilize him. The door to the patient room was already closed, and the doctors inside were engaged in an urgent discussion regarding the patient's condition. Through the narrow gaps in the glass, he could vaguely discern the patient's distressing state. He was in a frenzy, struggling against the restraints while being administered intravenous fluids, his demeanor resembling that of a madman. "Madness syndrome?" Yi Jun instinctively uttered the words upon witnessing the patient's condition, his brow furrowed with concern. This rare affliction, known by an archaic name, is seldom encountered, but does arise on occasion. The terrifying aspect of this illness is that administering medication exacerbates the condition, as the patient's complexion deepens into a purplish hue. Each additional dose intensifies his suffering, potentially endangering his life. The only remedy lies in an ancient acupuncture technique, which, through repeated needle insertions, may alleviate the symptoms. Strangely, this illness is not easily transmissible. Why then does this individual suffer from such a bizarre malady? Yi Jun pondered, perplexed. Just then, he noticed a doctor inside the room preparing a syringe of medication for the patient. This cannot be allowed. Without hesitation, Yi Jun forcefully pushed open the door and stormed into the patient room. Chapter 28. The Consequences of Arrogance. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Jun. The associate director, Li Wentao, wore a particularly grim expression. He regarded Yi Jun with a cold stare, his demeanor exceedingly serious. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter?" The patient was afflicted with madness syndrome, and medication should not be administered casually, lest it pose a risk to his life. Yi Jun, disregarding the gravity of the situation, met Li Wentao's gaze with determination. The nurse who had quarreled with Yi Jun earlier wore a frozen expression. She had never anticipated that he would dare to intrude upon the patient room. Was he out of his mind? Could he not see the multitude of doctors attending to the patient? What right did he have to interject? "Madness syndrome? I perceive you to be afflicted with madness. Someone, please expel this individual from our midst. We cannot allow him to disrupt our treatment." Li Wentao's expression shifted dramatically as he ordered the intruder to leave. The patient's symptoms were so peculiar that even the hospital struggled to assign a name to this rare ailment. All the specialists had examined the case, yet none had devised a solution. Suddenly, a young man emerged, proclaiming that this was a case of madness of the mind. How could anyone believe such a claim? The other doctors regarded Yi Jun with skepticism, their expressions darkening as they approached him, their tone icy. "Sir, we are in the process of treating the patient. Please refrain from disturbing us and leave at once." "Disturbing? If I am a disturbance, then this patient will surely perish under your care within the hour." Yi Jun's demeanor was resolute, his words unwavering. "What did you say? You, a mere boy, dare to spout such nonsense here? We physicians endeavor to save lives. How can we possibly be responsible for a death? Where did you even come from?" Li Wentao's anger flared, and he shouted vehemently, "You inept doctors, lacking in skill yet devoid of humility, truly disgrace the medical profession. Individuals like you are unworthy of knowing my identity." Yi Jun understood that even if he claimed to be a doctor summoned by Wen Lin Hai, they would not believe him. Most likely, they would scrutinize his medical credentials, and he would find himself at a loss for explanation. There was no point in arguing with such individuals. Foolish braggart, throw him out. Upon hearing this, Li Wentao's fury intensified, and he waved his arm to command the removal of Yi Jun. Before the doctors could act, Yi Jun suddenly let out a cold laugh, stating plainly, "This patient is already exhibiting a purplish complexion and dark circles under his eyes, signs of a terminal condition. If he continues to be treated incorrectly, he will soon foam at the mouth, his eyes bulging, and perish with eyes wide open. The only person capable of saving him in this world is me." Nonsense. You lot, immediately stabilize the patient's condition. The rest of you, throw this young man out. Li Wentao disregarded Yi Jun's words entirely, bellowing orders. One doctor took a reagent to stabilize the patient, while 4 or 5 doctors and several nurses advanced towards Yi Jun, intent on expelling him. Deputy Chief, this individual just claimed to be a friend of Director Wen Linhai, and that he was summoned to assist with this peculiar ailment. What do you think? A nurse, having observed Yi Jun's serious expression, hesitated and reported this to Li Wentao. A friend of Director Wen? Him? Li Wentao, arms akimbo, surveyed Yi Jun with disdain, scoffing. If you were truly summoned by Director Wen, I shall stand on my head and eat excrement right here. Who said they would eat excrement while standing on their head? At that critical moment, a voice that astonished everyone in the room suddenly echoed through the air. The atmosphere fell silent in an instant, and Li Wentao's expression shifted abruptly. Director Wen, you have arrived just in time. There's a young man here who has audaciously claimed to be your friend, and he has told the nurse beside me that he is a doctor you summoned. I am in the process of expelling him. Expelling him? It seems you are not cut out for your position, for this young man is indeed someone I invited, and I have previously obtained the dean's approval for him to treat this patient. What authority do you have to dismiss him? Wen Linhai's words left all the doctors present in a state of shock. The nurse, too, displayed a look of astonishment. What? This young man is truly someone you summoned? He has been granted permission by the dean? Li Wentao stuttered in disbelief. Do you require me to personally summon the dean? Wen Linhai furrowed his brow, causing Li Wentao to tremble in fear. Although this deputy director held a title just below Wen Linhai, the disparity in their medical expertise and reputations in the field was monumental. Wen Linhai was renowned throughout Yinshui City, with patients seeking surgical care primarily due to his esteemed name, and the dean held him in high regard. In contrast, Li Wentao, despite his title, was merely a subordinate in Wen Linhai's presence. A single word from Wen Linhai left him without the courage to protest. Director Wen, you speak too highly of me. Since it is your word, how could it be false? Li Wentao quickly shook his head with a bitter smile. Then why are you not hastening to apologize to Master Yi? This Master Yi has miraculously cured a patient in the late stages of gastric cancer. Whose medical skills could possibly rival such a feat? Wen Linhai shouted once more, causing a ripple of shock among the crowd, their astonished gazes turning to Yi Jun. Yes, I will apologize at once. Li Wentao's heart sank, and he hurriedly approached Yi Jun, sincerely apologizing. Master Yi, I am deeply sorry. My tone was overly harsh, and I was unaware of your true identity. Please forgive me. Forgive you? I am unworthy of such an honor. Your esteemed medical ethics and exquisite skills as a deputy director far exceed my own. How could I presume to require your apology? Yi Jun responded with deliberate sarcasm, placing him in a predicament. Li Wentao found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, the patient's condition took a turn for the worse, erupting in a roar of agony. His complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, and the veins on his arms were protruding alarmingly. Wen Linhai rushed to the bedside, and upon witnessing the severity of the situation, panic surged within him. He quickly approached Yi Jun and implored, Master Yi, the patient's condition is dire. I hope you can extend your hand to save him. I will personally handle the matter regarding Li Wentao shortly. Very well. Ensure he does not leave my sight for even a moment. Yi Jun replied coolly, before turning to the bedside, ready to administer treatment himself. Chapter 29. Truly a divine healer. All eyes were fixed on Yi Jun, eager to witness the extraordinary medical skills that Wen Linhai had extolled to such heights. Approaching the patient, Yi Jun locked eyes with the man, observing the wild fury reflected in his gaze, where he could discern a trace of crimson within the thick, purple veins. The blood vessels of an ordinary person are typically a vivid red and quite slender. However, in patients afflicted with this peculiar madness, the color and thickness of the blood vessels fluctuate in tandem with the hue of their complexion. The darker the purple hue of the face, the more pronounced and purplish the blood vessels become. After observing the blood vessels in the patient's eyes for a while, I then proceeded to check the patient's pulse. Conducting a meticulous diagnosis, and inwardly shook my head. The patient's condition was far worse than I had anticipated. Prepare a set of silver needles for me, and bring a pair of scissors, an alcohol lamp, and some thread and needle, I instructed. The crowd was puzzled but complied with my orders. The nurse, with whom I had previously had a dispute, hurried off to gather the items and soon returned to my side, hands extended with the supplies. However, I did not accept them. Instead, I cast a stern glance at her. First, hold these for me. When the time comes, I will instruct you on where to cut, and you must do so without hesitation. Me? Cut? The nurse was utterly astonished. She had never performed such a procedure before. Is this really so difficult? If you cannot manage it, I will find someone else, I coldly reprimanded. Gritting her teeth, she recognized this as a chance to prove herself. After all, this esteemed Dr. Yi was a friend of Director One. Aiding him could lead to boundless opportunities. I will do it, rest assured, Dr. Yi, she replied with determination. Ignoring her further, I turned away, aligning the index and middle fingers of my right hand, swiftly striking the patient's chest at various acupoints. Lingshu, Shunfeng, Tianxi, and Tianxi. My middle finger then retracted, leaving only the index finger to serve as a substitute for the needle, transitioning to the abdominal acupoints, Zhongzhu, Qishuhuanyan, and Zhongji, each one punctured in succession. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment as the patient gradually settled from a state of anguished howling into an eerie calm. Help me open the needle pouch, I commanded. With the needle inserted 3/10 of the way, I observed the patient condition. His previously deep purple visage began to turn black. I nodded slightly, then inserted another needle, and suddenly something emerged from within his body, darting chaotically across his face. The attending physicians were struck with panic at this unforeseen phenomenon. What is that? How has it suddenly become animated? This is truly bizarre. I have never encountered such a peculiar ailment in all my years of medical practice. Where are you fleeing? I shouted coldly, extracting 3 more needles from the pouch with deft precision. The needle tips were sterilized before penetrating the body, this time targeting the acupoints of Renzhong, Shaoshang, and Yinbai. Each inserted 4/10 of the way, vertically. The errant entity that had been skittering across the patient's face was now forced to flee to the region between the abdomen and the thoracic cavity. The patient's expression contorted back into agony, his body yearning to move, yet utterly immobilized. Spirit-calling needle? Ghost gota tuti needless. When Lin Hai, who frequently delved into traditional Chinese acupuncture techniques, particularly those seldom employed in modern practice, recognized the method I was employing. Initially, he had found the technique familiar, but could not pinpoint its origins. Now, witnessing my application of the Ghost Gate 13 needles, he recalled the earlier technique using fingers as substitutes for needles. How is it possible? One of these 2 acupuncture techniques has been completely lost to time, while the other, though still in existence, is largely employed by charlatans, with only a select few truly mastering it. The renowned healer Yi Jun is able to wield both techniques with such finesse that it confirms what my senior brother has said. Yi the little divine doctor's medical skills are truly extraordinary, surpassing even those of our master. As when Lin Hai observed Yi Jun's needlework, he muttered to himself. Surrounding doctors, some of whom were entirely unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine, while others had only a cursory understanding, were nonetheless capable of discerning the exceptional nature of Yi Jun's medical expertise upon hearing when Lin Hai's remarks about the lost and proficient techniques. The more when Lin Hai elaborated, the more perplexed the surrounding doctors appeared. Director Wen, what is a mysterious ailment? One doctor could not help but inquire. A mysterious ailment is the ancient term for a condition now referred to as a ghostly affliction. This patient likely has something unclean that has invaded his body, and the 13 ghost needles employed by Divine Dr. Yi are intended to expel it, when Lin Hai explained gravely. What? A ghostly affliction? Does such a thing truly exist in this world? The nearby doctor exclaimed in disbelief. At last, when Lin Hai had the opportunity to witness Yi Jun in action, and regarding these 2 acupuncture techniques alone, his admiration for Yi Jun was profound. 9 needles have been inserted, and yet you refuse to cease? Yi Jun suddenly shouted at the patient, his voice resonating like a dragon's roar, as he prepared to take the 10th needle and disinfect it. Just as he was about to insert the needle, the chaotic force within the patient suddenly stilled, ceasing its tumultuous movements. You have finally recognized your place, Yi Jun said, preparing to incise the bulging area on the patient's body. He cast a decisive glance at the nurse and commanded her to act. Understood. The nurse, trembling, placed the needle pouch down and approached the patient, biting her lip, summoning her utmost courage, and made the incision. With a sudden burst, a torrent of dark, Purplish blood erupted from the patient's body, splattering the nurse's hands and causing her to scream in terror and recoil. In an instant, the patient's eyes bulged, and his arms raised as if to struggle in agony or speak. The silver needles already embedded within him began to tremble, as if attempting to escape, plunging the situation into a dire crisis. "What are you doing? Continue cutting. Do you wish for him to perish?" Yi Jun reprimanded coldly, as he manipulated the silver needles within the patient's body and noticed the nurse had halted her actions. Chapter 30. You are fortunate to have survived this long. All right. I'm coming. The nurse steadied her racing heart, her legs quaking as she stepped forward, her expression a mask of despair. Biting down hard on her teeth, she resumed her cutting. Snip, snip, snip. The scissors penetrated deeper into the patient's flesh, each cut releasing more black blood that gushed forth. Some splattered onto the nurse's clothing, while others struck her face and neck. The nurse's face was a portrait of fear, her eyes wide and her whole body trembling, particularly her outstretched arm, which flitted about in confusion. Whoosh! Suddenly, as the nurse continued to probe a wound, a round, purplish-black entity unexpectedly burst forth from the patient's body. Yi Jun, quick-witted and agile, stepped forward, his right hand forming a pair of upright fingers, and with a swift motion, he pierced the creature, impaling it right before the nurse's chest. The nurse, her anxiety reaching a fever pitch, slowly lowered her gaze, only to find Yi Jun's fingers smeared with the same purplish-black blood, perilously close, less than half a centimeter, to her nurse's uniform. At that moment, the wound, previously oozing dark blood, began to flow with bright red blood. Staunch the bleeding and stitch the wound. We shall await his awakening. Yi Jun spoke, his tone slightly weakened. Employing these two sets of acupuncture techniques not only demanded immense physical stamina, but also required a concentration of spirit beyond the ordinary. His connection with the corporeal realm was not yet flawless. Thus, such exertion of mental energy was exceedingly detrimental to him. Very well, I shall commence stitching, the nurse replied, blinking a few times, disregarding the blood that splattered her. She hurriedly approached the patient to attend to the wound. All the doctors present were left utterly astounded. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Dr. Yi, your medical prowess is something I, Wen Lin Hai, have witnessed today. It is unfathomably profound, Wen Lin Hai exclaimed, filled with admiration as he grasped Yi Jun's hand, lavishing him with praise. There is no honor in this. Healing the sick and saving lives is the inherent duty of a physician, Yi Jun replied, taking a moment to regain his composure. At that moment, a man and a woman burst into the ward, both relatives of the patient. They fortuitously arrived, just as Yi Jun completed his treatment. Unaware that the patient had been treated, they rushed in, only to see a nurse stitching the wound, the floor and bed stained with dark blood, and the patient lying in a state of unconsciousness, prompting an immediate outburst of anger. Director Hu, please calm down. Your father is not in serious danger. His condition has significantly improved. Once he awakens, he will be well, Wen Lin Hai explained, stepping forward to provide reassurance. This Director Hu, known as Hu Wenzhong, was a wealthy and renowned filmmaker, and the patient in the bed was his father. What did you say? My father's illness is cured? Hu Wenzhong exclaimed, astonished, casting a disbelieving look at Wen Lin Hai. Indeed, your father's condition has recovered. It is this young divine doctor, Yi, who has rendered assistance. When Lin Hai introduced Yi Jun with earnestness, Hu Wenzhong turned to Yi Jun, his expression one of incredulity. Director Wen, you cannot be jesting. Are you implying that this young man has cured my father? He scrutinized Yi Jun, noting that he hardly appeared to be a physician. How could someone so young possess the capability to heal his father? Yes, this esteemed Dr. Yi possesses extraordinary medical skills. Though he may be youthful, his expertise is unparalleled, leaving even me in profound admiration, when Lin Hai earnestly elucidated to Hu Wenzhong. It was only then that Hu Wenzhong began to harbor a glimmer of belief. Before he could express his gratitude to Yi Jun, a woman suddenly stepped forward from behind him, standing with her hands on her hips and casting a disdainful glance at Yi Jun. She then turned to Wen Lin Hai and remarked, Director Wen, your hospital seems to be making quite a fortune, doesn't it? You accepted the patient, yet you chose to bring in an outsider to treat the old gentleman without even notifying us. I wonder, now that the patient is supposedly cured, whose success is it really? Such peculiar individuals are abundant each year, but this year seems particularly rife. Wen Lin Hai was taken aback by her unexpected comment. However, one could hardly blame her. The elderly man in the hospital bed was not her biological father, but rather the father of Director Hu, ensnared by the allure of wealth. Her mind was undoubtedly preoccupied with monetary matters. Yi Jun's gaze swept over her, revealing that the woman was in her 40s but adorned herself like a little enchantress. She wore black stockings, her hair styled in tight curls, and though her face was quite exquisite, it was heavily made up. An unusual fragrance enveloped her, and she adorned herself with various gold, silver, and jade ornaments around her neck and wrists. Most strikingly, even in the sweltering summer, she had draped herself in a white mink collar, seemingly eager for all to notice her affluence. In truth, she was not intentionally flaunting her wealth. Her body was rather cold, compelling her to dress this way even in summer. A mere glance revealed to Yi Jun some peculiarities about her. Thus it dawned on him. He had previously been unaware of the cause behind the elderly man's strange affliction, but upon seeing this woman, the mystery became clear. Many of the antique ornaments she wore were of a sinister nature, gradually consuming her vital energy and altering her constitution. Moreover, these items posed a threat to those around her. Had it not been for the presence of a piece of pure white jade on Director Hu, he might have already faced dire misfortune. The elderly gentleman had not escaped the same fate, having contracted this strange ailment due to the negative energy emanating from this woman. Elderly individuals generally possess weaker constitutions than the young, making them more susceptible to such afflictions. Jingjing, what are you saying? My father is gravely ill. It's already a miracle that he can be cured, and yet you dare to speak like this? Hu Wenzhong, resembling a dutiful son, frowned in disapproval of the woman's words. What I said is the truth. If it weren't for this old man weighing us down, you and I would have already found our fortune and liberation. Just look at how much we've spent on his various treatments since he moved into our home. All our savings have been squandered. The woman scoffed dismissively, her tone brimming with disdain, as if she wished for the old gentleman to pass away on the spot. I see your desire for wealth is genuine, but your wish for liberation seems far more sincere. The fact that you are still alive today is a testament to your luck. Yi Jun suddenly interjected with a cold laugh. Chapter 31. Are you claiming it is your doing? Zhang Wan's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing sharply. What did you say? How dare you curse me? The other individuals in the room regarded Yi Jun with grave expressions, uncertain of his meaning. After a brief pause, Yi Jun continued to elucidate. While others dress in short sleeves during the sweltering summer to avoid the heat, you alone don a fur coat. And the cosmetics on your face serve merely to conceal the dark spots. The internal coldness within you has reached a catastrophic level, evolving from a series of misfortunes to your current state of physical frailty and irritability, teetering on the brink of life itself, yet you remain blissfully unaware. If you do not seek liberation, who will? Upon hearing Yi Jun's words, the woman Zhang Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with confusion, she wondered how this young man could discern the blemishes on her heavily made-up face. Furthermore, how did he know of her prior misfortunes and that her fur coat was intended for warmth? Not only was she taken aback, but Hu Wenzhong was equally astonished. Every word Yi Jun spoke resonated with undeniable truth. A miraculous physician, indeed. Just a glance at my wife, and he unraveled the symptoms she currently bears, showcasing his exceptional medical prowess. Ecstatic, Hu Wenzhong hurried to Yi Jun and inquired, Divine Healer, is there a remedy for my wife's condition? Previously, he and his wife had consulted numerous renowned doctors across the nation, yet none could provide clarity on Zhang Wan's symptoms, merely concluding she had skin blemishes and a weakened constitution. Strangely, aside from these symptoms, she exhibited no other anomalies. Of course, it was true that she had encountered frequent mishaps recently, and her temperament had turned increasingly irritable. However, Hu Wenzhong had not connected these traits to her ailment, attributing them instead to mere bad luck. Yi Jun, however, cast an indifferent glance at Zhang Wan and shook his head slightly. Illness can be classified into two categories: physical afflictions and mental maladies. While physical ailments can be treated with medical expertise, mental afflictions, especially those stemming from malevolence, are beyond cure. Once afflicted by the latter, the former becomes of little significance. Hu Wenzhong's expression shifted, the smile fading from his face. He discerned that Yi Jun's words were indeed an admonishment, as his wife's recent behavior had been rather unbecoming. In that moment, Zhang Wan comprehended Yi Jun's implication. If even the gravest physical ailments could be treated, it meant her condition was beyond remedy. Instantaneously, her demeanor transformed. She approached Yi Jun with a charming smile and imploring tone. Young divine healer, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I must ask, is there any hope for my condition? Rest assured, should you assist in alleviating my affliction, I will ensure you are generously compensated, with no concerns regarding medical fees or treatment costs. Yi Jun regarded her with cold indifference. Are you no longer lamenting the expenses of treatment? Simply because the ailment resides within you? Zhang Wan's countenance turned bashful as she cast an awkward glance at Yi Jun, discreetly tugging at Hu Wanzhong to persuade him to speak on her behalf. Hu Wanzhong offered a wry smile, feeling the awkwardness settle in once more as he addressed Yi Jun. Young divine healer, my wife's behavior was indeed inappropriate. Her lack of filial piety is regrettable, and I will ensure she is properly guided henceforth. As for her affliction, her filiality is of no concern to me. I abide by a principle in my practice. Those with malevolent hearts are beyond treatment. Should I cure her, she may continue to harm others. Thus it is better to refrain from treating her. In that moment, Hu Wanzhong found himself at a loss, and Zhang Wan felt a profound sense of regret, realizing she should not have spoken so thoughtlessly nor raised her voice at Yi Jun. After a while, the nurse by the bedside had deftly sutured the patient's wound and approached Yi Jun to report. Dr. Yi, the patient's injury has been stitched up, but he remains in a state of unconsciousness. Yi Jun nodded slightly, reassuringly stating, do not worry. Given his condition, he shall awaken within half an hour. However, his ailment is quite severe. The initial acupuncture merely expelled the negative energy and unidentified substances from his body. To achieve a complete recovery, he will require 2 to 3 additional sessions of acupuncture. Understood. Thank you, little divine doctor, Hu Wanzhong replied, nodding repeatedly. There's no need for thanks. I am here to treat your father at the invitation of Director 1. I am merely honoring his request and expect no remuneration in return. Yi Jun was indifferent to the monetary concerns of Hu Wanzhong. Hu Wanzhong, however, felt uneasy as he clutched the money in his hand. Just then, when Lin Hai stepped forward, smiling as he encouraged Yi Jun, Dr. Yi, I have some understanding of Director Hu's character. He is a good man, one who believes in repaying kindness. Since he wishes to offer you compensation, it would be best for you to accept it, or else he may feel uneasy. Furthermore, although you were invited by me, you are the primary physician here. It is a common principle that one does not treat patients without compensation. If our hospital has not remedied the patient's ailment, I shall request a refund from the director for Director Hu. This is a responsibility our hospital must bear. By the way, Dr. Yi, while my father's health has improved, I remain in the dark regarding the nature of his peculiar illness. Will it recur? Could you enlighten me? Hu Wanzhong inquired with a suddenly grave tone. The cause of your father's illness, even without your inquiry, I must reveal to you. It stems from the woman in your life. Yi Jun stated decisively, his words sharp. What? My wife? Hu Wanzhong exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Wan, too, became incensed once more, retorting, You do not slander me. My father-in-law's illness has nothing to do with me. I scarcely attended to him, not even bringing him meals. His affliction is solely due to his own frail constitution. Let me tell you, even if you refuse to treat him, do not attempt to wrongfully accuse me here, or I shall ensure you face legal consequences. Why are you so agitated? Am I claiming that you intentionally harmed him? Yi Jun replied dismissively, casting her a cold glance. Chapter 32. It turns out to be a hidden malice. Please clarify. Little divine doctor, Hu Wanzhong said, perplexed by Yi Jun's words and frowning nervously. Yi Jun turned back to Hu Wanzhong to explain. Your father's ailment was not a result of deliberate harm, but rather passive infection. Your wife possesses 2 ominous items that pose significant threats to human health, which must not be underestimated. My wife possesses such things? Hu Wanzhong was even more confused. He quickly turned to Zhang Wan, scrutinizing her from head to toe, but finding nothing. Little divine doctor, were these 2 items you speak of? Indeed, do enlighten us. I'm keen to see how you intend to frame me. I have my phone ready to record. I will gather all evidence of your attempts to incriminate me. Just wait for the authorities to take action against you. Zhang Wan, filled with indignation, activated her phone's camera and confronted Yi Jun directly. Yi Jun completely disregarded her presence. Pointing to a necklace behind her neck made of mink fur and a jade pendant at her waist, bluntly stating, these 2 items are of the same origin, buried and born together, and they embody a pair of extremely ominous objects. They are saturated with negative energy, and even the most vigorous individuals cannot escape calamity when adorned with them. As a woman, carrying such items will inevitably diminish her vitality over time, leading to misfortune and a weakened constitution, ultimately posing significant harm to those around her. What? Hu Wanzhong, a director, had some belief in such ominous notions. Having encountered various unexpected situations during filming and even witnessed inexplicable phenomena. However, he never imagined that such ill-fated objects and events could affect his own family, particularly when these symptoms were arising from his wife, with whom he shared a bed daily. If I am correct, since your wife began exhibiting signs of declining fortune, your luck has also suffered considerably, and your father, being frail, has been the most affected, leading to his grave illness. Allowing malevolent forces to invade his body and inflict a deadly affliction upon him. Yi Jun elucidated. During my shoots, I often found myself tripping over inexplicable stones or props, initially attributing it to fatigue. But could it be that all these misfortunes stem from the two items my wife possesses? Hu Wenzhong's expression turned cold, and a chill gripped his heart. Indeed, all of this originates from the ominous objects she carries, Yi Jun affirmed solemnly. How could such things exist in the world? I merely wear two ordinary accessories, yet you claim they bring disaster upon me and those close to me. It seems you are fabricating excuses for the old man's illness. Shang Xuan retolzit enkeli, shouting a no Xuan. Enough. I must ask you, did you not previously tell me that the items you possess were purchased from reputable jewelry and antique shops? How have they suddenly transformed into ominous objects? Such establishments would never sell anything of that nature. Hu Wenzhong interjected, his tone sharp. Zhang Wan's heart raced at this question, her gaze wavering. Yi Jun, observing her closely, paused before stating, these two items likely originate from the black market. Only objects of unknown provenance could be tainted with such malevolent energy. Black market? What have you done with all the money I've given you? Have you funneled it to that good-for-nothing brother of Zhang, who only indulges in gambling and womanizing? Hu Wenzhong's words were fierce, his eyes cold. Sang Huan, frightened, turned pale and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Jun harbored doubts, pondering whether the Zhang he referred to was indeed the same young master he had encountered at the stone gambling shop, who had sought to intercept him after he left the establishment. Oh dear, my beloved, listen to me. You cannot fathom the peculiar situation I find myself in. It's not that I am out of funds. Rather, I have encountered a bit of trouble. Please grant me a little more time, just 2 hours, and I shall promptly bring the money along with your favorite bag to meet you. I have come to the hospital, where I have seen my sister, and soon I will have the money. Just then, a young man's voice echoed from outside the ward. Yi Jun felt a strange familiarity with it. Was it not the same voice of the young Master Zhang she encountered yesterday? At this moment, Zhang Wan's face turned pale, her demeanor uneasy, as if she wished to find a place to hide. Indeed, I was right in my conjecture. Zhang Wan. Oh Zhang Wan, who would have thought you remained so unrepentant? Using the money I earned to freely gift it to your brother? Hu Wenzhong also recognized the man's voice in the corridor, and his anger became more palpable. Soon, the young Master Zhang entered the room. Upon seeing Zhang Wan and Hu Wenzhong standing together with unfriendly postures, he felt a sense of unease. Silence. Zhang Ye Athlimet. Zhang Wan, already overwhelmed with her own troubles, could hardly anticipate that her brother's entrance would pierce Hu Wenzhong's heart, igniting his fury. Zhang Yujia, you heartless wretch. How dare you come to your sister for money? Your sister has drained my savings for you, and my father has fallen ill due to her burdens. Am I indebted to your Zhang family? Just consider how much your sister has spent on you and how many of my actresses you have lured away. When they become pregnant, their careers are ruined, and I am the one who suffers the losses. Oh dear brother-in-law, why are you so upset? It is but a trivial matter. You married my sister. Aren't we all one family? Spending a little of your money should not cause you such distress. The actresses may be lost, but you can always seek others, can't you? What's the big deal? Chapter 33. Young Master Zhang, how imposing you are. Yeah, say less. Zhang Wan seemed to realize her brother's words were amiss and quickly whispered a warning to him. However, Zhang Yujie disregarded her entirely, defiantly pulling his sister's hand away and retorting with arrogance. Sister, why fear him? Do you believe our Zhang family is inferior to Hu Wenzhong? In our eyes, he is nothing. With a single word from our father, this director will lose his position, and his name will be tarnished. Spending his money and courting his actresses is merely an act of benevolence. Slap. In the next moment, Hu Wenzhong delivered a resounding slap to his face. Silence enveloped the room. No one expected such a scene of conflict between a brother and brother-in-law to unfold in a hospital ward. When Lin Hai considered intervening, but lost his courage upon realizing this was the eldest son of the Zhang family. The Zhang family status in Yinshui City could be said to dominate the commercial landscape, being one of the 4 prominent families, ranking 3rd among them. Aside from the Jin and Ning families, their standing was the highest. Hu Wenzhong, how dare you strike me? Zhang Yujie furiously pointed at Hu Wenzhong, his tone menacing. Your actions have been exceedingly intolerable, and while I, Hu Wenzhong, have endured your transgressions on numerous occasions and have even offered gentle reminders, you have not heeded my counsel. Instead, you have escalated your misconduct. Even if I were not to serve as the director, I would feel compelled to deliver a stern reprimand to you. Hu Wenzhong is a man of principle and camaraderie, and he will not turn a blind eye to Zhang Yujie's egregious remarks. Ah, Wenzhong, it seems you've risen in stature, but I foresee the end of your path with my sister. I hereby declare that you and my sister are officially divorced. She is not yet old, and with the strength of the Zhang family, it would be effortless for her to find a capable partner. With your current disposition, we, the Zhang family, would never deign to connect our kinship with you. Zhang Yujie spat disdainfully onto the ground and turned to leave with Zhang Wan. However, Zhang Wan, filled with reluctance, stopped him. Yujie, enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Your brother-in-law has treated you with kindness, yet you insult him so. It is my fault for indulging you. Yet as she spoke, Yi Jun observed Zhang Wan discreetly slipping a considerable sum of money into Zhang Yujie's pocket while casting him a knowing glance. Upon seeing the money, Zhang Yujie's demeanor brightened. Hu Wenzhong, remember this. I am sparing you today for my sister's sake. Should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to deal with you harshly. With that, he prepared to depart. Hold on. At that moment, the elderly Mr. Hu, lying on a hospital bed, suddenly uttered a quavering sound. Everyone turned to see that Mr. Hu had awakened and was attempting to rise. When Lin Hai rushed to the bedside, calling for the nurse to assist him. After examining him, he confirmed that the patient's condition had stabilized. Zhang Yujie halted his steps and slowly turned around, casting a scornful glance at the old man in the bed. With a derisive snort, he remarked, "What's the matter, old man? I heard my sister say that Hu Wenzhong has nearly squandered all his savings on your treatment. At your age, perhaps it would be better to depart from this world. Your existence is merely a drain on resources. Living only serves to consume air and food. Death would bring peace." "What did you say?" Mr. Hu's anger surged, his face turning crimson. "Please, do not be angered. Your health has just begun to improve, and you must not let your temper flare," when Lin Hai quickly cautioned. Hu Wenzhong swiftly approached Mr. Hu, supporting him as he spoke. "Father, please remain calm. Your health is of utmost importance." "Utmost importance?" "He deserves to perish earlier. If he does not die, my sister's future remains insecure." "Hu Wenzhong, your mind must be muddled with nonsense. Releasing him from this world would be a kindness to my sister and beneficial for you as well." Zhang Yujie added disdainfully. "Repeat that once more." At this moment, Hu Wenzhong's eyes were ablaze with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Zhang Yujie, with a contemptuous gaze and a hint of a derisive smile, taunted, "What? Do you intend to strike me? You dare to come and challenge me? If you lay a finger on me again, I assure you, you will not see the dawn of tomorrow." "Very well. I shall witness how you intend to ensure my demise by nightfall." Infuriated, Hu Wenzhong rushed forward, his fists clenched, charging towards Zhang Yujie. Yet, as he passed a group of doctors, Yi Jun's hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. "Young Master Zhang, how imposing you are. Do you still remember who I am?" Yi Jun's voice was low, his gaze icy as it bore into Zhang Yujie. In an instant, Zhang Yujie's expression shifted dramatically. What? How is it you?" His words faltered, his face paling, for he had bellowed so loudly that he had failed to notice Yi Jun standing amidst the crowd. "I happened to come today to treat Director Hu's father, and unexpectedly found you here, behaving so brazenly, disturbing my patient's rest," Yi Jun remarked with a calm demeanor. Yet each word struck terror into Zhang Yujie's heart. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to how the esteemed physician Yi Jun could possibly know Zhang Yujie. What connection could they share? I didn't expect to see you again so soon after yesterday's lesson," Zhang Yujie stammered, now bizarrely positioned as a doctor himself. Where could he seek justice in this predicament? "I didn't mean to, but I suddenly have a stomachache. Let us leave this matter here. I want to hold Hu Wenzhong accountable. I shall take my leave." "Stop right there." Yi Jun's brow furrowed slightly, his voice as cold as before, compelling Zhang Yujie to halt, dread piercing his heart. "Big brother, do you have further matters to discuss? What did I tell you yesterday? Do not provoke me again, or you shall face dire consequences. You have disturbed my patient, and we have yet to settle this matter. What do you intend to do?" Zhang Yujie was drenched in sweat, terror gripping him. Why did his brother seem so fearful of Yi Jun? He had always been fearless. The others present were increasingly bewildered, unable to grasp the true nature of their relationship. Chapter 34. A Humbling Experience. Yi Jun remained silent for a moment, savoring the fear within Zhang Yujie's heart. Every second of silence deepened the dread. "First, you must apologize to my patient. You are the junior, he is the elder. You must show the proper respect until I'm satisfied, or bear the consequences." "Very well, I shall do so." "Second, you must apologize to Director Hu and guarantee that you will no longer provoke him or take a single penny from him. Had you not taken money from Director Hu through your sister, she would not have sought out ill-fated items, and my patient would not have fallen ill. As a physician, I have the right to eradicate the root of my patient's suffering." "What?" Zhang Yujie, upon hearing Yi Jun's reasoning, seemed somewhat dissatisfied. perceiving it as a veiled attempt to teach him a lesson. What? Are you unwilling? Yi Jun's brow furrowed, causing Zhang Yujie to shake his head vehemently. No, no. I am willing. You have the final say, big brother. Furthermore, it is imperative that you relinquish any possessions that do not rightfully belong to you and draft an acknowledgement of debt for all the funds previously spent on Hu Dao, committing to repay him in full within a week. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Upon hearing these 3 stipulations, Zhang Yujie was immediately engulfed by despair. This bitter fruit was of his own sowing, and despite his tears, he had to swallow it. Otherwise, once Yi Jun made his move, his very life would be at stake. Without waiting for Yi Jun to pose another inquiry, he resignedly nodded. Very well, I shall adhere to your directives, elder brother. Subsequently, Zhang Yujie began to execute the instructions one by one. He approached the venerable Hu, kneeling before him and bowing deeply, offering a heartfelt apology. Grandfather Hu, I am sincerely sorry for my disrespect. I, Zhang Yujie, am unworthy of being called a human for my lack of discernment. I bow before you in contrition, and I assure you that I shall be at your service for any of your needs, with the utmost respect, for you are like a grandfather to me. Once he completed this display of humility, he turned to Yi Jun, and after receiving a nod of approval, he knelt once more before Hu Wenzhong, bowing several times until he felt somewhat dazed, continuing his apologies. Brother-in-law, I acknowledge my mistakes. I was foolish and should not have squandered your money, and I regret having insulted you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. I promise to never provoke your ire again and to refrain from spending another penny of yours. When he handed over the 50,000 yuan that Zhang Wan had discreetly given him, Hu Wenzhong's expression turned ashen. He was astonished that, in such circumstances, Zhang Wan had quietly provided Zhang Yujie with a sum of money. Get out of my sight at once. I no longer wish to see either of you. Hu Wenzhong bellowed in fury after Zhang Yujie's apologies, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. At that moment, Zhang Wan fully grasped the formidable nature of Yi Jun. Initially, she had intended to beseech Yi Jun for assistance with her ailment, but observing his displeasure, she opted to refrain, obediently escorting Zhang Yujie away. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the ward gradually calmed, whose condition began to improve as well. In the eyes of all the attending physicians, Yi Jun's imposing presence had swiftly established him as a figure of extraordinary prowess. Who could have anticipated that such an ostensibly ordinary individual could instill such fear in Zhang, the scion of one of the 4 prominent families of Yinshui City, compelling him to kneel in apology without any need for force? At this very moment, prior to Yi Jun's intervention, the deputy director who had previously offended him, Li Wentao, was consumed by a sense of utter hopelessness. Yi Jun had not forgotten his intent to address Li Wentao's behavior. After attending to Hu's condition, Yi Jun's gaze suddenly fixed upon Li Wentao's countenance. A chill ran down Li Wentao's spine as he sensed an ominous premonition. Yi Shini, this Li Wentao, as the deputy director of surgery, has failed to exhibit humility, remaining arrogant and prideful, nearly delaying the treatment of patients. His transgressions are grave. I shall revoke his position at once. Such a person is unworthy of being a physician. When Lin Hai proposed, noticing Yi Jun's unwavering scrutiny of Li Wentao's eyes widened in alarm, and without hesitation, he rushed over to plead for mercy. Please, I still rely on my position as a doctor for my livelihood. Director 1, I implore you to show leniency. Yes, you. I shall never again commit such an error. I beg of you, do not dismiss me. Although today he had been arrogant and self-important, his intentions in treating patients were not malicious. Rather, his lack of skill warranted a less severe consequence. It would be more fitting to strip him of his deputy director title, allowing him to continue as an ordinary physician and further hone his craft. Yi Jun's decision not to impose the harshest punishment stemmed from the understanding that his misdeeds did not warrant such a fate. Expressing his gratitude to Yi Jun repeatedly. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, Yi Jun recalled something and smirked. Li Wentao, just before director when entered. I remember you stating that if I were a friend of his, you would eat excrement while standing on your head. Do you still recall that? I remember. Li Wentao's complexion paled, feeling helpless. Did Yi Shini truly intend for him to eat excrement? Following his remark, Yi Jun bid farewell to Wen Lin Hai and left the hospital. Hu Wenzhong bowed deeply in gratitude before his departure, taking note of Yi Jun's name. Recognizing the profound kindness he had shown, Li Wentao, however, found himself in a dire predicament. With a single command from Wen Lin Hai, he was soon presented with a pile of dog feces, forced to perform the grotesque act of eating it while standing on his head before his fellow doctors. A spectacle beyond description. After departing the hospital, Yi Jun made his way to the street lined with traditional Chinese medicine shops. He had exerted considerable physical energy that day and needed to replenish himself with herbal remedies. Yet, as he passed by the entrance of the Benchao Hall, where he had recently encountered some discord, he witnessed an astonishing scene unfolding within the apothecary. Haha, Isher, I'm not unwilling to assist you. Rather, you are overly rigid and, given your privileged background, find it difficult to lower your pride and cooperate with me. Therefore, the matter of your salary advance is not easily resolved, Jiang Dexin remarked, stroking his small mustache. His eyes glinting with a hint of menace as he spoke to Su Yisher. Dr. Jiang, I am genuinely at my wit's end, which is why I have turned to you for help. After all, I have been here for quite some time. Can you not extend me even a modicum of consideration? Su Yisher appeared to be in a predicament, pleading earnestly with Jiang Dexin. Chapter 35. The despicable Jiang Dexin maintained an air of arrogant indifference, shaking his head. Of course not. While your tenure here has not been short, your contributions to Benchao Hall have been minimal. Since the last incident where you assisted that brat Yi Jun, I have refrained from dismissing you outright, which should be considered favor. What more do you desire? I suggest you heed my advice. If you simply accompany me for a while, I could advance you not just 1 month's salary, but even half a year's. What do you say? His gaze toward Su Yisher grew increasingly lecherous. Deep down, he had long contemplated dismissing her, but he was reluctant to part with such an exquisite young woman, gentle as water and exceedingly understanding. It is truly regrettable to let her go. Yet retaining her at the herbal hall would merely squander a position. After all, she possesses a kind heart, wishing to give medicine freely to every patient. With her presence, the herbal hall is destined for demise. Thus, a devious thought began to take root in his mind. If he could cultivate a relationship with her, it would serve his interests while allowing her to earn a living. Unfortunately, the girl remained impervious to his advances, feigning ignorance despite his subtle hints. Today, with her approaching him for assistance, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Dr. Jiang, please conduct yourself appropriately. You are a married man, and I'm merely a young girl. I will never acquiesce to your demands. You would do well to abandon this line of thought. If you truly refuse to advance any compensation, consider my previous words unheard. I shall return to work now. Su Yisher felt a twinge of discontent. How could she be unaware of Jiang Dexin's intentions? Initially, she regarded him as a responsible physician, but as days passed, she discerned a complete lack of medical ethics and basic decency in him. The last patient, a woman suffering from adenoma, had been subjected to his inappropriate inquiries, with him attempting to take advantage of her vulnerability. Had the patient not sensed his unethical demeanor and fled, he might have succeeded in his vile intentions. Unwilling to comply? You truly lack awareness, but today, you shall not escape. Suddenly, Jiang Dexin summoned an unexpected boldness, standing up and forcibly pulling Su Yisher towards the inner examination room, seemingly intent on imposing his will upon her. At that moment, Yi Jun, standing outside, felt a chill wash over him. Shameless scoundrel, you shall pay for this. With a fierce determination, Yi Jun rushed into the herbal hall, making a beeline for the examination room. Upon flinging the door open, he beheld Su Yisher pinned down by Jiang Dexin, his hands inappropriately attempting to tear her clothing. Su Yisher, lacking the strength to resist him, could only scream, but Jiang Dexin covered her mouth. Release me. With one hand gripping his collar and the other clenched into a fist, Yi Jun struck Jiang Dexin with a powerful blow, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Miss Yisher, are you unharmed? Yi Jun hurried to her side, assisting her to her feet, concern etched on his face. Dr. Yi, thank you. Su Yisher felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She had narrowly escaped the clutches of that beast. At that moment, her clothing remained unfastened, and, as Yi Jun glanced down, he inadvertently caught sight of a hint of white at her neckline, causing his eyes to widen. Quickly averting his gaze, he said, It's nothing. It's the least I could do. Miss Yisher, please secure your clothing. Oh, right. Su Yisher then realized why Yi Jun appeared flustered and hastily covered her chest with her hand while adjusting her attire. Yi Jun opposes Jiang Dexin, his expression fierce as he seized him by the collar. Jiang Dexin, who would have thought that after our last encounter, you would show no sign of remorse. Instead, escalating your vile behavior towards Miss Yisher, it is utterly despicable. Yi Jun, what arrogance! Do you truly believe you've performed an act of heroism, garnering praise from old Chun, to be deemed a divine healer? I refuse to accept that. Jiang Dexin's face flushed crimson as he glared furiously at Yi Jun, his voice booming with indignation. Dissatisfied? Today, I shall make you submit. Yi Jun, without uttering much, swiftly raised his right hand, aligning his middle and index fingers, and executed a rapid series of precise strikes on Zhang's acupoints, employing the 8 channels connecting finger technique. This method involves unblocking all the tendons and meridians within a person, utilizing fingers in place of needles, demanding extraordinary skill and utmost precision. A moment's carelessness could result in the severance of one's meridians. The 8 channels connecting finger technique? Jiang Dexian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony inflicted by Yi Jun, his face contorted in a grotesque mix of surprise and stammering disbelief. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he was aware of this technique, a long-lost art recorded only in ancient texts, and he could assert that no one in the present era could master it. Even in antiquity, when the technique was still practiced, its users were exceedingly rare. Ancient texts state, the 8 channels connecting finger technique is a divine needle of its time. One must practice from childhood for 2 hours daily. With exceptional talent, one might achieve minor success by the age of 50. With lesser talent, even at 70. All efforts will be in vain. Observing Yi Jun's deft execution, it was evident that he was intimately familiar with the technique. As Yi Jun delivered the 5th strike, Jiang Dexian could no longer contain his suffering. His eyes bulged, and he let out a piercing scream, veins bulging, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Yi Jun continued unrelentingly, completing all 9 strikes, and Jiang Dexian succumbed to unconsciousness from the torment. Dr. Yi, what has happened to him? Why did he faint? Is he going to be all right? Su Yishur, witnessing Jiang Dexian's collapse, approached with a hint of concern in her voice. Rest assured, he will not come to harm. This technique inflicts only intense pain on a healthy individual, with no significant side effects. However, in certain aspects, he may find himself unable to rise again. Yi Jun replied with a cold smirk, feeling that justice had been served. He then turned to leave the pharmacy with Su Yishur, inquiring earnestly, Miss Yishur, I seem to overhear you discussing an advance on wages with Jiang Dexian at the entrance. What transpired? Given Su Yishur's background, such a request for an advance seemed unlikely. If it had occurred, there must be a pressing reason behind it. Yi Jun surmised that it was likely connected to her Aunt May. It's a long story. Ever since you left, Dr. Yi, my standing in the Su family has plummeted. Mei Xiaohua deliberately severed my income, claiming she would tend to my father's illness and procure the necessary medicine. I wished to personally acquire the medicine for my father, but upon reviewing the prescription, I found several ingredients to be exceedingly rare and costly. I found myself in a dire situation, which is why Su Yishur explained, her voice trailing off. At this point, Yi Jun understood the entirety of the situation. As he had suspected, this predicament was orchestrated by Mei Xiaohua. Given that Miss Yishur had been driven to such desperation, he could not stand idly by. Chapter 36. A fortuitous encounter with Mei Xiaohua. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jun produced a card from his possession and handed it directly to Su Yishur, stating plainly, Miss Yishur, this card was given to me by you after I treated your father. I now return it to you for the purpose of purchasing medicine for him. No, absolutely not, she protested. Not only would her father object, but accepting it would also weigh heavily on her conscience. Please do not misunderstand, Miss Yishur. You may consider this money as a loan from me. When you're financially stable in the future, you can repay me. Yi Jun had a basic understanding of Su Yishur and her character. However, she hesitated momentarily. After careful consideration, it seemed there was no alternative to Yi Jun's proposition. After several seconds of silence, she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall regard this money as a loan, and I promise to repay it. With his current financial situation, Yi Jun had no concerns regarding basic necessities. The 50 million from selling the jade remained untouched. Coincidentally, he also needed to purchase medicine, and the herbal dispensary conveniently stocked the items they required. Yi Jun found himself puzzled, recalling that Jiang Dexian had been dismissed by Old Chun for his previous mistakes. The owner of this medical establishment was indeed Old Chun. After his departure, Jiang Dexian seized the opportunity to rent the premises and established his own traditional Chinese medicine clinic, renaming the original establishment to Herbal Hall. Su Yishur had initially planned to resign, but unexpectedly, Mei Xiaohua had abruptly severed her income source. She could only rely on her meager salary to buy medicine for her father, a sum insufficient for even that. Leaving outright would mean waiting until the following month for her salary, making her father's medicine payments even more unattainable. Thus, today's scene unfolded. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, every individual harbors their own burdens, and none are without struggles. As for the matter concerning Old Chen's clinic, Yi Jun speculated that Jiang Daxian had likely orchestrated a scheme to retaliate against Old Chun. Understanding Old Chen's character, he had presumably bribed the former landlord to provoke Old Chun into closing the establishment. Consequently, he could exploit the original clinic's reputation to attract numerous customers, which explained the similarity in names between his new pharmacy and the previous one. Truly a cunning and devious individual. Yi Jun silently cursed under his breath and turned to Su Yishe, advising her directly, "Miss Yishe, from today onward, there is no need for you to continue working with Jiang Daxian. I will find an opportunity to speak with Old Chun about securing a position for you at one of his other clinics." Really? Su Yishe's face lit up with joy, and she expressed her gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. I shall rely on you for my employment. There's no need for thanks. First, let's collect some medicine." Yi Jun replied with a gentle smile, reciting several names of herbs for Su Yishe to gather. 1 ounce of fongfeng, 2 ounces of huanqin, 2 ounces of baizhu. "Doctor Yi, who are you preparing these remedies for?" They all seemed to be for invigorating qi. As she measured the herbs, her curiosity prompted her to inquire further. "These are for my neighbor. Just follow my instructions and gather them accordingly," Yi Jun replied, withholding the full truth, as this prescription was typically utilized by middle-aged and elderly individuals, rather uncommon for someone of his age. Oh, Su Yishe did not inquire further. She carefully packaged the medicine for Yi Jun and personally handed it to him, subsequently locating her father's medication and weighing it out one by one. Before departing, Su Yishe refrained from swiping her card or accepting any payment from Yi Jun. The reason being, she felt that Jiang Daxian must compensate for the actions he had taken against her today. Furthermore, he still owed her over half a month's salary, which she decided to offset with the medicine Yi Jun had in his possession. After all, Yi Jun had assisted her considerably, and such gestures of gratitude were necessary. The card Yi Jun lent her was sufficient to cover her father's medication expenses for the upcoming days. As the two prepared to part ways after acquiring the medicine, Su Yishe's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. "Aunt May?" Yi Jun abruptly halted and followed her gaze. "Well, Su Yishe, have you once again pilfered money from home to buy medicine for your father? I have already frozen your bank card. Where did you acquire the funds for the medication?" Before Su Yishe could respond, the sharp-eyed Mei Xiaohua spotted her from a distance and came over shouting, "Aunt May, what do you mean by that? I'm also a member of the Su family, and using family funds cannot be deemed as theft. Moreover, the money I used to purchase the medicine was not from the family at all." Su Yishe remained oblivious to the incessant thoughts swirling in Mei Xiaohua's mind. "Oh, not using family money? Then how did you procure your medicine?" "Su Yishe, your intentions are transparent to me. You are solely aiming to monopolize the Su family fortune, and thus, your motives are far from innocent." Mei Xiaohua approached, glaring fiercely at Su Yishe, while Yi Jun's expression darkened slightly. "I have not. Everything I do is for my father's health. He is still young, and once he recovers, the family fortune will rightfully belong to him. Why would I covet it?" Su Yishe argued back with unwavering determination. Spare me the pretense. I do not believe a word you say. You would do well to hand over any remaining money you have on you, and also surrender the medicine in your possession. As for Yuan Zhou, I, as his wife, will naturally take care of him. There is no need for you, the deceitful daughter, to meddle." Mei Xiaohua crossed her arms, her gaze filled with disdain, as if she did not regard Su Yishe at all. "You'll take care of him? May I inquire how you plan to do so?" At that moment, Yi Jun, who had been standing at a distance, began to walk toward them. "I arrived before you, Miss Su, before you gather the medicine." Yi Jun's expression was grim, as if he intended to confront her. Chapter 37. Evidence I Possess. "Oh, I see now. The medicine in Su Yishe's hand was procured by you, Yi Jun. Did you think that by curing Yuan Zhou's illness, you would be hailed as a hero in the Su family? Did you even entertain the notion of rescuing the fair maiden to win her affection, only to conspire with her over the Su family fortune?" Mei Xiaohua's acerbic expression vividly portrayed that of a scheming woman, especially upon seeing Yi Jun approach. She was apprehensive that he might join forces with Su Yishe to intimidate her, prompting her to speak first in a bid to assert her dominance. Yi Jun could scarcely believe her eyes. How could a woman, driven by mere inheritance, degrade herself to such an extent? Was her mind occupied solely with avarice and the slander of others? Such a person is truly pitiable. Do you think everyone is like you?" Yi Jun remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing her lips as she met the woman's gaze unwaveringly. With a clear conscience, she declared, "Everything you said and did at the Su residence last time, I witnessed it all. The one who covets the family fortune is not Miss Yishe, but you. Beside her, Su Yishur was taken aback, looking at Yi Jun with astonishment. Mei Xiao he felt a wave of panic surge within her, and she shouted frantically, "Stop your nonsense. I am Yuan Zhou's wife. How could I possibly covet his wealth? To put it bluntly, even if Yuan Zhou were gone, I would still have my share of the estate. You're clearly guilty." Yi Jun retorted with a scornful smile, realizing that this foolish woman had so easily exposed her desires. Was not her statement a clear indication that she was indeed after the Su family's fortune? At that moment, Su Yishur began to comprehend the implications of Mei Xiao He's repeated slanders. They were merely a guise for her greed, rather than genuine concern for the Su family. "Mei, so you are this kind of woman. I once mistakenly regarded you as my stepmother, believing you were solely devoted to my father's well-being and the interests of the Su family. How naive I was to think your true aim was not to strip my father of his wealth." Su Yishur had never considered this before. As Mei Xiao, he had always outwardly displayed concern for her father and offered support in his endeavors, never once broaching the subject of money. "Huh, Su Yishi, now that you have this man, Yi Jun, by your side, you've grown bolder, haven't you? You dare to insult me? Let me tell you today Mei Xiao he, am indeed after your family's fortune. So what? You should know that your father trusts me, not you. His care for me surpasses yours by far." Mei Xiao he, provoked repeatedly, began to flaunt her supposed superiority, aiming to instill psychological pressure on Su Yishur, hoping she would relinquish any claim to family assets. In truth, Su Yishur had never harbored intentions of usurping the family fortune. All this was merely a label imposed upon her by Mei Xiao he and a multitude of relatives. What filled her heart now was not ambition, but sorrow and anger. How could her father be enamored with such a duplicitous woman? "Mei Xiao he, I truly misjudged you. Su Yishi, swear I will not allow you to succeed. I will persuade my father to expel you from the Su family, ensuring you receive nothing." Su Yishi Kudanchit had feasts, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Huh, just you? I am eager to see how a mere girl like you intends to drive me out of the Su family. Is that so? What if I told you that I recorded everything you just said to Miss Yishur on my phone?" At this critical moment, Yi Jun interjected once again. Mei Xiao He's expression changed dramatically, her tone suddenly anxious. "What did you say? You recorded it?" Now flustered, she realized it was too late. It was all her own folly that had led her to speak the truth under Yi Jun's provocation. Yi Jun retrieved his phone from his pocket and turned his gaze toward Su Yishur. "Miss Yishur, please retain this piece of evidence. While it may not directly expel her from the Su family, it is sufficient to help you establish your position within the family." "Thank you, Dr. Yi. I am truly grateful," Su Yishur replied, her heart swelling with emotion. She had not anticipated Yi Jun's meticulousness. His assistance was not only crucial for her standing in the Su family, but also a significant favor, one that she felt deeply indebted for. "There's no need for gratitude. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Yi Jun stated succinctly before departing. Once he was gone, Mei Xiaohua's demeanor shifted dramatically. All traces of disdain vanished as she approached Su Yishur with a feigned smile, bowing slightly. "Yishur, I must admit, it was my fault earlier. Is it possible for you to refrain from handing that evidence over to your father? I assure you, I will never bully you again, nor will I covet the Su family's wealth." "Enough, Mei Xiaohua. Let me go." Su Yishur seethed with fury, forcefully shaking off Mei Xiaohua's grasp and striding down the street. Hailing a cab that sped towards the Su family's villa, Mei Xiaohua stood there, a portrait of despair, momentarily stunned. Yet, a flicker of malice ignited in her eyes. As she silently vowed, "Su Yishur, Su Yuanzhou, just wait. Mei Xiaohua, would not concede so easily." Yi Jun departed from the medical street, making his way towards Guzhen Street. While oral medications are effective, their effects are fleeting. To achieve a more thorough recovery, a medicinal bath is the optimal solution. Luckily, he had a large wooden tub at home, typically used for storing rice, which had remained empty due to a lack of provisions. As the water boiled, he added various medicinal herbs to the tub, mixing in hot and cold water until the temperature was just right. He then removed his clothing piece by piece and stepped into the bath, relishing in the sensation that soothed his muscles and replenished his energy. Leaning back against the tub, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to unwind. Chapter 38. Brother Jun, are you taking a bath? In the office on the second floor of the Duyin Pavilion, a burly man, scarred and formidable in appearance, stood before Sister Jean, reporting, "I've gathered all the information you requested. The individual who initiated the Emperor Green Jade transaction at our shop is surnamed Yi, given name Jun, residing at 23 Guzhen Street. He tends to keep to himself, but has a good rapport with the Mi family next door. Moreover, He has rendered assistance to the Su family and possesses knowledge of medicine and gem appraisal. Both Elder Fong and Elder Chun are acquainted with him. Oh, an appraiser. Knowledgeable in medicine and familiar with Elder Fong and Elder Chun. This person is indeed remarkable, Sister Jean mused, a cigar dangling from her lips. Her posture relaxed, yet her expression cold. Is there anything else? She inquired, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke as she turned her attention back to the burly man. The robust man pondered for a moment before nodding, stating, indeed, this Yi Jun possesses a frosty demeanor, yet his heart is commendable. He is quite honorable in his dealings. However, to offend him would not yield a favorable outcome. When he strikes, he is merciless and will not grant anyone a plea for mercy. He is loyal and principled, which is admirable. Jean Ju nodded thoughtfully, observing the remnants of her cigar before extinguishing it, and continued to inquire, where does he frequent? And does he encounter any challenges that he cannot surmount? The man scratched the back of his head, responding somewhat hesitantly. His haunts are rather few. Aside from Gujan Street and the hospital, I have yet to see him frequent any other places. As for his troubles, perhaps the matter of purchasing a home counts? Purchasing a home? Jean Gio furrowed her brow slightly. Yes, during my last covert follow-up, I inadvertently overheard his desire to acquire a residence on Gujan Street. However, upon investigation, I discovered that the area is predominantly inhabited by the elderly, and there are scarcely any vacant properties. For him, acquiring a home there seems nearly impossible. He would consider properties elsewhere. The robust man reflected earnestly. Indeed, Sister Jean. He nodded in agreement, and upon seeing Jean Gio gesture for him to leave, he took his leave. Jean Gio rose gracefully, her fair and exquisite long legs revealed as she sauntered to an ancient window, gazing thoughtfully at the scenery below. Approximately 2 hours later, Yi Jun's bathwater had gradually cooled. He shivered slightly, awakening from a deep slumber. Noticing the clock on the wall had passed 3 o'clock, he sighed, my body is truly in a fragile state. 3 hours in the medicinal bath has led to such profound sleep. He contemplated rising to change the water and indulge in a few more hours of comfort, but just as he set his feet outside the tub to replenish the water, a figure rushed in from outside. With a loud bang, the door swung open without a knock, and a graceful silhouette entered, immediately spotting the bath-drenched Yi Jun. A piercing scream erupted as Mi Donger turned crimson and quickly averted her gaze, calling out to Yi Jun, Brother Jun, what on earth are you doing? Why are you bathing in the middle of the day? If not in here, where else would I bathe? Yi Jun replied, for his residence lacked a bathing facility. In places like Gujan Street, baths were taken outside in open-air bathing establishments, shielded by fabric curtains. Oh, enough of that. Quickly get dressed. I have a delightful place to take you. All right, then you should step outside and wait for me, Yi Jun said, being a man of the Ming Dynasty, naturally more bashful about matters of intimacy than modern women. After ushering Mi Donger out, he refrained from continuing his bath, dried himself, dressed, and gradually emerged from his quarters. Donger, where are you taking me? Yi Jun asked as he noticed Mi Donger sipping tea alone at the shaded stone table in the courtyard. You're out. Weren't you just mentioning wanting to buy a home? I've inquired and discovered a traditional villa for sale not far from my residence. We can go take a look. Mi Donger's eyes sparkled with delight, seemingly more jubilant than Yi Jun, who was in the process of purchasing a home. Is that so? An ancient villa? That certainly warrants a visit. Yi Jun's spirits lifted instantly, but before they could set off, he paused, recalling something that made him stop Mi Donger. Wait a moment, Donger. I am still unaware of the property prices along Antique Street. Are they exorbitant or reasonable? I've heard that in the city, prices start at around 20 to 30,000 per square meter. Given the vibrancy of this area, I assume the prices here aren't modest. Are they? Well, they aren't cheap. But I believe your finances should suffice, Mi Donger replied. In truth, she had little understanding of property values. The house she lived in was a legacy from her father. Being young, she hadn't concerned herself with such matters, preferring simply to enjoy each day. Yi Jun nodded slightly and followed her toward the villa that was up for sale. Antique Street had been meticulously approved by the city's housing department as a historical precinct, recognized as a cultural heritage site. Its location was central within the city, and property prices were not determined by square meters, but rather by the price of entire standalone structures. For an ordinary ancient-style house like Mi's, which measured around 150 square meters and boasted average decor, the asking price had already reached 5 to 6 million. This was in a less central part of the street. A property in the heart of the thoroughfare would command at least 7 to 8 million. The villa that Mi Donger referred to was situated right in the center of the street and was an extraordinarily luxurious and opulent standalone residence. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, It presented an exquisite facade with an antique-style grand entrance. Inside, there were pavilions, flowing streams, a private lotus pond, winding stone paths, and various ancient rooms crafted from mahogany and rosewood. This villa was steeped in history, tracing back to the most ancient of dynasties, even to the Song dynasty, when it served as the residence of a high-ranking official. After enduring the test of time and multiple renovations across generations, it appeared even more magnificent and aesthetically pleasing than before. Remarkably, it still preserved numerous historical artifacts, including wall murals and structures that, despite weathering, retained their beauty and grandeur. The valuation of such an ancient villa transcended numerical estimation. These properties were often classified as cultural relics, and as time progressed, their worth only increased. The previous owner was a prominent businessman in Yinshui City, who had acquired it through auction for a staggering $2 billion. Today, it was on the market, drawing affluent individuals with a keen interest in such architectural marvels, leading to fierce competition among prospective buyers. Chapter 39. The Zhou family sells their house. As Yi Jun and Mi Dong made their way, they soon arrived at the vicinity of the standalone ancient villa for sale. Before they could approach, they noticed a throng gathered, surpassing even the crowds in front of the antique vendors lining the street. Wow, I can't believe Boss Zhou is selling such a relic-level villa. Indeed, it is said that this villa dates back to the Song dynasty. Whoever possesses it essentially holds a treasure, akin to a money tree that appreciates in value without any effort. I cannot fathom why Mr. Zhou would choose to sell such a magnificent estate. More importantly, who can afford it? Apart from the affluent individuals present, we are merely spectators. A crowd gathered at the villa's entrance, gesturing animatedly while engaged in discussions. Yi Jun, overhearing the conversations around him, shook his head and tugged at Mi Donger's hand, saying, "Donga, I believe we have come in vain." From their tone, this villa seems rather expensive, and I fear my funds are insufficient. Come now, Jun, do not heed their mindless chatter. They clearly lack understanding. It is merely an old house. What could it possibly be worth? Me Dong retorted, holding here ice in disdain. Just then, a familiar figure approached from a distance, wearing a mocking expression. Well, if it isn't Mi Donger, your financial prowess may be lacking, but your bravado is quite bold. How dare you claim this villa is worth so little? Indeed, what's it to you? My Jun has plenty of wealth. What do you know, country bumpkin? Mi Donger shot back, her irritation palpable upon seeing the individual, who was none other than Sun Weichen, the wealthy young man who had previously sold counterfeit antiques to Uncle Mi and attempted to frame Yi Jun. Please do enlighten us, Sun Weichen smirked, shaking his head dismissively. Let me tell you, not just Yi Jun, but even if you combine the entirety of the Mi family's assets, you couldn't afford even a door of this villa. Come now, Sun Weichen, you speak nonsense. Do tell us, how much is this house worth? Mi Donger queried, hoping to glean some insight into the villa's true value. How much? I fear the answer might shock you. Mr. Zhou acquired this villa for $2 billion at auction a decade ago, and its current value is approximately $200 million. So what do you two have to say now? Sun Weichen concluded, raising an eyebrow in arrogance. How much did you say? Mi Donger gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Jun, too, inhaled sharply. The price of this villa far exceeded the worth of anything in his possession, equating to 4 times the value he carried. Even if he were to engage in a game of stone gambling, he would need to uncover 4 exquisite pieces of Imperial green jade. The difficulty of finding such a stone was not lost on Yi Jun. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck, as that particular stone was a rare gem from the Ming Dynasty, perceived as worthless in modern times. Yet he had discerned its exceptional imperial green structure with clarity, allowing him to extract a fully green piece. Thus, he resigned himself to the notion that this villa was simply beyond his reach. Startled are we? This villa stands as the most valuable relic on this antique street, a possession only attainable by the exceedingly affluent, and among the many magnates present, you can merely gaze in envy. Sun Weichen continued his self-satisfied exposition, casting a disparaging glance at Mi Donger and her companion, as if to imply that he could indeed afford it. What is 500 million? We cannot purchase it. Can you? You're no different from me, just a bunch of paupers. In a moment of cleverness, Mi Donger shot a disdainful look at Sun Weichen. You. Sun Weichen was momentarily taken aback, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, with the Sun family's resources, acquiring this villa was virtually impossible. Their total assets barely surpassed 100 million, much of which consisted of items rather than liquid cash. Before long, the grand doors of the villa swung open. A man, clad in formal attire and appearing to be around 50, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, slowly emerged. Boss Zhou has appeared. Wow, so this is Boss Zhou. He certainly exudes wealth. The audience expressed their delight and admiration. In terms of financial prowess, Boss Zhou far surpassed most of the other entrepreneurs present. For ordinary citizens, encounters with Boss Zhou were exceedingly rare. Even those residing nearby seldom caught a glimpse of him more than a few times a year. Boss Zhou, known as Zhou Shulai, is a prominent merchant in Yinshui City, with a conglomerate that commands a substantial share of the market, encompassing hotels, resorts, shopping malls, real estate, factories, and more. Moreover, it is said that he is affiliated with the Jin family. The Jin family, the foremost of the four great families in Yinshui City, wields wealth and power that reach the heavens, something beyond the aspirations of ordinary people. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I, Zhou, seek to find a fated individual to take over my villa. As I grow older, this villa, situated far from my residence, is a burden I can no longer attend to. For those who appreciate this property, feel free to take a look inside. Once you have viewed it, should you be interested, we can sit down and discuss further. Zhou Shulai spoke with a benevolent smile, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Someone of his stature would never reveal the true motives behind selling a property, and no one would be overly concerned. The essence of the matter lay in his desire to sell and the presence of potential buyers. Yet, the attendees were still unaware of the price, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Someone boldly inquired, "Boss Zhou, may I ask what your intended selling price for this villa is?" Others nodded in agreement, filled with curiosity and anticipation. As I mentioned, I am seeking a fated individual to take over. As long as there is a connection between us, the price is negotiable. Please, take your time to view the house. Zhou Shulai refrained from quoting a price, intensifying the intrigue among the crowd. Some began to doubt Zhou Shulai's sincerity in selling, while others speculated that his reluctance to disclose the price might indicate he was unwilling to sell at a loss. Certainly, there are those who seek to take advantage of the situation, fantasizing that they are the chosen ones. Mr. Zhou, with his vast wealth and influence, may indeed not be motivated by money. Consequently, those who initially felt hopeless and were reluctant to view the property now harbor a glimmer of hope. Regardless of wealth, everyone begins to flock inside. Junge, let us also venture in. I am curious to witness the interior, Mi Dong urged, tugging at Yi Jun's sleeve. Chapter 40. Purchasing a house. What difference does it make to witness? Can you afford such a place? This villa was not intended for individuals like you. Do you genuinely believe you are among Mr. Zhou's chosen? Sun Weichun interjected, deriding Yi Jun and Mi Donger while adjusting his tailored suit, striding confidently toward the villa. Yi Jun paid him no heed and, noticing Mi Donger's eagerness to enter, nodded in agreement and accompanied her inside. I apologize, sir, but you are not permitted to enter the villa. Please observe from outside. A subordinate of Zhou Shulai suddenly obstructed Sun Weichun as he approached the entrance. What? I'm not allowed to enter? Why is that? Sun Weichun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. With so many individuals entering, many of whom were less distinguished than himself, and with the Zhou family offering no objections, he wondered why he was being turned away. More importantly, he witnessed Yi Jun and Mi Donger confidently stride past him, laughing and chatting, with no one stopping them, which incited his displeasure. Mr. Zhou, look at those two. They're allowed entry dressed as they are, yet I am not? Surely, I deserve an explanation. Sun Weichun protested, his voice tinged with indignation. How audacious! What gives you the right to demand an explanation from our Mr. Zhou? A burly figure clad in black glared at Sun Weichun, causing him to tremble inwardly. Please vacate the premises immediately, or we shall not treat you kindly. With another stern command, Sun Weichun obediently fell silent. Given his status, he dared not challenge Zhou Shulai. He was scarcely worthy even to shine his shoes. After Mr. Zhou entered, two imposing figures were stationed at the entrance to guard it. Truly, what arrogance! If I am not permitted to enter, so be it. Who cares for your dilapidated mansion? He scoffed inwardly. And you two, surnamed Yi and me, do not get too carried away, even if you gain entry. What does it matter? A toad wishing to feast upon a swan. Sun Weichun wrestled with feelings of unfairness, unable to comprehend why Yi Jun and Mi Donger were granted entry while he was not. Moreover, amidst the crowd, it was only he whom Zhou Shulai had barred from entering. A chilling breeze swept by, heightening his embarrassment as nearby antiquities vendors and curious onlookers began to mock him. Within the villa, all who entered were captivated, meticulously exploring the grandeur before them. Regardless of their status, everyone was compelled to express their awe at such an imposing edifice, engaging in fervent discussions. Indeed, this is a relic from the Ming Dynasty, they exclaimed. Just look at the decorations and carvings. They are remarkably lifelike. Certainly, to me, this residence is not merely for living, but for preservation, one remarked. Huh, do you truly believe you could afford to live here? Another scoffed. And you there? Kindly refrain from touching. If you break anything, the cost would be exorbitant. Look at you so timid. As if this wall could simply crumble at a touch, came the retort from a fellow observer. A group of ordinary individuals ambled about, their demeanor reminiscent of country folk visiting the city for the first time. In contrast, the affluent potential buyers displayed utmost decorum, refraining from needless contact and stepping carefully, their discussions centering on architectural structure and its intended purposes, revealing a more discerning appreciation. June, this house is quite impressive, far larger than our own, and the environment is delightful, akin to a small park, remarked Mi Dong-er as she strolled alongside Yi-jun. Yi-jun, gazing at the elegantly tranquil structure, mused internally, marveling at the four walls adorned with genuine artifacts from the Song era. The stone tables and benches, pavilions, and towers showcased materials and craftsmanship that starkly contrasted with modern construction techniques. Even the intricate carvings on the pavilions, though some had faded with time, vividly depicted scenes of flowing streams and flora and fauna, encapsulating the essence of antiquity. Walking along the villa's paths evoked a profound connection with nature. The architectural styles were diverse, featuring both low-hipped and high-gabled roofs, with the main hall and side chambers distinctly separated. Some renovated sections appeared remarkably fresh, with vermilion-painted platforms towering over 2 meters, adorned with grand golden dragon columns that exuded an air of opulence. As they meandered down the scenic route, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall, where an impressive row of dragon-headed water spouts hung high on the side walls, each cradling a large white orb. Though somewhat weathered, one could not help but admire the ingenuity of ancient craftsmanship. While the exterior bore the marks of age, the interior boasted contemporary decorations, as it was designed for habitation. The furnishings, crafted from redwood and rosewood, alongside renowned calligraphy and paintings, dazzled the senses, leaving onlookers in awe. At that moment, Zhou Shulai had prepared a tea banquet within the main hall, eagerly anticipating the guest's arrival. Ha! How do you find the place, everyone? Does this house meet your approval? Zhou Shulai inquired, his laughter resonating as he sipped his tea. Indeed, Zhou, your ancient-style villa is unparalleled, a true cultural treasure of Yinshui City. One guest exclaimed. Absolutely, Zhou. The location of this villa is superb, constructed in accordance with the auspicious principles of feng shui, ensuring wealth and wellness, without a flaw, another added, nodding in agreement. The opulent decor within this room, adorned with countless authentic antiques, unequivocally reveals that Mr. Zhou is a connoisseur of antiquities, possessing both taste and elegance, qualities that leave us feeling inadequate in comparison. The attendees were fervently praising Zhou Shulai, eager to win his favor and become the fortunate ones of the day. Zhou Shulai, with a beaming smile, was visibly delighted by their compliments. After a brief moment, he raised his hand gently and remarked, "Your generous words bring me great comfort, yet they bear little relevance to the person I seek today." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present froze momentarily. None could fathom the nature of the fortunate person Zhou spoke of. After a brief silence, Zhou Shulai suddenly clapped his hands, and from the hall's entrance emerged a tall, exquisitely beautiful young woman clad in a qipao. She gracefully approached, holding a tray made of rosewood, draped with a piece of golden silk fabric. Her face adorned with a subtle smile as she elegantly strode forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, the item this young lady brings forth is the key to discerning whether you are fated to connect with me, Zhou Shulai, and this splendid villa." Zhou Shulai spoke slowly, his gaze shifting toward the qipao-clad beauty. "You may now unveil the golden silk." "Yes, boss," she replied with a smile, nodding as she delicately extended her fair hand. As she gazed at the expectant crowd, she gradually lifted the silk cloth. All eyes were fixed intently on her graceful hand, and, as her fingers moved aside the fabric, a brilliant crimson light burst forth from the tray. Upon it lay a jade bracelet, saturated with a vivid red hue, as if stained by blood. Within its crimson depths, numerous delicate veins appeared, reflecting the sunlight that streamed into the room, enhancing the bracelet's resplendent color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if this jade were alive, an exceedingly rare gem in the world. Could this be the legendary blood jade? Gasped one of the onlookers, fixated on the stone. The attendees, all possessing some knowledge of antiquities, would not have developed such a deep fondness for this ancient residence or paid a substantial price for it otherwise. Their expressions shifted to astonishment, disbelief evident in their eyes. Blood jade is not a naturally occurring stone. Rather, it is jade that has absorbed the essence of blood. According to legend, when a person is buried, jade is placed in the mouth of the deceased, where it remains for years, gradually being infused with blood through the veins. Such jade is exceedingly rare, both in contemporary and historical markets, even if one were fortunate enough to encounter it. 9 out of 10 pieces are artificially dyed and commonly referred to as blood-infused jade. The piece that Sun Wei-Chin had previously brought to defame Yi Jun was, in fact, an inferior quality blood jade created through artificial infusion techniques. Generally, those who engage in deception do not completely dye the stones, for genuine blood jade, when infused with even a trace of authentic blood, escalates in value far beyond that of ordinary jade. The more it is infused, the rarer it becomes. Naturally, the greater the amount of artificially infused blood, the higher the likelihood of it being identified as a counterfeit. The piece of blood jade before us is entirely permeated with a sanguine hue, transformed into a vibrant red stone. Should it be genuine, its worth would be immeasurable. Given Zhou Shulai's esteemed position, he would not present a counterfeit jade for public viewing. Thus, it is highly probable that this jade is authentic. Nevertheless, the attendees remain perplexed as to the significance of Zhou Shulai showcasing this piece of blood jade. Indeed, the gentleman's assertion is accurate. The jade in the tray is indeed a rare millennium-old blood jade. Zhou Shulai finally spoke again, his smile unwavering as he calmly elucidated. I trust those present are aware of the reputed spiritual properties of blood jade. Today, I present this piece to harness its essence in selecting individuals of fate. What? Selecting individuals using the spiritual properties of blood jade? The previously vocal gentleman displayed astonishment. Was Zhou Shulai serious? Although legends speak of the jade's mystical qualities, no one has attempted such a practice. He dares to offer a priceless ancient villa as a sacrifice. Using jade to choose individuals? How many possess such audacity? Most importantly, this stone does not possess the ability to speak, even if it does have a spirit. How could it communicate its choices? Including Yi Jun, who was equally astonished upon hearing Zhou Shulai's words. He was well versed in the tales of blood jade and, during the Ming Dynasty, had the fortune of personally encountering a piece presented to the emperor by a feudal lord, which he had meticulously appraised. That piece possessed superior quality compared to the one Zhou Shulai displayed today. With his expertise, he could discern the authenticity of blood jade at a glance, and he was certain that Zhou Shulai's piece was indeed genuine. However, he had never witnessed the claimed spiritual properties in practice, leaving him uncertain about the reliability of this method. Mr. Zhou, are you truly serious? You intend to use a stone to select individuals of destiny? The gentleman who had previously spoken raised a direct inquiry. Indeed, you may consider my proposition audacious, given that the spiritual properties of jade are mere legend, and I cannot ascertain their efficacy. However, I stand before you today to declare that the spiritual essence of blood jade is real, for I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Upon this declaration, the audience was taken aback. It is well understood that Zhou Shulai is inherently composed, and his every word and action commands trust. After a few moments, Zhou Shulai continued to elaborate. One evening, I found myself alone amidst the pavilions, troubled by a business matter that had long weighed heavily on my mind. In a state of melancholy, I was toying with a blood jade, and coincidentally, I had a wound on my hand. A drop of blood inadvertently fell upon the jade, and suddenly, it emanated a brilliant crimson light, illuminating the entire pavilion in a radiant red hue. More remarkably, several characters seemed to materialize in my mind, providing the solution to the very conundrum that had been troubling me. Following this guidance, I executed the plan, and astonishingly, the business dilemma was resolved. Is it not curious? What? Could such a thing truly occur? The gathered owners were all astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Shulai nodded slowly, continuing, indeed. It is precisely because of this experience that I have come to believe in the mystical properties of blood jade. Today, I have brought it forth once again, hoping it will assist me in making a choice. One of the owners inquired with confusion, how does Mr. Zhou intend to utilize the blood jade to select individuals? Quite simply, this jade does not possess its mystical qualities for everyone. I have tested it, and only those with whom I share a profound connection, or my relatives, can invoke its vibrant red glow once more. Outsiders are unable to do so. What you must do is draw blood to test the stone. Each person will place a drop of their own blood from their fingertip onto the jade. If a strong red light emerges, that individual is my destined companion. If not, they are not. As Zhou Shulai concluded his method, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 42. This is utterly a deception. Yi Jun, seated amidst the crowd, felt a wave of doubt wash over him. Is what Mr. Zhou claims truly the truth? The legendary blood jade is indeed said to possess the ability to aid its master in unraveling uncertainties after recognizing its owner. If his words were merely fabrications, why would he rely on a piece of blood jade to select his destined individuals? This is most likely a mere gimmick. After all, Zhou Shulai has yet to disclose the specific selling price of this villa after identifying the destined person. If the price proves exorbitant, the gathered owners may find it unacceptable, leaving Zhou with little to lose. Esteemed colleagues, should you be willing to accept Mr. Zhou's experiment, please raise your teacups in acceptance of my humble tea offering, and we shall commence the testing. If you choose not to participate or harbor doubts regarding my words, deeming this a deception, I shall not insist. After enjoying the tea, you are free to depart. Furthermore, I must emphasize that if anyone present believes in my sincerity, and if someone truly succeeds in the test, the final transaction price of this villa will undoubtedly surpass your wildest expectations. Even a common individual here would be capable of affording it. Zhou Shulai smiled as he rose, lifting a cup of tea, speaking calmly while extending his respects to everyone. If such individuals can pass the test, how could a villa valued at over 100 million be acquired for merely a few hundred thousand? This scenario does not bode well for the affluent owners present, who had come with both sincerity and sufficient funds to purchase the villa. If in the end, a mere commoner were to stumble upon this opportunity and acquire it for a pittance, how could they find any semblance of balance within themselves? Yet, for the impoverished souls present, this news was nothing short of a monumental blessing. Exchanging a drop of blood for an entire villa was an incomparably lucrative deal. Very well, let us submit ourselves to the scrutiny of Mr. Zhou. I shall partake of this tea first. One ordinary citizen among the poor, brimming with joy, raised the cup and drank it down in one swift motion. Yi Jun and the others followed suit, offering their respects to Zhou Su and subsequently consuming their tea. Brother Jun, Mr. Zhou is indeed quite generous, utilizing a piece of jade for testing and even giving away this villa, Mi Donger exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement as she whispered to Yi Jun after taking her seat. Good fortune does not simply fall from the sky. This may very well be a ruse, so we ought not to take it too seriously. Yi Jun, having traversed time from the ancient era, had witnessed far too many realities. Even acquaintances were often untrustworthy, let alone a stranger. Thus, he could never bring himself to believe in sudden strokes of good fortune. I refuse to believe that. Mr. Zhou is a major tycoon in Yinshui City. How could he possibly deceive us? Mi Donger replied dismissively, tilting her head in skepticism. Before long, everyone had finished their tea, and the individuals began to approach the jade one by one, biting their fingers to draw blood, which they then let drop onto the blood jade. The absence of tools was twofold. Firstly, it was Mr. Zhou's way of testing their sincerity, and secondly, to guard against any malicious intent that might prompt someone to use a tool to harm him. A person of such stature would naturally exercise utmost caution. 1, 2, 3. People continued to approach and retreat, several dropping their blood onto the stone, yet the jade remained unresponsive, indifferent to both the rich and the poor alike. Throughout this process, Zhou Su maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, observing as individuals approached the jade to offer their blood. In a matter of minutes, nearly a dozen people had participated, yet still, no results were forthcoming. A wealthy businessman, disheartened, descended from the platform, nursing his finger and muttering to himself, "This must indeed be a gimmick. How could a stone possibly illuminate from blood? I must have lost my senses to have bitten my own finger, enduring pain for naught. Alas, it seems everything Mr. Zhou has said has been a deception. We should take our leave." A multitude nodded in agreement, preparing to depart. Yi Jun had yet to step forward, but witnessing the dejection of the crowd as they descended, his enthusiasm waned. He silently mused that his initial suspicions were indeed correct. Mr. Zhou's entire charade was likely a ploy to exploit their blood for testing the jade as quality. Blood jade, nourished by blood, yielded superior results compared to mere exposure to air, particularly with constant blood exchange, which provided it with extraordinary benefits. Those residing in his villa had likely already offered their blood long ago. Unable to find fresh sources, he devised this scheme. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Jun turned to meet Donger beside him and gently proposed, "Donger, let us take our leave. This place has lost its appeal. No, we have yet to ascend. Brother Jun, this is a villa worth over 100 million. If it truly works and our blood can pass the test, we would be in for a windfall." Mi Dong urged, her eyes wide with excitement. Though she was not young, her social experience was limited. She saw an opportunity and wished to seize it without hesitation. Little did she realize that her pursuit of small gains had led her to significant losses time and again, yet she remained unrepentant. Li Fun, knowing he could not dissuade her, shook his head helplessly. A few affluent passers-by observed their lingering presence and exchanged disdainful glances. Look at these poor folks, lost in their delusions, truly believing in the existence of fortuitous windfalls. Enough, let us depart. Why waste our time conversing with those blinded by greed? Mi Dong retorted, her indignation palpable. You may be wealthy, but you've all tried your hand at this. Why do you have to judge us? With a fiery glare, she whispered defiantly, cautious not to raise her voice in someone else's home. Determined, she bit her finger, letting her blood fall onto the blood jade. But it rolled off without any reaction. I told you it wouldn't work. We should leave, Leaf June said gently, stroking her head, ready to escort her away. Yet, she was not ready to concede. Suddenly, she glanced at Leaf June's finger. An idea sparked in her mind. In a swift motion, she seized his hand and bit down hard. Ah! Leaf June exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain in his finger. In an instant, Mi Dong had drawn 2 drops of his blood and, exhilarated, rushed to the blood jade, allowing his blood to fall upon it. Chapter 43. A villa worth 500,000 in that moment. The entire hall was illuminated in a brilliant red glow, the blood jade itself transforming into a radiant sun, casting a dazzling beam of crimson light that reached every corner. Those present, whether facing the spectacle or turned away, felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. What? Is it real? Does the blood jade possess true spiritual qualities? My goodness, whose blood is this? It's astonishing. It seems Boss Zhou did not deceive us. We are on the verge of prosperity. This drop of blood is worth a fortune, and that villa is nearly ours. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene, a flurry of discussions erupting. The 2 individuals who had previously looked down on Leaf June and Mi Dong now stood frozen, their expressions blank as realization dawned upon them. Could it be that the blood jade had indeed identified its destined owner? Ha! It worked. Brother June, look. Your blood has touched the blood jade, and it truly shines. We could buy that villa. Mi Dong, who had been in a state of disbelief, could hardly fathom the reality of the situation. As Leaf June's blood met the blood jade, it seemed to boil, releasing a plume of warm vapor and igniting a radiant red glow that filled the hall. Congratulations. I thought today would leave me, Zhou, feeling disheartened, but unexpectedly, this young fellow has proven to be my fated companion. How rare, how precious. Zhou Shulai beamed with joy, slowly rising and laughing as he approached. Yi Jun's expression was grave. He fixed his gaze on the blood jade, radiating a crimson glow, utterly perplexed by the truth. Such a spectacle was a first for him. Boss Zhou, I never anticipated this blood jade would possess such remarkable efficacy, he remarked. Indeed, I, Zhou, am a man of my word. Zhou Shulai nodded gently. However, I must forewarn you, my brother June here is rather short on funds. Just look at his attire, and he lives in my home, renting a room from me. Most importantly, he is currently unemployed, lacking any source of income. This house might indeed cost you a significant amount, Boss Zhou. Mi Dong, ever the dramatist, was surprisingly reliable in this critical moment, portraying Yi Jun's plight so convincingly that tears nearly welled in his eyes, leaving Yi Jun profoundly grateful. Boss Zhou listened intently, contemplating before announcing in front of the gathered crowd. In light of this, I shall perform an act of kindness today. We shall transact this villa for the price of your monthly rent. What do you think, young man? What? A month's rent? Yi Jun, astonished, responded incredulously. Indeed, the price of this villa shall be the same as what you pay to rent this young lady's room for a month. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Mi Dong was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Was Zhou Shulai truly serious? He was willing to sell the house for just a few hundred yuan? Heavens! It seems fortune truly does fall from the sky. Ha ha ha, Brother June, you've struck gold. You can acquire this grand villa for the price of 500 yuan. Mi Dong exclaimed joyfully after a brief silence. In truth, the room Yi Jun rented from her cost 1,000 yuan per month, but in front of Zhou Shulai, she certainly aimed to underreport. Yi Jun hadn't anticipated that Mi Dong would lower the price. Indeed, she was a divine ally, and he vowed not to neglect her in the future. Nodding slightly, Yi Jun nonchalantly replied, Yes, Boss Zhou, I rent Dong's room for 500 yuan a month. Are you truly offering this villa for 500? 500? Ha ha ha, it matters not. 500 it is. Zhou Shulai feigned a puzzled expression as he glanced at Mi Dong, accepting the lie regardless of its falsity. After all, he was there to sell the villa, deliberately putting on a show for those present. Following Sister Jin's explicit instructions, he understood he had no choice but to comply. Even at 100 yuan, the villa had to be sold to Yi Jun. Yet, Zhou Shulai could not fathom who Yi Jun was, deserving such substantial financial backing from Sister Jin. Yi Jun was utterly astonished, his curiosity deepening with each passing moment. After a while, he still had not spoken, and Zhou Shulai initiated the conversation again. Little brother, since we have reached an agreement, let us proceed to sign the contract. From this day forth, this villa shall belong to you. Sign the contract? Very well. I shall defer to Boss Zhou. Yi Jun observed that Zhou Shulai did not appear to be playing tricks on him, nor did he seem to harbor any ulterior motives. If the contract posed no issues, then today he would indeed be acquiring a tremendous fortune. His previous doubts about Zhou Shulai were mere figments of his imagination. Before long, Zhou Shulai truly summoned someone to fetch a contract and handed it to Yi Jun. Yi Jun diligently reviewed the document, ensuring that there were no discrepancies. In order to safeguard Yi Jun from being deceived, Mi Donger also personally examined the contract. Given that she typically drafted the rental agreements for her family's properties, she possessed a fair understanding of such matters. After confirming that the contract was flawless, Yi Jun promptly signed and made the payment. Zhou Shulai then instructed his subordinates to transfer all the contents of the villa to Yi Jun, with the exception of the invaluable blood jade brought by the beautiful woman and some precious antiques and paintings within the house. Those who witnessed Yi Jun and Zhou Shulai sign the contract lingered in place for a considerable time, engaging in discussions before Zhou Shulai finally ushered them away. They could hardly believe that such an opulent villa, valued at over 100 million, was simply bestowed upon Yi Jun. This also illuminated the Zhou family's financial prowess, which was truly incomparable to ordinary wealth. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yi Jun remained somewhat perplexed, seated on a stool in the hall, his hands resting on the armrests, lost in contemplative silence. Brother Jun, why are you daydreaming? This villa is already yours. Let us move in together. Mi Donger, after a brief moment of joy, suddenly approached Yi Jun and tugged at his arm. Move in together? Indeed, this villa is quite spacious, and it was acquired with my assistance. You wouldn't refuse to let me stay for a few days, would you? Mi Donger pouted, clearly hobbling ulterior motives. Yi Jun chuckled softly and candidly replied, of course not. You have helped me immensely. If it weren't for you biting my finger just now, this house wouldn't be mine. Both you and Uncle Mi are welcome to move in for as long as you desire. Those are your words, Mi Donger declared, playfully poking Yi Jun's nose with her slender finger, as if fearful he might retract his promise. I stand by what I've said. Without further hesitation, they lingered for a brief moment within the villa before departing to share the good news with Uncle Mi and to retrieve their belongings from home. Surely, Uncle Mi would be overjoyed upon hearing this news. However, to their surprise, as they exited the villa, they spotted Sun Weichun lingering nearby, feigning a conversation with a vendor about antiques, while secretly observing Yi Jun and Mi Donger. His anger had yet to dissipate, and he could not fathom how he had lost to them, unable to comprehend why they were permitted entry while he was not. Upon seeing the two of them emerge, Sun Weichun immediately donned a frosty expression and sauntered over with a mocking demeanor. Ah, I must say, you two possess remarkable audacity. Others just exited moments ago, and yet here you are, finally making your appearance. Surely you haven't damaged anything in the villa and are only now settling your debts? Goodness gracious, son, you're still loitering outside the gate. Mi Donger feigned astonishment, barely able to suppress her laughter. Her sarcastic retort nearly sent Sun Weichun into a fit of rage. He scoffed and glared at Mi Dong. No need for your concern. I'm merely here to procure antiques and, coincidentally, to witness your little farce. Have you two even glanced in a mirror? What makes you think you are worthy of visiting Mr. Zhou's villa? I wonder what you've seen inside. Or perhaps you were utterly disregarded, not even receiving a glance from Mr. Zhou? Quite the contrary. We not only savored Mr. Zhou's tea, but also engaged in a lengthy conversation, during which we signed a contract. Mi Donger triumphantly brandished the contract that Yi Jun had just signed. Ah, you signed a contract? It appears your mischief has escalated. Might I inquire the sum you are liable for? Sun Weichun jeered, gleefully anticipating their discomfort. Of course, if you wish to see, then behold. However, I advise you not to weep afterward. Mi Donger relished the opportunity to flaunt her triumph before him. Sun Weichun, brimming with mischief, snatched the contract and began perusing it. Yet upon glimpsing the title, his expression shifted dramatically. As he opened the document in confusion, he discovered that it indeed pertained to the resale of the property. Flipping to the end, He examined the names inscribed. One was Yi Jun, the other Zhou Shulai. Sun Wei-chen was left utterly stupefied. Oh dear, son, what ails you? Could it be a medical episode? Are you on the brink of collapse? Mi Dong'er feigned concern, her eyes wide with faux alarm. Sun Wei-chen shook his head repeatedly, incredulous as he shouted at them. Impossible. There is no way you two could afford this villa. Do not be so astonished. I had already mentioned that this villa is not exorbitant. Just look at our transaction price, and you will be pleasantly surprised. Mi Dong'er slyly indicated, as he continued to peruse the contract. Upon reaching the middle, he was met with the astonishing figure of 500 yuan, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. 500? What is this sorcery? A villa valued in the hundreds of millions, and Mr. Zhou sold it to you for a mere 500? Sun Wei-chen was engulfed in despair, tears nearly welling in his eyes. Impossible. This contract must be a forgery. How could you two possibly acquire this villa? And Mr. Zhou would never sell it to you for 500. Sun Wei-chen continued to express his disbelief, hurling taunts at them. However, Mi Dong'er and Yi Jun had no time to entertain his outbursts. Without a word, they strode away with an air of confidence. Ah, father, we truly did not deceive you. The resale contract for that villa is now in our hands, and it shall henceforth belong to Jun. All that remains is for us to relocate and officially register with the housing authority. Mi Dong'er presented the contract to Uncle Mi surprised. Uncle Mi gazed at Mi Dong'er, his heart filled with doubt. This does not seem right. While Dong'er enjoys jesting with me, Yi Jun has never played such tricks. Could it be that this matter is indeed true? He hastily took the contract and examined it thoroughly. His eyes widened with each line he read, until his mouth could no longer contain its astonishment. Glancing at the contract and then at Yi Jun, he incredulously inquired, Yi Jun, could it be that Boss Zhou's villa truly belongs to you? Yi Jun's smile blossomed, for he knew Uncle Mi to be a kind-hearted man who had aided him immensely even before he traversed time. There were instances when Yi Jun could not afford rent. Yet Uncle Mi never pressed him for payment. Over the years, Uncle Mi had treated him as if he were his own son. Now, as he lived in Yi Jun's stead, having acquired such a magnificent villa, how could he not repay Uncle Mi's kindness? Indeed, Yi Jun, you have matured and achieved so much. Uncle Mi exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, as he placed a hand firmly on Yi Jun's shoulder. Chapter 45. A collision with a beautiful woman in blue. Yi Jun grasped Uncle Mi's arm reassuringly, saying, these years, I have been greatly indebted to your care, and Dong'er has been exceptionally kind to me. Now that I possess the means, it is only right that I repay both you and Dong'er. Yes, father. Jun is truly benevolent. Let's move together. Did you not say that you adore living in such classical architecture? The villa that Jun has acquired is undoubtedly far superior to our current home. Let us go and relish it together. Mi Dong'er was equally eager to move, not only to enjoy a better life, but also to remain close to Yi Jun. A day without seeing Yi Jun left her feeling somewhat anxious. Uncle Mi gradually wiped away his tears, gazing intently at Yi Jun, nodding slowly. Indeed, I, Mi Lao Tu, never anticipated a day of leisure. Relying on my seemingly useless daughter is futile. It all rests upon you now. Father, what are you saying? How can you call your daughter useless? Mi Dong'er protested upon hearing her father's words. However, in Uncle Mi's eyes, his daughter was indeed lacking. Despite her age, she still behaved like a child, not seeking employment and unable to find a partner. Ignoring Mi Dong'er, Uncle Mi proceeded to help Yi Jun with the move. They did not transfer everything at once, only bringing along some clothing, everyday items, and a few cherished antiques that Uncle Mi had accumulated over the years. Wherever he went, those antiques must follow, for his passion for them was unparalleled. It took nearly half the afternoon to complete the move. They no longer resided in the original courtyard, and although Yi Jun suggested renting it out, they declined. For them, although they can now reside in Yi Jun's grand villa, it is merely for the novelty of the experience, a temporary indulgence, as it is not their home. They are not individuals driven by greed or materialistic desires. If they were to live there permanently, they would likely feel a sense of discomfort. Ultimately, Yi Jun did not attempt to persuade them further. After the move was completed, Uncle Mi, feeling weary, retired to a tastefully arranged room on the second floor to rest. Throughout the journey, Yi Jun's mind was clouded with curiosity. Whenever he found a moment of leisure, his thoughts would inevitably drift back to the villa. Besides the inexplicable glow emanating from the blood jade earlier that day, the entire process of Mr. Zhou selling the villa also left him with lingering questions. Dong'er, how well do you truly know this Mr. Zhou? Yi Jun inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he walked. I know quite a bit about Mr. Zhou. He is a well-known wealthy businessman in Yinshui City, and he has done a fair share of good deeds as well. Surely you ought to be aware of that. Mi Dong'er replied, intrigue bu Yi Jun's evident discontent. Oh, indeed, I should be aware, Yi Jun acknowledged, his mind overwhelmed with reflections and memories that felt increasingly elusive. Coupled with his observations and interactions with Zhou Su today, he could not discern any ulterior motives from Zhou Su, and ultimately, the villa had indeed come into his possession. By the way, does this Mr. Zhou have significant ties to that Jin Jie who previously purchased my jade? Yi Jun suddenly recalled and hastily posed the question. Well, I have heard that Mr. Zhou seems to be in service to the Jin family. His business dealings are largely intertwined with them. He essentially relies on the Jin family as his principal source of income. In fact, many of his enterprises have shares belonging to the Jin family, Mi Dong'er revealed. Information gleaned from gossip, of which Yi Jun was entirely unaware. Ah, I see. Yi Jun's expression grew serious. It appeared he was beginning to piece together some insights. Hey, are you blind? You just broke the mirror I recently purchased. Yi Jun turned to the side, where he encountered a stunning woman in a light blue tang outfit. Her long hair, flowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. She glared at him indignantly, clutching a tang mirror that had been shattered from a recent fall. On this street, it was not uncommon to encounter women adorned in traditional attire, some genuinely passionate about their garments, while others sought to attract attention for live streaming. Hey, what are you shouting about? Who is it that isn't watching where they're going? This street is so wide, yet you chose to bump into my Junge, she retorted, shifting her ire towards others upon seeing Yi Jun. What did you say? I bumped into him? Do you have any sense of reason? I was walking normally when your companion collided with me, and it was he who broke my tang mirror, the woman in blue responded, her brows furrowing slightly, her tone sharp. At first glance, she did not seem to be of ill character. Even in the midst of an argument, she did not appear particularly harsh or spiteful. It was evident that her anger was genuine, as it took much to provoke her ire. My sincere apologies, dear lady. I must confess, I momentarily lost my concentration and inadvertently bumped into you. Are you unscathed? Yi Jun hastily interjected to dissuade Mi Dong'er and took the initiative to apologize to the enchanting woman. How unfortunate! Just as I acquired a precious antique, you collided with me. I am unharmed, but the item is damaged. You would do well to compensate me. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to leave today. The woman clad in blue retorted coldly, directing her ire towards Yi Jun. Very well, I shall compensate you. This incident is indeed my fault. Yi Jun attempted to convey his remorse. We will not pay. Do not unjustly accuse others. Perhaps you were the one attempting to frame my brother Jun. Mi Dong'er interjected vehemently, her voice nearly shattering Yi Jun's eardrums. Frame him? Where did you come from, girl? You are certainly adept at shirking responsibility. Why would I unjustly accuse him? The blue-clad beauty scoffed, her laughter tinged with exasperation. Who knows? Perhaps you are deliberately engaging in a scam. In this day and age, people like you are plentiful. Mi Dong'er persisted, her tenacity igniting the woman's fury. Huh, am I a scam artist? Do you even know who I am? Would I venture onto the streets to extort? The blue-clad beauty's wrath was palpable, and as tensions escalated, Yi Jun interjected once more. Enough, Dong'er. This matter does not involve you. I acknowledge my fault in this incident. Mi Dong'er huffed in indignation, turning her head away. Yi Jun then addressed the beauty. My dear lady, I truly apologize. Allow me to compensate you for your mirror. How much did it cost? Your demeanor appears sincere. Very well. I shall not hold this against you. I acquired this mirror for 50,000. You may compensate me at that price. The blue-clad beauty assessed Yi Jun, finding him more agreeable than Mi Dong'er, and thus refrained from further quarrel. Agreed. I shall transfer the amount immediately. Yi Jun promptly retrieved his phone, scanned the woman's payment code, and executed the transaction. In truth, Yi Jun discerned that the woman had no intention of extorting him. Upon the mirror's fall, her first reaction was not to argue, but to cradle the shattered piece with a look of genuine regret. Having compensated her, she still gazed mournfully at the mirror, murmuring, such a fine Tang Dynasty mirror, to be broken like this is truly a pity. Yi Jun felt a pang of guilt and instinctively glanced at the mirror in her hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a genuine artifact, exquisitely crafted in the style of the Tang Dynasty. However, upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed slightly as he sensed something amiss. Might you allow me to examine the mirror? He inquired. Of course, since you have compensated me, it is rightfully yours, the beauty said with a shrug, nonchalantly handing the mirror to Yi Jun before turning to leave. Yi Jun lowered his head to examine the mirror with utmost seriousness and indeed discern an issue. He promptly raised his hand and beckoned to the beautiful woman, saying, "Please wait a moment." He felt it imperative to reveal the truth to her. This mirror is, in fact, a counterfeit. Yi Jun's straightforward assertion left the beautiful woman momentarily stunned, as did Mi Donger. Within the next heartbeat, Mi Donger exclaimed loudly. The beautiful woman did not turn away, but rather cast a curious glance at Yi Jun, her expression shifting to one of gravity as she approached him. "Do you possess knowledge of antique appraisal as well?" "Somewhat," he replied. "Oh, I see. That explains it. You must have misjudged. I just acquired this mirror from over there, and I have thoroughly appraised it. It is an authentic Tang mirror, without a doubt." The woman's tone was dismissive, as if she held Yi Jun in contempt, believing he had merely picked up a few superficial notions and was now pretending to be knowledgeable about treasure appraisal. "No, this mirror is indeed a forgery. It is merely a finely crafted imitation. An authentic Tang mirror is primarily made from high-quality copper, combined with lead and tin. Tin enhances the mirror's malleability, while also increasing its luster and hardness. Lead ensures the surface is uniform and resistant to deformation, allowing the decorative patterns on the mirror to appear clearer and more natural. However, the materials used in this mirror are not high-quality copper, but rather a layer of superior ancient bronze over inferior copper, combined with an excess of lead and tin. This results in its weight, hardness, and sheen appearing satisfactory, and the antiquing process is expertly executed, making it nearly indistinguishable from a genuine article. This is why you misjudged it as an authentic Tang mirror." Yi Jun provided a detailed analysis, pointing out the flaws in the mirror. Yet the beautiful woman remained unconvinced, shaking her head and refuting Yi Jun's claim. "Impossible. I have appraised this mirror meticulously. Its sound when struck is exceptionally pure. How could it possibly be made from inferior copper? Cut it out. The materials of the mirror can be fabricated. Is it not possible for the sound to be misleading as well?" Mi Dongya interjected suddenly. Though she lacked expertise in appraisal, living amidst the antique street had granted her a wealth of knowledge from countless observations. The beautiful woman turned her gaze toward her, instantly revealing her irritation. After concluding his explanation, Yi Jun stepped to the roadside, picked up a stone, and struck the mirror with considerable force. Within moments, the mirror shattered into two halves, which he presented back to the beautiful woman. She regarded him with skepticism as she took one half, examining the cross-section of the break with a look of astonishment in her eyes. "Well, are you beginning to understand its authenticity now?" Yi Jun kesuri the mulks, a slight smile gracing his features. The beautiful woman gazed at him in bewilderment, asking, "How did you know there were cavities inside?" "It seems this can only be revealed by breaking it. No ordinary appraisal methods would uncover that." It appeared she possessed some insight into antique appraisal. "You are correct. It is indeed challenging to ascertain through ordinary auditory and visual methods, or by mere cleaning. However, the cracks in the copper mirror allow for an immediate and clear observation." "Cracks?" the beautiful woman inquired, her expression one of curiosity as she sought Yi Jun's knowledge. Yi Jun nodded slightly and explained candidly. "Indeed. Regardless of how meticulously this copper mirror is crafted, its material is ultimately counterfeit. If it were an authentic Tang Dynasty copper mirror, the cracks produced from a fall would be slender. However, the cracks on this mirror are somewhat coarse, which is attributable to the tin and lead components, as well as the inferior quality of the copper material. My dear beauty, your observations lack the requisite precision, hence you did not discern this flaw. Now I see." The beauty picked up the mirror once more and scrutinized it closely, discovering that the cracks were indeed problematic. She then performed a graceful bow, elegantly saluting Yi Jun with the traditional Tang gesture, and said, "Esteemed sir, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. Your expertise in appraising treasures surpasses mine, and I, Fong Wanqing, have learned from you." "King grandfather? Is this impetuous woman truly Fong Lao's granddaughter?" Mi Donger exclaimed, clutching her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Sure." Yi Jun gestured for silence, observing Fong Lao and Fong Wanqing approaching. He took the initiative to greet them. "Greetings, Fong Lao. It is unexpected to meet you here again." Chapter 47. Young brother, my apologies. Yi Xiaoyu? "Yes, Fong Lao. Today, I had a misunderstanding with Miss Fong," Yi Jun said, feeling somewhat awkward. From her understanding of her grandfather, he rarely extended courtesy to anyone, let alone laugh. Why then did he seem so jovial upon seeing Yi Jun today? She had initially hoped to have Fong Lao introduce her to learn a bit about treasure appraisal. But now, serendipitously, she encountered Yi Jun. "Haha, I see now." Fong Wanqing's smile widened as she turned to Yi Jun and continued to bow. "So you're the treasure appraisal master my grandfather knows. I hold you in high regard. I heard about your appraisal of the Sun family's gourd vase. Please allow me to pay my respects. What? Miss Fong, please rise. Such an act is unwarranted. Yi Jun hurriedly stepped forward to assist Fong Wanqing, feeling unworthy of such a grand gesture, especially as she was Fong Lao's granddaughter. Well, my grandfather is like this. Very well, grandfather, I share the same sentiment. Fong Wanqing nodded repeatedly, turning to initiate a payment to Yi Jun, only to be stopped by him. No. Today it was I who damaged your item, and you purchased it with your own money. I must compensate you, Miss Fong. So there is no need for you to return anything to me. But, just accept it. My brother Jun is quite generous. I also disrespected you earlier, mistaking you for someone seeking a scam. I apologize for that. Fong Wanqing was not one to cause unnecessary trouble. Although she held a poor impression of Mi Dong, she had already offered an apology, and thus it would be inappropriate to dwell on the matter further. It is all right. The misunderstanding has been resolved. However, he sensed something was amiss. Fong Lao was of advanced age, and the nighttime roads were not particularly safe. The ancient street was cloaked in darkness, save for the flickering lights of the vendors along the sides. It was unusual for Fong Lao to be out at this hour. On this particular evening, the proprietor of the Tsong Chui Pavilion, Mr. Zhao, unexpectedly informed me of a peculiar treasure he had received, requesting my expertise in its appraisal. My granddaughter, seeking diversion, accompanied me on this nocturnal excursion. However, once we stepped outside, she dashed ahead with unbridled enthusiasm, leaving me struggling to keep pace. A mere moment later, Fong Wanqing, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, suggested, Grandfather, I believe it would be prudent to invite Brother Yi along. His skills in treasure appraisal are unparalleled and could prove invaluable. Her suggestion was indeed astute. Given Mr. Zhao's description of the artifact as enigmatic, it would certainly be a challenge to authenticate. Having Brother Yi accompany us would undoubtedly enhance our efforts. Yet I hesitated, concerned that he might be preoccupied with his own affairs, and felt reluctant to impose upon him. No matter, he interjected, I happen to be free this evening. Since I can assist old Fong, I shall gladly join you. With that, Brother Yi, sensing our unspoken desire, graciously accepted the invitation. Not a problem at all. Please proceed. Old Fong, he affirmed, nodding before departing with us. Soon, the three of us arrived at Tsong Chui Pavilion. Upon entering, we found Mr. Zhao diligently scrutinizing the intricate artifact under the dim light of the counter, employing a magnifying glass to examine its details closely. Rest assured, now that I have committed to serving as your appraiser, I shall be here whenever needed, I reassured him. Once Mr. Zhao ushered us into his office and poured us tea, he finally recognized Brother Ye's visage. His expression shifted, momentarily stunned, as beads of perspiration formed on his brow. He had to double-check, affirming his memory of Brother Yi from our previous encounter. My dear young sir, how fortunate you are to grace us with your presence. I scarcely recognized you upon your arrival. Please forgive my oversight, Mr. Zhao stammered, hastily offering his respects with the tea. Chapter 48. It is authentic. This matter brooks no delay. Last time, Ms. Jean had personally dispatched someone to persuade Brother Yi to sell jade, indicating the significance of their association. My modest establishment could not afford to offend such eminent figures. Mr. Zhao, ever courteous, remarked, I have come alongside old Fong to appraise the artifact you wish to evaluate. Perhaps I can be of assistance. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Brother Ye's connections. As for Brother Yi, he too felt a sense of intrigue, pondering the extent of Mr. Zhao's apprehension. After all, the previous incident with the Jean family merely involved a fleeting competition for clientele, and he had not antagonized them. Why the trepidation? You are exaggerating, Mr. Zhao. The previous event surprised even me. Let us cut to the chase. Please present the item you wish to have appraised. Brother Yi suggested. Mr. Zhao, not daring to hesitate, promptly retrieved the item and placed it on the table. What lay before us was a pendant adorned with a red cord intertwined with golden threads, leading to a creamy white jade ring of substantial quality. Its texture was uniform and its material robust, a truly exceptional piece of jade. This particular jade typically requires no meticulous appraisal. A mere polish and tactile examination suffice to discern its authenticity. Upon first glance at this piece of jade, Yi Jun observed nothing unusual, recognizing it as an exceptionally precious gem. However, as he fixated on it for several seconds, a vague familiarity stirred within him, as if he had encountered this jade pendant before. Old Fong, young Brother Yi, the item I wish to authenticate today is this jade pendant, which I personally received at the shop this afternoon. Initially, I assessed it and deemed it an utterly ordinary jade pendant. Yet the individual wishing to sell it proclaimed it a royal treasure of immeasurable worth. urging me to consult historical texts to verify its origin. Upon thorough investigation, I discovered that it bears a striking resemblance to the Jade Seal pendants chronicled in the Ming Dynasty's historical records. At this juncture, Yi Jun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The Ming Dynasty? The royal Jade Seal pendant? Suddenly, it dawned upon him. The pendant was indeed the very one that hung from the Imperial Jade Seal. Previously, it had merely seemed familiar, but with Zhao Guangxing's reminder, all memories surged back into clarity. Yi Jun's heart brimmed with elation. Who could have imagined that after such a prolonged search for the Jade Seal, he had finally unearthed the lead? With the appearance of this pendant, how far could the Jade Seal be? Ah, the royal Jade Seal pendant? Allow me to examine it. Moreover, through my appraisal, I can ascertain that this pendant has been submerged in water for quite some time before being dried. Could it be that the Jade Seal itself had also been immersed? This statement implies that while he could broadly conclude this pendant to be of the Ming Dynasty's royal lineage, it may not necessarily be the one that adorned the Jade Seal. Unbeknownst to him, this uncertainty was precisely what Yi Jun had personally experienced. The Jade Seal had plunged into the river alongside him, and he was entirely ignorant of how long it had remained submerged, only to awaken in the modern era. Old Fong, please show me the pendant. After a prolonged silence, Yi Jun suddenly spoke. This tactile sensation, the texture of this jade. Where else could one find such a piece? Save for the one upon the Jade Seal? Uncertain of how Yi Jun's appraisal was progressing, Zhao Guangxing inquired, how does young brother Yi assess it? Is this pendant indeed the one that hung from the Jade Seal? Moments later, observing Yi Jun's entranced demeanor, Zhao Guangxing softly asked, congratulations, Boss Zhao. This pendant is indeed authentic. It is not only a royal artifact of the Ming Dynasty, but also the very pendant that adorned the Jade Seal. Yi Jun spoke with grave seriousness. Instantly, joy illuminated Zhao Guangxing's face, and he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had acquired this pendant for 5 million, a price that had caused him much hesitation, for had it not been a royal Jade Seal artifact, its value would plummet. Yet, should he emerge victorious in this gamble, confirming it as the pendant from the Jade Seal, its worth would skyrocket, promising substantial profit. Is this truly the case? Zhao Guangxing, after a moment of exhilaration, eagerly inquired with a beaming countenance. Indeed, this jade pendant, though it has been submerged in water and is not accompanied by the Imperial Seal, possesses a material composition and historical significance so unique that no other stone in the world can compare. Moreover, upon this pendant lies a concealed element that may have escaped your notice, as Yi Jun solemnly elucidated. Chapter 49. Fang Wanqing becomes a disciple Yi Xiaoyu. May I inquire what hidden element you refer to within this jade pendant? The eyes of the other two gleamed with curiosity. It is a golden dragon, a symbol of the Emperor's unparalleled authority. Yi Jun's familiarity with this artifact is profound. This was the very enigma the Emperor deliberately inscribed upon the pendant when selecting it to adorn the Imperial Seal, designed to thwart any attempts at substitution or deception. He had already demonstrated this method. Thus, revealing it now and permitting them to verify the pendant using the same technique poses no issue. The revelation is astounding. How could this be achieved? This jade remains uncut, a flawless piece of jadeite, yet within it emerges a golden dragon. This is a unique technique originating from a vassal state, which involves immersing the jade in a vessel of golden liquid for a month, allowing the image to endure for a millennium. Regrettably, this golden water has long since been lost to time, its composition a mystery even to the Emperor's researchers, who were ultimately unable to uncover its secrets. Yi Jun diligently explained further, leaving his audience in a state of bewilderment. None could fathom how he possessed such knowledge. Historical texts scarcely document such phenomena. However, Yi Jun's confidence in his assertions suggested he had credible sources. He subsequently referred the trio to a Ming Dynasty chronicle, which contains the phrase, floating like golden water, an image lasting through the ages, its seal untraceable. Upon hearing this, the three were thoroughly impressed by Yi Jun's erudition and expertise in gem appraisal. Fang Wanqing, having witnessed Yi Jun's discerning eye for treasures twice in one day, found her respect and admiration for him significantly heightened. Zhao Boss, this jade pendant is an exceedingly rare treasure. I hope you will cherish and safeguard it, for its value will only continue to rise. Yi Jun gravely advised Zhao Guangxing, conveying the underlying message that he should neither sell nor lose this exquisite piece. Even if offered a high price, it was likely Zhao would find it difficult to part with it. Very well, thank you, Brother Yi, for your counsel. I shall treasure it, Zhao Guangxing replied, his face nearly beaming with joy as he nodded in agreement. Such a crucial lead must be pursued. Finding that individual could potentially lead to the discovery of the Imperial Jade Seal. At that time, the young beggar had no phone, and I hadn't retained his contact information. I learned that the beggar's surname was Chun, and he was known as Xiao Air, residing in the archway beneath the Santang Bridge. This information was gathered through our conversation, and I recorded it diligently. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Guangxing responded earnestly, "Thank you, Zhao boss." With that, Yi Jun bid farewell and departed. "Mr. Fong, what is this? I am but a humble junior. How could I possibly accept such a grand gesture from you?" Yi Jun hastily intervened. Yielding to the situation, Yi Jun gently nodded and inquired candidly, "May I ask what you seek from me, Mr. Fong?" "The matter at hand is a request for you, Mr. Yi, to take my granddaughter Fong Wanqing as your disciple." To accept her as a disciple? Fong Wanqing herself was taken aback, unaware that her grandfather was a significant figure in the realm of antique appraisal, and the esteemed president of the Yunshui City Antique Appraisal Association. He wishes for his granddaughter to study under someone else. I hope Mr. Yi can acquiesce. Should you refuse, it would reflect poorly on my understanding of societal conventions. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Jun finally consented. "Very well, I shall honor your request, Mr. Fong, and take your granddaughter Fong Wanqing as my disciple. You may rise now." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." "Oh, I understand, grandfather." In truth, Fong Wanqing was not entirely pleased. Considering their ages, she and Yi Jun appeared nearly equal, although she admired his superior skills in appraisal. The thought of addressing him as master in front of many others felt like a considerable loss of face for the young lady of the Fong family. "Would you not hasten to address your master?" Chapter 50, Seeking the Little Beggar. "Master, master." Fong Wanqing's voice was timid, barely above a whisper, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As her words escaped, her head drooped, too embarrassed to meet Yi Jun's gaze. "Master." Fong Wanqing grasped her grandfather's intention, and this time her voice was somewhat louder, yet she still refused to lift her head. "Call again." "Ah, disciple here." At last, Fong Wanqing had passed her grandfather's test. Once he fell silent, she exhaled deeply in relief. That night, sleeping in the comfort of the expansive master bedroom of the villa, Yi Jun felt somewhat out of place. His quarters were situated on the second floor, with a window overlooking the villa's courtyard, complete with a scenic rockery and flowing water, as well as a fish pond, creating a picturesque view. With the window open, the luminous moonlight cascaded into the room, bathing the bed where Yi Jun lay. He propped his head up with his hands, crossing his legs, and found it difficult to drift into slumber for quite some time. Soon, the Imperial Jade Seal shall be found. Tomorrow I will first visit Santang Bridge to see if I can locate that little beggar. Once I find him, I shall surely uncover the whereabouts of the seal. Yi Jun mused to himself. He cast a sidelong glance at the bright moonlight outside, and before he knew it, his eyes fluttered shut, gradually succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Yi Jun arose from bed, and as soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of congee wafting through the air. The enticing scent led his gaze towards the hall below, where Mi Dong-er was already awake, carrying a pot of steaming congee towards the dining table. "Hey, Polo-yun, you're awake. Come down quickly for breakfast. I made the congee for you," Mi Dong-er called out cheerfully from downstairs. As Yi Jun descended, Mi Dong-er set down the congee and went to fetch the dishes, calling for Uncle Mi to join them for the meal. The three of them gathered around the dining table, where Mi Dong-er personally served Yi Jun the congee, her demeanor radiating happiness. Uncle Mi observed the scene, then turned his gaze towards Yi Jun, who wore a smile on his face. While dining, Uncle Mi began to inquire, "Yi Jun, you once struggled financially, unable to care for yourself, living alone for quite some time. Now, with such a spacious home, and having heard from Dong, or that you've earned some money, have you considered the matters of marriage and children?" Yi Jun was taken aback. Marriage and children in this world? This was a notion he had never entertained. He gently shook his head and replied candidly, "Uncle Mi, I believe it is not yet the time for me to discuss marriage. Perhaps in the future." "Ah yes, Uncle Mi sighed. Though you're not young anymore, having lost both parents, you have long lived a solitary life. For others, marriage is often a family affair, filled with joy and warmth, but you have not experienced such happiness." Uncle Mi shook his head in sympathy for Yi Jun, who thought the conversation was coming to an end. However, to his surprise, Uncle Mi continued to persuade him. "Yi Jun, since you've come into our home, Dong-er has taken good care of you, and you both seem to enjoy each other as company. I wonder, do you have any romantic feelings for her?" "Romantic feelings for Dong-er?" Yi Jun instantly grasped Uncle Mi's intent. He was attempting to matchmake him with Dong-er. To Yi Jun, Dong-er had always been like a sister. His concern for her was merely that of a brother, and he had never contemplated a marital relationship with her. Uncle Mi's suggestion left Yi Jun feeling rather uneasy. Father, what are you saying? Dong and I share a sibling bond. How can you suggest such a thing? If you continue to speak of this, I shall ignore you. Seeing his daughter react so vehemently, Uncle Mi felt a wave of despair, realizing she was not forthcoming. He shook his head in resignation and returned to his meal quietly. After breakfast, Yi Jun set out towards the Santing Bridge, the location mentioned by Zhao Guangxing the previous night, hoping to encounter the little beggar there. However, as he navigated through the antique street and approached the bridge, he found no sign of the beggar beneath the arch. Yet, Zhao Guangxing's words seemed credible. From a distance, Yi Jun observed signs that someone had indeed lingered there. As he drew closer, he noted that the archway was relatively clean, with some dried grass, a blanket, and a broom neatly placed inside. Outside the arch, however, lay a heap of refuse, instant noodle boxes, and discarded packaging from dry noodles and bread. Though these items appeared relatively new, Yi Jun could ascertain that no one had slept there the previous night. The bedding was somewhat damp, and a fine layer of dust covered the ground, devoid of any signs of habitation. Excuse me, are you looking for shower? He moved away yesterday afternoon, suddenly called out another beggar from above the arch. Having spotted Yi Jun emerged from the bridge's arch, gazing upward. He noticed the young beggar, who spoke with him, was not only youthful, but also aware of the existence of the innkeeper, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Whereas he moved, Yi Jun inquired casually. That way, the beggar replied. He has money now, bought a large, new house, and even treated us to dinner yesterday. Afterward, he informed us of his departure, and last night, he moved directly to his new home. The young beggar gestured in a direction that led toward the bustling district of the city. Yi Jun paused, realizing the city was vast. How could he possibly locate the beggar based on just one direction? Having sold that pendant, it was certain he had used the money to secure a better life. Do you know his exact location? Yi Jun continued to ask. Well, in that case, young brother, please wait a moment. I need your assistance with something. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun devised a plan, circling up the slope to stand before the young beggar. What do you need help with? The beggar, clad in rags and with a face darkened by grime, looked innocent and kind, not like the deceitful beggars often seen on the streets. In truth, the request for a phone call posed a significant challenge for him. He could scarcely afford a meal, let alone possess a phone. The public phone booths had long been closed, and even the small shops that once offered phone services no longer did so. However, he thought the beggar who now had money must have purchased a mobile phone, which would allow him to call this brother directly. Yi Jun gently patted the beggar's head, expressed his gratitude, and before departing, searched his pockets, handing over some loose change to him in hopes of improving his circumstances. Now, the whereabouts of the Imperial Jade Seal might soon be discovered, but what after that? This former high-ranking official had evidently become a relic of history. Alas, since the Ming Dynasty was irretrievably lost, I shall regard the Imperial Jade Seal as a symbol of that era. If found, I will present it to the state, ensuring that the legacy of the Ming Dynasty endures in people's hearts. Surely, the Emperor would not reproach me for this choice. In this lifetime, I seek to live as Yi Jun, with grace and fervor. Yi Jun continued along the path ahead, clad in a brown, flowing robe and worn cloth shoes, an attire rarely seen among the youth of the streets, yet it resonated with him. Presently, Yi Jun had long since shed the label of poverty. A card in his possession held a substantial sum of 50 million, an amount nearly unattainable for the average worker. If one is to live with elegance and intensity, it is essential not to indulge solely in feasting, but to fully utilize the skills at hand. Establish a medical clinic? An antique shop? Ideas swiftly began to form in Yi Jun's mind. He is currently an unemployed drifter, eager to leverage his strengths, and naturally, opening a shop appears to be the most favorable option. Not only would it provide an opportunity to utilize his skills, but it could also yield greater financial rewards. However, he soon found himself engulfed in indecision. Should he establish a medical clinic or an antique shop? In his locality, there seems to be a scarcity of medical clinics, particularly traditional Chinese medicine establishments. If he were to open a clinic, generating profit would certainly not pose a problem, yet the demands and responsibilities would be substantial, requiring his constant presence. Conversely, an antique shop would afford him considerably more ease, with significantly higher profit margins than a medical clinic. In Antique Street, individuals of all financial standings engage in the antique business, ranging from small stalls to larger shops. The foot traffic here is abundant, and it is renowned within Yinshui City as a hub for antiques, ensuring a steady stream of customers. Yes, an antique shop it shall be. After much contemplation, Yi Jun resolved to embark on this venture first, planning to delve into the medical clinic once he had amassed sufficient scale and resources. Nevertheless, he calculated that his current funds amounted to 50 million, which, while seemingly ample, might not withstand the risks associated with opening an antique shop. The initial investment is considerable, necessitating adequate reserve funds to sustain the business for the long haul. Historically, this has always been the way of commerce. Alas, this sum barely suffices for a startup. It appears he must devise a strategy to expand his assets. With a soft sigh, Yi Jun decided to visit the gambling house, Du Yungu, in due time, as he had recently discovered it to be a lucrative endeavor. Suddenly, as he strolled down the street, a young man approached him, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Yi Jun scrutinized him briefly before noticing the exquisitely crafted brocade box in his hands. Accepting it, he inquired directly, "Might I ask who your master is? And what lies within this box?" "My master has instructed me not to divulge that information, merely stating that Mr. Yi will understand upon opening it," replied the young man before turning and departing. Yi Jun, feeling a surge of curiosity, wondered who would engage in such a frivolous game of mystery. Was there no better way to communicate? He looked down at the brocade box, realizing it was an antique itself, its leather exterior adorned with intricate, lifelike engravings. The box featured a small, unlatched lock that could be easily opened with a gentle pull. Upon opening it, he discovered a single note nestled inside, with nothing else accompanying it. How peculiar! Who could have written this note? Furrowing his brow, Yi Jun slowly unfolded the paper, which read, "Please meet Mr. Yi at room 202 of the Bai Shui Pavilion in the Aolai Hotel. I have important matters to discuss." After reading, Yi Jun's intrigue deepened. How did this correspondent know of his presence near Santing Bridge? The font appears meticulously crafted, and the brocade box demonstrates considerable thought in its creation. The sincerity conveyed in the words suggests that the individual indeed has matters of importance to discuss with me. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that this could be a deliberate trap set for me, beckoning me to attend this grand banquet. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jun resolved to go and uncover the truth. Chapter 52. Does she know I'm a time traveler? The Aolai Hotel in Yinshui City is the sole 5-star establishment in the area, boasting top-tier accommodations, dining experiences, and service facilities. Yi Jun swiftly arrived at the hotel, and upon entering, the attendants stationed at either side of the entrance bowed respectfully, welcoming him with "Welcome, sir." In no time, a beautiful waitress approached Yi Jun to inquire about his needs. Upon mentioning his purpose for the visit, she guided him to the private room, 202, known as the Bai Shui Gu, located on the second floor. Yi Jun's mind was still clouded with uncertainty regarding who had summoned him here. Upon opening the door, before he even glanced inside, a familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Could it be her? Yi Jun's expression grew serious, and curiosity bubbled within as he realized the occupant of the room was none other than Jin Jio, whom he had previously encountered in the office at the Duyan Pavilion. Today, she donned a sleek black gown, exuding her usual elegance. A cigar delicately held between her fingers as she awaited his arrival at the main seat of the room. Behind her stood 2 burly men clad in black, each robust and wearing sunglasses. "Mr. Yi, you have arrived. Please, take a seat," Jin Jio welcomed him. With an air of aloofness, she dismissed the 2 men to guard the door, ensuring no eavesdropping could occur, and then invited Yi Jun to sit. With a solemn demeanor, Yi Jun entered the room, taking in the pleasant scenery that lived up to the Bai Shui Ji's name. Artificial mountains and genuine waters, lush greenery, and a pond interspersed with fish, all enhanced by enchanting lighting, creating an extraordinarily comfortable ambience. He settled beside the table, observing a faint smile on Jin Jio's face, his mind swirling with questions. What could be the purpose of her mysterious invitation and the lavish spread laid before him? Since she had acquired that piece of Imperial green jade for 50 million previously, Yi Jun had harbored doubts about her intentions, suspecting that her actions were not without ulterior motives. Even regarding the villa he had purchased the day prior, he felt a sense of unease, pondering whether Jin Jio had orchestrated it behind the scenes. Now that they were meeting, it presented the perfect opportunity to clarify all his lingering uncertainties. "Boss Jin, I am curious about your intention in inviting me here with such a thoughtful gesture. What is it that you wish to convey?" Yi Yun began, addressing the matter directly as he gazed intently at Jin Jio. With a slight smirk, a charming smile graced her lips. This woman, not yet 30, was both youthful and strikingly beautiful, her complexion pristine, cheeks akin to jade, and her figure remarkably alluring. Seated with an air of pride, any man who beheld her would undoubtedly find himself captivated by her allure. She gently set down her cigar and offered Yi Jun a new one. After he declined with a shake of his head, she began to speak slowly. Mr. Yi, there's no need for you to be so formal. The reason I invited you today is that I have a request. By the way, how did you find a new villa? Is it more comfortable than your previous resting place? Before delving into the matter at hand, Jin Jiu intentionally brought up the topic of the villa. Instantly, Yi Jun felt a subconscious tremor within him. It seemed that his suspicions were indeed correct. The villa was connected to her. Presumably, the person chosen by Boss Zhou for the Blood Jade yesterday was also part of their prior arrangement, though the intricacies remained shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, her candid mention of this topic today suggested she intended to leverage her assistance in securing his compliance with her conditions. Boss Jean was indeed astute. It was clear that no opportunity would come without a price. Acquiring a villa for merely $500 was too good to be true. Everything was orchestrated behind the scenes by Boss Jean. Yi Jun smiled faintly and continued, moreover, the high price you paid for the Imperial Green Jade I offered last time was also a favor to me. If I'm not mistaken, your two acts of assistance are surely linked to the matter you wish to discuss today, correct? Seeing Yi Jun's cleverness, Jin Jiu realized her judgment had not been mistaken. Her smile grew even brighter as she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Mr. Yi is quite astute. I devised a plot to assist you. Yet I never anticipated it would be so easily unraveled by you. You are correct. My help was indeed intended to facilitate our discussion of a certain condition today. Oh, then please, Boss Jean, elucidate what extraordinary ability I possess that warrants such significant sacrifices from you for the sake of negotiating terms with me. Surely, it cannot be solely because I selected a piece of Imperial Green Jade? Yi Jun inquired with precision, while simultaneously probing her intentions. This woman was enigmatic. It felt as though all of his actions were under her meticulous control, unbeknownst to him. Indeed, my interest in Dr. Yi extends beyond that jade. It also encompasses your unparalleled medical skills and your rare mastery in the art of healing. Yi Jun's brow furrowed once more. He was taken aback by her profound understanding of his abilities. This woman was becoming increasingly intriguing. There is no need for you to rush with your inquiries, Mr. Yi. The dishes will soon cool. Let us dine and converse simultaneously, Jin Jiu said with great patience as she slowly picked up her chopsticks, inviting Yi Jun to join her for the meal. Faced with such an astute woman, Yi Jun was careful not to rush his understanding of the situation. He nodded slightly, calmly taking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat alongside Jin Jiu. Since it was a complimentary banquet, one should not refuse a free meal. The array of dishes presented today comprised the most exquisite selections from the hotel's menu, totaling 38 dishes, each renowned and sought after by many. Moreover, the chef for today's meal was not the usual one, but rather one personally brought in by Jin Jiu. As Yi Jun savored the flavors of the dishes, his brow occasionally furrowed, deep in thought. It is not due to the unpalatability of the dishes, but rather because they are extraordinarily delectable. These dishes are reminiscent of the imperial cuisine he once savored during the Ming Dynasty, truly identical in flavor. How could the modern era still bear such traces of Ming cuisine? This is rather astonishing. As Yi Jun pondered in confusion, Jin Jiu suddenly set down her chopsticks and inquired candidly, Mr. Yi, how do you find the dishes I have prepared for you today? Are they to your liking? This establishment's offerings seem remarkably different from what I usually consume, possessing a unique texture and delightful flavors. Is it possible that all the dishes here share this distinctive taste? Which chef is responsible for this? Yi Jun kesuli vitotit. He began to suspect whether Jin Jiu might be aware of his identity as a time traveler. Such a matter was known only to himself. Chapter 53, A False Alarm. Haha, so Mr. Yi is quite pleased with today's meal. To be frank, I sought out a descendant of an imperial chef from the Ming Dynasty, employing ancestral techniques to prepare this uniquely flavored feast precisely because I am aware of Mr. Jin's fondness for antiques and traditional lifestyles. If Mr. Yi enjoys it, then my efforts are not in vain, Jin Jiu explained with a chuckle. Yi Jun exhaled a sigh of relief, so it was as such. Fortunately, she was not privy to too many details. If his identity as a time traveler were to be exposed, he could very well be taken away. Even if that did not occur, he would be subject to the cunning and cautious threats of Jin Jiu, which would spell disaster. Boss Jin, you're truly gracious. Yi Yun am unworthy of such extravagant hospitality, he expressed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jin Jiu shook her head, sensing it was time to lay her cards on the table. After a brief pause, she continued, Mr. Yi, the matter I wish to discuss with you today pertains to the future development of our Jin family. Living long-term in Yinshui City, you have likely heard of the commercial rivalry between our Jin family and the Ning family. We are the two largest families among the four prominent clans in the city, engaged in constant overt and covert conflict, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join our Jin family S ranks to help us combat the Ning family. Combat the Ning family? Yi Yun posed, looking at Jin Jio with confusion and a wry smile. Boss Jin, you must have mistaken the person you are inviting. Aside from my skills in appraising treasures, some knowledge of medicine, and a bit of fighting, I am utterly unversed in other matters, particularly the art of commerce. How could you expect me to assist you? Mr. Yi, you might not be aware that the assistance I seek is directly aligned with your strengths. The Ning family's most significant enterprise is their antique business, which dominates a substantial portion of the city's antique trade. Their profits from this venture account for nearly 30% of their overall earnings. If you could help our Jin family disrupt this 30% of their profits, we would gain a decisive advantage over them, Jin Jio said, gazing intently at Yi Jun. Boss Jin, you wish to discuss this matter with me? I sincerely apologize. If you expect me to conspire with you to deliberately frame the Ning family and engage in malevolent deeds, I categorically refuse. Yi Yun, adhere to my own principles in my endeavors, striving solely to do good and eschewing any wrongdoing. Should Boss Jin threaten me with the benefits previously bestowed upon me, I am more than willing to return all that I have received. Although Boss Jin has yet to express this overtly, I have discerned her intentions through her words. Why would I seek to disrupt the flourishing antique business of the Ning family? If destruction is the aim, what other means are there besides deceit? Since my official tenure during the Ming Dynasty, I have never stooped to collude with corrupt officials, and even at the cost of offending them, or perhaps my life, I would never align myself with their machinations. Hence, I shall not acquiesce to what Jin has proposed. You misunderstand, Mr. Yi. Jin seemed to sense my misinterpretation and hastily clarified, I do not wish for you to frame them. The Ning family does not require such subterfuge. Their current actions are already sufficient to earn public disdain. As she uttered this, her teeth clenched slightly, as if recalling something particularly abhorrent. I looked at her, perplexed, my expression grave. What do you mean by that? To be candid, while the Ning family outwardly engages in a legitimate antique business, they have, in fact, employed a cadre of artists solely for the purpose of counterfeiting. Consequently, nearly half of their antiques are forgeries, blurring the line between authenticity and deception. As long as their appraisers declare them genuine, both buyers and sellers are led to believe in their authenticity. Upon hearing this pivotal revelation from Jin, my heart jolted. What did you say? Nearly half are forgeries? How can that be? I gazed at Jin in disbelief, suspecting she was deliberately maligning the Ning family. After all, within the vast expanse of my memory, I recall the Ning family's prominence. Their business flourishes throughout the city and even the province. Having established the Antique Appraisal Association of Yinshui City, numerous members of the Ning family are involved in the Municipal Appraisal Association. How could such a substantial family in the antique trade possibly engage in such deceit? If this were true, it transcended mere dishonesty and ventured into criminality. The magnitude of such transgressions could result in a lifetime of incarceration. Could the Ning family be so foolish? Boss Jin, are you aware that if you frame the Ning family in such a manner, once the truth is uncovered, you too will face arrest? I stated sternly, fixing my gaze upon Jin. It seems Mr. Yi would rather place his faith in the Ning family than in the Jin family, she retorted with a cold laugh, her expression tinged with a sense of resignation and a hint of bitterness. It is unfortunate, despite the Jin family's vast business empire in Yinshui City, we cannot rival the Ning family's reputation. This is not for lack of merit, but rather because, beyond engaging in legitimate commerce, the entire gray market of the city falls under the dominion of the Jin family. Although in recent years the Jin family has not committed any egregious acts in their domain, they remain a source of trepidation for the common folk, primarily due to their overwhelming power and influence. In contrast, the Ning family, despite their formidable business acumen, lacks any notorious reputation. This has led the Ning family to be perceived as a venerable commercial dynasty in the eyes of the populace, while the Jin family is viewed as a predatory wolf that has yet to reveal its fangs. It is no wonder that Mr. Yi holds such beliefs. The Jin family has always conducted its affairs with transparency and integrity, unlike the Ning family, which is often seen as duplicitous and theatrical. If Mr. Yi harbors any doubts about my assertions, he merely needs to examine the antique I hold in my arms to discern the truth of my words. Today, Jin Jio has invited Mr. Yi with utmost confidence, having made ample preparations. She gradually withdrew a delicate white ceramic bowl from her garment and presented it to Mr. Yi. Upon glancing at it, Mr. Yi observed that this exquisite white porcelain bowl was crafted with remarkable finesse, its material refined, its body dense, and its glaze smooth and immaculate. At first glance, it resembled a small bowl of jade, a Tang Dynasty Nikkei white porcelain bowl. From the bowl's exterior and glaze characteristics, Mr. Yi swiftly deduced its age and designation. With a gentle smile, Jin Jun nodded in approval, saying, "Mr. Yi, you truly are a connoisseur of antiques. To discern its age and name from such a distance with but a single glance is commendable. I am not particularly versed in the appraisal of antiques. I merely sought the expertise of a reliable specialist to authenticate this small bowl acquired from the Ning family's antique shop, and I am aware that it possesses certain issues. Now, I invite Mr. Yi to thoroughly evaluate it. Should Mr. Yi doubt its authenticity as a Ning family antique, I can provide the receipt and invoice as proof." After speaking, Jin Zhou personally placed the bowl into Mr. Ye's hands. Indeed, the bowl exhibited discrepancies. Tang Dynasty white porcelain typically features monochromatic glazes, characterized by superior texture, a hard body, and pure glaze. While this bowl conformed to these attributes and displayed exquisite craftsmanship, one critical flaw could not be overlooked. White glaze from the Tang Dynasty could not possibly retain such purity over the centuries. There would invariably be subtle traces of wear. However faint, its complete absence was telling. This indicated that the bowl was a replica, as the aging process is notoriously difficult to replicate and, even if achieved, would easily be detected, thus rendering such efforts futile. Mr. Yi set down the small white bowl, looking incredulously at Jin Jiao. "Ms. Jin, did you truly purchase this bowl from the Ning family's antique shop?" "Indeed, and it comes with an authentication certificate. The Ning family can confirm the bowl's authenticity, and I have retained all documentation for your reference." Without hesitation, Jin Jiao produced the evidence, including the receipt and invoice for the bowl. Mr. Yi examined them thoroughly. They were indeed issued by the Ning family, accompanied by a certificate embossed with the Ning family's antique shop seal, bearing the name of the appraiser. In an instant, Mr. Ye's expression darkened. Strange. Does the Ning family truly dare to engage in such practices? Are they not apprehensive about being discovered by genuine antique connoisseurs? What does it matter if one discovers the truth? In the entire city of Yinshui, there are countless esteemed masters of appraisal, all of high repute. Even if you express your doubts, they will promptly refute your perspective, going so far as to accuse you of slandering them. The Ning family, with their immense prestige and substantial business, would ensure that no one believes your claims if you were to make them public. Jin Jiao remarked with a cold smile. Yi Jun could not help but take a sharp breath. It seemed that Jin Jiao's assertions were, for the most part, indeed true. The Ning family, emboldened by their wealth and standing, had grown increasingly audacious. However, Yi Jun suddenly had a thought and inquired candidly. Could it be that Elder Fong is also complicit with the Ning family? With Elder Fong's expertise in appraisal, he would undoubtedly be able to ascertain the authenticity of this small white bowl. Indeed, Elder Fong possesses such capability, yet his vulnerabilities lie firmly in the hands of the Ning family. The once illustrious master of appraisal had made his share of mistakes in his youth. The Ning family had leveraged these missteps to mold generations of appraisal masters into their subordinates. Should Elder Fong expose this matter, his standing in the appraisal community would plummet, and any revelations he made would be systematically erased, rendering his future endeavors in the field exceedingly difficult. Yi Jun's eyes gleamed with understanding as he realized that the populace of the city had been thoroughly deceived. The Ning family's influence was indeed formidable, capable of shrouding the truth. Currently, aside from you, the sole master of appraisal with the ability to discern the truth, others have either succumbed to the Ning family's control through their weaknesses or have met untimely ends at their hands. I had previously contemplated various means to safeguard these adept appraisers and encourage them to reveal the truth, yet ultimately, I could not protect them, as the Ning family, though ostensibly devoid of any nefarious influence, secretly employs skilled assassins whose prowess rivals that of my own Jin family. The more Jin Jiao spoke, the more gravely his tone became. This also underscored that the true strength of the Ning family is far beyond what is visible. They're scheming, acting, and controlling everything in the shadows, an unimaginable reality. Is this why you sought my assistance? Yi Yun pondered, gazing at Yin Qiu. Indeed, you are currently the only one with the potential to unveil the Ning family's conspiracy, and I am aware of your skills. Should they send someone to confront you, with your self-defense capabilities combined with my unique protection, you would be in no peril. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is your medical knowledge. The Ning family employs a cadre of specialists in poison. Their toxins are exceedingly peculiar. Once afflicted, the effects do not manifest immediately. Rather, The poisoned individual will gradually develop other terminal illnesses, whether it be cancer or heart disease. Ultimately, within 6 months, they will succumb, and no one will be able to trace it back to poisoning. Jin Jiao revealed yet another astonishing secret, leaving Yi Jun utterly astounded. What? Such a poison exists in this world? Yi Jun marveled internally, having never encountered such a toxin before. Typical poisons act directly within the body, either acutely or chronically. To transform the effects of a toxin into another ailment undoubtedly raises the complexity of its concoction significantly. Indeed, I have revealed to you all the secrets of the Ning family today. As for whether you choose to collaborate with me to assist the Jin family in dealing with the Ning family, that is entirely up to you. If you decide not to assist, it matters not. You need not return the 50 million nor the villa. Consider it a gesture of friendship on my part. I am aware that even if you do not side with the Jin family, you certainly will not align yourself with the Ning family. Jin Jiao gradually lifted her gaze. Solemnly regarding Yi Jun let out a cold laugh, realizing that this woman, Jin Jiao, was not only astute but also remarkably skilled at winning hearts. She was not truly willing to part with 50 million and a villa. Rather, she possessed a profound understanding of herself, knowing that she would not accept benefits without reciprocation. If she did not assist, she would undoubtedly return everything. She was merely playing the part of a benevolent figure. However, the secrets revealed by Jin Jiao today piqued Yi Jun's interest. After a moment, Yi Jun gently shook his head and said, "Boss Jin, I fear I may disappoint you. The concerns weighing on your mind will not materialize. I have decided to lend you my support and stand by your side in the battle against the Ning family." Really? A glimmer of uncontainable joy flickered in Jin Jiao's eyes. Yi Jun nodded, having discerned her sincerity from their exchange today. Though she appeared aloof, her heart was not wicked. That was more than sufficient. Yi Jun maintained a strong belief in his discerning eye. Indeed, however, there remains one matter that perplexes me. How did you and Zhou Su plan the acquisition of the villa yesterday? Allowing the blood jade to emit a dazzling red light at the moment my blood flowed upon it? Yi Jun suddenly inquired with a serious tone. Chapter 55. Zhang Wan's plea for help. Haha, who would have thought that Mr. Ye's gem appraisal skills were so remarkable, and his intellect so sharp, that he could be deceived by our little trick? Jin Jiao immediately burst into laughter. Her radiant smile was akin to an iceberg melting, allowing warm currents to flow into the hearts of those around her. After a brief pause, she further elucidated, "It was quite simple, really. In the tea you consumed yesterday, Zhou Su had discreetly added a colorless and odorless chemical powder. Once you ingested it, your blood underwent subtle dilutive changes. As long as the dilution of your blood reached the necessary level to react with the powder that had been applied to that piece of jade, the blood jade would naturally emit a red glow." What? Yi Jun was momentarily taken aback. After all this time, they had actually dosed him in his tea? It seemed he would have to exercise greater caution in the future, resolutely avoiding anything from strangers, particularly consumables. Fortunately, they harbored no malicious intent. Had it been something toxic, even if he could remedy it, it might have been too late. Yi Jun's expression darkened, for Jin Jiao's actions had indeed put him in a precarious position. "Come now, Mr. Yi, do not hold this against me. We resorted to such a measure only out of desperation." Jin Jiao surprisingly adopted a rare tone of coaxing. Yi Jun's heart raced at this sudden contrast, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The beauty of Jin Jiao, if placed in ancient times, would undoubtedly befit the standards of a royal consort, surpassing even that of the empress. Her bold attire, coupled with her indescribable figure, captivated Yi Jun, leaving him utterly mesmerized. "There is no need for apologies, Boss Jin. It is I, Yi, who failed to exercise due caution. I bear no blame towards you." With their business concluded, Yi Jun expressed his intent to take his leave, feeling quite satiated. However, at that moment, Jin Jiao suddenly halted him. "Mr. Yi, please wait. I almost forgot to mention another significant matter." "What is it?" he inquired. "It pertains to your previous residence. I learned that the place you once lived was formerly an orphanage, correct?" Jin Jiao's tone softened. "Yes, what of it?" "Recently, I discovered that the closure of that orphanage is, in fact, related to the Ning family." "What did you say?" Yi Jun's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing deeply. "The orphanage's closure was connected to the Ning family? Did this not imply that the late headmaster's demise was orchestrated by them?" He vividly recalled what Uncle Mi had told him. The orphanage was shut down after the headmaster publicly denounced a piece of ancient jade as a counterfeit, tarnishing the reputation of the antique dealer, leading to retaliation that resulted in the orphanage's closure and the headmaster's subsequent demise a year later. This perfectly aligned with the revelations Jin Jiao had just shared regarding the Ning family's covert actions. The late headmaster was indeed one of their victims. I understand now. Thank you for the warning, Boss Jean. Previously, I lacked the means, but now, allied with the Jean family, I will surely unearth the perpetrator behind the headmaster's plight and ensure they face justice. As Yi Jun departed the hotel, he noticed that the two men in black still stood guard at the entrance, startling anyone who passed by, deterring eavesdroppers from approaching. Sister Jean Jiao. Her name echoes throughout Yinshui City, a true force to be reckoned with. Stepping out of the hotel, although a new weight pressed upon him, some burdens were lifted. Matters that once perplexed him were now clear, and he could reside comfortably in the villa he had acquired. The 50 million in his possession felt increasingly justified. While an agreement had been reached with the Jean family, there remained tasks to be undertaken. He would seek additional funding to establish his own antique shop. The individual in question was none other than Zhang Wan, the sister of the young Master Zhang he had encountered during his visit to the hospital to aid old Hu. In just a single day, her appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her head was entirely wrapped, revealing only a pair of intensely dark eyes, which seemed to be swollen. He had warned her the previous day that the two antique pieces she possessed harbored a potent solar absorption quality. Had she not heeded his advice? Otherwise, given her condition, it should not have led to such a disfigured state within a single day. Why do you come to see me again? I stated, having made my position abundantly clear yesterday. I will not treat your affliction. Even if I were to heal you, you would merely revert to your malevolent ways. To save you would be tantamount to committing a sin. Yi Jun, unwilling to engage further, coldly rejected her. No, please, Dr. Yi, she pleaded. I have come to realize my mistakes. I swear, I will never harm anyone again, nor will I indulge my brother. I have been cast out by the Wang family, left homeless. All I ask is for you to save me. I seek nothing more than to preserve my life. I would willingly serve you for the rest of my days, even if it means becoming a beggar. I implore you, Dr. Yi, I beg you to save me. Zhang Wan sank to her knees before Yi Jun, her forehead striking the ground repeatedly. Yet, Yi Jun exhibited no compassion, for the words spoken were irrevocable. Once he declared he would not save her, that promise stood firm. Do not waste my time. I will not save you. If you wish to live, seek help elsewhere. I have matters to attend to, so please do not obstruct my path. With that, Yi Jun attempted to walk past her, but Zhang Wan was unwilling to let him go. Suddenly, she grasped his arm and continued her desperate entreaties. Dr. Yi, please do not leave. I truly will perish. I promise, if you save me, I can reveal a secret that no one else knows. Chapter 56. The art of poison and sorcery still lingers. Zhang Wan immediately nodded, her words resolute. Yes, this secret may not directly concern you, yet it bears an indirect significance. Oh, Yi Jun pondered, intrigued. After careful consideration, he deemed that perhaps this woman's words could indeed hold some value for him. Given her current state, she would likely not deceive him. Thus, after a moment of deep contemplation, Yi Jun nodded, very well, speak. If this secret proves beneficial to me, I may contemplate offering you assistance. Thank you, Dr. Yi. What I wish to disclose pertains to Hu Wenzhong. Your trust in him during your last visit to the hospital was misplaced. That was merely one facet of him. The truth is, he harbors issues, Zhang Wan stated, her gaze intense and her tone grave. What issues? Yi Jun inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Zhang Wan spoke with unwavering determination. Poisonous insects? Not only does he feed them, but he also trains them? Yi Jun's expression tightened, his heart quaking at the revelation. Such practices of toxic sorcery should have been eradicated by now, and within the vast expanse of his memory, no mention of such creatures existed. The art of sorcery was exceedingly rare. Could it be that Hu Wenzhong possessed such knowledge? And where had he acquired it? And for what purpose? Indeed, I witnessed this with my own eyes. He is merely a director. Under normal circumstances, he should not be keeping such creatures. Yet he has not confided in me, and I sense he harbors his own secrets. Those poisonous insects are terrifying. Each one is highly venomous, and should they bite a person, the consequences would be dire. I share this with you, Dr. Yi, in hopes that you will exercise caution around him and not be deceived by his seemingly benevolent facade. After Zhang Wan finished speaking, Yi Jun fell into deep contemplation. The woman's words were likely credible. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution the next time she encountered Hu Wenzhong. Although he appeared kind and filial, their acquaintance was still superficial, and she did not truly understand his character. Fortunately, Zhang Wan was unaware that it was a form of poison, let alone the potency of that toxic curse. Otherwise, she might not have lived to this day, and her brother would certainly not dare to provoke Hu Wenzhong recklessly. Dr. Yi, I have disclosed the secret to you. Do you think you could treat me now? Yi Jun regarded her for a few seconds, assessing her condition, and replied coldly, Your ailment is not particularly difficult to treat, even if I do not intervene. There are others in this world who can save you. I merely stated my willingness to assist, but I did not promise to personally administer your treatment. You might as well seek out Elder Chun. He should possess the ability to save you, but whether he chooses to help you is another matter entirely. What? Seek Elder Chun? Zhang Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had thought Yi Jun would personally rescue her, only to find that she had merely been directed to another person. After a moment of contemplation, she dared not hesitate any longer. Since Yi Jun had asserted that Elder Chun could help, she resolved to seek him out. Soon, she boarded a vehicle, inquiring about Elder Chun's whereabouts along the way. Before long, she learned that Elder Chun was treating patients at a branch of a medical clinic. At 23 Hualong Street, there was a clinic named Huazhong Hall, which Elder Chun had been operating for over 2 years. Upon arriving, Zhang Wan hurried into Huazhong Hall, only to find Elder Chun just finishing with a patient who was rising to leave. Filled with hope, she approached Elder Chun and implored, Elder Chun, I beg you to save me. My ailment can only be cured by you. You must help me. You know me? Elder Chun inquired with curiosity, as, typically, patients would ask whether he was present upon entering, since most had only heard of his reputation and had never seen him in person. Zhang Wan nodded earnestly, stating, Yes, I was fortunate enough to see you on television, so I recognized you at once. Elder Chun, you must save me. Very well. Please take a seat while I examine your pulse. Elder Chun was diligent in his practice, ensuring to diagnose every patient regardless of their background before determining whether to treat them. San Juan Kimplaivi, rolling up her sleeve and resting her arm on the examination table. Upon seeing the dark veins on her arm, Elder Chun's brow furrowed. He quickly discerned that she was afflicted with a malevolent ailment. However, upon examining her entire body, he noted the absence of any sinister presence and speculated that she might have consulted someone before. But it was puzzling. If that person could identify her affliction and had helped her remove the source of her malady, then surely they would have known how to cure her. Why then had she come to seek his help? Wait a moment. Had she not just claimed that her illness could only be cured by him? Could it be that she was referred to him by someone? Elder Chun pondered silently for a moment before gently releasing her arm and inquiring, Madam, may I ask if you have previously consulted someone regarding your illness? Furthermore, did that person recommend you to come to me? Indeed, Old Chun is right. I was indeed referred to you by someone named Yi Jun, a young and talented physician. However, due to some misunderstandings between us, he refused to help me and ultimately directed me to you. Zhang Wan held great admiration for Old Chun's astuteness, astonished that he had already surmised certain details without her uttering a word. Yi, this young friend? Old Chun felt a spark of curiosity, realizing that this patient was indeed one he had recommended. Upon reflection, it made sense. The peculiar ailment afflicting this woman was beyond the grasp of most traditional practitioners. This condition was undeniably rare, and apart from himself and Yi Jun, it seemed unlikely that anyone else in Yinshui City could comprehend it. Yet, Yi Jun was indeed an enigma. He possessed the ability to cure her, but chose not to, indicating that he did not wish for her demise. In light of this, Old Chun resolved to assist her, considering Yi Jun's goodwill. Chapter 57. Old Chun's treatment of a terminal patient. So, it was he who sent you to me. Yi Jun is my friend. Rest assured that I shall treat your ailment and guarantee your recovery within 7 days. Old Chun felt confident in his ability to heal her, and upon hearing his words, Zhang Wan's countenance brightened, and she expressed her gratitude profusely. Subsequently, Old Chun instructed her to remove the mask from her face to ascertain the extent of her affliction. As Zhang Wan gradually unveiled her features, it became evident that her visage resembled that of a swollen, discolored state, devoid of any cosmetic enhancement, as the insidious ailment had seeped deeply into her bloodstream. Old Chun first administered a calming pill to Zhang Wan, who felt a surge of relief and complied with his instructions, lying flat on the examination bed. He then summoned a junior physician to fetch silver needles, employing a unique ancestral technique known as the Chun family's extraordinary acupuncture method. Gradually, he began to unblock Zhang Wan's meridians, restoring the balance of yin and yang within her body. The silver needles employed were not ordinary round needles, but rather three-edged ones. The technique required a specific method of insertion and withdrawal, 3 punctures and 3 extractions, before any therapeutic effect could manifest. This was not Old Chun's first experience with acupuncture. He was quite adept and skillful in his practice. After several needles were inserted, the previously swollen and discolored areas on Zhang Wan's face began to show signs of improvement. The junior physician standing nearby admired Old Chun's remarkable skill, nodding in approval and learning from master. Unexpectedly, however, as old Chun prepared to change needles. Zhao Huan's symptoms suddenly relapsed. The areas that had started to recover became swollen once more, and the puncture sites began to ooze dark blood. Old Chun was taken aback, quickly calling for gauze and hemostatic agents, but found he could not stem the flow. "Help me, my body hurts so much it hurts." Zhang Wan's expression was one of sheer agony. Her voice trembled, her complexion darkened, and with a single hand, she clutched Old Chun's arm tightly, pleading for his assistance. Old Chun, however, wore a look of perplexity. The needles he used were impeccable, and his technique was absolutely precise. The patient should not have been experiencing such symptoms. What could have caused this sudden turn? "Save me, save me." Zhang Wan's voice gradually faded, and as Elder Chun grasped her pulse, preparing to reassess her condition, he was taken aback to find that her heart had ceased to beat. Her eyes no longer moved. Her mouth had stopped its desperate cries, and her gaze fixated lifelessly upon the ceiling of the pharmacy, where she succumbed. "Elder Chun, what has happened to her? Why is she not moving?" The young physician in the clinic, filled with trepidation, hurriedly inquired. "She is already deceased." Elder Chin's words caused everyone in the clinic to halt their tasks, enveloping the space in a profound silence. The atmosphere was thick with disbelief as gazes turned towards the scene. "Dead? How could this be? You just said that this patient could certainly be cured." The young physician, unable to fathom the situation, widened his eyes in inquiry. Elder Chin's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Wan's lifeless form, his heart swamped with confusion. Could it be that Yi Jun is involved? This patient was referred by him. He must be trying to frame you. The young physician recalled Zhang Wan's earlier words and swiftly directed his suspicions toward Yi Jun. Elder Chin's expression turned grave as he slightly narrowed his eyes, shaking his head slowly. "No, I am well aware of Yi Xiaoyou's character. Although he introduced her, he would never wish me harm. There must be another explanation for this. What shall we do now? After all, this patient died under your care. You cannot escape responsibility," the young physician exclaimed in panic, raising his voice within the clinic. Elder Chun, however, remained remarkably composed. After a few moments of silence and contemplation, he spoke calmly. "Let things take their natural course. This patient did not die due to my treatment. There is an underlying reason for her demise. I trust that even if the authorities investigate, they will vindicate me. There is no need for excessive concern." Meanwhile, in a private villa, a middle-aged man was anxiously puffing on a cigar, standing before a capable subordinate. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Addressing his subordinate, "How is the plan I entrusted to you progressing? Did Zhang Wan seek treatment from Yi Jun? Has she died at his hands? Surely, there cannot be any unforeseen complications." "Rest assured, sir, there will be no complications. Aside from her original ailment, Zhang Wan has been afflicted with an additional poison. At this juncture, she should have succumbed to its effects. The individuals I dispatched should be reporting back shortly," his subordinate assured confidently. The middle-aged man nodded, but just then, the sudden ringing of a mobile phone shattered the tension in the villa. It was his subordinate's call. "Hello. How is everything progressing? Is Zhang Wan dead? What did you say?" The middle-aged man's heart jolted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Sir, Zhang Wan is indeed dead now, but what? But she did not die at Yi Jun's hands. She died under Elder Chen's care." The subordinate bowed his head in remorse after delivering the shocking news. "What? Under Elder Chen's care?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression contorting with rage as he glared at his subordinate, rising to deliver a fierce slap. A crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the villa as the middle-aged man bellowed. "Incompetent fool. You cannot even handle this trivial matter. What use am I for supporting you? I instructed you to frame Yi Jun, yet you managed to provoke Elder Chen instead? I apologize, sir. It was not my intention, and I did not foresee that Yi Jun would not intervene to save anyone." Zhang Wan approached him for assistance while carrying a secret from Hu Wenzhong. Given Yi Jun's character, I assumed he would help, but unexpectedly. "Silence. You have ruined everything and still have the audacity to explain?" The middle-aged man halted his subordinate's words, his furious expression gradually solidifying into a calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his fist tightly and spoke solemnly. "Elder Chun, I had no desire for you to be involved in this matter. It is entirely your own meddling that has led to this predicament. So do not blame me." Chapter 58, Uncle Mi's Investment. "Go and take care of another matter for me. Let all the blame for Zhang Wan's death fall onto Chen Zhoumiao. He enjoys playing the scapegoat, so let him assume that role. As for that Yi Jun, I will devise another strategy to deal with him." After a moment of reflection, the middle-aged man commanded, "Yes, sir, I will see to it immediately. Ensure you execute it well. If there is the slightest error, your life will no longer be of any consequence." With that, the middle-aged man resumed smoking his cigar and ascended the stairs, while his subordinate promptly departed the villa. On Guzhun Street, at Yi Jun's residence. I already had something to eat outside. My apologies, Donger, for neglecting to greet you. Someone treated me to lunch today. Cut it out. Someone treated you to a meal? You couldn't have waited? Who invited you? Mi Donger continued to grumble, suddenly displaying a puzzled expression, her eyes widening in curiosity. Yi Jun shared his thoughts candidly. Although he had pledged to collaborate with the Jin family against the Ning family, he still needed to attend to his own affairs. In this world, nothing is as reliable as one's own enterprise. Opening an antique shop, Mi Donger was instantly filled with excitement. She envisioned that if Yi Jun opened such a shop, she could assist him and purchase jewelry at a discounted price. Surely, he would grant her that favor. In less than 2 seconds, Mi Donger eagerly nodded her head like a fortune cat, exclaiming, "Brother Jun, what a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support you. The profits from an antique shop are substantial, and it offers a leisurely pace. Our street is lined with antique shops, and countless patrons visit daily. If you open a store, you are bound to earn a fortune. Indeed, I too express my support." At that moment, Uncle Mi ambled in from outside. Since moving into the villa, he had developed a fondness for the garden, even bringing his favorite tea to the pavilion there. "Uncle Mi, you are here as well." Yi Jun greeted him before his expression turned slightly pained. Opening an antique shop is merely a notion at this point. While I have some funds, they might not suffice. Therefore, I plan to earn a bit more money first, and once I have sufficient capital, I will rent a storefront to establish the shop. Are you in need of funds? Dad, where are you going? Stay here and wait for me with Yi Jun. Don't follow me. Uncle Mi, filled with joy, left the hall and made his way to his bedroom. Upon reaching his bedside, he glanced outside to ensure no one was following him. He quietly retrieved a savings book from beneath the bed, his face glowing with delight as he thought to himself, I have saved this sum for most of my life. I have always dreamed of opening an antique shop, but I never had enough money to do so. Now that Yi Jun is ready to open a store, I might as well invest and put this money to use. I can earn some dividends each year. 5 million? Yi Jun stared in disbelief at the amount on the savings book. How could Uncle Mi possess such a fortune? Just previously, he had been so financially strained that he had to sell his house to buy a vase. And now he could suddenly produce 5 million? Not only Yi Jun, but even Mi Donger was taken aback, her expression a mix of astonishment and anger. Dad, how did you come by this money? Didn't you say our family was poor? You always told me to be frugal, yet you secretly hoard money for yourself. Now, Dong, you mustn't blame your father. It hasn't been easy for me to save this amount over the years. Moreover, how could you think I'm saving it for myself? You're the only daughter of the Mi family. When I'm gone, this money will all belong to you. Don't try to deceive me. You're doing this for yourself, unwilling to see me prosper. Now that you see Yi Jun is opening a shop, you immediately take it out to invest, fulfilling your own dream of owning an antique store. Mi Donger was not naive. She understood her father's intentions well. Since she was little, Uncle Mi had often expressed his desire to open an antique shop but lacked the funds. Over the years, that dream had quietly lingered in his heart. Today, regardless of his fate, he still sought to invest, even at the cost of his daughter. Uncle Mi, this must be your entire savings. I feel I cannot accept it. What if my store incurs losses in the future? Wouldn't your money be wasted? Please keep it for Donger's dowry instead. Yi Jun kindly advised. However, Uncle Mi remained resolute, shaking his head firmly. No, Yi Jun. I have already set aside money for her dowry. This is my investment for you. Just accept it. Although it may not be a substantial amount, I fear it might not significantly aid your business. Still, it is my heartfelt contribution. You must do well. Yi Jun, seeing Uncle Mi's unwavering determination. Yi Jun finally nodded in agreement. All right then, I will work hard and strive not to disappoint you. Uncle Mi, come on, let us go eat. Today, your father is in an exceptionally good mood. We must enjoy more of the meals you prepare. Uncle Mi, in high spirits, pulled Mi Donger along to the dining table. This is infuriating. Others exploit their fathers, but I, with good intentions, do not exploit you. And yet you choose to take advantage of your daughter. I truly wonder if I am your biological child. Mi Donger grumbled in frustration as she followed to the dining table. Yi Jun's hunger had long been satisfied. He awaited Mi Donger to finish her meal, tidy up the utensils, and then they would venture out together in the afternoon, intent on pursuing their financial ambitions at a gemstone gambling establishment. The previous venue, the Duyin Pavilion, was no longer an option. Yi Jun wished to avoid accruing too many favors from Sister Jean, as he feared he would be unable to repay them. In Yi Jun's view, a gemstone shop represented the swiftest avenue to wealth. Suddenly, as Yi Jun and Mi Donger departed from their home, en route to a gemstone shop, his phone began to ring from within his pocket. Chapter 59, Witness. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered it was a call from Wen Linhai. Curiosity piqued within him. Was there yet another peculiar case at the hospital? Hello, Dr. Wan. What is it? Yi Jun inquired as he answered the call, his curiosity evident. Something has happened. Old Chun is in trouble. Yi Shini, do you recall Zhang Wan, whom you met last time at the hospital? She has died today in Old Chen's clinic. Wen Linhai spoke hurriedly over the phone. What? Zhang Wan is dead? Yi Jun was taken aback, while Mi Dong beside him, wore a look of confusion, unaware of who Zhang Wan was. Subsequently, Wen Linhai recounted the details he had managed to uncover regarding the incident. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun's expression turned particularly grave. This shouldn't be. Today, I was the one who recommended Zhang Wan to Old Chen. Given Old Chen's medical skills, it should have been straightforward to treat her. Even if he couldn't cure her, he certainly shouldn't have let her die, Yi Jun instinctively thought, sensing that there was something amiss. Until evidence emerged, it would be unwise to voice his suspicions. Ye Shangyi, what did you say? Zhang Wan was your recommendation? When Linhai's eyes widened in astonishment, having not learned this crucial detail. After a moment of deep contemplation, he sighed and added, in that case, this situation becomes even more perplexing. With your and Old Chen's medical expertise, it would be impossible for Zhang Wan to have perished under their care. Could there be another cause for her death? He held a profound trust in Yi Jun, convinced that he would not deliberately ensnare Old Chen. What is Old Chen's condition now? Where is he? Is he still at the clinic? Yi Jun inquired gravely after a brief pause. No, Old Chen has already been taken away by the Xuanwu group. The Zhang family, upon learning that Zhang Wan died in Old Chen's clinic, has come to demand accountability and has filed a report. The Xuanwu group swiftly dispatched personnel to apprehend Old Chen. Wen Linhai informed him, having called specifically to relay this distressing news. The Xuanwu group is a department responsible for handling certain specialized cases. Understood. I shall head to the Xuanwu group immediately. I feel it is imperative to clarify the matter. Mi Dong, still oblivious to the unfolding events, insisted on accompanying Yi Jun, persistently inquiring along the way. Upon learning the truth, her expression became utterly dazed. Wen Linhai, meanwhile, was not idle. As a surgical chief, he was acquainted with many individuals and sought to leverage any connections he could muster to assist Chun Zhongmiao in navigating this crisis. Yi Jun quickly arrived near the Xuanwu group, hastily disembarking and making his way inside. As he was about to step through the door, an individual clad in casual attire, a beautiful woman in a white t-shirt, suddenly dashed out with astonishing speed, colliding forcefully with Yi Jun's chest. Ah! Yi Jun stood frozen in place, only to hear a shrill scream. When he turned to look at the woman, her face was contorted with extreme anger, glaring fiercely at him as she approached. Clutching her chest. Hey, are you blind? Why are you blocking the way at such a critical moment? Miss, I believe you are mistaken. It was you who carelessly rushed out from inside and collided with me. How can you blame me for this? Yi Yun retorted, aware that the impact had indeed been significant, as he distinctly felt his chest struck by something quite elastic before it rebounded. Observing the woman's stance, he surmised what had caused the collision. Blame you? Who else should I blame? Don't you know where you are? Do you want me to have you arrested right here? The woman fumed, disregarding her original purpose and shouting at Yi Jun. What authority do you have to arrest my brother? I witnessed the incident. You were the one who collided with him. Unable to handle your own mishaps, you come here, yelling like a banshee. Mi Dong, with her sharp tongue, could no longer contain herself and chimed in. Who are you calling a banshee? Say that again, if you dare. The woman, incensed, felt her temper rising as she faced the two of them. Idare, you are indeed a banshee, a wretched banshee. Mi Dong raised her voice defiantly, unperturbed by the woman's fury, engaging in a relentless exchange of shouts. When it came to arguments, neither of them could hold a candle to her. Yi Yun, taken aback by the turn of events, lamented his unfortunate luck. It seemed that every time he stepped outside, he encountered troublesome women. Still daring to act arrogantly in our presence? It appears you two have some audacity. Now both of you, step back inside. I shall take you into custody, the woman declared coldly, showing no signs of yielding. In truth, she was a prospective member of the Xuanwu group, preparing to embark on a mission when she unexpectedly collided with Yi Jun. Her abrasive demeanor made her a figure few dared to provoke within the group, let alone outsiders. Upon hearing her words, Mi Dong and Yi Jun surmised her identity. Only someone from Xuanwu would have the audacity to speak of arresting them. Nonetheless, they felt no guilt for the incident, maintaining their aloofness and pride. The woman's face flushed with anger, and she seemed ready to take action, prepared to apprehend them. Yi Jun, however, stood his ground. The fault was not his, and regardless of her status, he would retaliate if she dared make a move. At that critical moment, another individual clad in Xuanwu attire emerged from the hall, observing the commotion at the door. Approaching with a serious expression, he addressed the woman, Xiao Tong. What is all this shouting about? What happened with these two? Captain Wang, they collided with me, refused to apologize, and are now shouting at me. I was just about to apprehend them. She spoke nonsense. It was clearly her haste that led to the collision, so how could she accuse us of hitting someone? Mi Donger argued vehemently in her defense. The man from the Xuanwu Bureau was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a grave issue, only to discover it was merely a case of an accident. Yes, Team Leader Wang, the woman said, saluting before departing. After her exit, the man turned to Yi Jun and Mi Donger, scrutinizing them as he inquired, "May I ask what brings you two here? Are you here to file a report or for some other matter? We have come to provide an explanation regarding an individual. I have heard that you apprehended a doctor named Chen Zhoumiao today, and I possess a differing perspective on the matter, as I consider myself a partial witness." Chapter 60. They're all murderers. Oh, the man's expression shifted to one of intrigue upon hearing Yi Jun's words. Today, the most significant issue within the Xuanwu Bureau was indeed the incident involving Chen Zhoumiao's medical error, resulting in a fatality. Chen Zhoumiao's reputation was well known among the members of Xuanwu. The vice president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, a prominent figure in the medical community, had allegedly caused a patient's death due to a mistake in treatment. This was truly a shocking revelation. The team had been frantically investigating the authenticity of the situation. Upon hearing Yi Jun claim to be a witness, the man was understandably astonished. He promptly escorted Yi Jun and Mi Donger into the hall, guiding them to a place for recording statements. Sitting down, he inquired, "What testimony do you wish to provide regarding this case?" The deceased, Zhang Wan, was someone I had recommended to Chen Lao's clinic. Originally, Zhang Wan sought my assistance for her ailment, but I declined. Given Chen Lao's medical expertise and Zhang Wan's condition at the time, it is inconceivable that a standard treatment would result in her death. Therefore, I suspect that the cause of her demise may be suspicious and not related to Chen Lao. Yi Jun elucidated. "What? You referred the deceased to Chen Zhoumiao?" The man's surprise was evident, followed by a look of deep skepticism as he asked, "Are you a doctor? And did you know Chen Zhoumiao prior to this?" Observing Yi Jun's appearance, he doubted she resembled a physician. Furthermore, even if she were a doctor, it was not guaranteed that she would be acquainted with someone as distinguished as Chen Zhoumiao, a name he had never heard before. "No, I'm not a doctor. I merely possess some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Patients have heard of me and sought my assistance. As for Chen Zhoumiao, he is my friend. He was astute enough to realize that claiming to be a doctor would necessitate presenting credentials, which he lacked entirely. So he opted to clarify that he was not a physician, not a doctor, yet you can treat patients?" The man's expression tightened, and his skepticism towards Yi Jun only deepened. He scrutinized her seriously, suspecting she might be attempting to confuse the issue, and then asked, "Are you aware that treating patients without a medical license is also illegal?" "I'm indeed aware, which is why I did not treat the patient, but rather referred her to Chen Lao. Is there an issue with that?" This young man seemed to possess a certain logic in his reasoning. "How did the patient come to know of your medical expertise?" The man, unwilling to relent, pressed on with his inquiry. Anger simmered within him as he found himself at a loss against Yi Jun. Nevertheless, being a member of the Xuanwu, he possessed a certain psychological resilience. Within moments, he regained his composure, casting a cold gaze at Yi Jun and posing another question. "What else do you know apart from this? Can you assure me that Chen Zhoumiao will not bring about her demise?" "I cannot provide a 100% guarantee. I can only say that the likelihood of him causing Zhang Wan's death is akin to the chances of an ordinary person succumbing to a mild cold." The man's serious stare bore into Yi Jun, recognizing that his meticulous reasoning and calm demeanor were not traits of an ordinary individual. To ascertain Yi Jun's identity and the veracity of his statements, he instructed Yi Jun to wait momentarily while he rose to send someone to inquire with Chen Zhoumiao, who was currently being interrogated, to see if his account aligned with Yi Jun's. After a few minutes of comparison, his subordinate returned with news that Chen Zhoumiao's statements were entirely consistent with Yi Jun's. No issues arose. "Well done, and thank you for your efforts." However, unexpectedly, just as he prepared to leave, a figure burst into the hall. Upon spotting Yi Jun and the Xuanwu members, he shouted, "Yi Jun must not be allowed to leave. He is in league with Chen Zhoumiao." In an instant, all eyes in the room turned toward him. This man was none other than Zhang Yujia, Zhang Wan's brother. With a face full of indignation, he approached the man and firmly declared, "I can testify that Yi Jun and Chen Zhoumiao are both murderers." My sister had a significant conflict with Yi Jun previously. He is knowledgeable in medicine and has personally intervened to save lives at the first hospital. When my sister sought his help, he refused. Today, when my sister suddenly fell gravely ill, she insisted on finding Yi Jun for assistance. But to my dismay, she ended up dead, and it was at the hands of Chen Zhoumiao. They conspired together to take her life, and I implore the Xuanwu to apprehend him as well. Who are you? The man questioned Zhang Yujia, puzzled by his lengthy discourse and the constant reference to his sister. Yi Jun furrowed his brows, taken aback by this unexpected arrival. He had already been feeling discontent within himself, having dealt with this individual previously. Now that he had an opportunity for retribution, would he simply let it slip away? Zhang, cease your baseless accusations. My brother Jun would never harm anyone. The death of your sister was purely an unfortunate accident. Perhaps she harbored some undiagnosed affliction that neither my brother Jun nor Chen Lao recognized, and she failed to disclose it herself, leading to her sudden demise. This has nothing to do with either of them. Mi Donger suddenly became astute, angrily shouting at Zhang Yujia. Her words sparked a flicker of thought in Yi Jun's mind. Oh, I am making unfounded accusations? What evidence do you have to prove that you're not responsible for her death? What you speak of are merely conjectures. Individuals like you, who cause harm, should all be apprehended. Enough. Silence. As the men observed their altercation, one of them suddenly called out in a cold voice. Chapter 61. He is qualified to examine. Zhang Yujia immediately closed his mouth obediently. The man cast a chilling glance at them before issuing a command. Now, you will provide a new written statement detailing everything you know, as well as your specific relationship with the deceased, Chen Zhoumiao. Yi Jun had no objections. He felt it necessary to clarify, as it would greatly assist Xuanwu in discerning the truth of the case. Zhang Yujia, with a disdainful pout, complied and began to report on the case. After nearly half an hour, they finally conveyed all they knew. Xuanwu prepared to allow them to leave, assuring them that the remaining matters would be resolved efficiently, restoring justice for the deceased. She quickly approached the captain, saluting as she reported. Captain Wang, my task is complete. The deceased, Zhang Wan, has been taken to the morgue and, following a preliminary examination, some conclusions regarding the cause of death have been drawn. She then produced a document containing the initial findings and handed it to Wang Zhongshan. After reviewing it carefully, he furrowed his brow. What is this? Old Wu can only confirm that the deceased died from a serious illness, but he cannot ascertain the specific disease? This remark caught Yi Jun's attention, causing his brow to furrow as well. He had nearly reached the hall's entrance, but his steps abruptly halted. What did you say? Wang Zhongshan's expression turned grave. Disbelief etched on his face. You lack even the most basic medical certification, and you wish to assist us in the autopsy? Do you believe you possess the requisite qualifications? And Xiaodong's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced at Yi Jun, sizing him up with disdain, and sneered softly to herself. So he is just a pretender, utterly unaware of his own limitations. Does he think a smattering of medical knowledge qualifies him to diagnose? Moreover, this concerns a deceased person. In truth, the examination of the deceased differs fundamentally from that of the living, and only a qualified forensic pathologist is permitted to conduct such examinations. Ordinary doctors lack this authority. In their eyes, Yi Jun barely qualified as a doctor, let alone as someone capable of examining a corpse. Zhang Yujia, accompanying Yi Jun, also caught wind of his words and promptly halted, turning to approach. I say, Yi Jun, you are quite cunning. You've already harmed my sister, and now you seek to meddle with her body. If you get your hands on her, you might destroy evidence of her cause of death, thus obscuring the truth of her demise. Captain Wang, I oppose allowing Yi Jun to handle my sister's body. Furthermore, I implore you to ensure her remains are safeguarded from those who might wish to tamper with evidence. What did you say? Yi Jun's expression shifted abruptly. A frigid glare directed at Zhang Yujia, causing him to tremble involuntarily, his gaze quickly averting, unable to meet Yi Jun's eyes. After all, he had been reprimanded by Yi Jun twice prior, leaving him with an unshakable sense of dread. Mi Donger was seething with indignation. Zhang Yujia, relying on the presence of Xuanwu, audaciously spoke with arrogance and unjustly accused others. Wang Zhongshan, with a stern tone, addressed the two of them. Yi Jun wished to protest further, but Xiaotong had already revealed her hostility towards him. If you don't leave now, be careful that I charge you with obstructing the investigation, and I'll have you all locked up. You dare? Mi Dongya exclaimed, her displeasure evident as she glared at Xiaotong. Try me, and Xiaotong retorted, stepping forward as if to take action. At that moment, Yi Jun decisively intervened, subtly shaking his head at Mi Donger, signaling her not to escalate the situation. He then earnestly turned to them. The deceased suffered from a rare illness. The symptoms mentioned by this lady are merely the normal manifestations of the patient's condition and are not fatal. The true cause of death must be something else. I urge you to heed my advice. Moreover, the optimal time for examining the deceased cause of death is within 24 hours. If it exceeds that period, the symptoms within her body may change or vanish, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. This has nothing to do with you. You may leave. And Xiaodong coldly dismissed Yi Jun's words, glaring at him as she did so. Wang Zhongshan evidently disregarded Yi Jun's remarks and paid him no mind. With a furrowed brow, Yi Jun shook his head in resignation and turned to leave with Ming Dynasty. Young Master Zhang snorted disdainfully, casting an angry glance at Yi Jun before departing as well. However, shortly after Yi Jun exited the hall, Wang Zhongshan's phone unexpectedly rang. He pulled it out to find it was a call from his superior, who was on a business trip. Without hesitation, he answered, "Hello, Chief Li. How may I assist you? I heard a major case has arisen in Yinshui City. The vice president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Mr. Chun, has been arrested," came a gravelly and severe voice from the other end. "Yes, Chief Li. Chun Zhongmiao made a mistake while saving a life, resulting in the death of Zhang Jia's daughter, Zhang Wan. We are currently investigating and will clarify the matter as swiftly as possible," Wang Zhongshan assured decisively. "Make sure to keep a close watch on the deceased body and conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the true cause of death. By the way, if a young man named Yi Jun approaches you with information, be sure to treat him well. If he has any suggestions or requests, do your utmost to accommodate him. He is the key to unraveling this case," Chief Li instructed over the phone. "What did you say, Yi Yun?" Wang Zhongshan's expression turned blank. Once he regained his composure, he explained on the call that Yi Jun had just been there and had made the absurd request for an autopsy without any forensic credentials, to which Chief Li had surprisingly agreed. "All right, I understand, Chief Li. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions." Wang Zhongshan concluded the call, his mind filled with confusion. And Xiaodong, noticing Wang Zhongshan's expression, could not help but inquire, "Team Leader Wang, what is the matter? I just heard you mention the name Yi Jun. Who is he?" Chapter 62, An Apology What? And Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, "Team Leader Wang, are you jesting? The person who just offered us suggestions, does he truly possess the qualifications to perform an autopsy? Fine, I understand. I shall attend to it immediately." Although Xiaodong felt perplexed, the order had been issued, leaving her no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, on the other end, Li Jiankai, known as Big Brother Li, after ending a call, swiftly dialed another number. Once the line connected, he spoke candidly, "Old one, I've accomplished the task you entrusted to me. This time, I have truly risked my neck to shoulder the responsibility for you. If what you say proves to be false, my head will be on the line as well. Were it not for your past act of saving my life and my first-hand experience of Chun Zhongmiao's medical skills, I would never assist you under these circumstances. I firmly believe he is innocent, and I assure you, I will not lend my support otherwise. Thank you, Big Brother Li. You need not worry. I assure you, my claims are entirely truthful. The young brother, Yi Jun, I recommend will undoubtedly find a way to clear my senior's name. His medical expertise far surpasses both mine and my senior's. As for those with forensic qualifications, they merely possess some legal knowledge and collaborate with you. In terms of medical skills, they are merely average compared to Yi Jun, who is a realm apart. The individual on the other end was Wen Lin Hai. He and Big Brother Li were not merely doctor and patient. They were also old friends from high school, sharing a close bond, even living as next-door neighbors. Had it not been for such familiarity, Li Jiankai would not have offered his assistance so readily. All right, enough flattery. I only care for results. As for the abilities of the person you mentioned, we shall see once the autopsy is complete, Li Jiankai concluded before hanging up, his workload demanding his attention. On Yi Jun's side, just as he alighted from his vehicle and had yet to step through the villa's entrance, a familiar, melodic voice called out from behind him. "Yi Jun, wait a moment." It was possible that Wang Zhongshan could indeed undertake such a task. Mi Dong, observing his expression, wore a tense demeanor, clearly displeased. Just moments ago, she had asserted that Yi Jun need not involve himself in the autopsy. Yet here she was, seeking him out. Yi Jun's countenance remained grave, as this turn of events had taken him by surprise. However, seeing in Xiaodong's expression now appeared softer than it had been in the meeting, although devoid of a smile. The earlier tension had dissipated. What do you take my brother Jun for? You just spoke ill of him in our presence, and now you come seeking his help? We shall not acquiesce. You may handle the corpse examination yourselves, Yi Jun thought, though he concealed his delight about the opportunity to perform the autopsy. As Mi Dong had remarked, he was not someone who could be summoned at will. So what do you propose? She pressed. Yi Jun, do not be ungrateful. The chance we offer you to partake in this autopsy is indeed rare. And Xiaodong was on the verge of losing her temper once again, yet at a crucial moment. She managed to suppress it, casting a frustrated glance. Yi Jun let out a cold laugh, fully aware of what was brewing in Xiaodong's mind. She was merely attempting to save face. Despite being the one in need, she insisted on feigning an air of superiority, as though others should be the ones to seek her favor. However, Yi Jun was also curious about who possessed such remarkable influence that they could cause the notoriously volatile Xiaotong to shift her demeanor in mere minutes. You. And Xiaotong found herself at a loss for words, pointing her slender, pale finger at Yi Jun's nose, wanting to unleash a tirade, yet lacking the courage to do so. Mi Dong, perceptive to the situation, deliberately adopted an arrogant expression and demanded something from Xiaodong. And Xiaodong's internal turmoil was nearly explosive. These two insufferable individuals were actually expecting her to apologize. How many dared to demand an apology from her during her years in the group? Yi Yun turned, intending to leave, and Xiaotong was both astonished and perplexed. This individual, seemingly impoverished, resided in the most opulent villa on ancient Treasure Street. It seemed one could not judge a book by its cover. Hey, wait a moment. And Xiaodong rushed forward to impede their progress as Yi Jun was about to enter the door. Struggling for words, she averted her gaze and muttered an apology. I'm sorry for my poor temper in the group earlier. I shouldn't have been so harsh. I hope you can forgive me. Is this truly how you apologize? Your sincerity is lacking. Not only do you avoid looking at us, but your tone is so cold. We cannot accept this. Me Dongye hoofed indignantly, turning her head away in frustration. Chapter 63, The Arrogance of the Dog's Eyes. You. And Xiaotong felt her anger boiling over, her eyes glaring at them like two copper bells. Sensing her impending fury, Yi Jun swiftly turned to leave. Within mere seconds, and Xiaodong repressed her temper once more, stepping forward with her arms outstretched to block their exit. Shifting from coldness to warmth, she softened her tone and gazed at them with relative gentleness, saying, I was in the wrong earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. I, and Xiaodong, am here to apologize to you. Now you see much better. Mi Dong displayed a joyful expression, secretly relishing in Xiaodong's helplessness. As for the apology, she found it beneath her contempt. Yi Jun recognized the rarity of such a gentle demeanor from Xiaotong and deemed it inappropriate to provoke her further. Her volatile nature, combined with her unique profession, meant that any mistreatment might lead to unforeseen consequences, especially given Yi Jun's limited understanding of modern legalities, and Mi Dong's ignorance was even more pronounced. Yi Jun casually gestured, and then Xiaotong invited her in her car. Mi Dong had initially wished to join the fray, but this time Yi Jun prevented her from doing so. There was little she could contribute, so it was better for her to wait at home. As Yi Jun settled into Xiaodong's vehicle, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped her, mirroring the subtle scent that lingered around Xiaotong. She occasionally glanced back at Yi Jun, seated behind her, fearful that he might commit some unsightly action that could tarnish her vehicle. Yi Jun, a high-ranking minister of the Ming Dynasty, possessed an inherent quality of decorum. To her surprise, he appeared rather composed, and Xiaotong cast a sidelong glance at him before returning her focus to the road. After a brief drive, she brought Yi Jun to the precinct, parked the car, and proceeded to report to Wang Zhongshan. Together, they escorted Yi Jun to the morgue for an autopsy. As they approached, a noxious odor emanated from within the facility. This area was devoid of residential habitation, characterized by its rudimentary conditions, as it was designated by the precinct for the storage of deceased bodies. Guards were stationed inside, all donning masks. Upon their arrival, and Xiaotong and Wang Zhongshan were nearly overwhelmed by the foul stench, prompting them to each put on a mask and offer one to Yi Jun curiously. Yi Jun seemed utterly unaffected by the repugnant smell, standing beside them like an unwavering mountain, exuding an air of tranquility, as if he were devoid of olfactory sensation. In his past, as an official in the Ming Dynasty, he had encountered numerous autopsies, earning a reputation for his exceptional forensic skills that unraveled one major case after another, thus paving his path to prominence. The conditions in ancient times were far more dire than those of today. Even in summer, there were no temperature-controlled environments to stave off the decay of corpses, nor were there any flies or pests. Yet, in antiquity, he would endure the stench while racing against time to conduct examinations. Therefore, the odors he now encountered were nearly negligible. What a peculiar individual, and Xiaotong mused as she handed Yi Jun a mask. For the sake of his health, he donned it. After all, in such an environment, even if one could endure the overwhelming stench, the risk of bacterial and viral intrusion loomed large. In his earlier days as a coroner, he He had also utilized coverings for his mouth and nose. Team Leader Wang, you've arrived, greeted a guard at the entrance as they entered. Wang Zhongshan nodded slightly and led Yi Jun and Xiao Tong inside. Within, nearly 20 white-clothed tables were meticulously arranged, each draped with a white sheet concealing the deceased. 2 rows contained 10 bodies each, and the third body on the left side upon entry was that of Zhang Wan. A forensic expert clad in a white lab coat was performing the examination when he noticed Wang Zhongshan's arrival. He promptly set down his instruments and greeted him. Good day, Team Leader Wang. How is the examination proceeding? Any new findings? Wang Zhongshan inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon the expert. Forensic expert Zhou Mingshu shook his head and candidly explained, No, the victim's exterior is entirely obscured by a peculiar ailment, one I have never encountered before. The wounds on the deceased indicate that prior to his demise, he underwent a series of acupuncture treatments. However, ultimately, he cannot be saved. From my preliminary examination, there is a significant likelihood that the victim succumbed to an unexpected complication following the acupuncture, and this is inextricably linked to the practitioner. Oh, Wang Zhongshan furrowed his brow, pondering the implication that the perpetrator might indeed be Chen Zhongmiao. What nonsense! At that moment, Yi Jun, with a frown, interjected suddenly. Zhou Mingshu's expression tightened as he turned to scrutinize Yi Jun, casting a questioning glance at Wang Zhongshan. Captain Wang, who is this individual? Is he also part of your team? No. Like you, he has come to conduct an autopsy on the deceased. What? An autopsy? Zhou Mingshu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he chuckled awkwardly. Captain Wang, you must be jesting. How could he possibly perform an autopsy? Moreover, hasn't the autopsy work in your team always been my responsibility? Do you not trust my forensic skills? Old Zhou, please do not misinterpret my intentions. That is not what I meant. This case is somewhat exceptional, and even our chief, Li, is paying particular attention to it. Hence, we sought an additional forensic officer to assist you, primarily to provide you with some support. The main forensic work still relies on your expertise, Wang Zhongshan articulated tactfully. His inherent skepticism regarding Yi Jun's forensic abilities lingered, were it not for Chief Li's request. He would never have permitted Yi Jun's presence. After all, the deceased belonged to the Zhang family, and if they were to learn of Yi Jun's involvement, it could lead to chaos within the team. As for Chief Li's stipulations, he believed he had satisfied them. Yi Jun had merely expressed a desire to assist with the autopsy, not to be the principal forensic officer. Zhou Mingshu was a renowned forensic expert in Yanshui City, having examined countless corpses throughout his career, which is precisely why the team had invited him to collaborate. Haha, I see now. Captain Wang has arranged for me to have an assistant. Thank you very much. Zhou Mingshu's expression brightened upon hearing Wang Zhongshan's words. Without hesitation, he then turned his stern gaze upon Yi Jun and directly inquired, Young man, from which forensic school did you graduate? Do you possess any experience in conducting autopsies or relevant certifications? Chapter 64. You lack the qualification to examine. None. Zhou Mingshu's expression shifted immediately. What? No certification? Then how can you? Old Zhou, why are you being so particular? This is Chief Li's directive. Do you intend to send away someone he has assigned? Wang Zhongshan promptly interjected sternly. Zhou Mingshu suddenly understood, realizing that Yi Jun was a favored individual, and thought to himself that it was of little consequence whether he was knowledgeable or not, as he would merely be assisting. Young man, come here and assist me. Hold these tools carefully and do not disturb me during the autopsy. Otherwise, should any mistakes occur, you will bear the responsibility. Zhou Mingshu casually handed a collection of autopsy tools to Yi Jun. Upon inspection, Yi Jun discovered an assortment of instruments, including tweezers, pliers, and scissors, all neatly arranged within a leather pouch. While the tools were indeed comprehensive, Zhou Mingshu's proficiency in conducting autopsies was rather mediocre. In this moment, Yi Jun remained silent, standing by with his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Wan's lifeless body, yearning to uncover some hidden truth. When he beheld Zhang Wan's face, a chill ran through him. Her eyes were wide open, her expression grotesque, and she had yet to enter a state of eternal rest. Observing Zhou Mingshu's unrestrained manipulation of Zhang Wan's remains, Yi Jun could not help but shake his head, feeling a sense of melancholy. In truth, Zhang Wan had sought his counsel with a heart full of remorse, which is why he had recommended her to seek treatment from Elder Chun. However, he never anticipated that this visit would ultimately cost her life. What ailments could still be concealed within her? Logically, Zhang Wan's affliction should not have resulted in such significant blood loss. Judging by the location of the bleeding, it appeared to stem from where Elder Chun had administered his needles. The 3-edged needle he employed targeted specific acupoints meant to dispel malevolence. And his technique was both meticulous and adept, so complications were unexpected. Could it be Yiyun scrutinized Shang Xuan's body? And a bold hypothesis suddenly emerged in his mind. Dr. Zhou, I believe that examining her exterior will yield no further insights. Perhaps we should remove her clothing to inspect her chest and abdomen. I suspect she may have suffered a sudden medical crisis that led to her demise. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Jun urged with urgency. What a shameless cad. She has passed at such an age. And you still wish to inspect her in that manner. And Xiao Tong, from a distance, could not help but mutter a curse under her breath in response. Yi Jun seemed to perceive their disdain and misunderstanding toward him. His expression grew stern, and with piercing words he declared, "An impure heart begets wicked sight. Only with a mind devoid of distractions can one maintain a clear gaze. Our duty is to seek justice for the deceased, to assist her in voicing her unspoken words. I believe the departed would not hold us in contempt." "Nonsense," Zhou Mingshu retorted coldly. He exchanged the tool in Yi Jun's hand for a small knife, directing his examination towards the site of Zhang Wan's bleeding, preparing to scrape away some tissue for study. Without hesitation, Yi Jun grasped Zhou Mingshu's wrist, halting him. "Dr. Zhou, her external symptoms require no further examination. Moreover, the deceased deserves respect. She is yet to find peace, and you intend to wield a knife upon her head? This is a profound disrespect to the departed." "Disrespect? I see this as your disrespect towards me. You are merely my assistant. What authority do you have to dictate my actions?" Zhou Mingshu retorted. "Remove your hand, and if you continue to interfere, I shall abandon the examination of this body." Zhou Mingshu's words were intended for Wang Zhongshan's ears, hoping to incite him against Yi Jun. However, before Wang Zhongshan could speak, Yi Jun interjected. "Your refusal to examine her is fortuitous. Should you persist in your examination, it will only lead to further misfortune, ultimately failing to vindicate the deceased and unjustly implicating Elder Chun." "What did you say?" Zhou Mingshu's expression darkened instantly. He had merely uttered a word of threat. Yet this young man audaciously responded, daring to address him with such insolence. Was it not true? After conducting the autopsy for so long, had he deduced the ailment that afflicted this corpse? What were the causes of the affliction throughout the body, the fatal points? And how many instances could be attributed to the physician's intervention? If it were not the needle that caused the demise, how could he continue his examination? Was he merely attempting to obfuscate the truth with superficial injuries, feigning understanding? Yi Jun's words rendered everyone present speechless. Even Zhou Mingshu, the forensic expert, found himself at a loss in the face of such inquiries. Indeed, from his perspective, he still had no clarity on Zhang Wan's precise cause of death. "Can you discern these details? Do not presume that your rudimentary knowledge of medical theory grants you the right to show off in my presence." Zhou Mingshu glared furiously at Yi Jun, his voice dripping with disdain. Who was truly flaunting their inadequacies would soon become apparent. Yi Jun, indifferent to Zhou Mingshu's eye, turned to examine the deceased Zhang Wan's head, meticulously scrutinizing the injuries on her scalp and face. He then smoothed her facial expression into a serene state, murmuring some incomprehensible phrases under his breath. Zhou Mingshu trembled with rage, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Wang Zhongshan interjected, "Old Zhou, there is no need for anger. Let us observe just how capable this young man truly is." "Very well. I shall join you in watching what this fellow can uncover." Zhou Mingshu begrudgingly agreed, dissatisfied yet compelled to participate, laying his tools upon the examination table, dismissing the notion of assisting Yi Jun. For in his eyes, Yi Jun lacked the requisite qualifications. Chapter 65, A Bet Between Us. Yi Jun, armed with a pair of tweezers, approached the body of Zhang Wan, examining her skin up close. He lifted a portion of her sleeve, closely inspecting her pulse and veins, and remarked, "Upon death, the skin takes on a bluish hue. The deceased was originally of a darker complexion, thus the bluish tint is not prominent. The pulse and veins appear normal, the muscles taut, and the wrist bears no external injuries. It seems she attempted to grasp something in desperation to alleviate her pain prior to succumbing." Such trivial observations could be made by anyone. Zhou Mingshu scoffed at his words. Unable to suppress his disdain, Yi Jun paid no heed to him and continued his examination of the deceased's neck, gently parting her clothing to observe her shoulder. This action drew the attention of onlookers, who instinctively averted their gazes. And Xiaodong shouted indignantly, "Hey Yi Jun, what are you doing? Are you truly going to undress her? There is no need for alarm. As I previously stated, those with impure intentions perceive the world through a skewed lens. My aim is solely to clear her name and reveal her true cause of death. Yi Jun replied calmly, glancing at her darkened shoulder and shaking his head slightly. The ailment that plagued this individual in life was a form of malevolence, exacerbated by the presence of a sinister object. I had not anticipated that after my brief warning. Her condition would so swiftly retaliate following the removal of that object. All of this stems from her excessive vanity and her indulgence of her brother. I understand now. No wonder you claimed I could not ascertain the cause of this person's ailment. It turns out she had previously sought your counsel, and you are fully aware of her affliction. Yet here you are, inspecting the corpse, ostentatiously flaunting your skills. However, Yi Jun merely regarded him as a mere buffoon and coldly remarked, I have yet to finish my statement. Although the patient's condition is severe, it is not fatal. Even in the absence of treatment, she could have remained stable for 7 days and would not perish so swiftly. Of course, her wound gushed blood, clearly a result of the practitioner's lack of skill, which expedited her demise. Zhou Mingshu promptly interjected, You are gravely mistaken. Yi Jun retorted with conviction. The physician who treated this patient employed impeccable acupuncture techniques with precise acupoint placements. The significant blood loss was not caused by the acupuncture, but is likely due to an acute internal crisis. The true cause of death lies within that crisis. Ah, you assert it is an acute crisis. How do you prove that? Zhou Mingshu scoffed in skepticism. Yi Jun adjusted his grip, changing to a pair of scissors, and approached Zhang Wan, gently cutting a slit in her clothing at the heart area, revealing her abdomen. After a careful examination, he instructed in Xiaotong, Come here and help me apply pressure to the deceased's abdomen and chest. Me? And Xiaotong gasped, incredulous as she pointed to her own face. You are the only woman here. It would be inconvenient for us. Oh, she acquiesced, moving to the corpse. However, she internally lamented, How hypocritical. You've already cut her clothes, yet you say it's inconvenient for you. Where should I press? Here? Yes, apply a firm pressure, summoning her courage. And Xiaotong pressed down on Zhang Wan's abdomen, but was astonished to find it remarkably solid, akin to a stone. After multiple attempts, there was no response. How strange. Why can't I exert any pressure? She looked at Yi Jun, perplexed. Yi Jun nodded slightly, confirming his hypothesis without elaboration, and instructed her to press on the chest. Following his command, and Xiaotong shifted her hands to Zhang Wan's chest and pressed down, discovering that this area yielded to her touch. Begin pressing from here, gradually moving towards the abdomen, and see if it becomes increasingly difficult to apply pressure. Yi Jun guided her step by step, and she obediently complied, moving downward as instructed. Indeed, just as Yi Jun had stated, starting from Zhang Wan's chest and moving lower, she found it progressively harder to press. Yes, you're correct. What comes next? After completing her task, she nodded in acknowledgement, her hands still in place. Then you may release her now, Yi Jun said with a faint smile, feigning seriousness. And Xiaotong was taken aback, and an impulse to strike Yi Jun surged within her. What does this signify? Her abdomen's rigidity could merely be a result of undigested food or perhaps a muscular stiffness prior to her death, Zhou Mingshu inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Muscle stiffness? Indeed, one cannot help but regard him as a mediocre physician. I have now come to a definitive conclusion regarding the cause of Zhang Wan's demise. She succumbed to poisoning, rather than being a victim of Chun Lao's erroneous acupuncture. Yi Jun, with a sharp rebuke directed at Zhou Mingshu, proclaimed the verdict. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Poisoned? What poison? Wang Zhongshan's expression was one of astonishment, pondering whether abdominal rigidity truly indicated poisoning. Absurd. What connection could there possibly be between poisoning and abdominal stiffness? If you lack understanding, young man, it would be prudent to refrain from making baseless claims. Zhou Mingshu, well-versed in medical knowledge, was acutely aware that a poisoned individual would exhibit symptoms elsewhere in the body, particularly pallor, foaming at the mouth, and cold sweat, among other telltale signs. However, apart from the bleeding acupuncture wound and her anguished expression, Zhang Wan exhibited no other symptoms, thereby refuting the notion of poisoning altogether. Shall we wager on this? If it is indeed true that Zhang Wan died of poisoning, you shall resign from your position as a forensic expert and vow never to engage in this profession again, lest you continue to bring untold suffering to the deceased and perpetrate injustices. Yi Jun's tone was grave as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Mingshu. Despite your youth, your bravado is quite audacious. You dare accuse me of causing injustice? I, Zhou Mingshu, shall take you up on this wager. What if you lose? Should I lose? I shall forsake the practice of medicine for life, and furthermore, I shall bestow upon you my ancient villa on Guzhen Street, which has been designated as a cultural heritage site. Yi Jun had not intended to flaunt his wealth, but alas, his offerings were limited to a few valuable possessions. Zhou Mingxiu enjoyed a respectable standing in his profession, while Yi Jun, by contrast, was merely a drifter. The stakes of not practicing medicine seemed trivial compared to Zhou Mingxiu's esteemed career. Confident in his victory, Yi Jun felt emboldened to raise the stakes. What did you say? The cultural heritage villa on Gujin Street? The ancient-style villa that Zhou Xulai, the proprietor Zhou, acquired for a staggering 2 billion? Zhou Mingxiu's expression froze. He never anticipated Yi Jun would present such a significant wager. Moreover, he could not fathom that the villa in question belonged to Yi Jun. Was this a jest? Indeed, the villa previously owned by Zhou Boss now belongs to me. Should you emerge victorious today, it shall be yours. Yi Jun's demeanor remained composed as he addressed Zhou Mingxiu. The latter was filled with skepticism. Judging by Yi Jun's attire, he hardly seemed capable of purchasing a villa valued at over 1 billion. Huh, young man, it appears your audacity knows no bounds. What makes you think Zhou Boss would sell such a valuable property to you? Zhou Mingxiu's tone dripped with disdain, laced with mockery towards Yi Jun. Indeed, I can attest to the fact that it is the ancient villa located at the very heart of Gujin Street. And Xiao Tong stepped forth to affirm this. Though her impression of Yi Jun was not particularly favorable, she would not resort to deceit. Zhou Mingxiu and Wang Zhongshan were both momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances at Yi Jun, finally realizing they had underestimated him. Not only was Zhou Mingxiu's expression grave, but even Wang Zhongshan had begun to alter his perception of Yi Jun. Who exactly is this young man? Not only does he know Big Brother Li and has him intercede on his behalf, but he also resides in a villa worth over 100 million. Can our wager still prove effective? Yi Jun suddenly fixed a solemn gaze on Zhou Mingxiu and inquired. Of course, you may now demonstrate. Zhou Mingxiu's expression returned to its icy demeanor, a sense of hidden triumph swelling within him. Humph, you wretched boy, today you are destined to lose. The demise of Miss One cannot possibly be attributed to poisoning. Her body displays no signs or symptoms of such affliction. Soon, you shall be waiting to hand over your villa to me. Excuse me, young lady, could you assist me with one more task? Please prepare a basin of soapy water and a towel, along with some galls, hot rice vinegar, and white plums. Oh, and finally, do prepare a silver needle. Yi Jun turned to instruct Xiao Tong on the materials needed, and Xiao Tong frowned, inwardly questioning if she had become his servant, as he issued commands with such ease. Moreover, the items Yi Jun mentioned were unfamiliar to her, and she had no idea what purpose he intended for them. However, Wang Zhongshan gestured for her to comply with Yi Jun's request. With no other option, she reluctantly set off to gather the materials. Standing aside, Zhou Mingxiu's initial disdain gradually shifted to a more contemplative demeanor. How peculiar. Could this young man truly possess knowledge of forensic examination? The items he just listed seem oddly familiar, yet I cannot recall their specific uses or origins. Zhou Mingxiu mused silently, struggling to piece together the significance of those items. Here are all the items you requested. After Yi Jun inspected them, he nodded in approval and issued another command. Excellent. Now please add the galls, hot rice vinegar, and white plums to the soapy water. Then soak the towel and use it to wipe the hardened muscle areas of Zhang Wan's body. What? You want me to help clean her? And Xiao Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether Yi Jun was deliberately tormenting her by asking her to wipe down a corpse. Must I truly engage in such tasks? The deceased deserves utmost respect. You, being a woman and standing so close to her, will be far more suitable than I. A man. Yi Jun leveled a stern gaze at her, reprimanding her with a few sharp words, while Wang Zhongshan subtly nodded in agreement, urging her to comply. Resigned, she suppressed her dissatisfaction, casting Yi Jun a fierce glare before proceeding to assist him in wiping down Zhang Wan's body. Once she had followed all of Yi Jun's instructions and cleaned Zhang Wan's body with a towel, Yi Jun gradually approached, bending down to meticulously inspect the area that had been wiped. At times, he applied tools for pressing, while at others he leaned in to listen intently, his methods of examination appearing highly professional, showing no disrespect towards the deceased. As several minutes passed, Yi Jun's brow remained furrowed, his gaze fixated on the region of Zhang Wan's abdomen near the navel, his expression deepening with contemplation. Swiftly retrieving the needle, he precisely pierced the designated spot, inserting it 2 inches before pausing for a moment and then slowly extracting it. To his astonishment, the tip of the silver needle had turned black. What? It has turned black? Wang Zhongshan was the first to notice the color of the needle, and he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. And Xiao Dong also displayed surprise. Having watched numerous historical dramas, she had seen many corner techniques involving silver needles used for poison testing. Little did she expect to witness such a method firsthand today. and her emotions were particularly stirred. As Yi Jun observed the discoloration of the silver needle, he did not rush to conclusions. Instead, he approached the soapy water, rinsed the needle, and upon seeing that the black residue remained, he nodded and gradually rose to his feet. Team Leader Wang, the results are in. You must have heard of the method of using silver to test for poison. This needle, having just pierced Zhang Wan's skin to a depth of about 2 fun, is where the poisoning occurred. Now, you merely need to take this needle for toxicological analysis to determine the nature of the poison, and you will uncover Zhang Wan's true cause of death. If I am not mistaken, the toxin adhering to this needle should be the poison of the red flower. Yi Jun concluded, handing the needle to Xiaotong. And Xiaotong accepted the needle with great caution, fearful of becoming poisoned herself. She carefully placed the needle into a transparent bag and called for personnel from the department capable of testing the poison needle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You little brat. Do not think that these bizarre methods can deceive me. How could anyone determine the toxins in the viscera solely by sight, sound, and touch? This must be a trick of yours. Zhou Mingshu shouted incredulously, sweat beading on his forehead. Huh, as a forensic doctor, have you not heard of the collected cases of forensic justice by the Song Dynasty forensic expert Song Ci? Yi Jun retorted coldly, his voice sharp as a thorn. Chapter 67. Do you have skills? Many of the autopsy methods described in that book are now incomplete, including the very technique Yi Jun just employed. The book only records the principles of autopsy without detailing the methods. The techniques of auditory observation and visual examination that Yi Jun used are not fully documented. Who on earth is this person? How could he employ long-lost autopsy methods to conduct an examination? Yi Jun glared coldly at Zhou Mingshu, his gaze piercing like icy daggers. He handed the report to Wang Zhongshan, who, after scrutinizing it, nodded gravely and spoke. Indeed, as Yi Jun stated, the poison on this needle is highly toxic and has not been purified. This toxin is known as red flower. With that, Wang Zhongshan's words left in Xiaotong. The report bearer and Zhou Mingshu astonished as they turned their gazes toward Yi Jun. None could have anticipated that Yi Jun, solely by the naked eye, could accurately identify the poison on the silver needle, determining not only its rapid lethality, but also naming it without error. The challenge at hand is exceedingly formidable. One must recognize the multitude of toxins in existence, with both rapid-acting and chronic poisons numbering in the thousands. Even when presented with these poisons directly before a physician, achieving complete identification proves to be an arduous task. How much more difficult, then, when the toxin is already fused with the bloodstream? Merely employing a silver needle to discern a black reaction substance is insufficient to ascertain the name of the poison. Remarkable indeed. Yi Jun, I never anticipated that your forensic skills and medical knowledge would be so extraordinarily refined. I, Wang Zhongshan, offer my sincere apologies for my previous disrespect and skepticism towards your abilities. Wang Zhongshan set aside the report, finally grasping the extent of Yi Jun's expertise. His forensic skills far surpassed those of Zhou Mingshan, and his methods of identifying toxins were an unexpected boon. This expertise was effortless for Yi Jun. There was no poison or remedy in the world that he could not recognize. His knowledge of pharmacology and detoxification was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. It matters not. I merely wish to restore old Chen's reputation and deliver justice for the deceased Zhang Wan, Yi Jun stated resolutely. He then cast a sharp glance at Zhou Mingshu, his tone suddenly icy. You should now concede defeat with full acceptance. Indeed, I admit my defeat. From this day forth, I, Zhou Mingshu, shall resign from my position as forensic expert and vow never to conduct another autopsy, seeking a different livelihood instead. Zhou Mingshu dared not voice any further objections. He had already lost enough dignity today. To conduct autopsies requires a sense of moral integrity, a commitment to impartiality, without the forensic pathologist's sense of justice. Such a position is better left unheld. It is fortunate that you have recognized this in time. I hope you find a path forward that is filled with boundless potential. Yi Jun perceived that Zhou Mingshu's faults were not egregious. He was merely overly proud. Offer him a blessing. Yi Jun considered it a good deed and hoped that this person would refrain from errant actions in the future. Thank you for your guidance. I, Zhou Mingshu, will certainly remember it, he replied, his head bowed in remorse. At that moment, Wang Zhongshan observed Yi Jun and suddenly felt he was a person of great integrity, possessing abilities yet remaining humble with a clear sense of right and wrong, a level of understanding that few could attain. Yi Jun, now that the autopsy is complete, let's depart. We cannot release anyone from Old Chen's side just yet. We must follow protocol, submit this evidence, and await approval before any release can occur. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. However, just as Yi Jun was about to take his leave, he caught a familiar scent wafting through the air, which halted him in his tracks, his expression turning serious. Everyone, please wait. What is it? Do you have something to say? Wang Zhongshan inquired, curiosity piqued. I detect a scent in this mortuary that is identical to the poison that afflicted Zhongwan. Wang Zhongshan was taken aback, wondering what sort of nose Yi Jun possessed. Could such a poison's aroma truly be discerned by smell alone? Little did he know, Yi Jun's nose could identify myriad herbs even while blindfolded. Discerning a single poison was hardly a challenge for him. After scrutinizing the 19 corpses, Yi Jun's gaze suddenly fixed upon the 8th corpse on his right. His brow furrowed tightly, and he promptly moved to investigate further. At this moment, both Wang Zhongshan and Xiaodong exhibited expressions of astonishment. Before Wang Zhongshan could issue a command, and Xiaodong swiftly dashed forward, intercepting Yi Jun with outstretched arms. Yi Jun, you lack the authority to investigate this corpse. Please refrain from acting recklessly, or none will be able to protect you. What do you mean? Do you not find this matter suspicious? This red flower poison is an exceedingly rare toxin, completely absent in our region. To find it, one must venture to the highlands. Both deceased individuals were afflicted by this poison. Perhaps we can uncover clues about the perpetrator from this corpse. Yi Jun, driven by the desire to bring the truth to light and exonerate Elder Chun, had another significant reason compelling him to investigate personally. However, Xiaodong disregarded Yi Jun's words, resolutely obstructing him. No, we cannot disturb this body without the family's consent. None of us has the right to interfere. I hope you understand and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. What if I insist on proceeding? Yi Jun's expression turned icy as he locked eyes with Xiaodong. If you're determined, you must first get past me. As Xiaodong's words fell, she suddenly drew her arms in, fists clenched, and without further ado, launched a strike toward Yi Jun. Yi Jun's demeanor was stern. Upon sensing the imminent threat of her fist, he adeptly sidestepped and, employing an unexpected maneuver, stepped diagonally and shouldered against her, forcing Xiaodong to retreat 4 or 5 steps. What? You possess such skill? And Xiaodong's eyes widened in surprise, while Wang Zhongshan, observing from a distance, was equally taken aback. This Yi Jun was full of unexpected surprises. The ability to effortlessly evade Xiaodong's sudden assault and inflict a counterattack was a rarity within the entire Xuanwu team. Chapter 68. A Fortuitous Encounter with the Ning Family. I did not anticipate your abilities. Today, I shall see just how formidable you are. And Xiaodong was a combative individual. Upon discovering a worthy opponent, she was determined to establish dominance, fighting until her adversary was vanquished. As one of the most powerful members of Xuanwu, she had endured rigorous training from a young age and had successfully completed numerous covert missions without failure. Thus, the current situation incited her ire. With her voice still resonating, she unleashed a sweeping kick aimed at Yi Jun. Her long legs, measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters, moved with the swiftness of the wind, as if imbued with a fierce energy, swiftly slicing through the air before Yi Jun. He deftly bent backward to evade the attack. Before Yi Jun could fully straighten up, and Xiaodong followed up with a punch, her strikes ferocious and aimed directly at Yi Jun's vital points, intent on subduing him within 3 moves. Observing the onslaught, Yi Jun chose not to resist directly. Instead, he intentionally presented a flaw, allowing her fist to connect with his chest. Just as her fist was about to strike, Yi Jun swiftly extended his hand, effortlessly grasping Xiaodong's fist at his chest. Utilizing her own force, he arched backward and forcefully propelled her away, causing Xiaodong to lose balance, her body rocked by the immense power, resulting in her staggering backward. Thud thud. Release me, you rogue. After a moment, Xiaodong finally regained her composure and scolded him fiercely before struggling free from his embrace, maintaining a distance of 1 meter between them. This scene left Wang Zhongshan, who was watching from afar, utterly astonished and unable to comprehend the situation. How could anyone take advantage of Xiaodong, the illustrious flower of Xuanwu? If word of this reached their group, it would surely cause an uproar among all members. I'm truly sorry, I didn't intend to do that. I merely pulled you back because you were about to collide with the white cloth platform behind you. Yi Jun replied with a calm demeanor, though his heartbeat quickened slightly. As someone who had traversed from the Ming Dynasty, his traditional mindset was somewhat understandable. The two stood there, their expressions vacant, while Xiaodong chose to ignore him. At that moment, Wang Zhongshan, sensing the awkwardness between them, feigned a cough and approached them gradually. Ahem, I assure you, I didn't see anything just now. Xiaodong, why can't we discuss matters calmly instead of resorting to violence? It's all this guy's fault for lacking any decorum. I told him the body could not be examined, yet he still insisted on coming closer. It's simply provoking trouble, and Xiaodong retorted, her face flushed with anger as she shot a glare at Yijun, choosing to remain silent thereafter to avoid further reprimand. After a brief moment, Yijun turned to Wang Zhongshan with a serious expression, inquiring further. Sigh. Wang Zhongshan shook his head, revealing a look of resignation. To be frank, this body only arrived today, and its identity is quite significant. It belongs to the patriarch of the Ning family, who are powerful and influential. They have many demands and do not permit anyone to approach the patriarchs remains casually. As for the forensic expert, the Ning family will specifically hire a professional for the examination. Initially, they were unwilling to allow the body to be placed in this mortuary. But since this is the only facility available to the Xuanwu group, they reluctantly agreed in the end. So, the patriarch is indeed a member of the Ning family. Upon hearing the surname Ning, Yijun's expression suddenly grew stern. Wang Zhongshan nodded, gesturing dismissively as he continued to persuade Yijun. Now that you're aware of the truth, you must understand the reputation of the Ning family. Should you proceed with the examination of this body, it will undoubtedly bring you unnecessary troubles. We should leave. Very well. Yijun chose not to press further, realizing that prolonging the matter would only lead to Wang Zhongshan denying him the opportunity for examination. Ostensibly, he expressed concern about attracting unwarranted trouble, but in reality, he too feared inciting issues, as few dared to offend the Ning family in Yanshui City. Not only the powerful figures within the city, but even those at the provincial level could be connected to them. Yijun acquiesced and departed alongside Wang Zhongshan. Coincidentally, just as they stepped out of the mortuary, a group of people arrived, members of the Ning family. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in white mourning attire, his face stern and expression sorrowful, with thick, dark eyebrows slanting in a way that revealed he was not someone to be trifled with. Behind him followed two young men, likely in their 20s, who appear to be of similar age to Yi Jun clad in white garments. They were presumably prominent young masters of the Ning family. Accompanying them was an elderly man dressed in forensic attire, followed by several mourning women, one middle-aged and two younger, who were presumably their spouses. Team Leader Wang? You certainly have a grand presence. The middle-aged man at the forefront, Ning Tian, the current steward of the Ning family, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Zhongshan, his tone laced with contempt. In his eyes, within the entire Xuanwu department, only their leader, Li, possessed the authority to command him. No one else was worthy of such power. What do you mean by that, Mr. Ning? Do you not regard the rules of our Xuanwu department? Wang Zhongshan replied, his voice stern, finding the arrogance of the Ning family utterly intolerable. And Xiaodong also displayed an expression of anger. Her fists clenched tightly as she suppressed the flames of fury ignited by the haughty demeanor of the noble family before her. How could I not? Ning, still abide by the rules of Xuanwu. However, your commands, Team Leader Wang, I need not heed, for you lack the qualification, Ning Tian retorted casually, instructing one of his sons to present a release permit, which he handed to Wang Zhongshan. Upon reviewing it, Wang Zhongshan's expression faltered in disbelief. What? This Ning Tian has actually procured a release permit from Leaderly? How could Leaderly agree to such a request? Do you have any more questions? May we enter now? Ning Tian sneered again. Wang Zhongshan's lips twitched coldly, though he felt a sense of injustice. He had received orders from Leaderly and had no choice but to grant passage, stating plainly, very well, please proceed. Wait. At that moment, Yijun suddenly halted the Ning family's advance. All eyes turned towards Yijun. Wang Zhongshan and Xiaodong exchanged astonished glances, uncertain of his intentions. And who are you? Ning Tian, having never encountered Yijun before, scrutinized him with a severe gaze. Yi immune, a forensic officier, Yijun declared. Having gained Wang Zhongshan's approval and the respect of the renowned forensic expert Zhou Mingshu, thus emboldened to present himself with such a title. A forensic officer? Ning Tian's tone remained dismissive as he appraised Yijun, not questioning his identity, but rather countering. What do you wish to accomplish? Mr. Ning, your reputation is formidable, and your influence in Yanshui City is second to none. I see that you have brought a forensic expert today, likely to examine the body of the esteemed old Master Ning. Yijun feigned admiration for the Ning family as he posed his inquiry. At these words, both Wang Zhongshan and Xiaodong exchanged glances filled with suspicion, pondering whether Yijun intended to pursue matters concerning the late old Master Ning. Although he had not previously examined the body, he now felt a sense of regret. Yet, if he gained Ning Tian's approval, he could directly proceed with the examination. This revelation brought great joy to the two of them. For if what Yi Jun asserted was true, that the late Master Ning had succumbed to the same poison as that within Zhang Wan, then it was highly probable that the perpetrator was the same individual, or, at the very least, interconnected. Confirming this would significantly aid the subsequent investigations conducted by the Xuanwu group. However, obtaining Ning Tian's consent appeared to be a rather formidable task. Indeed, I have come today for the purpose of conducting an autopsy. Ning Tian's words were succinct as he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Jun, his gaze quickly diverting elsewhere, clearly indicating his reluctance to engage with Yi Jun. What unfortunate circumstances. Here we have the illustrious Ning family, the foremost clan of Yinshui City, reduced to employing an incompetent forensic expert to examine the remains of Master Ning. Yi Jun feigned lamentation, causing the onlookers to exchange bewildered glances. Wang Zhongshan and Xiaodong were equally perplexed. Was Yi Jun not supposed to ingratiate himself with the Ning family and recommend his services for the autopsy? Why, then, did he open with such an affront? At that moment, Ning Tian's demeanor grew notably frosty, an icy glare emanating from him as he scoffed. Humph. My Ning family selects forensic experts with utmost rigor. This esteemed forensic expert, Mr. Wu Huisheng, is the most renowned in the province. How dare a nameless individual like you slander him here? Wu Huisheng? Yi Jun had certainly heard of this name, one of the most celebrated forensic experts in the province. And indeed, well regarded nationally, adorned with countless accolades in forensic science. Few could rival his accomplishments. Though Yi Jun's autopsy skills were indeed exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Wu Huisheng's, his lack of renown rendered his audacity to speak ill of Wu Huisheng utterly bewildering, especially in the presence of the man himself. How amusing it is. The most distinguished forensic expert in the province is revealed to be but a mediocre individual. As a forensic expert, he shows no respect for his profession. Should not a forensic examination be conducted with a bereaved family kept at a distance, to spare them the overwhelming grief that could interfere with the examination and skew the final results? Yi Jun let out a cold laugh, his gaze piercing towards Wu Huisheng. Instantly, Wu Huisheng's expression grew somber, disdain etched upon his features as he retorted, "Ignorant youth, I have examined more corpses than you have encountered individuals. Why do you have to lecture me? What you speak of are mere superficialities within forensic theory. Upon reaching a certain level of proficiency in forensic examination, one can indeed remain unaffected by external disturbances. They will not impact the integrity of your examination process." Wu Huisheng's cold eyes fixed upon Yi Jun, his words resonating with authority. Absurd in the extreme. Upon hearing such words, Yi Jun felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. He himself was a pioneer in the field of forensic science in the Ming Dynasty. It was utterly disheartening to witness a descendant of the profession show such blatant disrespect. If the family of the deceased were to rush forward and embrace the body in anguish, would your findings still hold? If the deceased were to witness your brutal examination techniques and attempt to intervene, would your results remain accurate? Furthermore, the notion that one could achieve a state of deafness and blindness to the surrounding chaos, surely this could only be attained by a corpse. Yi Jun's words resonated once more, leaving Wu Huisheng momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a defense. Zhou Mingshu gazed on in utter bewilderment, marveling at how Yi Jun's demeanor resembled that of a venerable elder, exuding an authority that overshadowed Wu Huisheng and rendered him speechless. After all, Wu Huisheng's reputation far surpassed his own. If he could be bested by Yi Jun, what chance did he have? How audacious! You so young, dare to show disrespect to a senior forensic expert. I, Ning, have pressing matters at hand today and do not wish to engage further with you. You may leave. Ning Tian interjected unexpectedly, choosing not to support Yi Jun, but rather to defend the intransigent Wu Huisheng. This left Yi Jun perplexed. Was it not strange that if Wu Huisheng were indeed brought here at Ning Tian's behest, he was not being admonished for his grave error? Did their relationship transcend that of mere employer and employee? Furthermore, was it truly in Ning Tian's interest to seek a forensic expert for his father's examination? Or could there be ulterior motives at play? Chief Wang, I believe there are deeper implications regarding Ning Tian's examination of the late Mr. Ning. I urge you to report this promptly and halt the proceedings, as it could potentially lead to adverse consequences, Yi Jun discreetly confided in Wang Zhongshan. Startled, Wang Zhongshan sensed something amiss from Ning Tian's earlier reaction. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaotong, who decisively nodded and proceeded to contact their superior, Li Jiankai, for guidance. Chapter 70, A Reluctant Gaze. What? Wang Zhongshan exclaimed in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Ning Tian and his entourage had arrived at the mortuary entrance. Calling out to the guard, "Stop Ning Tian. Do not allow any of them to enter." "Humph, Ning Tian, how audacious of you. I just spoke with our leader. He has not issued you a pass. Where did you acquire this pass?" Wang Zhongshan inquired sternly. In an instant, Ning Tian's expression shifted. His demeanor faltered, realizing that his deception had been effortlessly uncovered. "Haha, Chief Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. To be candid, this pass was previously granted to me by your leader, Li. I didn't wish to bother him unnecessarily for such a trivial matter, considering our rapport. I thought to use this in his stead, as he is quite busy." Ning Tian chuckled, now wary of dismissing Wang Zhongshan as authority, stepping closer and patting his shoulder. As he finished speaking, and Xiaodong moved decisively to confront them. Without further ado, Ning Tian turned away, leading his group out of the mortuary. Suddenly, Wang Zhongshan's vigilance gradually dissipated. He let out a long sigh, turned to Yi Jun, and directly altered his address. "Young brother Yi, today I'm truly indebted to you. Were it not for your timely reminder, I might have inadvertently provoked a calamity." Not at all. The Ning family, emboldened by their power and influence, engages in actions that are utterly unimaginable. As long as team leader Wang remains vigilant towards them in the future, they will not dare to overstep their bounds, he replied. Meanwhile, on Ning Tian's side, as they distanced themselves from the morgue, the smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Father, I never anticipated that Wang Zhongshan would be such a cunning fox, influencing our plans at a critical juncture. This matter, the autopsy, may well present us with greater obstacles," whispered Ning Tian's youngest son, Ning Wenyu. "There is no need for concern. I shall devise my own methods to obtain the desired results from the autopsy. Today's incident is not Wang Zhongshan's fault, but rather that of Yi Jun." Ning Tian responded in a low, cold tone. "Yi Jun, he is merely an insignificant figure. If you wish to deal with him, allow me to take care of it. He dares to offend our Ning family, and I will take his life." Ning Tian's eldest son, Ning Wentao, interjected eagerly. "Very well, you may handle this, Yi Jun. However, remember to ascertain his identity beforehand. I doubt he is an ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would not dare to act so audaciously before our Ning family," Ning Tian commanded sternly. "Understood, father. You need not worry. With me involved, everything will be manageable." Meanwhile, after Yi Jun departed from the morgue with Wang Zhongshan, he bid farewell and left. And Xiaotong, observing Yi Jun's retreating figure, could not help but continue to scrutinize him. Wang Zhongshan spoke to her twice without her hearing, and when he turned his face to notice her fixation on Yi Jun, he could not resist casting a sidelong glance and complaining, "Xiaotong, where are you looking? I have addressed you several times." "Huh, Team Leader Wang, what did you say? Do you have any instructions?" "Oh, I see, Team Leader Wang. I will arrange it right away." And Xiaodong replied before departing promptly. After taking only a few steps, Wang Zhongshan suddenly called out to her again, "Xiaotong, wait a moment." "What is it, Team Leader Wang? I must ask you, do you harbor some feelings for young brother Yi?" Wang Zhongshan inquired, veering into a matter unrelated to their business. And Xiaodong's eyes widened in surprise, and she hurriedly shook her head. "Team Leader Wang, what are you saying? What feelings could I have for him?" "Then why were you staring at him just now?" Wang Zhongshan chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. "I was merely suspicious of him. I had never heard of this Yi Jun before, but upon meeting him today, I realized he is anything but ordinary. Not only is he exceptionally skilled in autopsy, but his capabilities are remarkable as well. I have yet to encounter a person like him in the entire Yinshui city," and Xiaotong spoke with a grave tone. "There are many hidden talents in the world. I see that you indeed have an interest in young brother Yi, but are reluctant to admit it. In my opinion, he is quite a commendable individual. You too are a traditional girl. Having entered his embrace today, why not? Team leader." And Xiaodong's countenance shifted dramatically, her anger visibly rising, prompting Wang Zhongshan to fall silent immediately. This formidable woman is renowned within the Xuanwu group. Should she be provoked, she would not only disregard you, but even show contempt towards the esteemed Li. Enough of this. I shall remain silent. You should hasten to attend to your affairs. With that, Wang Zhongshan altered his directive, allowing Xiaotong to quell her anger and depart. After leaving the morgue, Yi Jun continued to ponder over Ning Tian's matters when suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. Hith, itesme. The little beggar from whom you took the number last time." A surprisingly youthful voice came through the line. Chapter 71. The little beggar posing as a royal descendant. Yi Jun's expression shifted to one of surprise. Was this the same little beggar to whom he had given his number at Santang Bridge? Could he have found the very person he sought? The one selling the jade pendant? "Is it you?" Have you located the person I am searching for? Yi Jun gently inquired over the phone. Yes, I currently have Xiao Heir's number. Both he and I are at Santang Bridge. He wants to know how soon you can arrive. If you do not come within half an hour, he will leave. Wait for me there. I will definitely arrive within half an hour. Yi Jun decisively agreed before terminating the call and hailing a cab directly to Santang Bridge. Having finally caught a lead on the Imperial Seal, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. The journey from here to Santang Bridge would take no more than 20 minutes, and the roads were clear, allowing him to arrive swiftly near the bridge. From a distance, Yi Jun could see a cluster of about a dozen little beggars joyfully conversing with a young man dressed in trendy attire, looking clean and sharp. Each of the little beggars held a gift, evidently bestowed upon them by the young man. As he drew closer, Yi Jun could overhear snippets of their conversation. Haha, Xiao Heir, you are quite remarkable now. You have risen above all of us beggars. By the way, Xiao Heir, how is life in the city? With a house and wealth? Is it comfortable? Of course, it is exceedingly comfortable. You are all my dear brothers. Once my new home is renovated, you are all welcome to stay. The last speaker was Chun Xiao Heir, the cleanest and most presentable among the group. Yi Jun nodded slightly, thinking to himself that although Chun Xiao Heir had acquired wealth, he had not forgotten his roots nor the companions with whom he had once shared hardship. He was indeed a commendable individual. As Yi Jun approached them, he gently tapped Chun Xiao Heir on the shoulder from behind and inquired, "Are you the Xiao Heir they speak of?" "Indeed, I am," Chun Xiao Heir responded, his demeanor shifting to one of arrogance upon recognizing Yi Jun. After all, he had attained a certain status and no longer needed to bow to others, which could understandably instill a hint of pride within him. "Come with me over here. I have something to ask you." Yi Jun scrutinized Chun Xiao Heir earnestly as he spoke, gesturing towards a nearby path. Chun Xiao Heir cast a sidelong glance at Yi Jun, a wave of confusion washing over him. What could this person possibly want to inquire about? The small beggars who had never encountered Yi Jun wore expressions of bewilderment, pointing and whispering among themselves, exchanging glances, utterly perplexed as to why he sought out Chun Xiao Heir. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Xiao Heir straightened his attire and approached Yi Jun. "Hey, what is it that you wish to discuss? I must inform you. I am not fond of beating around the bush. If you have something to say, it is best you say it plainly, or I shall take my leave." "Very well. Itsu uplichis directness," Yi Jun replied. "I am here to ask you about the jade pendant you sold at Ningxue Pavilion last time. Where did you acquire it?" Yi Jun's gaze was serious as he scrutinized him, and upon his words, he noticed a noticeable shift in the demeanor of the small beggar. "Why do you ask this?" Chun Xiao Heir stammered. "That jade pendant is a family heirloom." After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, hands on his hips, brimming with arrogance. "A family heirloom? Are you certain?" Yi Jun's brow furrowed, clearly detecting the implausibility in Chun Xiao Heir's claim. If that jade pendant were indeed a family heirloom, would he not be a descendant of royalty? To Yi Jun's surprise, Chun Xiao Heir nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Why would I lie to you? That jade pendant is indeed a family heirloom. I have cherished it since childhood, but I can no longer endure this wretched life, being bullied daily. So I decided to sell it for a better existence. Do you know the origin of that jade pendant and its purpose?" Yi Jun inquired, refraining from engaging in an argument. "Of course. That pendant is an Imperial Jade Seal pendant from the Ming Dynasty, worth a fortune. The jade is exquisite, a fine white Hatian jade, and the strap contains extremely precious gold thread, which is a 1,000-year-old material," Chun Xiao Heir boasted with an air of superiority. Yi Jun was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Xiao Heir possessed such extensive knowledge about the pendant. Yet, reflecting on his previous visit to Ningxue Pavilion, he recalled the owner mentioning that Chun Xiao Heir had claimed it to be an Imperial Jade Seal when he attempted to sell it. The source of this information remained a mystery. "Oh, I did not expect you to have such insight into the pendant at such a young age. However, where did you acquire this knowledge?" Yi Jun could ascertain that this small beggar was likely uneducated in the art of appraisal. Yet he spoke with a surprising expertise about the pendant's history and utility, suggesting he had gleaned this information from elsewhere. "All of this was told to me by my father when I was a child." "Your father told you? So you mean to imply that this pendant has been passed down from your father's generation? Who then are you?" "The heir to such a royal treasure ought to be a descendant of royalty," Yi Jun remarked, a faint sardonic smile gracing his lips as he questioned him with gravity. "That is indeed the case. Our Chun family is of royal descent. Is there a problem with that?" The small beggar now appeared visibly anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet he stubbornly refrained from speaking the truth. The royal family of the Ming Dynasty bore the surname Zhu. Although centuries have passed since the fall of the Ming, and the family fortunes have inevitably dwindled, The ancestral surname remains unchanged. Yet Yu Chun claimed to be a descendant of the Ming royal lineage. Yi Jun shook his head slightly, exposing Chen Xiao's deception. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. His pallor deepened. But as his eyes darted around, he stubbornly refused to confess, retorting, "Who told you the Ming royal family was named Zhu?" "Clearly, my surname is Chun." Yi Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering how anyone could be unaware that the royal family of the Ming Dynasty was indeed named Zhu. This little beggar was audacious. In the Ming era, such an utterance could have led to his execution 1,000 times over. However, one could hardly blame the young beggar. His education was scant, and he could barely recognize a few characters. To him, the Ming Dynasty was a distant past, something he had never experienced, and thus he felt entitled to assert whatever he wished. In Chapter 72, A Deep Connection, Yi Jun found himself at a loss for words. He shook his head in resignation and turned to the young beggar, explaining, "If you are unaware of the surname of the Ming royal family, I implore you to take out your phone and verify for yourself to ascertain whether it matches your surname, Chen." Chen Xiao gazed at Yi Jun with suspicion, utterly confounded. "Is it truly possible to look this up? Has my lie been uncovered? What is there to check? My phone is dead, believe it or not. If you have no other business with me, I shall take my leave." Irritation crept into Chen Xiao's voice as he turned to walk away. Yi Jun furrowed his brow and suddenly stepped forward to block his path. "I strongly advise you to speak the truth. This matter is of great importance to me, and if you do not tell the truth, I shall not permit you to leave." "What do you intend to do? Someone help. This person means to harm me. Come and beat him," Chen Xiao exclaimed, panic evident on his face as he called for his companions. In an instant, a horde of a dozen young beggars rushed towards them, their expressions fierce and united as they surrounded Yi Jun. "I thought you had a legitimate reason for seeking out Xiao. It seems you merely wish to bully him. With us here today, you shall not lay a finger on him." The beggar who had previously called Yi Jun wore a cold expression, glaring at him with hostility. "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intent toward him. I merely wish to obtain the answers I seek from him." Yi Jun hastily reassured them, unwilling to engage in conflict with the group. "I have already provided you with the answer you sought, yet you continue to trouble me and prevent my departure. I see you are deliberately seeking a confrontation. Do not think us easy prey, brothers. Let's advance." Chen Xiao insisted, unwilling to relent. Sensing Yi Jun's disadvantage and emboldened by his companions, he felt confident that they could easily teach him a lesson. With a single command, the group of young beggars surged towards Yi Jun. Although he had no desire to resort to violence, their aggressive approach left him with little choice but to defend himself. With swift strikes and deft footwork, he dispatched them to the ground with ease, ensuring no harm came to them. "Ouch, that hurts. Brother Xiao, this guy is quite formidable. We are no match for him. Xiao, do not concern yourself with us. Quickly flee. He will not harm us." Some observed that Yi Jun had not exerted himself fully, clearly intending to bring misfortune upon Chen Xiao. Cunningly, they shouted out to Chen Xiao. Aware of this, Chen Xiao expressed his gratitude to his companions before hastily turning to flee. However, unexpectedly, he had barely covered 10 meters when Yi Jun's figure caught up with him. Blocking his path once more, "You cannot escape. Unless you speak the truth, you shall not leave today." "What do you want?" Chen Xiao questioned. "Is that jade pendant truly so important to you? It is not even yours." Realizing he was outmatched, Chen Xiao felt a chill of fear at Yi Jun's icy demeanor. "How do you know it isn't mine?" Yi Jun furrowed his brow, continuing his cold inquiry. "I know, of course. That jade pendant is not actually a family heirloom. I merely found it. I witnessed its owner." Under pressure, Chen Xiao reluctantly revealed the truth. Yi Jun regarded him with skepticism and asked sternly, "Who is its owner? Where did you find it?" "I found it at the entrance of Goofing Temple. One day, while begging there, I saw a noblewoman accidentally drop the jade pendant. I even heard her say that it belonged to the Ming Dynasty royal family and was extremely precious. In a moment of folly, I picked it up and ran, eventually selling it," Chen Xiao confessed, lowering his head. In hindsight, he regretted his actions. The item did not belong to him, yet he had succumbed to greed and taken it to sell. What did that woman look like? Yi Jun sensed sincerity in Chen Xiao's expression, realizing he was not lying. She was quite beautiful, with an oval face, around 40 years old, approximately 1 meter 70 tall, with curly blonde hair, and she wore a floral dress. Her figure was quite good. I can't recall anything else. Yi Jun listened intently, memorizing the woman's features, and then turned to Chen Xiao. Offering an apology, "I acted against your companions out of necessity. I sincerely apologize and hope you do not hold it against me." With that, Yi Jun turned to leave. Are you apologizing to me? Wait. Chun Shower, observing Yi Jun's retreating figure, sensed he was not a villain. He halted Yi Jun's steps and approached him earnestly. That noble woman has appeared at Goofing Temple before. If I am not mistaken, she must be acquainted with the temple's abbot. For those who visit the temple to pray are typically wealthy individuals, and the temple staff would treat them with extra care. Oh, thank you for your insight. Farewell. Yi Jun chose not to elaborate further, opting to conceal the fact that he was aware of Chun Shower's actions in picking up and selling the pendant. These little beggars lived in great misery. The pendant's fortunate discovery by him could be seen as a fateful encounter. As long as the little beggar could use his newfound wealth to perform good deeds, any guilt he felt could surely be assuaged. With matters concerning Chun Lao still unresolved, Yi Jun had no intention of inquiring about the noblewoman at Goofing Temple just yet. He would wait until Chun Lao was released before seeking the truth. As Yi Jun continued along his path and reached a bustling street, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a throng gathered before a medical clinic. Engaged in a fervent dispute, the men and women who were previously leisurely strolling had all converged towards the scene. Curiosity piqued, Yi Jun craned his neck to observe, noting the prominently displayed sign of the clinic that bore the name Huazhong Hall. This was indeed the establishment run by Chun Zhongmiao, the very clinic where Zhang Wan had met her untimely demise. At the entrance stood the clinic staff, embroiled in a heated argument with a group of individuals, the leader of whom was none other than Jiang Dexian, a former chief physician at Chen's clinic. Is it him? Through the gaps in the crowd, Yi Jun discerned Zhang's figure, his thick brows furrowing into a tight line. After their last encounter at the herbal hall, where he had received a lesson, it was astonishing to see that Jiang had not learned from his mistakes and was now causing a ruckus at Chen's clinic. This was a fortuitous opportunity for Yi Jun to inquire whether the closure of the herbal hall due to landlord issues was indeed Zhang's doing. Fate had brought them together in this moment. Without hesitation, Yi Jun made his way towards the entrance of the clinic. Chapter 73. The Most Absurd Jiang Dexian. Come and witness. This is the very clinic where Chun Zhongmiao has caused the death of a patient. This so-called divine physician, who claims to be the vice president of our Yunsui City Traditional Medicine Association, has managed to kill a patient, committing one of the gravest sins a doctor can make. His title of divine physician is nothing but a hollow reputation, and today I shall expose this truth. Jiang Dexian shouted loudly at the entrance, relishing the attention he garnered from the onlookers. The staff of Huazhong Hall glared at him in outrage, with one attending physician visibly fuming. Jiang Dexian, do you have no conscience? You were once a physician under Elder Chun, who treated you well. Why do you seek to slander him? The incident involving the deceased patient was indeed an accident, and the patient did not die due to any mistake on Elder Chen's part. The patient suffered from an underlying condition that suddenly manifested during treatment, leading to their abrupt demise. This has nothing to do with Elder Chun. Allow me to clarify. Jiang Dexian interjected, I did indeed serve as a physician for Chun Zhongmiao, but he repeatedly instructed me to prioritize profit over the well-being of patients. As for the medicinal materials, he advised me to substitute inferior ingredients for the good ones, to take advantage wherever possible. After all, he is a divine physician, and as a mere junior practitioner, I dared not voice my concerns. As Jiang spoke with increasing fervor, the audience's expressions shifted dramatically. It became apparent that Elder Chun was indeed a fraudulent doctor. How foolish I was to have trusted him so much and sought his care on multiple occasions. Who could disagree? I too consulted him. The medications he prescribed were exorbitantly priced. After one course, I felt no improvement and had to embark on a second course, genuinely believing my illness was severe. It turns out the issue lay with Chun Zhongmiao's medicinal materials. This Chun Zhongmiao deserves to be apprehended. He lacks medical ethics, and all of his clinics should be shut down immediately. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of agreement, and Jiang Dexian reveled in his triumph. The chief physician of Huazhong Hall wore a cold expression, harboring intense hatred for Jiang Dexian. He hurriedly addressed the crowd, urging them to remain calm and not to be swayed by Zhang's words, which were clearly an attempt to frame the venerable Elder Chun. For many years, Elder Chun had practiced medicine without ever deceiving a patient. The medicinal materials he used were undoubtedly the finest in Yunsui City. He had repeatedly instructed us to be discerning and to treat patients with precision, never betraying the trust of the populace. How absurd! How disingenuous! Do you think that by merely uttering such words, the common folk would believe you? You and Chun Zhongmiao are in cahoots, both seeking to exploit the vulnerable. I suspect your motive is to secure a hefty commission, hence your slanderous remarks. A person may lack many things, but they must never lose their conscience. Jiang Daxian portrayed himself as a paragon of virtue, and the audience echoed their agreement with the physician's statements. At that moment, Yi Jun's stern and piercing voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "Well said, Master Physician Jiang. Your words are nothing but hypocrisy." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where Yi Jun approached with a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Yi Jun, Jiang Daxian's heart skipped a beat. He had previously endured 2 severe reprimands from Yi Jun, each more dire than the last. The mere sight of him now ignited a sense of dread within Jiang. Why was he here? Without hesitation, Jiang Daxian shouted, his fear of Yi Jun matched only by his deep-seated animosity. After Yi Jun had rendered him unconscious, he awoke to discover that a certain ability had been completely lost. Initially, he contemplated suing Yi Jun directly, but soon realized that the unique acupuncture technique employed by Yi Jun left no evidence. Even if he pursued legal action, it would be futile. Thus, the weight of resentment and shadow of fear settled in his heart from that day forth. Yi Jun's expression suddenly darkened, his icy gaze fixed upon Jiang Daxian, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Yi Jun then addressed the audience. "Am I so audacious that I would dare misrepresent information from the Xuanwu Group? If a single word I utter is false, feel free to call the Xuanwu Group and have me apprehended on the spot." At this proclamation, the crowd fell into a profound silence. They exchanged glances, contemplating the gravity of the young man's assertion. The Xuanwu Group is a department of a higher echelon than the standard investigative units. Who would dare to misrepresent their information? The consequences of such an act would be dire indeed. At that moment, Jiang Daxian stood in stunned silence, having overlooked this crucial point. He narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glare at Yi Jun, still plagued by doubt. Could it be that Yi Jun speaks the truth? Was Chen Zhongmiao's act of killing an unfortunate accident? Did he not cause the patient's demise? Ladies and gentlemen, although I am acquainted with Elder Chen, I, Yi Jun, pride myself on my integrity. I would never lie to protect Elder Chen. I am here today not only to expose Jiang Daxian's slander against Elder Chen, but also to reveal an astonishing tale regarding Jiang Daxian himself. Recently, Jiang Daxian, due to his reprehensible character, was expelled from the Benchao Hall by the venerable Elder Chen. Subsequently, he established his own herbal establishment, seemingly capitalizing on Elder Chen's reputation for personal gain. Moreover, within his shop, he harbored inappropriate intentions towards one of his female subordinates. Taking advantage of her dependency upon him, he proposed that she engage in illicit activities with him. When she refused, he resorted to coercive measures. The audience, upon hearing this, gazed at Jiang Daxian with widened eyes, incredulous at his true nature. In Chapter 74, entitled Selling Fake Ancient Coins, Jiang Daxian's face turned ghostly pale, and he stammered in disbelief. He never anticipated that Yi Jun would publicly unveil such humiliating details in front of so many witnesses. The crowd began to turn against him, voicing their disdain. So, this physician is of such a character. I previously believed him to be a person of integrity. Their scorn was palpable, devoid of morality, lacking in medical ethics. And here he is slandering Elder Chen, truly disgraceful. Flushed and humiliated, Jiang Daxian seethed. "Yi Jun, you will pay for this." Attempting to escape, he was once again intercepted by Yi Jun, who coldly commanded, "Wait a moment. You think you can leave after defaming Elder Chen and his Huazhong Hall? Kneel and apologize. Then bow 3 times to Elder Chen's clinic, or I assure you, your legs will not remain intact." Yi Jun's words were chilling, leaving Jiang Daxian in a state of shock. "What did you say? Bow to the clinic?" "Yi Jun, do not overstep your bounds," Jiang Daxian protested. But Yi Jun remained unfazed, adding, "This is merely the first matter. Once you resolve this, I have a second inquiry for you." Jiang Daxian's heart sank with trepidation at what further demands Yi Jun might impose. With a countdown of 3 seconds looming, Yi Jun coldly declared, 3, 2. At that moment, Jiang Daxian, fearing for his limbs, relented. "I apologize for causing a disturbance at your Huazhong Hall." Understanding the gravity of Yi Jun's resolve, he felt that kneeling and bowing was a small price to pay for his safety. Seeing his sincere apology, Yi Jun allowed him to pass this first hurdle, but paused before continuing. "Now, you will disclose the truth regarding the closure of Elder Chen's Benchao Hall and your collusion with the former landlord to entrap him." Jiang Daxian feigned shock. Yet inwardly he was astonished. How could Yi Jun know of this conspiracy? "The former landlord has informed me of everything," Yi Jun warned. "I advise you to speak truthfully. Should I detect even a hint of falsehood, the consequences will be tenfold worse than the loss of your legs." Yi Jun's deliberate intimidation was a tactic known to be effective in ancient times, and indeed, upon hearing this, the fear within Jiang Daxian surged. After mere seconds of contemplation, he immediately argued on his own behalf. This matter is certainly not solely my fault. The landlord is the true culprit. He seeks to charge a higher rent, and I merely seized the opportunity, expressing my willingness to pay more to secure the storefront, ultimately reaching an agreement with the landlord to expel old Chun. The notion of ousting old Chun was entirely the landlord's idea and bears no relation to me. Yi Jun's eyes gleamed with cold intensity, confirming her suspicions that old Chun's closure of the store was indeed connected to Jiang Daxian. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment, finally grasping Jiang Daxian's true character. He would go to any lengths to frame old Chun. Continue to bow your head until this esteemed physician of Huazhong Tang is willing to forgive you, Yi Jun coldly stated before turning on her heel and departing. The physician of Huazhong Tang had intended to express gratitude, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Jun had vanished into the distance. They felt profound gratitude towards Yi Jun prior to her arrival. They had speculated that old Chen's imprisonment might very well be orchestrated by her. Now, Yi Jun's actions had served to vindicate her. Jiang Daxian dared not voice any objections. Even after Yi Jun left, he remained on the ground, incessantly bowing his head. Yet, just a few dozen meters away from Huazhong Tang, a child suddenly emerged from nowhere, tugging at Yi Jun's arm from behind. "Big brother, do you want to buy ancient coins? I have some for sale at a very reasonable price." Ancient coins? Yi Jun scrutinized the child, who wore tattered clothing and shabby sandals, clutching several ancient coins that were round on the outside and square on the inside. They appeared somewhat rusty and caked with dirt, yet the inscriptions were still legible. The coins included Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, and Xunji Tongbao, all exhibiting a thick patina, clearly indicating their authenticity. Even if genuine, these coins held little value. Forgeries would not typically possess such a thick patina, as the material and labor costs would exceed the worth of the coin itself. Yi Jun, curious, pondered where this seemingly destitute child had procured such coins. "How much do you want for these coins? What is the price for each?" Yi Jun inquired, bending slightly to look at the child. 600 for the Kangxi, 400 for the Yongzheng, and 200 for the Xunji. Yi Jun smiled and gently ruffled the child's hair. The prices were not exorbitant. Purchasing them could yield several hundred yuan in profit, although Yi Jun didn't need to waste time on such trivial sums. Seeing the child's ragged attire suggested that making money was likely not easy for him. Thus, he decided to buy all the coins the child had in hand. He first took the coins to weigh them, finding no issues with their heft. However, upon examining the inscriptions and patina more closely, his brow furrowed sharply. "Dear child, it appears that these coins you possess are rather dubious. The patina on these few coins is quite irregular, and the inscriptions seem to be artificially aged. The value you have quoted is simply not justified." Unaware of the unfolding deception, Yi Jun glanced up only to find the child had vanished into the distance. How peculiar. Could this child be intentionally deceiving me? I must pursue him to uncover the truth. With a resolute determination, Yi Jun sprinted in the direction the child had taken. However, upon reaching a narrow alleyway ahead, he discovered that the child had completely disappeared without a trace. The labyrinth of winding alleys left Yi Jun, unfamiliar with the terrain, at a loss. Finding the child now seemed an impossible endeavor. "It appears I have been too negligent, falling prey to a habitual trickster." With a resigned shake of his head, Yi Jun prepared to turn away, relieved that he had not suffered any loss. Yet, before he could exit the alley, a cry for help echoed from another corner. "Help! Help!" Chapter 75, The Counterfeit Coin Factory. Yi Jun halted, following the sound of distress and hastening towards it. "Sister, pretty sister, please let me go. I promise I won't deceive anyone again." The child pleaded desperately. Little rascal, do you think I would still believe your words? I have been searching for you for an entire week. Now return the money you owe me. You swindled me out of several thousand last time. Do you think this will simply be forgotten? Miss Fong, is that truly you?" Yehun exclaimed in astonishment. Fong Wanqing, catching sight of Yi Jun, instantly displayed her surprise. "Yehun, no, master. What brings you here? What, you two know each other?" The child widened his eyes in despair. Sensing impending doom, encountering two acquaintances at once could only spell trouble for him. "Silence." Fong Wanqing shot the child a fierce glare, causing him to tremble involuntarily as he frantically contemplated an escape. "What? He's been peddling antiques to you, as well?" Fong Wanqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment, soon clouded with concern. "This little rascal deceived me recently as well, and unfortunately, I fell for his trick. I have been lying in wait for several days, and today I finally managed to catch him. Now makes sense. Just like those ancient coins earlier, if one does not examine them closely, It is easy to mistake such replicas for authentic artifacts and unwittingly purchase them. Indeed, they were meticulously forged. While the child possesses a clever mind, he seems incapable of crafting counterfeit coins himself. Undoubtedly, he has some channel for acquiring these items, or is merely acting as a seller for someone else. Dear, beautiful sister, handsome brother, you both are so strikingly attractive and clearly wealthy. Please, spare me. I am just a child, and life is difficult. The child feigned innocence, casting pleading looks at Yi Jun and Feng Wanqing, who remained silent. Feng Wanqing glared fiercely at the child and tightened her grip on him, ensuring he could not seize the opportunity to flee. The child's playful expression vanished, replaced by a look of grievance. He wished he could offer money to Feng Wanqing in exchange for some peace, but he had already squandered all his funds and was now unable to compensate. Yi Jun gazed intently at the child's countenance, as if discerning some hidden truth. He slowly approached the child, his eyes narrowing, and spoke sternly. If you desire to leave, I can indeed provide you with a suggestion. Simply tell me the origin of these counterfeit antiques and why you resort to deception. I. The child stared at Yi Jun's stern demeanor, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. He stammered, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. Yet no coherent words escaped his lips. If you refuse to speak, you will find it impossible to escape today. Should my patience wear thin, I shall not hesitate to reprimand you severely. However, if you tell the truth, the debt you owe this lady can be absolved. Yi Jun offered him a tempting proposition, contemplating that the child might have engaged in such acts out of financial desperation. With the promise of a benefit, he believed the child would be compelled to speak candidly. Indeed, as soon as Yi Jun uttered these words, the child's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is what you say true? If I confess, my debt to this lady will be wiped clean? Indeed, but you must substantiate your claims, Yi Jun replied, recognizing that this child was no ordinary urchin. He was shrewd and might resort to unexpected tactics for personal gain. Very well, I will tell you. I found these antiques among the refuse of a factory. Every week, they discard a plethora of waste, which includes many imitation ancient coins and other trinkets, the child asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Jun. What? A factory's refuse? Which factory? Yi Jun inquired, his expression grave, while Feng Wanqing looked equally astonished. It was implausible for a factory to dispose of counterfeit antiques. Could the child be lying? It's the factory near Liwang Village, out by the outskirts. I've gathered quite a collection from there. The child pointed confidently towards the western direction of Liwang Village. Liwang Village is the closest village to the city, easily accessible after crossing the Sandy Bridge. How did you come to recognize these counterfeit antiques? Are you, at your tender age, knowledgeable in appraisal? Yi Jun pressed further. Of course not, but I took them to an antique shop to sell, and the appraisers informed me that these antiques are all fake and worthless, and they refused to buy them, the child explained. So, you brought these fakes here to swindle others? Feng Wanqing questioned skeptically. The child nodded decisively. Yes. I thought these trinkets were quite well made and resembled the real thing. It was easy to deceive those who were unaware. I never imagined I would end up conning two of you misfortunes. What bad luck. What did you just say? Feng Wanqing quickly shot him a glare, prompting him to hastily amend his words, grinning as he said, Oh, it's nothing. I was merely expressing my admiration for your graceful figure, beautiful sister, and your keen eye for antiques. I truly hold you in high regard. And as for you, my dear brother, you are indeed quite the dashing figure. Enough of your flattery. The village is not far from here. While it is still light, you should guide us there. Yi Jun interjected. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Typically, factories would not allow such antiquities to slip through their grasp. The child's mention of a factory raised suspicions. Either he was lying, or the factory harbored some unspeakable secret. Huh? You wish to go now? The child's eyes widened in surprise, his expression betraying his shock. Is there a problem with that? Yi Jun asked sternly. Not exactly. It's just that this factory is usually well guarded at this hour, making entry difficult. Perhaps we should part ways for now and reconvene later tonight. Then I can lead you there, the child suggested. Unnecessary. We shall go now. You lead the way, Yi Jun asserted, having discerned the child's deceitful demeanor. The boy's sly expression clearly indicated he was not being truthful. If he had previously managed to enter, there was no reason he could not do so now. With no other option, the child sighed in resignation, shaking his head and conceding, All right then, you two stay close behind me. I'll take you there. Yi Jun nodded to Feng Wanqing, who understood his silent communication and returned a subtle nod. Her intention in confronting this child was more about venting her frustration than seeking monetary compensation. She could see that the boy was utterly lacking in funds. The child led the way, traversing northward after crossing Santing Bridge, with the destination of Liwang Village merely a mile or two away. Although it was a village on the outskirts, neither Yi Jun nor Feng Wanqing had ever visited, leaving them unfamiliar with the route. There it is ahead. There's a small path that will lead us there more swiftly. Follow me, the child stated, appearing quite obedient. Yi Jun and Feng Wanqing, sensing no immediate cause for suspicion, continued onward, yet the child was anything but honest. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yi Jun's demeanor shifted, his expression growing cold as he halted the child in his tracks. Master, have you noticed something amiss? I doubt this child is lying, Feng Wanqing inquired, perplexed by Yi Jun's sudden decision. A chill ran down the child's spine upon hearing these words, his gaze wavering slightly. Feng Wanqing's attention was drawn to the distant reeds ahead. Weren't you just saying that entering the village after dark would be ideal, as the defenses would not be as stringent? Yi Jun scoffed, casting a cunning glance at the child. The child stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn it, he has managed to evade us once again. Yi Jun had been particularly cautious of the child, yet unexpectedly fell into his trap once again. I rushed to pursue. Feng Wanqing, fuming, prepared to chase after him, but was stopped by Yi Jun, who advised, do not pursue. This child is undoubtedly well acquainted with the paths around here, and that village lies nearby. We can inquire ourselves. Oh, very well. I shall heed your counsel. Feng Wanqing was quite obedient to Yi Jun's words, and together they traversed the tall reeds, arriving at Liwang Village. However, after several inquiries with both the elders and the youth of the village, they learned that no one was aware of any factory existing there. The village was not large, housing merely a few dozen inhabitants. If there were any factories, they would surely know better than anyone. After some investigation, Yi Jun concluded that the child's statement regarding the factory was indeed a fabrication. How careless of me. This little rascal is so young, yet already adept at lying. What will he become when he grows up? Feng Wanqing said, clenching her fists in indignation. I do not believe he is entirely deceitful. It is possible that the factory he mentioned truly exists, just not in this village. Moreover, he spoke of it with such certainty and detail, indicating that within his words lies a mixture of truth and falsehood. So what shall we do next? Should we continue searching for that factory? Feng Wanqing inquired, gazing at Yi Jun with confusion. Yi Jun decisively shook his head. No, it is getting late, and we are unfamiliar with these paths. We shall postpone this for another time. Chapter 77. The Antique Wholesale Market. Yi Jun, caught off guard, instinctively reached out to support Feng Wanqing. However, as dusk fell, he failed to grasp her arm and instead encircled her back, resulting in a sweet embrace between the two. Feng Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, finding herself in Yi Jun's arms, and for 2 seconds she was at a loss for words. It's nothing, just as she attempted to regain her footing, her foot slipped into a deep pit, twisting her ankle, and she let out another sharp scream, falling back into Yi Jun's embrace. This time, Yi Jun steadied her, urgently asking, Miss Feng, what has happened? I think I have twisted my ankle, Feng Wanqing said, her expression pained and her voice quivering. Please bear with it. It will be better soon. Crack. Oh, it no longer hurts. Master, do you possess some knowledge of medicine? Feng Wanqing asked. So Paisbu Yeunis unexpected skill. I know a little. You could try walking a few steps now. You should be fine. Yeyun slowly rose, allowing her to take a few steps, and she found herself fully restored, joy illuminating her face. Thank you, Master. I never imagined you were so formidable. Feng Wanqing smiled, her heart filled with gratitude towards Yi Jun. Yi Jun, however, merely shook his head lightly, considering it a trivial matter. Yet just as he began to depart, Feng Wanqing seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke up. By the way, Master, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Tomorrow, my grandfather and I are set to visit the antique wholesale market. It appears that the proprietor of Ningzue Pavilion has requested my grandfather's assistance in inspecting the goods. Would you care to join us? It would be an excellent opportunity for you to offer your counsel to him, Feng Wanqing suggested with enthusiasm. The antique wholesale market? Upon hearing the name, Yi Jun felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Neither he nor the previous incarnation of himself seemed to possess much knowledge about this place. Feng Wanqing nodded decisively and elucidated. Indeed, the antique wholesale market serves as a primary sourcing location for most antique vendors and shops. Every day, a vast array of antiques arrives there, with diverse channels of supply, encompassing both fine and ordinary items. I am concerned that my grandfather might overlook something valuable, which is why I wish for you to accompany us. Ah, I see, Yi Jun thought, suddenly enlightened. Coincidentally, he had intentions of opening his own antique shop, and the location that Fong Wanqing mentioned might indeed serve as a potential source for his inventory. Surely, Grandfather Fong must be a regular there. Accompanying him would provide a valuable opportunity to broaden his horizons and familiarize himself with the market dynamics. Rest assured, Master, if my grandfather learns of your intention to join us, he will undoubtedly be delighted. Fong Wanqing beamed, pausing for a moment before continuing. Also, Master, you may call me Wanqing from now on, since I have taken you as my mentor. Referring to me as Miss Fong seems rather distant. Very well. I shall address you as Wanqing henceforth, Yi Jun replied without hesitation. His interaction with Fong Wanqing that evening revealed a softer side to her, hidden beneath her seemingly aloof exterior. Her gentleness was of a refined nature, creating a most pleasant ambience. Mi Donger's culinary skills were commendable, evidently inherited from Uncle Mi, who was quite adept in the kitchen. She surpassed him, marking a true case of the student exceeding the teacher. Upon spotting Yi Jun, Mi Donger immediately waved him over. With a smile, Yi Jun approached and joined Uncle Mi and Mi Donger at the table for dinner. The evening's fare was quite sumptuous. Roasted chicken, roasted duck, steamed carp, alongside various vegetables, and a bowl of millet and mung bean porridge. The trio enjoyed their meal immensely. Having purchased an ample supply of traditional Chinese medicine recently, he prepared a tub of warm water to soak in, allowing himself to luxuriate while gazing at the enchanting night sky and feeling the gentle breeze wafting through the window. The experience of soaking in a medicinal bath was infinitely more pleasurable than at Uncle Mi's previous residence. The same held true for Mi Donger and Uncle Mi. Since their arrival here, their living conditions have been exceedingly enjoyable. The spaciousness of the villa, adorned with flora, a fish pond, and elegant pavilions, provided a profound sense of relief. As night fell into stillness, the sounds of chirping insects and birds gradually faded, surrendering to slumber. After indulging in his bath, Yi Jun comfortably nestled in a bed, ready to rest. The following morning, he rose as usual to wash up and partake in breakfast. After the meal, Mi Donger joyfully approached Yi Jun, intertwining her arm with his. Brother Jun, do you have nothing planned today? We agreed yesterday to visit the stone gambling shop. Can we go today? I nearly turned into a mushroom at home yesterday afternoon. Suddenly, Mi Donger wore a puzzled expression and inquired, what do you intend to do? Is it still concerning Elder Chun? Wanqing, the granddaughter of Elder Fong we met on the street last time? To her astonishment, Yi Jun referred to Fong Wanqing directly by her name after just 2 days apart. Had their relationship progressed so swiftly? Indeed, it is she. As you know, she has taken me as her mentor. Last night, she made a request of me, and I felt it would be impolite to refuse. Moreover, I have heard that the antique wholesale market serves as a primary sourcing location for many antique shop owners. So I thought I ought to prepare for opening my own antique store. Yi Jun explained earnestly, observing Mi Donger. Gradually, Mi Donger regained her composure and tilted her head, candidly stating, very well, I shall begrudgingly allow you this one time. It seems I will once again spend the day playing alone at home. Mi Donger had already woven Yi Jun into the fabric of her life. As long as she could be with him, her happiness knew no bounds. Uncle Mi shook his head helplessly, as he seemed acutely aware of his daughter's feelings. However, Yi Jun, it appeared, had yet to recognize her affection for him. And this matter surely warranted a conversation at the right moment. Before long, Yi Jun's phone rang. It was Fong Wanqing calling. She inquired about his exact location, expressing her intention to personally drive over and pick him up. Upon revealing his whereabouts, she expressed surprise, not anticipating that Yi Jun was quite so affluent. After ending the call, Yi Jun bid farewell to Uncle Mi and Mi Donger, leaving the villa. As he stepped outside, a white Porsche approached from a distance, and the driver was none other than Fong Wanqing. After all, she was the granddaughter of Elder Fong, a renowned appraiser in Yinshui City, who had earned a considerable fortune throughout his life. Hey, master, get in, Fong Wanqing called out as she spotted Yi Jun. He smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Walking over to the car, many passers-by watched this exchange, while luxury cars frequently traversed the streets. It was rare to see a girl picking up a boy in such a manner. Good day, Elder Fong, Yi Jun greeted as he settled into the seat beside him. Naturally, Wanqing is a kind and sensible girl. I will never forget her goodness. You, however, tend to be rather serious. Yet, this is quite fitting for me. Being an appraiser demands a degree of solemnity and caution. A carefree demeanor would hinder one's effectiveness, Elder Fong remarked, scrutinizing Yi Jun, pondering whether he had grasped the underlying message. By the way, young friend Yi, are you familiar with the antique wholesale market in Yinshui City? Elder Fong suddenly shifted the conversation, posing a question to Yi Jun. Yi Jun shook his head, No, I have never been to that place, as I have not dealt in antiques before. Ha ha, you my young friend is truly forthright. Fong the Elder chuckled a few times before elucidating the history of the antique wholesale market in Yinshui City. Our antique wholesale market in Yinshui City boasts a history of over a century. It emerged during the Ming Dynasty, and at that time, it was renowned across the nation as a premier wholesale market for antiques. Whether knowledgeable or not, anyone with a penchant for antiques would stroll through here, as it is the hub of wholesale deals, offering prices far more favorable than those found in antique street stalls or shops. Along the way, Fong continued to share insights with Yi, who listened attentively. Upon the conclusion of Fong's explanation, Yi was pleasantly surprised to learn that Fong's visit to the antique wholesale market today was not just to assist the owner of Ningxue Pavilion in inspecting goods, but also to meet an old friend, someone who frequently promoted antiques to him and with whom he had established a rapport through several successful transactions. Fong appreciated this friend not only for the rarity of the items he brought, but also for his directness and decisiveness in negotiations. Fong relished interactions with such straightforward individuals. Before long, Fong Wanking arrived by car at the largest antique wholesale market situated in the southeastern district of the city. Stepping out of the vehicle, he was struck by the bustling activity of the market, with every large wholesale store teeming with people. It was only 9:30 in the morning, yet the vibrancy of the scene astonished Yi. Anyone with knowledge of antiques would undoubtedly recognize Fong. Naturally, some individuals could identify him directly and sought to approach and greet Fong, but Fong had arrived with a car following closely behind. Upon his exit, several burly men from that vehicle descended as well, encircling Fong to ensure his safety, given his status as a public figure. Safety must always come first. How could such an exquisite beauty, accompanied by a strikingly handsome and dashing young man, fail to attract attention? Yet, the crowd remained oblivious to their true identities, leading to a flurry of speculation. Look over there, who is that person behind Elder Fong? I've never seen him before. That woman must be Elder Fong's granddaughter. I heard he has a stunning granddaughter named Fong Wanking, and it must be her. And that man? Could he possibly be the son-in-law of the Fong family? My goodness, anyone who marries Elder Fong's granddaughter would surely have nothing to worry about for the rest of their life. He occasionally caught snippets of conversation from those around him, feeling an inner calm, undisturbed by the currents of speculation. The opinions of those unfamiliar with him warranted little regard, a lesson he had learned long ago during the Ming Dynasty. Is it him? Why is he here? Fong's demeanor suddenly turned stern, and his pace slowed, a chill emanating from his thick brows. Chapter 79. This item was my first choice. Meanwhile, as Fong Wanking caught a glimpse of this individual's profile, her expression shifted as well. Humph, this old fellow truly is tenacious, appearing wherever one might go. Fong Wanqing muttered a soft curse under her breath, inadvertently caught by Yi Jun's attentive ears. Following her gaze, Yi Jun beheld an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, who appeared to be of similar age to Fong Lao, standing at the entrance of the antique wholesale dealer, engaged in negotiations with the proprietor. Do you know him? Yi Jun inquired, curiosity piqued as she glanced at Fong Wanqing. Yes, that old fellow's surname is Ding, and he is known as Ding Wensheng, a renowned appraiser in the field of antiquities. His reputation only slightly pales in comparison to my grandfather's, and he is my grandfather's sworn rival, Fong Wanqing whispered, gradually unveiling the truth to Yi Jun. The age-old adage that rivals are often found among peers rang true. Exceptional individuals in any profession inevitably attract jealousy and exclusion, sometimes even malicious schemes. Yi Jun had witnessed such occurrences countless times. It was clear that Ding Wensheng, as Fong Lao's arch-nemesis, could not possibly possess commendable character. It appears that fate has indeed conspired to bring these sworn enemies together. Yi Jun mused silently as her gaze remained fixed upon him. Before long, she followed Fong Lao to the entrance of the antique dealer shop. Fong Lao, silent and imposing, required no words. His mere presence was sufficient for the proprietor to recognize him instantly. Upon sighting Fong Lao's countenance, the shopkeeper's face brightened, and he hurried over, respectfully asking Ding Wensheng to wait aside. He approached Fong Lao with an air of deference, exclaiming, Fong Lao, you honor us with your presence. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I hope you can forgive this oversight. There's no need for formalities. I am here to assist the owner of Ningxue Pavilion in appraising the goods. Please bring forth the items for me to examine. If everything is satisfactory and the price is agreeable, I shall make a purchase on behalf of Zhao. The owner, Fong Lao, asserted confidently. Well, the situation is such that I had prepared all of Zhao's goods for you to review, but just before your arrival, Ding Lao came to my stall and expressed interest in the very items you wish to see, the shopkeeper explained. An awkward smile plastered on his face as he glanced at Ding Lao. What did you say? I will return the deposit. Ding Wenxing's commanding voice interjected from his side. Approaching with a stoic demeanor, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Although you were the first to reserve these goods, they have now caught my eye. I am willing to offer a higher price for them, and the proprietor is amenable to selling. What further argument do you have? There are plenty of other items here for you to consider. How much did you offer? Yehun pondered. Rejalink her experiences in antioe projurement. Based on typical market prices. If purchased at this rate, the goods could potentially be sold for around 3 million after accounting for store costs and the depreciation incurred during the holding period. Could it be that there are exceptional items within this batch that the shopkeeper failed to recognize, and which Ding Wenxiang has fortuitously discovered? Not a problem, Fong Lao. Your word is law. Please hold on a moment, the shopkeeper responded. Inside the black bag lay over 10 antique pieces, ranging from ordinary bronze bells and fish knives to more recent celebrity calligraphy and paintings, porcelain, and bronze artifacts, all displayed before them. Aside from a few inconsequential items, such as the antique bronze bell and the fish knife, the only artifacts of genuine worth are the calligraphy and painting, along with a couple of porcelain and bronze pieces. Their age does not appear to be particularly ancient, nor do they possess exceptional value. However, what can be commended is that all these items are authentic. Not a single piece has been deliberately aged. After all, the dealer is acutely aware of the caliber of the appraisers he faces, and he would never dare to present counterfeit goods. Mr. Fong meticulously examined each item, but upon lifting the last antique, his demeanor abruptly shifted, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Chapter 80. Yi Xiaoyu, I implore you. Lioli, commonly referred to as glass, has a plethora of modern glass products, with glass beads being exceedingly prevalent. Yet, within the realm of antiques, there exists a category known as ancient lioli, which is of immense value, potentially exceeding that of the most esteemed jade artifacts from royal antiquity. This is primarily attributed to 2 factors: the complexity and difficulty of its craftsmanship, and the uniqueness of the material itself. Such items are exceedingly rare, with most available on the market being forgeries. After 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed, a final decision remained elusive. If this bead were indeed a genuine ancient lioli, then the valuation of 3 million proposed by Ding Wenxiang would be undeniably justified, for the worth of this single bead could easily surpass 3 million, perhaps even reaching 5 million. In contrast, the cumulative value of the other items would barely amount to 2 million at best. If the bead were a counterfeit, it would be rendered worthless. Not only would it fail to fetch 3 to 5 million, but it might struggle to sell for even 30,000, possibly only achieving a few thousand, contingent upon the bead's unique crafting technique. A misjudgment in appraisal could carry significant repercussions. Indeed, Mr. Fong, you have scrutinized that bead for quite some time now. Will you not disclose a price? The dealer, unable to contain his impatience any longer, urged, having long wished to speak up, but hesitating to take the initiative himself. Meanwhile, Yi Jun, while unconsciously observing the lioli bead, inadvertently caught a glimpse of a furtive exchange between Ding Wenxiang and the dealer, suggesting some hidden agenda. Fong Wanqing, standing behind him, seemed to perceive his dilemma. With a clever glance, she discreetly approached and suggested, "Grandfather, if you truly cannot reach a conclusion, perhaps I might enlist my master's assistance?" Yi Yun, yes. Today he had indeed brought along an expert in appraisal. His inability to ascertain the bead's authenticity did not imply that Yi Xiaoyu could not. Should Yi Jun authenticate the bead as genuine, he would not hesitate to invest 5 million to acquire it. Naturally, he felt reluctant to admit his inability to appraise it. Given his status, there were numerous onlookers, and his reputation as a connoisseur of antiques could not be tarnished so easily. Thus, he sought a pretext to request Yi Jun's assistance. Yi Jun nodded slightly. Although he was quite distant from the orb, and had observed it for some time, he could not draw any definitive conclusions based solely on its appearance from afar. His curiosity was piqued. What secrets lay within this orb that had caused Elder Fong to deliberate for so long without arriving at a conclusion? Thank you, Elder Fong, for granting me this opportunity. He regarded the young man before him, who had yet to fully mature, and questioned whether he was truly fit to assist in the appraisal of antiquities. In his view, it was questionable whether the young man even knew the name of the artifact. To have him present it for evaluation was utterly embarrassing. Ding Wenxiang, silence yourself. I will not permit you to insult my master and my friend. Upon hearing Ding Wenxing's words, Fong Wanqing was instantly filled with rage, almost slipping up in her response, and she hurled a sharp retort in his direction. She was well aware of the ongoing disputes between him and her grandfather. This old curmudgeon not only sought to belittle her grandfather, but likely wished for his early demise, so that he could usurp his standing in the world of antiquities. How audacious! What right do you, a mere girl, have to interject? Ding Wensheng retorted, his irritation palpable. Feng Wanqing, infuriated by his reprimand, found it intolerable to be chastised by such an old relic, and she felt a tinge of disgust towards him. Let's take the high road and not stoop to his level, she mused, recalling her grandfather's wisdom. I understand now, grandfather. I shall not engage with such an old fool. Ding Wensheng, however, was momentarily a loss for words, his jaw twitching in frustration as he clenched his fists. The onlookers around them nodded in agreement with Feng Wanqing, shifting their ire towards Ding Wensheng and criticizing him for his behavior. Yi Jun, unfazed by the commotion, took possession of the glass orb and began his meticulous examination. Chapter 81. I have changed my mind. Yi Jun cradled the glass orb delicately in his hands, scrutinizing its hues, shape, and other characteristics with great care. In terms of color, it was a sea blue glass bead, unlike modern glass, which boasts a vibrant and varied palette. Ancient glass was typically characterized by a more subdued and monochromatic aesthetic, constrained by the traditional philosophies and technological limitations of its time. This particular sea blue hue first emerged during the Warring States period, and the bead exhibited no extraneous colors. Should it have displayed a vivid emerald green, it would have indicated a production date no earlier than the Yuan Dynasty, as such a color did not exist prior to that era. Turning to its form, ancient glass artifacts came in various shapes, from spherical columns to intricate floral and avian designs, encompassing a wide array of items for appreciation and use. The glass orb was among them. Due to the fragility of this material, it was exceedingly rare for such items to survive intact for centuries or even millennia. The orb exhibited no signs of unusual wear, save for a subtle yellowing indicative of age. At first glance, it certainly did not resemble a modern handmade item, as the techniques used to craft contemporary glass beads diverged significantly from ancient methods, allowing for immediate discernment of authenticity, particularly in the case of modern reproductions. The craftsmanship was often coarse, with aging techniques easily identifiable, typically characterized by a white patina. This bead exhibited a slight yellowing of the white patina, but it remained within the bounds of normalcy. In the final observation of this bead, its essence does not derive from the intrinsic flavor of the glass itself or its chromatic hues, but rather from the antiquated charm of a relic, characterized by two paramount aspects, the outer shell and the patina. The outer shell serves as the exterior of the glass artifact, varying in shape and color. It can be calcified skin, silk gray skin, or treasure-light skin, among others. This particular bead boasts a multicolored shell, which is the most prevalent type among blue glass artifacts. As previously mentioned, the outer layer of this bead exhibits a slight yellowish-white hue, devoid of any artificially aged appearance. Next, we must examine its patina. Over the years, as time steadily progresses, whether this ancient glass is buried underground or preserved on the surface, it inevitably succumbs to calcification and weathering. Thus, genuine pieces of such antiquity often emanate a gentle and serene quality, with their vibrant colors dulled. From this perspective, this glass bead indeed resembles a true artifact, untouched by any artificial intervention, without a superficial layer of patina applied intentionally. Following a meticulous appraisal by Yi Jun, he began to form some conjectures regarding the bead. The peculiar notion lingering in Feng Lao's mind was also elucidated by Yi Jun's evaluation of the bead. Ding Wensheng observed Yi Jun and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Oh, do you perhaps know the provenance and authenticity of this bead? Are you not afraid that revealing the truth will lead the wholesaler to retract his offer? Yi Jun dismissed him with disdain, seemingly equipped with his own means to counter Ding Wensheng, retorting with a deliberate smirk. Feng Lao, initially poised to refute Ding Wensheng, now restrained his temper and chose silence. Instead, upon Yi Jun's mention of the wholesaler, he was momentarily taken aback, offering a bittersweet smile, and candidly explained, "What a farce. I have conducted business here for many years. As long as a customer is satisfied with the item and agrees upon a price, I have never retracted, even if I sell it for 10,000 and the customer turns around to sell it for 1,000,000. Yi Jun replied with a faint smile, "How magnanimous of you. Esteemed proprietor, since you have stated this, I am now intrigued to hear what you, Master Ding, think of this bead." As he spoke, Yi Jun's gaze turned towards Ding Wensheng. Ding Wensheng displayed an arrogant demeanor, scoffing, "Humph. I knew you two, old and young, lacked any real skill. The elder is blinded by age, and the youth is ignorant of appraisal. Despite being unable to discern authenticity, you pretended to authenticate for over half an hour, wasting everyone's time. What did you say, Ding Wensheng? If you have the ability, say it again. Yi Jun subtly shook his head at him, signaling for calm. After a moment, Ding Wensheng disdainfully snickered and voluntarily explained. This bead is a high ancient glass artifact from the Warring States period. Judging by its condition, patina, color, and form, it is indeed an exquisite piece. Its colors are natural, and its shape is crafted through ancient methods of polishing, resulting in a smooth and rounded appearance. Furthermore, the white skin on the surface of this bead is not a reproduction. It is the result of prolonged exposure, naturally weathered and calcified over time. Furthermore, the exquisite hue and size of this pearl indicate that during the Warring States period, it could only be possessed by nobles of considerable rank, perhaps even belonging to a royal palace of a certain dynasty. Common folk would certainly not have access to such a splendid gem. As the words settled, Yi Jun applauded him directly, his smile deepening with radiance. Truly, Master Ding, your appraisal is remarkable. I would like to inquire, what do you estimate the value of this pearl to be? Ding Wensheng's expression darkened slightly, his gaze growing contemplative. You are deliberately testing me, young man. Nevertheless, since I have committed to acquiring it today, revealing its worth is not an issue. If this pearl were to be sold in the market, it would fetch at least this amount. He extended his hand, and those in the know understood that if the pearl were genuine, it would naturally be valued in the millions. In that instant, the wholesale dealer's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "How much? 5 million? That's impossible. This pearl is worth 5 million? 5 million? If Master Ding were to purchase such a collection of antiques for 3 million, he would indeed make a handsome profit." Yi Jun smiled nonchalantly, casually placing the glass pearl down. Ding Wensheng, did you not just state that if my offer exceeded 3 million, the entire lot would belong to me? I am now willing to offer 3,500,000 for this collection of antiques. Huh? 3,500,000? I apologize, but the 3 million I mentioned was merely the price before your arrival. I have suddenly changed my mind. I will now offer 3,800,000 for this collection. Ding Wensheng's demeanor grew cold as he crossed his arms, speaking with an air of arrogance. Chapter 82. Your acting skills are lacking. What? The combined value of the antiques before them was estimated to be around 7 million. So adding an extra 200,000 would yield a purchase price of 4 million, resulting in a decent profit. I offer 4 million. I bid 4,100,000. However, at that moment, Yi Jun interjected, Old Fong, I believe you should reconsider this batch of antiques. 4 million is quite a substantial amount. If you bid any higher, maintaining profit could become quite challenging. Even at 4 million, it would still be a wise investment. And even at 450,000, it aligns with Boss Zhao's profit margin. This batch is definitely worth acquiring. Yet, as he continued to observe Yi Jun, he noted the latter's resolute expression, which left him momentarily indecisive, engulfed in hesitation. What did you say? He was undoubtedly reluctant to relinquish such a valuable item to Ding Wensheng, especially when witnessing Ding mock him before his very eyes. Yi Jun, what are you doing? Very well, I shall trust you this once. Are you truly not interested? Ding Wensheng seemed somewhat incredulous. Not interested. Yi Jun stood calmly to the side, exuding an air of assuredness, as if the outcome was already predetermined. He understood that the next act would unfold with Ding Wensheng in an embarrassing predicament. Master Ding Jianbao, you have heard what Old Fong said. These items hold no value for him. Since you are so fond of them, feel free to take them for yourself. As for how much you can sell them for and the profit you might earn, that is entirely your concern. Yi Jun remarked with a calm demeanor as he regarded Ding Wensheng. Do you perceive something we do not? Ding Wensheng felt a sense of unease regarding the situation between the two and inquired with slight confusion. Do you really need to ask us that? You should be well aware of your own heart. Yi Jun replied, shaking his head in exasperation. What do you mean? Ding Wensheng remained perplexed. With a resigned expression, Yi Jun elaborated. Since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, I must reveal your scheme. Your visit today, to purchase antiques, was not genuine. Rather, you were merely acting alongside this wholesale dealer to provoke Old Fong into purchasing these artifacts. While the majority of these antiquities are indeed authentic, the last glass bead, however, is a counterfeit. What did you say? A fake? You need not continue this charade. If my guess is correct, that bead was most likely supplied by you to the wholesale dealer, who accepted your bribe and collaborated with you to deceive Old Fong into overpaying for it. Yi Jun could easily discern Ding Wensheng's hidden motives. In an effort to preserve his dignity, he intentionally chose to expose it. The gathered crowd, some having been present for quite a while, and others newly arrived, exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Yi Jun's words, their faces marked by confusion and disbelief. At that moment, Fang Wanqing also came to a realization, her gaze toward Ding Wensheng growing colder. "You insolent brat! How dare you publicly slander me, Ding Wensheng, with your insignificant status?" Ding Wensheng shouted angrily Yun merely smiled dismissively. "Slander you? I hold no grudge against you. Why would I need to slander you? The despicable actions you have taken speak for themselves. Moreover, your and the wholesale dealer's acting skills leave much to be desired. The flaws are glaringly obvious. And I nearly found myself laughing in embarrassment at your lack of awareness. I truly commend your audacity. If it were me, I would have sought a hole to hide in by now. How dare you repeat that?" The wholesale dealer's anger flared at this moment. Yi Jun turned his attention to the dealer. "What? You cannot bear to have your deception unveiled. Your acting is even inferior to Ding Wensheng's, especially when he quoted the price for the glass bead. Your astonished expression was far too contrived." "What?" Sensing the situation turning against him, Ding Wensheng decisively shouted at Yi Jun, "You insolent brat. Who do you think you are? What status do I, Ding Wensheng, have to engage in a deliberate act with a mere antique wholesale dealer? If you utter another word of nonsense, I will ensure that you regret it." "Huh, so your temper is finally showing? Your aspirations seem rather limited, do they not?" It is evident that Ding Wensheng would not engage in theatrics with a proprietor of an antique wholesale business without reason. Yet his intent is to deceive Old Fang, your sworn rival. Naturally, you would relish the opportunity to witness him fall prey to your scheme. Should Old Fang, today, purchase this exquisite glass bead at an inflated price, not only would you unjustly profit from his expense, but I suspect you have ulterior motives as well. You could exploit Old Fang's high-priced transaction of counterfeit antiques to tarnish his reputation, thereby eclipsing him in notoriety. Am I correct in my assumptions? As Yi Jun pondered in silence, he had indeed contemplated this matter with great seriousness. If Ding Wensheng orchestrated this elaborate ruse solely to ensnare Old Fang, the conclusion of this charade may very well signal the commencement of his true agenda. Both he and Old Fang are esteemed masters of appraisal. Yet Ding's reputation pales in comparison. Thus, his foremost ambition must be to supplant and surpass Old Fang. The difficulty in authenticating this glass bead could serve his purpose. If Old Fang is convinced of its authenticity, he will undoubtedly showcase it at Ningxue Pavilion for sale, and once the transaction occurs, Ding Wensheng would possess the evidence he requires. Such a devious scheme appears trivial in Yi Jun's eyes. "Ah, you insolent youth, do you dare to cast aspersions? I now pose a question to you. You allege that I am engaging in a performance with this proprietor, wielding a counterfeit bead to deceive others. How did you ascertain the bead's falsity? I have verified that this glass bead is unequivocally genuine. When it comes to appraisal skills, I possess unwavering confidence in my abilities. This glass bead, as Yi Jun surmised, was meticulously prepared in advance. His audacity to present it publicly to deceive Old Fang, and to succeed in doing so, indicates that the bead possesses the capacity to deceive even the most discerning experts. Yi Jun, being merely a 20-something youth, could he truly possess the prowess to discern the authenticity of this glass bead? It appears you shall not lament until you face the inevitable. If you wish for me to expound upon the reasons for declaring this bead a counterfeit, I shall oblige. Yi Jun undoubtedly has methods to validate the bead's falsity." He turned, approached the black bag, and retrieved the glass bead once more, addressing the assembly. "I believe all present possess a rudimentary understanding of antiques. Even if you're not well versed in the authentication of ancient glass beads, you have likely encountered methods of counterfeiting them. Typically, the simplest methods of forgery for such ancient glass beads are the adhesive technique and the treatment method involving Terralon. However, these forgeries are all too easily identified. To achieve a level of deception that can elude even the keen eyes of esteemed appraisers, one must build upon these two methods with an additional step, the application of a binding agent." "Binding agent?" Upon hearing this term, the audience was engulfed in confusion. Is there truly such a method of forgery concerning ancient glass? Is the coating and the Terralon treatment not the authentic method of counterfeiting? What then is this binding agent? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with graying hair among the crowd spoke up loudly. "I recall having seen these two characters in an ancient gemology book. It describes an exceedingly sophisticated method of forgery, mentioning several rather peculiar materials, though the name escapes me. The process itself is incredibly intricate and has been lost to time since the Song Dynasty. No one employs it anymore." Yi Jun felt a surge of contentment, astonished to discover that there was indeed a knowledgeable individual present who had heard of the term Dingjiang. However, understanding that this was a long-lost technique, he realized that the man could not recount the entire process. Yi Jun had expended considerable effort in his own appraisal of the glass bead, attempting to ascertain whether it had been fabricated using this ancient method. Yet, after much deliberation, he remained uncertain, for according to the ancient texts, the initial steps differed significantly from the production of this glass bead. Fortunately, he had brought Yi Jun along, who possessed a thorough understanding of the Dingjiang technique. During his meticulous assessment, Yi Jun had seamlessly integrated this methodology and discovered evidence that the bead was indeed a counterfeit. The elder was correct. The Dingjiang technique was, in fact, an ancient art. In the Song Dynasty, a man named Fanzeng was the sole heir to this art of Dingjiang. It was widely believed that no one had utilized this method to replicate antiques since his time. However, before his passing, he documented his lifelong learning in a book, which he was buried with. Later, tomb raiders unearthed it, allowing its knowledge to circulate. This book is exceedingly precious, as its techniques are not known all. It was acquired by a wealthy landlord of the Gu family, becoming a treasured heirloom passed down through generations until the Qing Dynasty. My ancestor was fortunate enough to have seen this book and subsequently imparted its teachings to my grandfather and father, who then passed them down to me. Yi Jun recounted this history with calm assurance. Chapter 84. I owe you 100 million. Upon hearing Yi Jun's account, the crowd fell into a state of astonishment. It turned out that this young man was indeed a descendant of a long-lost technique, a rarity indeed. Ding Wensheng felt a twinge of anxiety as he listened. He began to believe Yi Jun's words. If this were true, he might genuinely be able to authenticate the glass bead. Ding Wensheng, I do not know whom you engaged to create this ancient glass bead. Although the Dingjiang method employed is not particularly sophisticated, you at least followed the process step by step. Moreover, to obscure the bead from Mr. Fong's scrutiny, you deliberately altered the sequence of several steps in the Dingjiang method and even made errors, coupled with some common techniques to mask the imperfections. The final result deviated from the Dingjiang method, achieving over 99% similarity to a genuine ancient glass bead. Yi Jun articulated the flaws of the bead with remarkable clarity. Ding Wensheng was acutely aware that Yi Jun was indeed correct. However, he took advantage of the ignorance of those present regarding the method of paddle setting to feign a counterargument. You are clearly spouting nonsense. This ancient glass bead is authentic. You just claimed that its production was flawed due to a sequence of processes being reversed or even intentionally mishandled, which obscures the use of the paddle setting method. How can you prove that it employed such a technique and was deliberately misconstructed to confound us? Understand that you are attempting to deceive both me and Elder Fong, but not yourself. Yi Jun retorted earnestly, then glanced at the glass bead and casually remarked, I can assure you that this bead is undoubtedly a counterfeit. It is quite easy to ascertain its authenticity. I shall simply shatter it and then immerse the fragments in vinegar for a moment. The truth will become abundantly clear. For once the paddle setting method is mishandled, the subsequent counterfeiting methods employed are exceedingly simplistic. As long as I can establish that it was indeed produced using standard forgery techniques, it must be deemed a fake. Yes, I have heard of the vinegar immersion method. It is certainly reliable. If this glass sphere underwent a standard polishing and rubbing process, breaking it into fragments and placing it in vinegar would cause the liquid to change color, as well as the glass itself. This is knowledge not limited to just you. Many here are nodding in agreement. Such a method of authentication would undoubtedly reveal the truth. Yet, just as Yi Jun prepared to proceed with this method of verification, Ding Wensheng interjected sharply, wait a moment. This glass bead is worth millions. Can you simply shatter it at will? I have already purchased this bead, and if you wish to break it, you must first buy it from me. Very well, I will purchase it. If it is genuine, I shall transfer you the money directly. Ding Wensheng scoffed, oh really? You, with your pitiful finances, can afford to buy this? I am now selling this bead for 10 million. You are robbing me, Ding. Yi Jun exclaimed. Huh, this is my property. I can sell it for whatever I wish. Does it concern you? If you cannot afford it, return the bead to me. However, Yi Jun, without a moment's hesitation, replied coolly, no need to return it. If this bead is authentic, I shall purchase it for 50 million. In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? 50 million? Is this young man insane? This bead is at most worth 5 million. Even 10 million is an exorbitant price, and he dares to offer 50 million? Such a wealthy individual. Though he appears modest, is he perhaps a hidden tycoon? Hidden tycoon, my foot. He is merely putting on airs. If he had 50 million, I would possess 500 million. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Ding Wensheng's expression darkened. He laughed mockingly. You arrogant brat, what grandiose tales you weave. With your outfit that barely costs 200 yuan, do you truly believe you can produce 50 million? I would wager you could scarcely muster 500 yuan. Ha ha ha. Instantly, some in the audience joined in the laughter. However, Fong Wanqing, witnessing the derision directed at Yi Jun, became displeased and stepped forward to assert, "Who among you has seen someone incapable of producing 500 yuan residing in the finest antique villa on Guzhan Street?" An antique villa? Guzhan Street? The laughter of the crowd abruptly ceased, replaced by an air of suspicion. That villa, renowned throughout Yinshui City, had been sold, yet few were aware of this fact. How absurd to fabricate such a tale without a shred of credibility. Who did not know that the villa belonged to the esteemed Zhou Shulai? How could it possibly belong to this young man? Ding Wenxing scoffed dismissively. Yi Jun, initially disinterested in the villa's ownership, believed that revealing his card and allowing them to verify the balance would clarify everything. There was no need for a dispute over a mere villa. This young lady was certainly adept at creating unnecessary trouble, just as Yi Jun intended to produce his card to validate his assets. A stern voice emerged from the periphery of the crowd. "Who dares to speak ill of my brother Yi Jun, claiming the villa isn't his?" Suddenly, Zhou Shulai, accompanied by several imposing bodyguards clad in black, made his way towards them. "What? Zhou Dong? What brings him here? My goodness. Did you all hear what Zhou Dong just said? He actually knows this young man and refers to him as a brother. It seems that villa truly belongs to this young gentleman. Oh no, I just spoke ill of him. Zhou Dong won't he come after me, will he?" The crowd erupted into chaos as Zhou Shulai approached, halting directly before Yi Jun. "Brother Yi Jun, I heard you were engaged in a wager regarding the authenticity of an item. You even mentioned a price of 10 million? Zhou Shulai had overheard their conversation and recognized Yi Jun's voice from a distance. Yi Jun was taken aback by Zhou Shulai's arrival, but since he was here, he might as well share the entire story. Once the tale was recounted, Zhou Shulai's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Ding Wensheng. "Old Ding, I never imagined that a renowned appraiser like you would stoop to such underhanded tactics, not only attempting to frame old Fong, but also trying to inflate the price to deceive my brother Yi Jun. Zhou Dong, this is all a misunderstanding. Since you're here, how could I dare deceive this young man? Let this young brother Yi authenticate the item. As for the financial matters, let them be forgotten." Ding Wensheng hastily altered his tone, knowing full well he could not afford to offend Zhou Shulai. Zhou Shulai was a highly esteemed figure in Yinshui City, a prominent businessman. While Ding Wensheng was celebrated in the appraisal world, he felt dwarfed beneath Zhou Shulai's formidable presence. After all, Zhou Shulai wielded considerable influence and connections. And who would dare to cross the Jin family behind him? No, compensation must be made. If this pearl is genuine, I shall reimburse my brother Yi Jun. Offer you a sum of 100 million. Zhou Shulai was fully aware of Yi Jun's appraisal skills and recognized his esteemed status in Jin Ji's eyes. As a major benefactor, he understood that he must curry favor with Yi Jun. 100 million? The words hung in the air, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. "Brother Yi Jun, please commence the authentication at once. Do not hesitate. If any issues arise, I will take full responsibility," Zhou Shulai remarked calmly. For 100 million was a trifling sum for him. "Thank you, Zhou Dong," Yi Jun replied appreciatively. Yi Jun was completely assured, feeling no pressure whatsoever. With Zhou Shulai backing him, he faced no obstacles as he raised his hand and smashed the glass ball onto the ground. The flawless blue orb shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Had it been genuine, the onlookers would have lamented its demise. Immediately, Yi Jun instructed Fong Wanqing to fetch a bowl of vinegar and casually picked up a shard, submerging it into the liquid. Within moments, the vinegar's color shifted from black to gray, making the truth evident to all. Indeed, the orb was a counterfeit, a revelation that even Ding Lao had failed to discern. Did you not hear Yi Jun's earlier words? This glass ball was likely crafted by Ding Wensheng. He had been aware of its falsity all along. Undoubtedly, it seemed Ding Wensheng was deliberately staging this charade today. Most of the spectators were speaking out of respect for Zhou Shulai, whose reputation in the city was impeccable. Those he trusted could not possibly be of ill repute. In contrast, Ding Wenxing's recent price hike had cast him in a less favorable light. Yi Jun retrieved the vinegar-soaked fragment, observing that its hue had subtly changed from the original blue. The manipulations within the color had been revealed by the vinegar, altering the outer layer as well. "Ding Wensheng, do you still have anything to say? Do you dare claim this orb is genuine?" Yi Jun inquired coldly. "This orb may be fake, but I am not acting in collusion with the wholesaler. You cannot unjustly accuse me," Ding Wensheng stammered, now wary of Yi Jun's imposing presence, aware that those beside him could prove perilous. Seeing Ding Wenxing's continued reluctance to speak the truth, Yi Jun retorted, "Are you not complicit in this charade? Does that imply that this orb indeed came from the wholesaler? If so, why did he initially quote only 5 million to Boss Zhao of Ningsue Pavilion? Did he already know the orb was a forgery? Ding Wenxing's expression faltered, having overlooked this critical question. Indeed, how did I miss that? If the wholesaler was unaware of its falsity, he would have had to quote Zhao at a genuine price first, awaiting my appraisal before considering a reduction. How unexpected it is that a schemer like you would conspire with Ding Wenxing against my grandfather. Remember the name of this shop. We shall never purchase from them again. Fang Wanqing shouted in fury, prompting nods of agreement from the surrounding audience. Indeed, the shopkeeper lacks integrity, colluding with Ding Wenxing to deceive old Fang. This is unacceptable. I will not return. Me neither. What a disgraceful establishment, deceiving customers. Such a shop deserves to collapse. A chorus of outrage erupted, aimed squarely at the wholesaler's proprietor. The boss, visibly pale and chastened, found himself at a loss for words in the face of the crowd's ire. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, indignantly pointing at Ding Wenxing. Listen to me, everyone. I did not intend to deceive Elder Fang. It was this Ding Wenxing who caused all this trouble. He tempted me with his money and even threatened me, saying that if I did not cooperate, I would face dire consequences. The deceit against Elder Fang was entirely orchestrated by him, and I had no part in it. What are you saying? Who threatened you? Do not believe his words. As a renowned appraiser, how could I engage in such nefarious acts? He is merely slandering me. Ding Wenxing hastily defended himself. Yet the audience had long ceased to believe his claims. Ding Wenxing, do you truly think your explanations can sway anyone now? For someone like you to be an appraiser is a disgrace to the antiques community. As an appraiser, you have resorted to fabricating antiques yourself. It is time for you to voluntarily withdraw from the Appraisal Association. You are unworthy of the title appraiser. Yi Jun declared emphatically, clearly signaling his desire for Ding Wenxing's removal. Such a person only tarnishes the integrity of the Appraisal Association. Yi Jun is right. Ding Wenxing, you should step down while you can. The association has no need for someone of your character. You ought to resign immediately. If you fail to do so, we shall collectively petition the association to expel you. The assembly, composed entirely of antique enthusiasts, was well aware of the workings of the association and possessed the capability to propose the expulsion of an individual. As he witnessed the crowd's relentless condemnation, Ding Wenxing realized he had lost all standing and dignity. I was wrong. I understand my mistakes. I beg for your forgiveness, and I promise to reform. Please believe in me. His eyes darting, he felt his knees, pleading desperately. Yet, those around him dismissed his entreaties with disdain, wishing for his prompt removal from the association. Ding Wenxing, you have brought this upon yourself. You deserve every bit of this. Even if those present were to forgive you, I, Zhou Shulai, will ensure that you do not escape unscathed. You may leave now. Zhou Shulai's icy command plunged Ding Wenxing into despair. In the aftermath, the owner of the antique wholesale business faced severe condemnation. It was clear that no one would purchase from him again. Elder Fang, deeply disillusioned, telephoned Boss Zhao of Ningsue Pavilion to recount the events. Zhao, taken aback, promptly severed all ties with the wholesale dealer. As Yi Jun departed the shop alongside Elder Fang and Zhou Shulai, he turned to Zhou Shulai with a smile and inquired, Mr. Zhou, have you come to select antiques today? I did not expect to see you here. Your presence has been instrumental. Otherwise, I would not have resolved the Ding Wenxing matter so swiftly. Brother Yi, you are too polite. I merely came to stroll today and unexpectedly encountered you. Seeing you with Elder Fang, I presume you have other matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. I bid you farewell, and if I have any queries regarding antiques in the future, I hope to trouble you for assistance. Zhou Shulai remarked with a smile. Of course, Boss Zhou. Feel free to call me anytime. Yi Jun replied courteously, watching Zhou Shulai depart. Once he was gone, Fang Wanqing blinked her large eyes in surprise, gazing at Yi Jun. Master, you are impressive. I never imagined you had such a close relationship with Boss Zhou. It is merely a coincidence. Besides, my relationship with Boss Zhou isn't as profound as you might think. Oh dear, I've forgotten something important. That old friend I contacted earlier must have been waiting at the usual place for quite some time, Yi Jun exclaimed. Chapter 86. The Surprise of an Old Friend. Yi Jun and Fang Wanqing exchanged glances, and she pouted. Let us go. My grandfather is advanced in years, and his memory is understandably not as sharp. Impudent girl. What nonsense are you spouting? I simply forgot about my friend, due to the matter with Ding Wenxing. Your grandfather's memory is quite sharp indeed, Yi Jun replied. With nothing pressing on his agenda for the morning and his friend residing nearby, he readily agreed. Upon arriving at the tea house, even the staff recognized Elder Fang, smiling as they approached to greet him and usher them to an elegant private room on the second floor. Old Ma, I sincerely apologize for the delay today. I hope you haven't waited too long, Yi Jun said. Ma Jun, turning his face away, displayed an air of indifference, his expression hinting at complaint. Oomph. Have you ever been punctual? You, the renowned treasure appraiser, surely look down upon this insignificant person. Yi Jun remained silent, trailing behind, as Ma Jun appeared oblivious to his presence. Now, this is my granddaughter, Fong Wanqing, whom I mentioned to you previously. Ah, so this is your granddaughter, Wanqing? Haha. My apologies for the oversight. This young lady is truly enchanting. Come, please sit quickly. I shall personally pour tea for you, and then we can discuss the items I brought today. As he poured tea for Yi Jun, Ma Jun suddenly noticed his face, and his expression shifted slightly. Old Fong, who is this young man? By his attire, could he possibly be one of your kind? You, my friend, have no eye for talent. This young friend is not someone you should speak of lightly. He is also an appraiser of antiques, and his skills are on par with mine. In the future, his reputation in the appraisal community will surely eclipse mine. Instantly, Ma Jun's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Yi Jun, swiftly altering his demeanor to one of respect. He reached out to shake Yi Jun's hand, saying, Ah, so you're a rising star. Ma Yun, must pay my respects in advance, lest I find myself unacquainted with the illustrious Yi Xiao brother when you gain fame. That would be quite the embarrassment for me. Yi Yun, momentarily perplexed by the term rising star, could nevertheless infer its meaning based on his existing vocabulary. As a friend of the esteemed Mr. Fong, Yi Jun could not voice any discontent despite the man's slightly inappropriate demeanor. With a faint smile, he courteously remarked, Sir, you flatter me. I am no celebrity, merely the beneficiary of Mr. Fong's kindness. Ah, I didn't expect young Yi to be so modest. He is destined for greatness, praised Ma Junzai, who then settled down to enjoy tea with the three. Fong Wanqing, however, could hardly be bothered with him, for she harbored a particular disdain for verbose, pompous men, and he embodied every trait she found detestable. She even struggled to comprehend why her grandfather associated with such a person. It was truly disheartening. All right, old Ma, perhaps you should cease your chatter and promptly present the items you wish to trade with me. I presume you have discovered something remarkable, she urged. Indeed, what I have brought today are treasures of unparalleled significance. From royal wine vessels of the Western Zhou Bronze Era to the imperial brush used by Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, and even the phoenix-flowered jade hairpin worn by his consort, Yang Guifei. Lastly, I possess an item you could scarcely imagine, the Imperial Seal from the late Ming Dynasty. Ma Junzai exclaimed, his excitement palpable, his eyes sparkling as he gestured grandly. Yi Jun's brow furrowed sharply, his gaze snapping toward Ma Junzai upon hearing of the Ming Imperial Seal, an artifact he had diligently sought. The clues given to him by a young beggar indicated that this seal was connected to a noble woman. How curious that it had now appeared in Ma Junzai's possession. If this were true, acquiring the seal would require little effort on his part. Oh, you have managed to acquire all these items? Yi Jun inquired, intrigued. I anticipated that expression from you. Just wait a moment. I shall retrieve them for you, Ma Junzai replied, bending down to rummage beneath the table, struggling to lift a solid wooden box that seemed quite heavy. Chapter 87. The Ming Imperial Seal Unveiled. As the box lid opened, a dazzling light burst forth, radiating a blend of white jade brilliance and golden gleam, accompanied by a hint of verdant bronze luster. Surely, you are in dire need of funds, and have come here to exchange for some money. If these items are genuine, I fear they may be beyond my means, Yi Jun commented. The brush's handle, crafted from jade, featured intricately carved dragon motifs in pure gold, while the bristles, made of rabbit fur, confirmed its authenticity. This ancient brush was undoubtedly a prized possession from the flourishing era of the Tang Dynasty, famously known as the Xinpan. The second item, the phoenix flower jade hairpin worn by Yang Guifei, was a remarkable antique, with a rod made of exquisite white jade and adorned with intricate golden phoenix designs. A true masterpiece. The third artifact is a bronze wine vessel from the Western Zhou Dynasty, adorned with undulating wave patterns, resembling a diminutive tripod. It stands on 3 legs and is aptly named the tripod wine vessel. The surface exhibits natural wear and corrosion, a testament to its antiquity and the passage of time. The fourth item, and indeed the most precious of all, is a jade seal exclusively used by the last emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Crafted from exquisite and rare sheep fat jade, the seal is intricately embellished with 5 entwined dragons, bearing an inscription comprised of 8 characters, bestowed by heaven. May longevity and prosperity reign. This artifact signifies paramount authority and is a national treasure. Unbeknownst to her, tears glimmered in Yi Jun's eyes. Old Fong, what do you think of these items? Are they authentic? Excluding the first three, which, while valuable, pale in comparison to the Ming Jade Seal. This particular seal, reserved for imperial use, not only consists of jade that is a millennium-old treasure, but every intricate detail is crafted by renowned artisans, rendering it exceptionally rare and priceless. While he confirmed the authenticity of the first three items, the Jade Seal perplexed him, despite its superior material, which is indeed extraordinary and rare. He recalled that the Ming Jade Seal mysteriously vanished at the dynasty's fall. During the Qing invasion, extensive searches throughout the imperial palace yielded no trace of the seal. How? Then, had it come to rest in Ma Jun's possession today? Old Ma, I must inquire about the provenance of these items. Setting aside the Jade Seal, which should not be privately traded, even the remaining three royal artifacts ought to belong to their descendants. Possessing items of uncertain origin can lead to dire consequences. Ma Jun's expression turned incredulous as he rolled his eyes and replied, I am fully aware of that. I acquired these three items from their descendants and expended my entire fortune to obtain them. As for the Jade Seal, it came to me rather fortuitously. Though not through conventional means, I fished it out from a river. From a river? Why the astonishment? He continued, It's true, I had initially intended to catch fish, but to my surprise, instead of fish, I retrieved a Jade Seal. Upon careful examination, I realized it was the Imperial Seal of the Ming Dynasty. However, my own appraisal skills leave much to be desired, so to avoid drawing attention, I brought it to you for your expertise. If it proves authentic, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating a donation, though I shall not part with it without some benefit in return. Ma Jun candidly disclosed the entire account regarding the Jade Seal. Yi Jun, consumed by curiosity, fixed his gaze upon the Jade Seal and could not restrain himself from speaking. Old Fong, Uncle Ma, might you allow me to examine the Jade Seal? Of course, it's not mine to withhold. Feel free to take a look. Just be careful not to damage it. Ma Jun shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for Yi Jun to proceed. Yi Jun promptly lifted the Jade Seal from the table, cradling it in his hands, and meticulously scrutinized it from top to bottom. The Jade Seal, in every aspect, from its material, weight, to the inscriptions and carvings it bears, exhibits no flaws whatsoever. Crafted from precious materials with exceptional artistry, it bears an indistinguishable resemblance to the Jade Seal carried by oneself during the Ming Dynasty. However, as Yi Jun meticulously scrutinized the areas where fingers frequently pressed against the seal, a sudden furrowing of his brow revealed a disconcerting truth. This is not the authentic royal seal of the Ming Dynasty, but rather a mere imitation. Before he could act, Ma Jun, taken aback, hurriedly intervened. Hey Yi Jun, what are you doing? Do you intend to damage the seal? Yi Jun slowly lifted his gaze and shook his head. Uncle Ma, you misunderstand. If this were indeed the genuine Ming Dynasty seal, a mere steel knife could not mar it. Not even the faintest scratch could adhere to its surface. If I am able to damage it, that would only confirm its inauthenticity. Chapter 88. The Authenticity of the Jade Seal. With a decisive motion, Yi Jun drew the steel knife forcefully across the surface of the seal. The blade immediately dulled, a small portion of its tip sheared off. Yet the jade surface remained unblemished and pristine. Incredible. This seal is remarkable. Despite such vigorous scraping, not a single scratch appears. Ma Jun exclaimed in astonishment, unable to suppress his admiration. Yi Jun resolutely shook his head. No, although this seal possesses a resilient texture and high-quality craftsmanship, it is not the genuine royal seal of the Ming Dynasty. What? It's not the real seal? Ma Jun queried in disbelief. Yi Jun nodded with conviction, placing the seal down as he elaborated. The authentic royal seal of the Ming Dynasty, while also possessing a similar resilience, bears two indelible marks along its edges. Genuine seals exhibit a subtle dark gray hue that permeates their surface, which this one lacks, leading me to conclude it is counterfeit. Dark gray hue? What relevance does that have to the seal? This brings us to the brush used by the Ming sovereign and the inkstone upon which he wrote. The brush, crafted from a unique black gold, possesses a lower resilience. As the sovereign wrote, the fingercots he wore would wear against the black gold, causing its particles to transfer to his hands, which were then imprinted upon the seal. Over time, this process would impart the distinctive dark gray hue, rendering it inseparable from the Jade Seal. Yi Jun did not merely deduce this. He had witnessed it firsthand. Yi Jun, you are indeed formidable. Old Fong, tell me honestly, when you appraised this seal earlier, did you truly discern its authenticity? Have you only now realized the truth after listening to Yi Jun? Oh please, I know you too well. You just want to save face. What are you seeing through? The girl retorted. Yi Jun gently shook his head. For how could his keen eyes not perceive the thoughts nestled within old Fang's mind? Setting the jade seal down with care, he continued, in truth, while this seal may not be the Imperial Jade Seal used by the Ming sovereign, it still qualifies as an exceptionally crafted seal. What? Yi Yun? You claim it as a seal? Did you not just deny that? Indeed, I merely asserted that the seal in question is not that of a wise sovereign, but rather one utilized by a treacherous minister of the Ming Dynasty. At that time, while the populace ostensibly enjoyed peace and prosperity under stable governance, there existed those who secretly conspired to harm the sovereign, even going so far as to clandestinely assemble armies and craft dragon robes and jade seals, awaiting the moment to usurp the throne. Ultimately, however, their plot was uncovered, and the sovereign promptly dispatched troops to suppress the rebellion, leading to the execution of the traitor and the confiscation of his assets. A replica jade seal, of identical quality and prestige to that of the sovereign, was subsequently discovered, which is the very piece before us now. Lord Yi, having personally experienced the reign, possesses a profound understanding of court affairs, naturally enabling him to elucidate the matter with clarity. After taking a breath, he continued, Unfortunately, this jade seal was later stolen from the palace, and the true culprit was never apprehended. Even as the sovereign faced invasions from the Qing barbarians, the mystery of the theft remained unresolved, leading to a general disinterest in the affair. I see. It is surprising how well-informed young Yi is regarding the history of the Ming Dynasty. I have never encountered such details in historical texts. It is nothing of consequence, merely trivial matters. I gleaned this information from various unofficial histories. This jade seal, being a royal artifact, was associated with a plot against the sovereign orchestrated by one of his own brethren. Familial disgrace ought not to be publicized, and thus, the incident was omitted from official records. In that case, may I freely trade this jade seal? Old Fang, would you be interested in purchasing it for 100 million? At that moment, Ma Jun had a sudden inclination to sell the seal. It is indeed a pity to let it go so easily. How much do you propose? Hold on, Old Fang. I believe your previous offer was somewhat inaccurate. Suddenly, Yi spoke up. Old Fang, take note. Young Yi possesses discerning eyes. You, my friend, are becoming somewhat myopic and can no longer recognize genuine treasures. You wish to acquire my prized possession for merely 20 to 30 million? Do you think I stumbled upon this? Ma Jun cast a disdainful glance at Old Fang, then turned to Yi with a smile, inquiring, Young Yi, please enlighten him on the true value of my items. The total does not exceed 100,000. Yi responded expressionlessly and decisively. What? In an instant, Ma Jun's expression froze. Young Yi, you cannot be jesting. These 3 items have not passed through your hands. They are indeed royal treasures. How could they possibly be worth only 100,000? He knew his friend would never intentionally deceive him. His earlier mention of 20 to 30 million had been a jest. In reality, any transaction would surely exceed 40 million. Moreover, he had thoroughly appraised these items and found no issues. However, Yi shook his head earnestly. I am not jesting. The total value of what Uncle Ma brought today does indeed not surpass 100,000. I say, Young Yi, do not frighten me. I spent 35 million to acquire these items. For these few pieces, I have exhausted my fortune and cannot afford any losses. You must not dismiss them as counterfeit without even a proper examination. I assure you, they are genuine. Ma Jun's countenance exhibited palpable anxiety. His expression revealed that he, too, was uncertain of the authenticity of the item, believing it to be genuine. Yi Jun turned his gaze towards him, opting for silence rather than immediate words. Instead, he casually picked up the brush once wielded by Li Shimin and, with a light chuckle, remarked, This brush's most significant flaw lies in the radiance it just emitted. The brush handle is crafted from pure ice-type jade, a paragon of the Tang Dynasty's opulence. Its quality is unparalleled, especially as it was reserved for imperial use. Such jade, when preserved in a cool and dry environment, not only remains free from corrosion, but also retains a lustrous sheen. Does this not align perfectly with our observations? The jade indeed radiated just now, and its glow was authentic, of vivid emerald light. How can one then assert it is counterfeit? Moyun quickly responded. The radiance is indeed authentic, but considering its passage from the Tang Dynasty to the present, the emerald glow emanating from this brush should surpass what we have just witnessed. Perhaps Elder Fang, upon your unveiling of the box, was so captivated by the dazzling interplay of these various lights that he overlooked the singular glow of this brush, compounded by his unwavering trust in you, which led to his lapse in scrutiny. If we analyze the brush solely based on the quality of the ice jade and the rabbit fur, it is undeniably a remarkable piece. The jade handle is exquisite. The fur is pure rabbit hair, and the dragon motif is infused with pure gold. Given the rarity of such materials, it poses a challenge for authentication. Aside from discerning authenticity through the glow, one must examine the juncture where the gold is infused and whether the rabbit fur at the brush tip is a modern imitation. Elder Fong, during your assessment, you must have meticulously scrutinized the quality and age of the rabbit hair. Have you perhaps considered scraping away a portion of the golden coating to inspect the integrity of the seam connecting the gold to the handle? Indeed, it turns out to be counterfeit. How could this be possible? The jade handle is undeniably of the highest quality, and the rabbit fur at the brush tip is indeed a relic from the Tang Dynasty Xianzhou, showing no signs of forgery. How could this brush be fake? Yi Jun replied with a subtle smile, confidently elucidating, the truth is not difficult to ascertain. The jade handle and the rabbit fur tip are not a singular entity. They are artfully joined. The forger specifically sourced a premium jade, resembling those from the Tang Dynasty, for the handle, incorporating invisible luminescent powder during the engraving process, and finally enveloping it in pure gold to enhance the jade's radiance. Nevertheless, even in this endeavor, the forger lacked a comprehensive understanding of the jade's authentic hue. Hence, the luminous powder was somewhat lacking. As for the brush tip, it is indeed genuine rabbit fur from the Xianzhou royal lineage of the Tang Dynasty, likely extracted from another ancient brush, then affixed to this handle. Due to the meticulous craftsmanship, it is imperceptible that this brush is a modern assembly. In truth, Yi Jun had previously encountered such spliced antiquities during the Ming Dynasty, which afforded him some insight into this method. Upon hearing this explanation, Ma Jun felt cold sweat trickling down his face, a foreboding sense settling within him. What about the remaining two items? Yi Jun offered a serene smile, no longer gazing at the two antiquities, and spoke softly. Those two artifacts are akin to this brush. They were crafted using the same process, specifically luminous powder. As I mentioned earlier, the forger lacked a precise understanding of the artifact's historical luminescence, resulting in the same flaw being apparent in both items. I am confident that these three items were produced by the same hand, and I suspect that Uncle Ma acquired them all from singular source. Given that such items are inherently counterfeit, they would not be sold in separate transactions. Doing so would only prolong the sale and increase the likelihood of detection. Old Ma, is what Yi Xiaoyu says true? Did you indeed purchase these three items from the same person? Ma Jun's face contorted with distress. He nodded in frustration and lamentation. Indeed, these three items were bought from the same individual. I was deceived by him. Chapter 90. The impudent youngster should mind his own business. Pray tell, old Ma, where did you procure these items? Can you still reach that person? I have his number. I shall call him now. Filled with indignation, Ma Jun retrieved his phone and dialed the man, but after several rings, there was no answer. Fong Wanqing rolled her eyes and remarked dryly, "Stop calling. He won't answer. If you persist, he'll simply block you and indicate that the phone is off. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Indeed, as soon as Fong Wanqing's words fell, Ma Jun's phone provided the same notification. In a fit of rage, he nearly hurled his phone, exclaiming, "Damn it, that scoundrel! How dare he turn off his phone? This is clearly fraud. I shall report this to the authorities." Hold on. Let us not alert the authorities just yet. I believe we can devise a means to entice this individual out. Yi Jun interjected, halting Ma Jun. What method? Ma Jun inquired, perplexed. Simply send him a text, informing him that you have sold the antiquities at a high price and asking if he has any others available for purchase. Without hesitation, Ma Jun texted the individual, feigning annoyance at the lack of response and mentioning his intent to buy more antiquities. After sending the message, Ma Jun and the others patiently awaited a reply at the tea house. Once we finalize the meeting location, we shall accompany you. I am eager to see who possesses the audacity to brazenly trade in counterfeit antiquities, Yi Jun remarked, observing Ma Jun with a slight furrow of his brow. From this, Yi Jun discerned that Fong Lao was indeed a person of considerable integrity. However, Jin Jiao had suggested that Fong Lao was compromised by the Ning family and complicit in their deceit, whose words held truth in this tangled web. With no time to ponder further, as Ma Jun negotiated with the person on the line, they soon settled on a meeting place at the southern end of Yunjian Street. The individual engaged in trade with him exhibited a keen intellect, harboring suspicions and concerns that Ma Junkai might harbor ulterior motives. Upon Ma Junkai's arrival by vehicle at the designated meeting place, he found himself alone, devoid of the man's presence. After making another phone call, the individual cautiously emerged. He had been lurking in the shadows. observing how many companions Ma Junkai had brought along. Ha ha ha, brother Ma. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. In just half a day's time, you have managed to sell those exquisite antiques. The man, clad in a leather jacket and sporting a pair of handlebar mustaches, greeted Ma Junkai with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Zhang, what are you saying? Selling to anyone is still selling. In this modest Yinshui city, there aren't many who appreciate fine goods. Having purchased from you once, I consider myself a loyal customer, and I shall frequently seek you out. This time, could you offer me a bit of discount? Of course, Brother Ma, after you, he replied, and they proceeded directly to a nearby restaurant. Fong Wanqing, lurking in the shadows, parked her vehicle close to the restaurant where they were meeting, and accompanied by Yi Jun and her grandfather, feigned a dining experience, all the while intending to corner the man. Hey, Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Is this a critical moment for you to falter? You must show me the goods first. Without further ado, the man struggled to free himself from Ma Junkai's grasp, attempting to flee. At that critical juncture, Ma Junkai swiftly seized his clothing, revealing his true colors. Humph, you scoundrel, do you still think you can escape? I have orchestrated quite the performance to draw you here. Boom! To Ma Junkai's astonishment, the man in the leather jacket displayed unexpected agility. In response to Ma Junkai's grip, he delivered a powerful kick to Ma Junkai's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground before bolting toward the exit of the restaurant. Yi Jun, young brother, hurry and pursue him. We cannot allow him to escape. Ma Junkai shouted, disregarding his own pain. Among the group, only Yi Jun was a young man. The leather-clad man glanced back at the rising Yi Jun, sneering internally. Umph, do you think you can capture me? Not a chance. Turning to face Yi Jun, he issued a menacing threat. You little brat, mind your own business, or I will end you. Is that so? I doubt you possess such capability. Yi Jun, his expression unyielding, dismissed the threat with nonchalance, exerting a slight pressure with his fingers to grasp the man's shoulder, causing him to redden with pain. Chapter 91. The fake factory has been located. Ouch, let go. The man cried out in agony, realizing that the young man before him was a formidable opponent, leaving him no room to retaliate. You fraud. You have truly overstepped your bounds, deceiving even my grandfather's friends. Do you not recognize my grandfather, the esteemed appraiser? Fong Wanqing's gaze was imbued with an icy demeanor as she sternly reprimanded the man clad in leather. The leather-clad man cast a glance at Fong Wanqing, then at the sharp eyes of Fong Lao and Yi Jun, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Today, he had coincidentally encountered a formidable opponent. It was akin to stumbling into the maw of danger. Miss Fong, Mr. Fong, esteemed sir, I implore your forgiveness. I did not intend to peddle counterfeit antiques. I was merely striving to earn a living to support my family. I sincerely hope you can grant me this one reprieve. I pledge that I will never again engage in the trade of fake antiques, he swore, raising 3 fingers in a gesture of oath toward the trio. Umph. The sound echoed ominously, causing the leather-clad man to tremble inwardly. Despite his apparent fear, his expression bore a hint of confusion, as if reluctant to divulge the truth. After a moment's contemplation, he feigned sincerity, stating, to be candid, I acquired these antiques from others. I too have been deceived. Mr. Fong, I beseech you to spare me. Like your friend, I am merely a victim in this affair. As for your friend's money, I will transfer it to him shortly, ensuring he suffers no loss. You continue to lie. I shall grant you one final opportunity to speak the truth. Otherwise, you may find yourself without an arm. Yi Jun interjected coldly, tightening his grip. The pain surged, causing the man to break into a cold sweat and let out a pitiful cry of agony. Please no, I will tell the truth. The leather-clad man's face glistened with perspiration, knowing that any attempt at deception would not escape Yi Jun's discerning gaze. Yielding under pressure, he confessed, in truth, I obtained these antiques at a low price from a factory that specializes in producing counterfeit artifacts. Once fabricated, they're discreetly circulated through various channels into the marketplace. What did you say? A counterfeit antique factory? At that moment, the young boy had also mentioned that his antiques were sourced from a counterfeit factory. Regrettably, the boy had been too cunning to reveal the factory's true location. It was unexpected that they would encounter another individual trafficking in counterfeit goods from the same establishment. The city of Yinshui was relatively small, and the existence of such a factory was indeed significant. Thus, it was likely that this man was referring to the same counterfeit antique factory as the boy had. Where's that factory located? At Hishuixiang, not far from the city center. If you head south 2 kilometers past the suburbs, you will arrive there, the leather-clad man promptly divulged. Yi Jun and Fong Wanqing exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the man, faced with the specter of life and death, would not speak falsely. Consequently, Fong Wanqing retrieved her phone and directly dialed the authorities responsible for addressing such matters, instructing them to apprehend the man immediately. What do you mean? You visited that factory last night? Indeed, but we mistakenly went to the wrong location at that time. We intended to continue searching, but it had grown dark, and we had to temporarily abandon our pursuit. We did not anticipate that today we would uncover new leads regarding that factory. Yi Jun provided a detailed explanation, causing Fong Wanqing's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Suddenly, she suggested, "Master, why don't we pay a visit to that factory today? We can first ascertain whether that person was lying, and then we can catch the factory off guard with the assistance of the Xuanwu team." A splendid idea. I shall accompany you, Yi Jun replied, keen to join the venture. However, bringing along Elder Fong posed some inconvenience, given his advanced age. It would be troublesome if anything were to happen to him. Elder Fong, allow me and Wanqing to handle this matter alone. You should rest here with your friends. Once we resolve this issue, Wanqing will call you to provide an update. With that, Yi Jun and Fong Wanqing departed, promptly entering her vehicle and making their way to the counterfeit antique factory mentioned by the leather-clad man. After approximately 20 minutes of swift driving, they arrived near the riverside village. Upon parking, the two alighted and began their search for the factory. Sure enough, not long after, they spotted a dilapidated small factory emitting white smoke in the distance. The noise of machinery was not overwhelming, and due to the remote location, it would be difficult for an average person to locate it. It was plausible that the villagers had accepted bribes from the factory, thus remaining silent while it continued its operations undisturbed. There is indeed a clandestine factory, devoid of any signage, featuring a few dark rooms, Yi Jun noted. Let us approach cautiously and discern what truly transpires within. Fong Wanqing's eyes widened with indignation as she pleaded with Yi Jun. All right, he consented with a slight nod, and together they advanced towards the factory. As they drew nearer, the cacophony from within grew more pronounced, with sounds of metal grinding, cutting machines, and various other peculiar noises creating a dissonant symphony. Yi Jun, having never encountered such sounds in ancient times, felt little curiosity, for his previous incarnation had been well acquainted with such clamor. Master, the factory lacks a main entrance. Should we venture inside? Fong Wanqing inquired softly, glancing at Yi Jun. Let us investigate, but tread lightly. We must not alarm them, he advised as they continued deeper into the premises. Unexpectedly, as they approached the factory's interior, a door from one of the small dark rooms swung open, and several men emerged. A pile of debris? Could this be the very place the boy mentioned yesterday? Yi Jun mused quietly. Moments later, Fong Wanqing tugged on Yi Jun's sleeve, pointing in the opposite direction of the debris. Master, look, it's that little rascal who escaped yesterday. Indeed, Yi Jun confirmed, directing his gaze toward the child, who was sneaking cautiously from afar, bending low as he approached the pile of discarded items, beginning to rummage through it haphazardly. Occasionally, one might pick up a fragment of an ancient artifact, scrutinizing it under the sun overhead. When satisfied, it is carefully placed into a small bag prepared for such treasures and the search resumes. It appears that he did not fabricate his entire tale yesterday. The antiquities he peddled were indeed salvaged from the refuse. Yi Jun chuckled softly, resolving to join Fong Wanqing in cornering this lad, a frequent visitor here who undoubtedly possessed profound knowledge of the factory. In a fleeting moment, the two conspired to encircle him, with Yi Jun first traversing the factory perimeter, calling out to the boy from his left. Should the lad attempt to flee, he would surely encounter Fong Wanqing, who lay in wait behind the wall, rendering escape impossible. The child, wholly unprepared for Yi Jun's alliance with Fong Wanqing, continued sifting through the discarded items, blissfully unaware of Yi Jun's approach from behind. By the time Yi Jun reached his rear, the boy remained oblivious, having unearthed a faux jade ring, which he dusted off and examined meticulously. It was apparent that the ring was counterfeit, a mere inferior imitation incapable of deceiving others. Yi Jun spoke with an air of calm. How can you be so certain? I find this ring as craftsmanship quite commendable and believe it could fetch a decent price. In that instant, the boy resembled a mouse confronted by a cat. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt down from the refuse pile, intent on fleeing. Yi Jun did not pursue him, knowing there were only two routes of escape, the one he had arrived by, and the other, already blocked by Fong Wanqing. Where do you think you're going, little rascal? Within mere moments, Fong Wanqing emerged from behind the wall, effectively sealing the boy's escape. Panic washed over the child's face as he retreated, inching back until he collided with Yi Jun. Big brother, big sister, I realize my mistakes. Please, do not harm me. I beg you. I am quite pitiable, he pleaded, now aware of his inescapable predicament. Pitiable? What are those whom you have deceived? Are they not deserving of sympathy? Fang Wanqing chastised him sternly, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His gaze cast downward, too afraid to speak. Yi Jun gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and as the boy trembled once more, Yi Jun solemnly stated, "We offered you a chance yesterday, which you squandered. Today, your fortune has run dry. Big brother, I truly understand my error. Please let me go. I shall discard these items," he implored. "I will no longer deceive anyone. In fact, I have some leftover money. I will give it all to you if you let me be." The child, believing they had tracked him specifically, hastily discarded all the items he had just scavenged and produced every last coin from his pockets. Despite the sincerity in his tone, his eyes darted nervously between Fang Wanqing and Yi Jun, ever on the lookout for an opportunity to escape. "Are you truly going to allow them to seize me? I have already you leave me no room for negotiation. Yesterday, I showed you leniency due to your youth, yet today, I shall not let you escape. I demand to know when this factory was established and who is behind it. What sort of items are produced within?" Yi Jun's icy gaze bore into the child's eyes, leaving him with no avenue for evasion. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, the child reluctantly confessed, "The factory opened about a month ago, but I do not know who started it. I often saw them discarding items, and out of curiosity, I ventured over to take a look. To my surprise, they were exquisite antiques, so I thought to collect them and sell them for money, which is certainly more profitable than scavenging other refuse. The factory's inventory is quite diverse. There are porcelain vases, ancient fans, jade hairpins, finger rings, old coins, and bronze artifacts. Anything found in an antique shop, this factory seems to produce." "Oh, are you speaking the truth?" Yiyun coldly reiterated. Chapter 93. The Xuanwu has arrived. Everyone run. As the child spoke, his eyes sparkled with excitement, for he had long coveted the intriguing treasures within. Had he been able to enter, he would have stolen everything for sale. After hearing his account, Yi Jun and Fang Wanqing experienced a moment of clarity. This indicated that bringing in the Xuanwu group to investigate this private black factory would yield precise results. Fang Wanqing suggested, "Let's not be hasty. We must verify the child's claims first. Keep an eye on him while I assess the situation inside." "Very well, master, do exercise caution. Only then can I feel at ease," Yi Jun replied nonchalantly before turning to depart. Fang Wanqing cast a puzzled glance at the child, playfully waving her fingers before his forehead, yet he showed no reaction. She then looked in the direction Yi Jun had gone, her mind swirling with questions. How did he accomplish that? Is this what is often seen in television dramas, the art of pressure points? How astonishing. Meanwhile, Yi Jun swiftly approached a rear window of the factory. With a gentle leap, he perched himself on the stone ledge outside, gripping a metal rod affixed to the wall. Silently, he shifted his gaze to peer inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint light, with sparks flying in bursts. Approximately 20 workers diligently attended to their tasks. Some retrieved materials, others cut and polished, while a few stirred large vats of colored paste, a spectrum of hues intended for tinting. The staff appeared to be seasoned counterfeiters, their techniques revealing a practiced precision. 2 individuals by the wall were dedicated to inspection, segregating the finished products into acceptable and unacceptable categories. The latter were discarded into large bags, which, once full, were promptly removed. It is evident that these individuals are all veterans, their skills honed through experience. There must be a significant figure overseeing their operations, employing them to fabricate these items. Yi Jun mused, his eyes fixed intently on the neatly arranged antiques along the wall. The finished products are indeed exquisite, ranging from ancient ceramic jars and bottles to bronze and jade artifacts, all meticulously categorized. At first glance, it is difficult to discern their authenticity. The child, immobilized, exhibits a gaze filled with resentment. Leaf Jun casually applies pressure to his acupoint, causing the child to bend over in exhaustion, having previously adopted a half-raised arm posture. His eyes darting sideways, ever prepared to flee. Once released, he feigns indifference, yet inwardly curses Leaf Jun 1,000 times. That despicable man, always bullying a mere child. I shall not let this go unpunished. Master, what is the situation inside? Is this little fellow speaking the truth? Fang Wanqing inquires with curiosity and concern. Looking at Leaf Jun, it is indeed true. You may contact the members of the Xuanwu group directly. They can come and apprehend the culprits along with the evidence. Leaf Jun replies. After about half an hour, the Xuanwu group, having received the case, promptly dispatched personnel. Given the number of individuals at the factory, they sent a substantial contingent, nearly the entire team, arriving in a series of vehicles disembarking in an orderly fashion and hastening towards the site. The leader among them is none other than the female Xuan Wu and Xiao Tong, who had assisted Leaf Jun in suppressing Zhang Wan's corpse previously. Is it really her? Leaf Jun's brow furrows. His heart sinks at the thought of encountering her again, for she possesses the demeanor of a fierce tigress, her face perpetually etched with ferocity, ready to vocally confront any matters displeasing to her, even resorting to physical action. Upon arriving, and Xiaodong immediately spots Leaf Jun from a distance, her expression shifting as she internally muses. What is he doing here? Could it be that the woman beside him reported the incident? Approaching them with a frown, she sternly inquires, who made the call? Is this the so-called black factory you mentioned? While questioning, she pretends not to recognize Leaf Jun, focusing her attention on Fong Wanqing. To avoid detection by the factory workers, Fong Wanqing and Leaf Jun had distanced themselves from the premises while awaiting the Xuanwu group's arrival. Yes, this is the place. It is a factory that produces counterfeit antiques. We can confirm that the individuals inside are still at work, and there is a significant accumulation of finished counterfeit goods, which serves as their waste pile, Fong Wanqing affirms with detailed nods. And Xiaodong cautiously surveys the factory before her, lacking signage and a proper entrance. It is evidently not a legitimate establishment. The distant waste pile appears devoid of any environmental safeguards, resembling a mere dump. There is no doubt that this factory is indeed illicit. You four, divide into 4 teams and swiftly encircle the factory. The rest of you, follow me inside to apprehend the individuals, and Xiaotong commands decisively, showing no signs of hesitation. Her team immediately springs into action, stealthily approaching the factory, surrounding it before those inside become aware of their presence. Following closely behind, and Xiaodong personally led a team through the front entrance, and upon reaching the door, she forcefully kicked it open, startling those inside with a resounding crash. Listen carefully, everyone. We are from the Xuanwu group. All of you squat down and cover your heads. Anyone who dares to flee or resist will be shot on the spot. What? It's the Xuanwu people? Everyone run. The individuals within the dark room quickly looked up, and upon seeing the group from Xuanwu before them, they hastily attempted to escape. They were acutely aware that their actions were illegal, and prior to commencing their work here, they had already devised an emergency escape route. In a corner of the dark room, a hidden tunnel lay concealed. The moment they spotted the Xuanwu members, everyone scrambled towards the tunnel entrance, expertly covering their tracks as they swiftly descended one by one. Chapter 94. Hiring a forensic expert. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as Xiaodong shot those who had not managed to escape in time. Some were hit in the legs, others in the arms, and a few in the waist. The air was filled with anguished cries, prompting Xiaotong to immediately order her companions. Capture them all. Pursue those who managed to escape through the tunnel. Spare no one. Understood, Sisterin. In less than 3 minutes, all individuals on the ground were apprehended. Those attempting to escape through the windows were intercepted by the encircling Xuanwu outside the factory before they could make their getaway. A dozen others fled into the tunnel, but the Xuanwu members swiftly followed, as they were well acquainted with various arduous training conditions. This escape route was merely child's play for them. All regroup. You few, go into the rooms and confiscate the supplies, and Xiaodong commanded after rounding up the individuals, delegating the task of seizing the counterfeit antiques inside. Yi Jun and Fong Wanqing observed the efficiency of the Xuanwu operations with admiration. As professionals dealing with special cases, they recognized the extraordinary speed and dexterity of the team, within Xiaodong's commands executed in an orderly manner, devoid of any panic. Had this been the Ming Dynasty, their standards would have been akin to the imperial guards surrounding the emperor. Unexpectedly, this woman possessed commendable qualities, not merely the temperament of a hot-headed individual. Yi Jun mused inwardly. After a few more minutes, once Xiaodong had concluded her operations, she approached Yi Jun and Fong Wanqing. Thank you, female Xuanwu, she said solemnly. Her gaze then shifted curiously to a child nearby. Wait, this little rascal is a fraud. He scavenged antiques from the refuse pile here and was caught trying to sell them illegally. We were just about to hand him over to the authorities for this matter. I see. This does not fall under our jurisdiction at Xuanwu, but you may take him to Xuanwu first. We will contact the relevant group to take him away. The vehicle of the Xuanwu team led the way, with Fong Wanqing's car following closely behind. After Yi Jun boarded, Fong Wanqing, filled with curiosity, turned to him and inquired, Master, why were you silent just now? Today, you're the greatest contributor to this matter. Moreover, I noticed that the female Xuanwu didn't even glance at you. Do you two have a prior acquaintance? You have quite the perceptive eye. I cannot say we are acquainted. We merely crossed paths once by chance, Yi Jun replied. not wishing to delve further into the topic. "Oh, I see," Fong Wanqing responded, recognizing the cue and refraining from further questions. Once everything concluded, and Xiaodong instructed them to leave. However, just as she was about to turn away, Yi Jun suddenly asked, "How is old Chen's case progressing?" And Xiaodong's expression faltered momentarily, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Among so many in the team, why did he have to ask her? "All right, I understand," she replied. Yi Jun nodded and prepared to depart. At that moment, Wang Zhongshan from the Xuanwu team entered, spotting Yi Jun and displaying a look of surprise. With a broad smile, he approached Yi Jun and joyfully exclaimed, "Young brother Yi Jun, what brings you here? Team leader Wang? What a coincidence. I was brought here by your female subordinate to provide a statement, and was just about to leave." Yi Jun replied with a faint smile. "Providing a statement? Has something happened?" Wang Zhongshan asked, a hint of confusion in his expression. Fong Wanqing standing beside, Yi Jun appeared even more perplexed. "How curious. Does Master know Team Leader Wang?" This Wang Zhongshan is renowned in Yinshui City, having handled numerous significant cases. Yi Jun recounted the day's events succinctly, and Wang Zhongshan's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing them. "Team leader, we do not have such a protocol in our team," and Xiaodong interjected curtly. She had never held Yi Jun in high regard, especially after their previous encounter when Wang Zhongshan had discussed their relationship with her. This only intensified her indifference towards him. "What do you mean, there is no such protocol? Do you realize who young brother Yi Jun is now?" Just moments ago, Chief Li personally stated that young brother Yi Jun is to become our Xuanwu team's forensic expert. He will be a significant figure collaborating with our team moving forward. How could you treat him this way? Wang Zhongshan's stern words left Xiaotong momentarily speechless. Both Yi Jun and Fong Wanqing stood frozen in place. "Team leader, what did you just say? He is to be our team's forensic expert from now on? When did this happen?" And Xiaodong asked incredulously, her voice cold. "It was just decided. I came straight from Chief Li's office. He specifically informed me. There can be no mistake. From today onwards, not only must you and I treat young brother Yi Jun well, but everyone in the team must show him the utmost respect." Wang Zhongshan admonished Xiaotong before commanding, "Quickly prepare some tea for young brother Yi Jun. I wish to discuss collaboration with him in detail." "Understood," and Xiaotong replied, not daring to delay further as she hurried off to make tea. Yet, Yi Jun's expression grew serious, and he candidly stated, "Team leader Wang, I fear I must disappoint you. I have no intention of becoming your Xuanwu team's forensic expert." Chapter 95. An error committed by Xiaodong. "Hey, master, what are you doing? Such a wonderful opportunity, and you turn it down?" Fong Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she tugged at Yi Jun's sleeve, whispering a reminder. "Moreover, what kind of person is my master? Not only is he adept at appraising treasures, surpassing even my grandfather's skills, but he also possesses knowledge in forensic science, qualifying him as a forensic expert. It would suffice to be a regular forensic doctor, yet he holds a prestigious position as a dedicated forensic expert within the esteemed Xuanwu group. Good heavens! What level of expertise in forensic examination must one have to attain such a position?" Wang Zhongshan gazed at Yi Jun with eager anticipation, awaiting his affirmative nod. Although he was aware that Yi Jun was not in need of money, owning a villa worth over 100 million, this offer represented more than mere financial gain. It was a testament to the sincerity extended by Li Laoda of the Xuanwu group. If Yi Jun were to accept, it would mean attaining unparalleled honor, a fact that would soon be known throughout the city. Fong Wanqing felt a surge of urgency upon hearing the offer, wishing fervently that she could speak on Yi Jun's behalf. However, Yi Jun's stance remained clear and resolute. "I apologize, Leader Wang, but this is not a matter of compensation. I simply do not have the time. I am preparing to open an antique shop and enter the antiquities industry, and I have no intention of becoming a forensic doctor. I hope you can relay to Li Laoda that should the Xuanwu group encounter any particularly challenging cases, I, Yi Jun, would be willing to offer my assistance." Young brother Yi Yu, Wang Zhongshan, was utterly unprepared for Yi Jun's outright refusal. Such an offer should be irresistible to anyone. After a brief pause, Wang Zhongshan inquired, "I see. Is this about Xiaotong? If her attitude has offended you, I will personally ensure that she apologizes to you until you forgive her." "Leader Wang, that is truly not the case. I have already expressed my intentions. I attended the antique wholesale market today and am actively preparing to open my shop. I hope you can understand." Yi Jun's resolve was unwavering. Beside him, Fong Wanqing's expression grew tense, lamenting her master's stubbornness. How could he refuse such a splendid opportunity? If he were to align himself with the Xuanwu group, who in Yinshui City would dare to bully him? Even the formidable Jin and Ning families would have to give him some respect. To turn down such a significant benefit was incomprehensible. Little did she know the connection between Yi Jun and the Jin family. Had she been aware that he had been personally hosted by the illustrious Jin Jiao, she would have been astounded beyond measure. Well, since you are so determined, I will not press the issue. I will convey your decision to Li Laoda, as is. Wang Zhongshan finally conceded, shaking his head in dismay, expressing his regret. Li Laoda had remarked that Yi Jun was a rare forensic genius, and whatever the cost, the Xuanwu group must do everything possible to retain him. However, at this moment, Wang Zhongshan found himself at an impasse. He understood that Yi Jun was not lacking in financial resources. No matter how high a salary he proposed, it would be futile. Having expressed his sincerity, he realized there was no recourse left but to let go. Thank you, Team Leader Wang. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zhongshan promptly articulated his second request. The corpse of old Master Ning still harbored mysteries, and Yi Jun was keen to uncover the origins of the poison that had afflicted Zhang Wan. Gaining answers from Zhang Wan herself would prove challenging, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the Wang family, and the young master of the Wang family, harboring enmity towards him, would naturally not cooperate in the investigation. Lost in thought, and Xiaodong prepared the tea and brought it to Yi Jun approaching him. Her expression was frigid as she said, "Here is the tea prepared by Team Leader Wang for you. Please enjoy." "No need, thank you." "Very well, allow me to see you off." Wang Zhongshan nodded with a smile and personally escorted Yi Jun out of the hall, and Xiaodong stood there, holding the cup of tea, her mind swirling with indignation. What does this mean? I personally brewed tea for you, and yet you refuse to drink? Is this a sign of disdain towards me? Before long, Wang Zhongshan returned, and then Xiaodong hurried over to inquire. Team Leader Wang, what is the situation? Yi Jun is rather arrogant. Isn't he? He just became our group's forensic expert, and already looks down upon us? Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so hastily. Do you think Yi Jun is easily amenable? He has already declined the position of our group as forensic expert. Wang Zhongshan's expression was tinged with sorrow and dissatisfaction. What did you say? Declined? And Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would he do that? The position of forensic expert in our Xuanwu group is of the utmost prestige, and yet he has rejected it? In my opinion, the reason for his refusal is likely due to you. Your tempestuous temperament and perpetual scowls might have influenced his decision. I will report this to Big Brotherly as it is. Let us see how he reacts. If he places the blame on you, prepare for the consequences. With that, Wang Zhongshan left in irritation, and Xiaotong remained stunned, muttering complaints under her breath. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 96, being followed midway. What a sacred and formidable place it was. Her master had a clear opportunity to take root there, yet he had outright refused. Was working for the Xuanwu group. In his view, less favorable than opening an antique shop? Little did she know, Yi Jun's ambitions extended far beyond merely establishing an antique shop. He aspired to proliferate his establishment across the nation and even the globe. In the realm of antique appraisal, Yi Jun's name was synonymous with renown. Merely hearing his name would send ripples throughout the global antique industry. She glanced at Yi Jun, who appeared relaxed and composed, his demeanor entirely untroubled. Ah, master, you truly do not grasp the essence of Xuanwu's allure. Having walked away today, I fear it will be far more challenging to join again in the future. Fang Wanqing shook her head in lament, expressing her sympathy for Yi Jun. This is my own choice. I, Yi Jun, have never regretted any decision in my life, and this matter is no exception. Yi Jun spoke with unwavering determination, pausing for a brief moment before turning her gaze towards Fang Wanqing. By the way, my antique shop should be opening soon. Once it does, you can come to learn from me to acquire some skills in appraising antiques. It will honor your grandfather's wish for me to take you under my wing. Understood, master. I will definitely come then, but I hope you won't think me foolish. Despite your youth, your appraisal skills already surpass my grandfather's. Your talent is undoubtedly remarkable. Although I am a descendant of a master appraiser, I'm still leagues behind you. Fang Wanqing remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Yi Jun smiled gently, shaking her head in reassurance. Not at all. You're a clever girl. You will grasp it quickly. Fang Wanqing shrugged, offering a casual thanks. After parting ways, Yi Jun made her way towards Antique Street alone. A thought crossed her mind. Am I being followed? With her brow furrowed in concentration, she glanced into the distance, where a less traveled alley beckoned. A slight, cold smile graced her lips as she walked towards the alley. The individuals tailing Yi Jun soon entered the alley as well. Upon stepping inside, they were met with the sight of Yi Jun standing motionless in the middle of the alley, her back turned to them. Who are you? Why are you following me? She demanded. I didn't expect you to notice us. Since you have, there's no need for pretense. We were hired to take your life. If you know what's good for you, surrender now, and we will grant you a swift end. Otherwise, we will make you wish for death, the leader said, brandishing a curved knife with a cold voice. Such words were typically ones she directed at others. She had never before been spoken to in such a manner. Anyone bold enough to address her this way would not meet a favorable fate. Yi Jun's tone turned icy, her words sharp. You are quite audacious, but you shall regret your insolence. Attack. Break both his arms and legs, and then finish him off. The leader's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded, and all 6 assailants charged forward. With a swift motion, Yi Jun pivoted on her right foot, her body slightly angled. She deftly extended her right hand, pinching the edge of the assailant's blade with her middle and index fingers, rendering the leader immobile. What? Your skills are this formidable? The leader's astonishment was apparent as he surveyed Yi Jun from head to toe. She remained composed, not a bead of sweat gracing her brow, her breathing steady. These were all professional assassins, hired hands experienced in the most dangerous situations, yet they had not anticipated being so thoroughly outmatched by Yi Jun today. Confess who sent you, and I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, none of you will escape unscathed, Yi Jun warned them in a chilling tone. The leader's gaze narrowed with fear. Although he was intimidated by Yi Jun, he showed no inclination to surrender. His hand stealthily moved to his waist, quickly sheathing his knife. Suddenly, his left hand shot forward, hurling a throwing knife that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Jun's heart. Swish! Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jun had already taken note of his furtive actions. Rather than retreating, he boldly advanced towards the flying dagger, his figure swiftly rebounding towards him. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Yi Jun effortlessly catching the dagger with a single hand, then rapidly closing the distance with an elegance akin to flowing water. In an instant, the dagger was poised perilously close to his throat. The leader was seized by a profound terror, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "No, please, no." The other 5 men watched with wide eyes. Their pupils dilated as they beheld Yi Jun drawing nearer, their fear compelling them to shake their heads vigorously, enduring their pain as they retreated. "Don't come any closer, please. You shall meet the same fate as him. Not only will I render you incapacitated, but I also demand the truth from your lips. Among you, only one shall leave unscathed. Speak first, and I shall spare you." Yi Jun issued his ultimatum, prompting the 5 men to exchange glances before erupting into a heated argument. Ultimately, one man emerged, his eyes darting as he hastily declared, "I will speak. We were all sent by the young master of the Ning family, Ning Wentao. It was he who commanded us to kill you." Ning Wentao? The Ning family? Yi Jun's expression grew icy, his mind racing with contemplation. How could this member of the Ning family, having merely crossed paths with him once, resort to such lethal intent? Clearly, there was more to this tale than met the eye. Chapter 97. Old Master Su's Grave Illness. You performed admirably. I shall uphold my promise and spare you. But the others shall not escape my wrath. Yi Jun's cold gaze was lethal. The freed man immediately expressed his gratitude, kneeling before Yi Jun in fervent thanks, then hastily rose and clutched his chest as he fled. The remaining individuals, however, were not so fortunate. Each was incapacitated, their hands and feet severed, leaving them as mere husks of their former selves. Departing amidst their anguished cries, Yi Jun silently vowed, "You vicious scoundrels of the Ning family, await my return. I, Yi Jun, shall seek you out personally." The remaining assassins, racked with pain, could only call for help, fearing to report the incident. Each bore a multitude of sins, and to seek justice would render them the primary victims of their own misdeeds. Yi Jun's ruthless resolve stemmed from his astute understanding of this predicament. Meanwhile, Mi Dong-er enjoyed a more leisurely pace, able to handle certain errands and obtain necessary permits. Yi Jun was unfamiliar with the modern intricacies of opening a business. Not only had he never operated a store, but even the life of his predecessor bore no knowledge of such matters. "Miss Ishur, what brings you here?" The person was none other than Su Ishur. Yi Jun felt a twinge of curiosity about her presence at Uncle Mi's doorstep. Did she know him as well? "Yi Yun?" she inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice, leading him to ponder whether she had come in search of him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed on with curiosity, "Is something amiss?" What did you say? Your father has blood again?" Yi Jun's expression tightened, internally questioning the likelihood of such an occurrence. "During my last visit to treat him, I managed to expel all the toxins from his body, following my prescribed medication. He should have made a full recovery by now. Did you personally prepare the medicine he took?" Yi Jun inquired, arriving at the crux of her question. She nodded decisively. "Yes, I never entrusted that task to anyone else. I personally gathered the herbs, concocted the medicine, and administered it to my father. That is indeed perplexing. We must hurry and investigate. Swiftly, the two made their way to the Su family's villa, hastening across the courtyard and entering the room where Su Yuanzhou lay. Upon entering, Yi Jun was immediately engulfed by a strong medicinal odor, a remnant of the black blood expelled by the elder Su after he consumed the medicine. In the urgency of the moment, Su Yishur had no time to clean up, rushing off to seek assistance instead. Yi Jun, look at my father. His condition this morning mirrored what you see now. He is disoriented, trembling all over, and his face is swollen, as if afflicted by some malevolent ailment. After observing, Yi Jun furrowed her brow, gravely stating, "It is not merely a resemblance. He is indeed afflicted by a malevolent ailment. You must immediately gather some cotton cloth, medical iodine, and finally, a length of red string along with a silver needle." "All right, I'll fetch them at once." Su Yishur promptly agreed and dashed off to prepare the necessary tools. Meanwhile, Yi Jun hurried to Su Yuanzhou's bedside, grasping his pulse and conducting a thorough examination. To her astonishment, the malevolent ailment afflicting Su Yuanzhou was identical to that which had afflicted Hu Wenzhong's father during their time at the hospital. Yi Jun felt a mix of shock and suspicion. As far as she knew, the malevolent energies associated with antiques were not uniform. Different types of antiquities and those from various tombs contained distinct malevolence. Finding two disparate antiquities from different tombs that shared the same malevolent energy was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Thus, the fact that Elder Su was afflicted with the same malevolent energy as Elder, who was far too coincidental to be mere chance. "Yi Jun, I have brought everything you requested." Su Yishur soon returned, arms laden with tools, including cotton cloth, iodine, silver needles, and red string, meticulously arranging them before Yi Jun. Yi Jun first took the red string, binding one end to Su Yuanzhou's right index finger, instructing Su Yishur to hold the other end and follow her commands. Should Elder Su awaken in a frenzy, she was to swiftly pull the red string taut, at which point Yi Jun would have a plan in place to respond. Su Yishur nodded resolutely, watching as Yi Jun secured the string, then handed the other end to her. Following this, Yi Jun took the silver needle, dipped it in a few drops of iodine, and began to methodically pierce the various acupoints on Elder Su, including Feng Qi, Feng Min, and Feng Fu. In a short span, the trembling of Su Yuanzhou ceased, and he lay there like a lifeless log, devoid of sensation. At this moment, Yi Jun picked up a piece of cotton cloth, dipped it in iodine, and gently began to wipe Su Yuanzhou's philtrum. With his other hand, he deftly manipulated a silver needle. In a matter of moments, Su's body trembled once more, and his eyes suddenly flew open. Chapter 98, The Culprit Emerges. Quick, straighten the red thread. Su Yishur exerted all her strength, beads of sweat emerging on her forehead, her arms nearly devoid of energy, her feet firmly planted on the ground, though her legs trembled slightly. "Hold on, I will finish here shortly," Yi Jun reassured her, then withdrew the silver needle, raising his right finger high, using it as a substitute for the needle. He began to strike continuously at Su Yuanzhou's acupoints, such as Shaoshang, Yinbai, and Daling, employing a technique that fused the ghost needle and the Xianming finger. With each precise strike, Su's condition gradually shifted from panic to stability. Midway, his expression became exceedingly ferocious, and he attempted to assault Yi Jun. But all his efforts were thwarted until the final needle struck the Shangxing acupoint. It was only then that Su Yuanzhou abruptly ceased his struggles, his face blank as he closed his eyes once more. "No, it cannot end like this. The red thread is about to snap." Su Yishur continued to tug at the red thread. Although its vitality had diminished significantly, the earlier struggle between the thread and Su Yishur had brought it to the brink of breaking. With a swift motion, Yi Jun placed his right hand over the upper section of the thread, successfully pinching the small black orb in his grasp. He then untied the red thread from Su Yuanzhou's finger, rose, and forcefully smashed the black orb onto the ground. With a splatter, a dark liquid spread across the floor, and one end of the red thread completely transformed into black. Su Yishur stared in a daze, utterly perplexed by Yi Jun's actions, questioning the nature of this small black orb. "Miss Yishur, your father's condition has stabilized. What he suffered from was a malevolent ailment, a rather peculiar one at that. Fortunately, you discovered it in time and sought my help. Had it been even half a day later, the outcome would have been dire," Yi Jun stated gravely, fixing his gaze upon Su Yishur. "A malevolent ailment? How can my father be afflicted with such a thing?" Yi Jun opened the door to understanding for her, prompting her to contemplate earnestly. Their eyes met, and from his recent diagnosis, It seemed this malevolent energy had infiltrated his body merely around 2 days prior. It appears your relatives harbor ulterior motives. If my suspicion is correct, your father has been harmed by one of them, utilizing a malevolent object to infect him. That object must still be within this room. Yi Jun's decisive words sent a tremor through Su Yishi's heart. She immediately began to search the room for the malevolent object, scouring every wardrobe, drawer beneath the bed, the window ledge, and even various small boxes, yet found nothing. At last, Yi Jun's keen eyes suddenly fixated on Su Yuanzhou's pillow, noticing that one side appeared slightly raised. He promptly stood, gently supporting Su Yuanzhou's head, and lifted the pillow, discovering a small jade figurine pressed beneath it. This jade is indeed a valuable piece of mutton fat jade. However, Yi Jun immediately identified it as a malevolent object. A faint aura of dark energy still clung to it. With such an item nearby, even if Su Yuanzhou were to be healed, he would likely not last 3 days before elapsing. How despicable! This Su Xiaotao dares to use such a thing to harm my father. It is nothing short of murder. A fierce light of anger flickered in Su Yishi's eyes, and her fists clenched tightly. Yi Jun shook his head slightly, unable to fathom the depths to which this family would sink. Their malevolent actions, driven by the inheritance of the Su family, had begun with poison and now extended to the use of sinister objects. What a convoluted scheme, with countless methods devised to achieve their ends. Su Yishi, you are indeed here. Look at what you have done to my uncle. Uncles and aunts, please look. This is the result of Su Yishi caring for him at home these past few days. I'm not deceiving you, am I? He was on the verge of recovery. Yet suddenly he has fallen gravely ill again, all due to Su Yishi's machinations. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from outside the villa. Achapcha, Su Yishi, you are truly a vile and treacherous woman. Do you not realize that the man lying in that bed is your own father? How could you poison him just to hasten your claim to the inheritance? One of Su Yishi's aunts had just entered and, upon glancing at the bedridden Su Yuanzhou, began to berate Su Yishi in line with Su Xiaotao's accusations. Others joined in, their expressions sharp and scornful, glaring at Su Yishi with an intensity that suggested they would devour her whole. They stood with arms crossed, exuding arrogance. Another aunt stepped forward, feigning tears, and expressed pity for Su Yuanzhou. Observing their pointed accusations, Su Yishi felt a profound sense of injustice and shook her head in protest. No, it was not me who caused my father's condition. This is all Su Xiaotao's doing. He secretly placed the malevolent object beneath my father's pillow while I was unaware, leading to this situation. The true culprit is Su Xiaotao. Shut your mouth, Su Yishi. You're truly something else. Even now, at this point, you refuse to admit your wrongdoing and attempt to frame me instead? Do you think I am Aunt May, easily ensnared by your deceit? You wretched girl, it seems you would forsake your dignity for the sake of the inheritance. At that moment, Su Xiaotao stepped forward, his expression fierce, angrily pointing at Su Yishi. Everyone be silent, he commanded. As he spoke, those standing behind him fixed their piercing gazes on Su Yishi. Yi Jun recognized their intent. They were determined to force Su Yishi to relinquish any money she had obtained. Fortunately, he had arrived early and treated Su Yuanzhou's ailment. Before long, Su Yuanzhou would awaken normally. Although he had not yet regained consciousness, his hearing should have long since returned, and he retained some awareness. Thus, he could hear everything being said around him, a fact only Yi Jun was privy to. Su Xiaotao, what do you mean? I am framing you? I must convey that I have devoted nearly all my strength to my father's illness. In moments when I lacked the means to procure his medicine, I was nearly victimized by that unscrupulous physician at the clinic. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Dr. Yi Jun, I would have already succumbed to the torment of that scoundrel. Since my father fell ill, I have tirelessly cared for him, yearning for his swift recovery. Yet, you, this callous assembly, upon witnessing my father's ailment, seem almost ravenous, wishing to devour me whole. Is it not the inheritance that you covet, fearing that I might claim a larger share than you? Who among you has genuinely contemplated my father's well-being? As Su Yishi spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Her greatest sorrow lay in the early departure of her biological mother. Had her mother been present, providing her with support, would this pack of wolves dare to besiege her daily, maligning her for the inheritance? Where her father was in good health, they had never shown true concern. It was only because her father shielded her that they refrained from their brazen behavior. Now that her father has fallen ill, their malevolent visages have been laid bare. Through this ordeal, Su Yishi has come to a stark realization regarding her relatives. Even now, aware of her innocence, they would not champion her cause. They yearn to expel her from the Su family at the earliest opportunity. Once she departs, all the family wealth, including this villa, would be theirs to divide. Suidisi, cease your pretense before us. Do you believe that a few tears will evoke our sympathy? One of them sneered. We have come today not only to avenge our uncle, but also to cleanse the family of your presence. You are unworthy to be a member of the Su family. I advise you to gather your belongings and leave immediately. The Su family shall have no further ties with you. Furthermore, the shares your uncle intended for you shall not be yours. They are to remain with us. Su Xiaotao, disinterested in further discourse with Su Yishur, explicitly stated the purpose of their visit. Having clandestinely placed a malevolent object near Su Yuanzhou 2 nights prior, he had been observing the old man's condition. After witnessing that Su Yuanzhou was nearing his end the previous night, he summoned all the Su relatives early this morning to pressure Su Yishur into relinquishing her position. He believed his scheme to be foolproof. The actions of you all truly broadened my horizons. Yi Jun, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. He let out a soft scoff, his gaze shifting to Su Xiaotao, the ringleader. Feeling a chill at the sight of Yi Jun's cold eyes, Su Xiaotao recalled the misfortune he had encountered when Yi Jun had treated Su Yuanzhou, a memory that still lingered uneasily in his mind. However, with a clear purpose today, and knowing that Yi Jun was an outsider with no authority over the Su family's affairs, he dismissed Yi Jun's words entirely. With a sweeping glance at Yi Jun, he disdainfully remarked, Yi Jun, are you still aware that you are an outsider? This is an internal matter of the Su family, and I advise you to meddle as little as possible. I know you are in cahoots with Su Yishur. You possess considerable abilities, yet today, no matter how formidable you may be, you cannot hinder us. Soon, you and Su Yishur will have no choice but to vacate this household. Is that so? Are you so certain that the ones leaving will be me and Miss Yishur, rather than yourselves? Yi Jun's words were laced with an ominous aura, and as the final syllable echoed in the room, the atmosphere turned frigid. Su Xiaodao felt a tremor in his heart, puzzled by Yi Jun's meaning. However, comprehension was unnecessary. Mere moments later, he sneered. You wish for us to leave? What do you think your standing is? In my eyes, you are merely a brash individual with some medical skills, ill-prepared to contend with us. Yishur, help me up. Just as Su Xiaodao finished speaking, Su Yuanzhou, who had been lying on the bed, slowly began to speak. Instantly, the expressions of Su Xiaodao and the others shifted, their surprise evident as they turned to the bed. No, I'm much better now. Please fetch me some water. Su Yuanzhou sat up, having just regained consciousness, his strength evidently lacking. Yet, every word exchanged among Su Xiaotao and his relatives had reached his ears, and his heart was now ablaze with fury, ready to erupt at any moment. Su Yishur promptly obeyed and brought water for Su Yuanzhou. After he took a couple of sips, he gently waved his hand, signaling her to remove the cup, then turned to face Su Xiaodao and the group of relatives with a grave and icy demeanor. Silence yourself. Before Su Xiaodao could finish his thought, Su Yuanzhou's cold voice interrupted him. After a brief pause, he continued to gaze into Su Xiaodao's eyes, his tone stern. Su Xiaotao, I must admit, I had previously underestimated you. You, deceitful and cunning, have been playing a charade beside me for so long, all for the sake of my inheritance. Now that my health has deteriorated, you seek to eliminate me and banish my only daughter from the Su family. You are not merely a disgrace. You are a true monster in human guise. Brother, how can you speak like that? Xiaodao is wholeheartedly devoted to you. Indeed, we have all witnessed Xiaodao's good deeds. The true source of your troubles is Su Yishur. You all shall be silent as well. Su Yuanzhou, noticing the ants behind Su Xiaodao preparing to speak, swiftly silenced them, his gaze sweeping across their faces. Chapter 100. All were stunned. You treacherous sycophants, taking advantage of the situation to commit malice. I have shown you kindness, alleviating your hardships by distributing shares among you to improve your lives, allowing you to enjoy better days. Yet, instead of gratitude, you conspire with Su Xiaodao and Mei Xiaohe to harm me in my time of peril, seeking to drive me to my demise and seize the Su family's fortune. This is not the end. You audaciously attempt to wrongfully accuse and harm Yishur, driving her out of the Su family and leaving her homeless. Su Yuanzhou, possess but one daughter, and your group of opportunistic and shameless individuals has thoroughly misled me regarding your true natures. Su Yuanzhou's words were stern and unwavering, filling the villa with a silence akin to that of a midnight forest. Yet, in just a few days, you have resorted to new tricks, employing cursed antiques to ensnare me, leading to my deteriorating health and bloodshed. Now, you hasten to expel Yishur from my life, seeking to seize my estate. How despicable you all are! Upon finishing his statement, a surge of anger coursed through Su Yuanzhou, prompting a violent cough. Su Yishur quickly rushed to his side, gently patting his back and offering her heartfelt advice. Father, please do not become overly agitated. Your health is paramount. Uncle, it seems you have fallen gravely ill, rendering you incapable of discernment. Do you truly not recognize who among the Su family treats you well, and who does not? You have become an unfortunate soul, blind to the truth. Su Xiaotao's eyes glinted with coldness as he gazed menacingly at Su Yuanzhou. Both Su Yuanzhou and Su Yishur were taken aback, unprepared for such words to escape Su Xiaotao's lips. What did you say? How dare you call my father blind? Su Yishur exclaimed, her fists clenched in fury. Su Xiaotao coldly continued, then produced a will from his possession. The other ants, without an ounce of courtesy, observed Su Yuanzhou's deteriorating condition, convinced he would not survive the day. Once he signed, their objectives would be fulfilled. There was no need for further quarrels with this insufferable girl. What? You brought a will? Su Yuanzhou's brows furrowed tightly, overwhelmed by the day's revelations. Before he could respond, Yi Jun sneered, Ladies, I believe you are in for a disappointment. The health of old Master Su has improved by 3/4. I have expelled the malevolent energy from within him. In no more than half an hour, he shall be able to rise and walk, and within 3 days, he will be fully recovered. To think you would present a will to a man in good health. This is truly unprecedented. What did you say? Su Yuanzhou's affliction has been cured? Su Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. What, do you still doubt it? Did you truly believe that your cursed jade could bring about harm without a remedy in this world? Coincidentally, I recently treated a similar patient, and with little effort, I was able to restore old Master Su to health. Moreover, I have retrieved your cursed jade. Yi Jun spoke with calm assurance, lifting the malevolent jade in his hand, leaving Su Xiaotao in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, Su Xiaotao erupted into laughter, convinced that his initial suspicion was correct, that Yi Jun was merely setting a trap for him. Brother, I advise you to cease this charade. It must be exhausting for you. What do you hope to gain from all this? In the end, even if you perish, all your wealth will still belong to us. I suggest you heed our counsel and sign your name on our will. We can assure you that, as long as you affix your signature, we will not contest the meager shares held by Su Yishur. At that moment, a woman with her hands on her hips scornfully articulated these words, prompting Su Yuanzhou, nearly breathless, to leap from his bed and slap her. You lot seem to be waiting for my demise in this house, huh? Very well. I, Su Yuanzhou, shall grant you your wish today. A cold laugh escaped his lips as he turned to Su Yishur, speaking tenderly. Yishur, come here and assist me. I feel my strength returning. I must rise from this bed and let them witness whether my recovery is genuine. All right, Dad. Su Yishur could clearly sense her father's voice was stronger than before. She stepped forward, supporting him as he descended from the bed. Su Yuanzhou exerted a bit of strength in his legs, nodding slightly before signaling Su Yishur to release him. To everyone's astonishment, he managed to stand independently on trembling legs. The onlookers in the room were all taken aback, including Yi Jun, who had treated him, completely unprepared for his ability to rise and stand moments after the ordeal. It became evident that his recovery was far swifter than anyone had anticipated. Su Yishur felt a surge of excitement. This was the first time in months that her father had managed to stand on his own since falling ill. Even during the days following his detoxification, he had been unable to rise from the bed. Yet today, he had accomplished it. In the distance, Su Xiaotao and the relatives of the Su family stood frozen, their expressions betraying disbelief. Chapter 101, Sending Su Xiaotao to Prison. This is impossible. How could Su Yuanzhou's condition suddenly improve? Just last night, he was on the brink of death, as I witnessed with my own eyes. Su Xiaotao muttered under his breath, shaking his head in disbelief. The ants behind him wore expressions of alarm, sensing that something was amiss today. The last time Yi Jun visited to assist Su Yuanzhou, he exuded calmness and confidence that was almost unsettling. Could it be that Yi Jun truly cured Su Yuanzhou of his affliction? If that were the case, everyone present today would face dire consequences. Do you have anything left to say? I, Su Yuanzhou, have not succumbed as you wished. My illness has completely vanished, and I have risen once more. Surely, you must be disappointed. His gaze pierced through them like icy needles, each word delivered slowly, embedding itself deeply within their hearts. Listening to Su Yuanzhou's increasingly resonant voice, Su Xiaotao sensed that the situation was amiss. With a swift glint in his eye, he cleverly smiled and said, Uncle, what are you talking about? How can we be disappointed? We are absolutely delighted. It is truly unexpected that your health has improved, and my aunt and I are genuinely happy for you. Indeed, indeed. Yuan Zhou, we are overjoyed that your health has returned, echoed the second aunt, who quickly nodded in agreement while discreetly maneuvering to shield the woman who had just insisted that Su Yuanzhou sign the will, preventing her from confronting him further. After creating a barrier, she paused for 2 seconds and feigned delight, saying, "Well then, since your health has recovered, we shall take our leave. Forget about what happened earlier. The items we brought today will be discarded, and we will never mention them again. Yes, we will certainly not bring it up again. Focus on recuperating at home. We shall be on our way. Goodbye, uncle. We will visit you again when we have the chance." A sudden chill ran through Su Xiaotao and the others, beads of sweat forming on their brows as an ominous premonition settled in their hearts. "Uncle, is there anything else you wish to command? Furthermore, from now on, should you encounter any difficulties, do not seek my assistance. Your matters are beyond my concern, and I shall not intervene. Isher, remember what I said today. Should they approach you, you need not involve yourself." "Understood, father." In an instant, Su Xiaodao and the others displayed a palpable sense of guilt, panic, and despair etched across their faces. "Uncle, we acknowledge our mistakes. You cannot take our shares. Our family has elderly and young to support, and we rely on these shares for our livelihood. If you take them away, we will have no means to survive. Yuanzhou, we are your sisters after all. How can you bear to let us go hungry? Have you forgotten how we supported you during our childhood when we were poor? Now that you have prospered, you cannot simply disregard us. Indeed, Yuanzhou, your Su group is flourishing, earning far more than you could spend each year. What harm would it do to grant us a share? Even if we have not contributed significantly, we have endured hardships, have we not? Hardships? What hardships have you endured? You merely watch the fluctuating prices of your shares, celebrating when they rise and complaining to me when they fall, accusing me of deliberately lowering their value. Over the years, when have you approached me about the company's operations? It has always been when your funds were low that you sought me out for assistance." Su Yuanzhou now saw through this group of relatives clearly. Although he had previously acknowledged their excesses, he had refrained from holding it against them, remembering that they were family. He had even subsidized them significantly during the company's downturn, attempting to silence their greedy mouths. However, he never anticipated that, during his severe illness, rather than expressing concern for his well-being, they would gather to contest his inheritance and quarrel over driving his only daughter out of the Su family. Their consciences had truly been devoured by dogs. As Su Yuanzhou's words resonated through the air, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. Why was there no response? Have I struck a chord deep within your hearts? Do you think I am oblivious to your petty thoughts? I have chosen to overlook your transgressions out of familial ties. Yet you have become increasingly audacious, crossing boundaries with each passing moment. This time, you have even brought a will for me to sign. How audacious! You dare to claim I have forgotten you, yet your audacity surpasses that of tree bark. Your conscience seems to have been devoured by dogs. Su Yuanzhou's voice grew louder, each utterance more resolute than the last, his stance more assured than before. As his words settled, he took a decisive step forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the leading figure, Su Xiaotao, and moving closer. Su Xiaotao, particularly you, the youngest in the Su family aside from Isher. Do you truly remain unaware of how I have treated you? Yet, how do you repay my kindness? You neglect to care for me in my illness. And now you dare to conceal a malevolent antique by my bedside, intent on causing me harm. Your actions are indeed commendable, if only in their audacity. Uncle, do not call me uncle. I have no nephew like you. What you have done to me is unforgivable. I shall not only reclaim your shares, but shall personally ensure you face imprisonment for your attempted murder. Su Yuanzhou's face flushed with anger, veins visible in his eyes. Su Xiaotao felt a cold dread wash over him at the mention of imprisonment. His parents were present, though typically reserved and less eloquent than Su Xiaotao. They had deliberately sent him to ingratiate himself with Su Yuanzhou, hoping to secure the largest share of the family's fortune. Hearing now that Su Yuanzhou intended to imprison their son, panic ensued. Suddenly, Su Yuanzhou's fourth sister rushed forth, dropping to her knees before him. "Yuanzhou, please. He is your own nephew, my only son. I implore you, show mercy and spare his life. We shall forsake our claims to the shares and refrain from seeking your assistance in the future. I beg you, please spare my son." Su Qian knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading with Su Yuanzhou. Her husband, impeccably dressed and fully aware of how they had benefited from Su Yuanzhou's generosity, dared not voice complaints. Yet, witnessing their son's imminent incarceration, he stepped forward to join in the supplication. "Chairman Su, forgive us. We should not have encouraged Xiaodao to seek money from you. His impulsive actions were a moment of folly. We beseech you to grant him clemency, and we shall not dare to repeat our mistakes." How dare you speak to me? Everything you possess is a gift from me. I intended for you and Su Qian to lead a prosperous life. Yet you incited Su Xiaodao to harm me. Truly, I have misjudged your character. Su Yuanzhou now deeply regretted having assisted him so much. Shaking his head helplessly yet firmly, he said with a calm demeanor, "There is no need for you to plead on his behalf. He must bear the consequences of his actions. Since you two have failed to discipline him, let the prison take charge. Uncle, please spare me. Please." Su Xiaodao trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly begging for mercy, but Su Yuanzhou did not even spare him a glance. At that moment, Yi Jun suddenly approached Su Yuanzhou and whispered something in his ear. Su Yuanzhou's expression shifted in surprise. "Dr. Yi, is what you say true? Have you seen the antique that Su Xiaodao secretly gave me?" Yi Yun nodded decisively. "Indeed, the malevolence of this antique is identical to that of the patient I treated previously. If I am correct, the antique hidden beneath your pillow by Su Xiaodao is inextricably linked to the malevolence of that patient." Instantly, Su Xiaodao, who had been listening to their conversation, turned pale, his fear causing him to bow his head even lower. "Su Xiaodao, where did you obtain this jade artifact?" Su Yuanzhou inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on him. I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, I will ensure you suffer unimaginable torment before you are captured," Yi Jun warned. Having noticed the subtle shifts in Su Xiaodao's expression, a shiver ran through Su Xiaodao as he slowly lifted his head to explain, "This jade, I found it. I intended to sell it for money, but when I approached the seller, they informed me it was a cursed object and could not be sold. That is why I harbored malicious intent, hoping to use it against you." "What? You found it?" Su Yuanzhou regarded him with skepticism, his brow furrowing even tighter. Yi Jun let out a cold laugh and shook his head. "It seems you are indeed deceitful. Allow me to assist you." With a swift motion, Yi Jun stepped forward, his fingers rapidly tapping various points on Su Xiaodao's body. Suddenly, Su Xiaodao began to laugh uncontrollably, as if he had lost his senses. What have you done to me? Yi Jun, what is happening to him? Is he in any danger?" Su Yishe hurriedly approached Yi Jun, concerned he might cause trouble for himself. Yi Jun smiled nonchalantly, dismissing her worries. "Do not fret. I merely stimulated his laughter point. If he refuses to speak the truth, he will continue to laugh endlessly. This technique can render a person's existence unbearable. I suspect he won't last long." I see." Su Yishe felt relieved upon hearing this and ceased to intervene further. Before long, Su Xiaodao's face was streaked with tears, his laughter becoming uncontrollable. "Help me. I will tell you. Has he already reached his limit?" Yi Jun smirked disdainfully, refraining from immediately releasing him from his laughter, deliberately prolonging the suspense as he watched Su Xiaodao nod incessantly, as if he might laugh himself to death, before finally relenting and freeing him from the laughter point. Su Xiaodao's laughter was incessant, his expression becoming fixed in a smile, yet within his heart lay an abyss of torment as he explained. "In truth, this ancient jade was not something I stumbled upon. It was given to me by Mei Xiaohong. She informed me that placing this piece of jade beneath your pillow would invoke a peculiar affliction upon you within a few days, one from which no one in the world could rescue you." "Who are you referring to?" "Mei Xiaohong." Su Yuanzhou's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock. She had already been cast out of the Su family, yet she still harbored intentions to harm him? Su Yishe was equally taken aback to learn that the one attempting to harm her father was indeed this woman, Mei Xiaohong. Was she deliberately seeking revenge against him? Having failed to secure the Su family's fortune, did she wish to ensure her father's suffering? Indeed, it is she. This piece of ancient jade was bestowed upon me by her. She is the true instigator, while I was merely her pawn. "Uncle, I implore you to show leniency in your judgment," Su Xiaodao pleaded earnestly, bowing his head in supplication. "Very well, father." Su Yishe decisively retrieved her phone and made a call. In a short while, the Xuanwu team arrived at the scene, and after ascertaining the details of the case, they took both the malevolent jade and Su Xiaodao into custody. Once this matter was resolved, Su Yuanzhou forcefully expelled his despairing relatives from his home. Having stood for an extended period, he felt fatigued and suddenly faltered, leaning backward. Yi Jun had been pondering the implications. If Su Xiaodao's claims were indeed true, from where had Mei Xiaohong acquired this malevolent antiquity? What connection did she have with Zhongwan? Were Zhongwan's previous statements entirely truthful or merely a facade? Cough, cough. Ancient jade? Su Yuanzhou looked at Yi Jun in surprise. Chapter 103. The Youthful Spirit, Who Has Not Been Reckless. Thank you for your insight. Dr. Yi. Su Yuanzhou nodded deeply at the mention, but then suddenly recalled something and continued, I believe I have a piece of ancient jade at home. Gifted to me by a friend 6 months ago. It's from the Qin Dynasty and was worn by the son of the first emperor. Surely, wearing it poses no danger. Su Yuanzhou spoke slowly. Yi Jun's eyes widened in astonishment, curiosity piqued as he asked, Qin Dynasty jade? And one with royal lineage? That is exceedingly rare. Might I request you to show it to me, Mr. Su? Oh, does Dr. Yi possess knowledge of ancient jade? Yi Jun smiled faintly and nodded, saying, I possess a modest understanding, enough to recognize valuable pieces. I see. Isher, please fetch that piece of ancient jade for me. It is located in the second drawer of my study, inside an exquisite wooden brocade box. Certainly, father. I shall retrieve it at once. Isu Yishi glanced at Yun, surprised by his apparent expertise in jade appraisal. Since the moment she met Yi Jun, it seemed that every encounter with him brought forth delightful surprises, and her admiration for him increased exponentially. The moment the exquisite box was opened, Yi Jun effortlessly discerned the authenticity of the jade within. The wooden brocade box, crafted from the precious golden silk nanmu, exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. As it was unveiled, the jade released a radiant white glow, enhancing the box's allure. Upon closer inspection, the ancient jade revealed a circular form, entirely translucent and immaculate, resembling a droplet of water, crystal clear to the touch. It possessed a smooth, rounded texture, neither warm nor cold, which are the hallmarks of genuine mutton fat jade. Su Isher's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the jade. She had long desired to transform it into a piece of jewelry when her father first acquired it, but he had firmly declined. To him, the friend who gifted this jade was of utmost importance, and he preferred to keep the jade intact rather than allow his daughter to alter its original form. Fortuitously, he refrained from giving the jade to Su Isher. Otherwise, she would have been engulfed in regret upon witnessing her father's illness and his need for a piece of jade, which she had carelessly converted into an ornament, thereby ruining it. Yi Jun, what do you think? Can you discern anything about this jade? Is it truly an ancient jade from the Qin Dynasty? Su Isher inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yi Jun. Yi Jun decisively shook his head. No, this piece is a replica. It is merely a piece of jade from the Han Dynasty, slightly modified to resemble ancient Qin jade. Moreover, the crafting technique employed during its imitation, which surfaced only in the Han Dynasty, gives it a pleasing tactile quality. As for its color, it has been artificially altered. Authentic Qin jade, surviving to this day, typically exhibits a pristine white with a subtle yellowish hue, a natural tint that can be manipulated. Yet achieving an exact replica is exceedingly challenging. What? This jade is actually fake? That cannot be true. Su Isher's eyes widened in disbelief. She had specifically sought the expertise of an antique appraiser who had declared it genuine. How could Yi Jun claim otherwise? Dr. Yi, this ancient jade cannot possibly be counterfeit. My friend is far more knowledgeable than I, having devoted a lifetime to the study of antiques. How could he present me with a fake? You must have misjudged it. Su Yuanzhou interjected with a faint smile, explaining with a calm demeanor. Although he had never engaged in the appraisal of antiques himself, he held deep trust in his friend's expertise and, unaware of Yi Jun's true appraisal skills, considered him to be merely somewhat knowledgeable. Thus, he did not place much weight on Yi Jun's assessment. However, Yi Jun shook his head resolutely and replied, Mr. Su, I am uncertain about the authenticity of your jade as assessed by whom, but I can assure you that this piece is indeed a counterfeit. Its imitation techniques are not particularly refined. It might deceive an average appraiser, but anyone with a deeper understanding of appraisal can easily discern its falsehood. Dr. Yi, did you not just mention that your knowledge of appraisal is merely superficial? How is it that you now seem to contradict yourself? Su Yuanzhou regarded Yi Jun with a puzzled expression, feeling that although Yi Jun possessed remarkable medical skills, he lacked a certain grace in his demeanor. His words cast a shadow of doubt, evoking an unsettling feeling. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jun's claim of modest knowledge was merely an act of humility. The authenticity of the ancient jade was directly linked to Su Yuanzhou's recovery. Should Yi Jun's assertions fail to materialize, it could lead Su Yuanzhou to question the efficacy of his medical expertise as well. Mr. Su, you may not be aware, but I do not consider myself an expert in appraisal. However, I do possess some insight into the study of ancient jade. There is indeed something amiss with your piece. If you harbor doubts, I can. Enough, Dr. Yi. You are still young and inevitably a bit impetuous, eager to validate your abilities. I hold nothing against you for this. Who has not been young? In my youth, I was even more audacious than you. Su Yuanzhou chuckled as he spoke, a smile gracing his face. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Dr. Yi, while I may not fully acknowledge your appraisal skills, I have profound respect for your medical expertise. I recently heard from Yishur that even the renowned Elder Chun has marveled at your skills, indicating that you are a rare genius in the medical field destined for great achievements. You have saved my life and helped unearth those who wish to harm me, and you have repeatedly rescued Yishur. I am determined to express my gratitude to you properly. Chapter 104. I have one more favor to ask. Yi Jun's expression grew serious. Before Su Yuanzhou could speak further, he quickly interjected, Mr. Su, I truly have no debt of gratitude towards you. Miss Yishur has assisted me in the past, and I prefer not to owe anyone. Therefore, my treatment of you is merely my duty. The payment you previously provided left me feeling undeserving. How could I accept further favors? Dr. Yi, I must sincerely commend you for your approach to interpersonal relations. Being grateful and repaying kindness is admirable. But if you understand the importance of gratitude, then surely I, Su Yuanzhou, can too. The money I gave you was merely compensation for your assistance in detoxifying me. This time, you have alleviated my affliction and identified those who sought to harm me, a significant act of kindness that I must repay. Su Yuanzhou laughed heartily, giving Yi Jun a few friendly pats on the shoulder as he urged Su Yishur to prepare a grand gift for him. This time, he intended to offer Yi Jun something far more precious than mere money, a rare medicinal herb. Before long, Su Yishur entered with 2 servants, who together carried a treasure draped in red cloth, slowly approaching. Yi Jun's gaze gradually became captivated as Su Yuanzhou, with a smile upon his face, gently gestured for them to unveil a red cloth. Before Yi Jun's eyes appeared an extraordinarily immense, millennium-old purple Ganoderma, rendering him momentarily speechless. A millennium purple Ganoderma? Yi Jun exclaimed in astonishment, prompting smiles from both Su Yishur and Su Yuanzhou. Su Yishur instructed the servants to withdraw and then approached Yi Jun, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Yi Jun, this is a gift my father requested I prepare a couple of days ago. This purple Ganoderma is an exceedingly rare medicinal herb, the most precious and largest of its kind. My father said that you are his lifesaver and also a physician. Receiving such a gift would surely bring you joy, for with it, countless lives could be saved. Indeed, Yi Jun had to concede that Su Yishur's words held merit. This millennium purple Ganoderma could potentially save hundreds of lives teetering on the brink of death. However, despite its remarkable properties, it was not a panacea for every ailment. Just like Su Yuanzhou's previous poisoning and his current affliction, only specialized acupuncture techniques could offer salvation. Improper usage of medication, especially such a potent tonic, could land one in dire straits. This rare Ganoderma was undoubtedly one of no more than 3 specimens in the world. Even during the Ming Dynasty, when Yi Jun oversaw the imperial physicians, he had the fortune of encountering merely half a specimen and had used it only once in his lifetime. It was precisely due to that singular experience and its miraculous effects that Yi Jun had indelibly etched the efficacy of this millennium purple Ganoderma into his memory. It was indeed a divine remedy within the medical realm. As for its worth, it was beyond dispute. One such herb could not be exchanged for less than 10 million. To think how astonishing it was that Mr. Su possessed such an extraordinary medicinal treasure, given its difficulty in preservation. The freshness it displayed suggested it had been acquired not long ago. Yi Jun curiously inquired of Su Yuanzhou. Moreover, I have an additional 10 million in cash, which I hope you will accept as a token of respect. Yi Shini, I trust you will not find it unwelcome. As he spoke, Su Yuanzhou retrieved a card from a bedside cabinet. This card had originally been discreetly set aside for Su Yishur. He had worried that if he fell gravely ill, no one would care for her, and that relatives might not treat her well. Thus, he had earmarked funds for her and had even discreetly arranged a property in another city. Now that his health was improving, he deemed it unnecessary to reserve that money exclusively for her. He could leave her more after his recovery. Hence, he readily offered the card to Yi Jun as a gesture of gratitude. Yi Shini, despite your youth, your profound understanding of medicine is truly remarkable. Su Yuanzhou, I've gained a new appreciation for you today. Su Yuanzhou was a notable figure in Yinshui City, comparable in stature to Zhou Shulai, with assets around 100 billion. Although Yi Jun's antique shop was still in need of funds, he adhered to his principles. Some money could be accepted, while other funds, which did not rightfully belong to him, must be firmly declined. Having concluded the discussion about the purple rapier, Su Yuanzhou promptly instructed Su Yishur to deliver the rapier to Yi Jun's residence. After bidding farewell, Yi Jun departed, and Su Yuanzhou further requested that Su Yishe personally see her off. Before leaving, Yi Jun cast a fleeting glance at the ancient jade from the Qin dynasty resting on the table, shaking her head slightly, providing no further explanation. Given her status and position, she knew that no matter how she elucidated, Su Yuanzhou would remain indifferent. After all, the ancient jade posed no harm, even when worn. It would not exert any detrimental effects, at worst offering no benefits whatsoever. Considering Su Yuanzhou's recovery, Yi Jun ultimately extended the recuperation period to approximately 1 week. Yi Jun's curiosity was piqued as she observed Su Yishe, whose demeanor suggested a desire to keep this matter concealed from their family. Unable to suppress her inquisitiveness, she inquired, "Miss Yishe, what troubles you? Please, feel free to speak openly." "Well," Su Yishe began, "I wish for you to assist me in examining my health. I have been afflicted by a strange ailment for many years. Yet I have never disclosed it to my family, fearing it may bring unforeseen harm." Su Yishe's gaze was earnest as she implored Yi Jun's strange ailment. Yi Jun's curiosity intensified. At first glance, Su Yishe appeared entirely healthy. Her complexion was rosy, her voice robust, and she seemed to partake in food and drink without any indication of illness. However, Su Yishe nodded with conviction. "Indeed, it is a peculiar condition. This is why I have aspired to study medicine since childhood. I first sensed something amiss with my body at the age of 13. On the first day of each lunar month, I experience an episode of chills that is utterly incomprehensible to others. It feels as though my body is encased in ice, extremely agonizing. This sensation lasts for about half an hour, after which I return to my normal state, as if nothing had ever transpired." Chills? On the first of every month? Yi Jun seized upon the keywords in her discourse. Her curiosity piqued. What sort of affliction is this? I have never encountered nor heard of such a thing. In a world where ailments manifest as either overtly debilitating or subtly insidious, how could one experience a malady that seemingly resolves itself in such a brief span? It was truly unprecedented. "Miss Yishe, have you sought medical attention for this condition?" Yi Jun inquired after a moment of contemplation. "I have," Su Yishe replied. "I clandestinely visited numerous hospitals without my father's knowledge. However, each examination yielded no abnormalities. My health was deemed entirely normal. This included consultations with traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, who found no issues based on my pulse. Now that I'm studying medicine, I wish to diagnose myself during an episode, yet when the time comes, my body instinctively curls up, and despite my desire to take my pulse, my hands simply refuse to cooperate." As Su Yishe recounted her affliction, she appeared increasingly anxious. She had never confided in her family about this matter, nor would she seek assistance from the doctors they knew. Now aware of Yi Jun's remarkable medical skills, and having regarded him as a trustworthy friend, she divulged all her circumstances to him. After listening, Yi Jun felt a deep sense of astonishment. As a physician well-versed in the art of medicine, he was filled with a rare anticipation when faced with this unprecedented ailment. Without hesitation, he decisively nodded and said, "Very well, present your arm to me. I shall first take your pulse for diagnosis." "Thank you for your trouble," Su Yishe replied with a slight nod, extending her arm towards Yi Jun. He grasped her wrist, closed his eyes, and began his thorough examination. Yi Jun's pulse-taking technique appeared similar to that of an ordinary practitioner, yet the depth of his understanding was profoundly distinct. He possessed the ability to discern numerous ailments from the pulse that conventional doctors would overlook. This extraordinary skill stemmed not only from his years of experience, but also from his rebirth, which had endowed him with a deeper comprehension of medicine. In this new life, he discovered that his medical abilities transcended mere inheritance. As he took pulses, he seemed to possess an enhanced capacity to penetrate the intricacies of medicine. With his eyes shut, he could perceive a multitude of details unknown to the average person, including a complete map of the patient's meridians unfolding in his mind, enabling him to accurately identify the root cause of their ailments. Initially, he paid little heed to this unusual phenomenon, but as he continued to take pulses, he gradually recognized its peculiarity. Perhaps this was a divine reward for his rebirth. Strangely, Miss Yishe's body appeared devoid of any issues. When he requested her to present her other arm, the result remained unchanged. "Yi Jun, how's my condition? Can you help me uncover this strange ailment?" Su Yishe gazed at him with her alluring eyes, brimming with hope for a desired revelation. Yet, Yi Jun shook his head. "Miss Yishe, I am truly sorry. I have not detected any ailments from your pulse. Your pulse is calm, balanced in yin and yang, and even appears stronger than that of a normal person. This indicates an exceptionally healthy constitution, and logically, there should be no illness. Well, it seems even you cannot discern my condition. Su Yishu's countenance fell, her head bowing slightly in disappointment. However, Yi Jun then shifted his tone, prompting her to lift her gaze inquisitively. However, he continued, you mentioned that your ailment flares up on the first day of each month. I believe that if I were to examine you during one of these episodes, I might uncover something. Yi Jun stated with unwavering conviction. Su Yishu hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She feared that others might witness her in the midst of such an embarrassing episode, undoubtedly a most unseemly sight. In the past, whenever her condition arose, she had always concealed herself, fabricating excuses to her parents about visiting a classmate, only to retreat to a hotel or some secluded spot to endure the half-hour ordeal alone. Having experienced this affliction 12 times a year, she had endured nearly 100 episodes to date, never once allowing anyone to witness her in that vulnerable state. Not even herself. However, in her quest for a definitive diagnosis regarding her condition, she ultimately mustered the courage to consent after a moment of hesitation. Very well, I agree. On the first day of next month, I shall arrange to meet you at a hotel, and at that time, you will conduct the diagnosis for me. No problem. It is settled then, Yi Jun replied with a gentle smile, amiably agreeing. The morning passed swiftly, and by the time he returned home, it was already noon. Ordinarily, at this hour, Mi Donger should have prepared lunch and be setting the table. To his surprise, upon entering the house, he found the dining table bare, and the kitchen devoid of activity. The entire hall felt eerily empty, as though no one resided there. Could something have gone awry? Yi Jun furrowed his brow in concern, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He hurried upstairs to check on Uncle Mi and Mi Donger, discovering that Uncle Mi's room was vacant. While in Mi Donger's room, two individuals were seated. Chapter 106, Donger is fond of me. Dongya, Uncle Mi, what you two up to? Yi Jun inquired upon witnessing Mi Donger and Uncle Mi busily packing their belongings as if preparing to depart. Uncle Mi paid him no heed. A wave of suspicion washed over Yi Jun. He couldn't recall having offended them. Why were they suddenly ignoring him and seemingly planning to leave? Uncle Mi, Dongya, have you encountered some trouble? Who has upset you? He asked curiously. Who else could it be? We're staying in your house, so naturally, it is you. Mi Donger retorted. Me? What have I done? Yi Jun's eyes widened in confusion. How can you even ask? Did you not say this morning that you would accompany old Fong to the antique wholesale market? Yet, when I went out this morning, I saw you strolling down the street with another beautiful girl. Moreover, you both hailed a taxi together. Who knows what you were up to? Mi Dongya exclaimed in Anga. Glitting a Yi Junyo. The girl she referred to was none other than Su Yishu. Earlier that morning, she had gone out to purchase some vegetables and meat to prepare ribs for Yi Jun's lunch, but to her astonishment, before she even reached the meat vendor, she spotted Yi Jun and Su Yishu. What was worse, the two were hastily walking away. Upon noticing her, they quickly flagged down a taxi, clearly exhibiting signs of guilt. Mi Donger had even called out to them from a distance, but they ignored her completely. The truth was, Yi Jun had not seen Mi Donger at all. What? I was strolling with a beautiful girl? When did this happen? Yi Jun expressed his bewilderment, questioning her. Within moments, he realized that even if he had been out with another girl, it should not warrant such a reaction. Why was she so upset? Was it merely because he had not disclosed this to her? No, it couldn't be. Yi Jun's mind raced as he observed Mi Donger's agitated demeanor, which unmistakably reflected jealousy. In ancient times, was not a young lady's jealousy often marked by unreasonable fussiness and deliberately provoking quarrels? Donger is not as you imagine. This morning, I was not idly wandering the streets with anyone, nor did I see you. I understand now. Could it be that you are referring to my encounter with Miss Yishu? During Yi Jun's explanation, he suddenly recalled Su Yishu. Indeed, he had hurriedly left Gujan Street with her this morning. Surely, she must have coincidentally seen him, which prompted her current reaction. In an instant, Yi Jun's heart was illuminated with clarity, and he began recounting his chance meeting with Su Yishu and the subsequent visit to her father's ailment. Upon hearing this, Mi Donger gradually slowed her actions until she finally stopped, gazing at Yi Jun with astonishment. What did you say? You weren't idly strolling with that girl, but rather assisting her family with medical concerns? Yi Jun nodded affirmatively. In the next moment, Mi Donger's expression transformed into one of joy. She ceased packing her belongings, cast her clothes aside, and approached Yi Jun with exuberance. Oh, I thought you were truly out shopping with someone else, leaving me at home. Since you didn't go out with another girl, I want to be upset. My father and I also want to be moving anymore. Uncle Mi, could it be that you are here to help Donger pack because of this matter? Yi Jun turned his gaze towards Uncle Mi, somewhat taken aback, silently wondering why Donger's mischievousness was causing Uncle Me to share in her frustration. Yiyun, come outside with me for a moment. There are some things I must discuss with you. Uncle Me's expression was grave as he set down Mi Donger's clothing and turned to leave the bedroom. Yijun gently patted Mi Donger on the head, encouraging her to organize her things, and then followed Uncle Me out of the room. They moved to a location far removed from Mi Donger's bedroom, where Uncle Me regarded Yijun with utmost seriousness and inquired, Yijun, tell me honestly, what position does Donger hold in your heart? Uncle, did I not already tell you last time? I view Donger as my dear sister. Just a sister? Uncle Me frowned as he pressed further. Yijun resolutely nodded and candidly replied, Indeed, ever since I came to live with you, I have always regarded Donger as my sister and you as my dear uncle. I understand your kindness towards me, which is why I am determined to reciprocate it. Do you know what position you hold in Donger's heart? Uncle Me's brow furrowed as he asked without hesitation. I do, Yijun affirmed with a deep nod, having gleaned much from Mi Donger's recent demeanor. After a brief pause, he continued, Donger has always viewed me as her older brother, always thinking of me whenever there was something delicious or entertaining. However, recently, I have sensed her attitude towards me shifting away from that of a sister to something more. Uncle Me's brow tightened further, and he observed Yijun with increasing depth. Yet, just as he turned to leave, Yijun suddenly halted him, saying, Uncle Me, wait a moment. Chapter 107, Shop Transfer. What? Have you changed your mind? Yijun shook his head gently and said, No, I believe it is best for me to clarify this matter with Donger myself. Uncle Me, please refrain from getting involved. I assure you that I will handle this appropriately. Are you certain? Uncle Me looked at Yijun with a hint of disbelief. Indeed, I am quite certain, Yijun responded decisively. After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Me finally nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Go in and explain everything to Dong. Should you dare to delay my daughter again, I, Mi Lao Tu, shall not let you off easily. Yijun reassured him with a calm smile, recognizing that Uncle Me bore no ill will, merely concern for his daughter's feelings. He approached her, smiling gently, and asked, Dong, are you happy now? Yes, just a moment ago, I had a good discussion with Uncle Me outside, and it was about our relationship. Huh? What did you discuss? Mi Donger's eyes widened with curiosity. Oh, it was nothing much, just an inquiry into our relationship. I understand that in your heart, I'm no longer merely your brother. Am I? You have developed feelings for me? With that, Yijun's words caused Mi Donger's heart to race. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing her shyness. How could that be? Don't speak nonsense. You are just my Junge. Mi Dongya protested, unwilling to admit her feelings. Previously, Yijun had not perceived her affection, but now, every word and action of hers was crystal clear to him. Dongya, if you genuinely feel that way, it would be wonderful. You know, in my heart, you're a lively and carefree girl, somewhat naive. I truly regard you as my little sister. You and Uncle Me are the two people who mean the most to me in this world. Why are you saying all this for no reason? Mi Donger seemed to sense the underlying meaning, her expression gradually darkening with sorrow. Quite simply, I wish for us to remain as we were before, a pair of siblings with a pure bond. You are so beautiful and charming. It would be easy for you to meet your Prince Charming. However, Junge is not suited for you. Yijun had laid bare his thoughts, and Mi Donger felt as though a needle had pierced her heart, a sharp pain surging within her. Her eyes, glistening with unshed tears, revealed her struggle to contain her emotions. Yijun understood that his words would hurt her, but he believed that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged one. In his heart, he truly did not view Mi Donger as a romantic prospect, nor did he have any desire for a relationship at present. I understand now. I will be more cautious in the future. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of me, Mi Donger. I am beautiful and charming, and there are plenty of people who admire me. What do you have besides your good looks? If you like me, that would be like a toad yearning for a swan. Mi Donger suddenly wiped her eyes and, feigning strength, shouted at Yijun. Yijun nodded with a smile, acknowledging. Indeed, our Donger is so beautiful and adorable. How could a toad like me dare to dream? In the future, our Donger will undoubtedly find a suitable companion. Are you hungry now? I suppose you haven't had lunch yet? Would you like your brother Jun to showcase his culinary skills and prepare a meal for you? Huh, you can cook, Mi Donger exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she redirected the conversation. Yes, indeed. Let us go. Mi Donger decisively nodded, and the two left the bedroom together. In truth, Uncle Me had been eavesdropping on their conversation from outside, nodding in satisfaction. Upon hearing their footsteps approaching, Uncle Me quickly scampered away, pretending to head downstairs. This, of course, did not escape Yijun's keen ears, yet he feigned ignorance. During their meal, Yi-jun shared with them his plans to open an antique shop and expressed his hope that Mi Dong-er could assist him with some paperwork, to which she readily agreed. In the afternoon, Mi Dong-er and Yi-jun split up, one to inquire about the necessary procedures while the other sought potential locations for the shop and available commercial spaces. As Yi-jun strolled down the street, his gaze wandered, recalling previous memories to systematically search for vacant shops. However, after nearly an hour and multiple phone calls, he found himself dissatisfied. Some locations were promising, yet the rental prices were exorbitant and the spaces too small. Others had reasonable rents and sizes, but were situated in unappealing areas. After several disheartened shakes of his head, Yi-jun contemplated leaving Antique Street to explore other areas for a suitable shop location. Just as he resolved to depart, a glance caught his eye. A beautiful saleswoman emerged from a nearby antique store, holding a square piece of white paper that read "Store for Transfer." She approached the entrance and affixed the notice with tape. The location of this store appeared ideal to Yi-jun, and its size and orientation matched his expectations. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why such a prime spot would be available for transfer if it was indeed profitable. If the store was truly up for transfer, he could inquire further. If the price was right, he could rent it to establish his antique shop. After the attractive saleswoman entered the shop, Yi-jun pondered briefly, then nodded and proceeded toward the store. "Hello, is this store available for transfer? Is your owner around?" he inquired as he stepped inside, addressing a welcoming beauty at the entrance. Chapter 108. You cannot have anything here. Who is this impoverished fellow? Asking if our owner is present as soon as he enters. The saleswoman who had just posted the advertisement sneered upon seeing Yi-jun. She observed the loose robe worn by Yi-jun, which cost merely a couple of hundred yuan, and it did not at all resemble that of a wealthy individual. Moreover, the advertisement had only just been posted. How could it be that someone inquired about the shop's transfer so fortuitously? Undoubtedly, this young man had entered merely to amuse himself at the expense of the staff. Or perhaps he had his eye on one of the salesgirls, seeking to engage her in flirtatious banter. The shop enforced strict regulations against idle chatter between employees and outsiders. Any infraction would result in immediate dismissal. Coincidentally, this striking salesgirl also happened to be the manager, and, after a round of conjecture, she displayed an exceedingly unfriendly demeanor towards Yi-jun. Little did Yi-jun anticipate that upon entering, he would be met with such scorn. "How can you presume me to be a pauper? Is it merely based on my attire? I indeed intend to take over this establishment, which is why I sought a discussion with your owner. If you are truly affluent enough to lease our premises, I shall consume that paper you just posted, nay, I shall not only devour that piece of paper, but this very door as well. You, a mere wretch, heed my counsel. Do not provoke trouble here. My mood is far from pleasant, and if you irritate me, I shall summon security to teach you a lesson." The beauty of the salesgirl was somewhat agreeable, yet her words were less than civil. Yi-jun furrowed his brow, pondering why the shop was up for transfer. With staff like this, it would be a wonder if the business did not fail. Most antique shops in the vicinity were part of citywide or even provincial chains, renowned for their diverse selection of antiques and the reliability of their offerings. This shop already faced such disadvantages. It was unexpected that the staff would possess such an attitude. The decor of the establishment was mediocre, and the antiques displayed were of average quality. After a cursory glance, Yi-jun found nothing worth his attention. This elucidated some of the underlying reasons for the shop's transfer, yet it was certainly not the core issue. If the owner had sufficient funds and a genuine desire to manage the shop, investing significantly could indeed revitalize the business. "You wish to strike me? Is this how your establishment treats its patrons? I demand to see your owner. I have matters to discuss privately with him." "Wish to meet our owner? It's not that simple. I suspect you are purely here to stir up trouble." "Security, where are you? Throw this rascal out." The salesgirl's face was contorted with anger as she shouted, and the security personnel promptly emerged to confront him. Just then, the owner of the antique shop arrived. "Owner, you're here. I apologize. We did not intend to cause a commotion. It's just that this fellow has gone too far, deliberately making a scene in our store, which provoked my temper, leading to this altercation." Upon seeing her employer, the salesgirl quickly approached him to explain. "What? He's causing a ruckus in our shop?" The owner's expression darkened instantaneously as he turned his gaze upon Yi-jun, his voice cold and low. "Young man, what is your meaning? Why have you come to stir trouble in my establishment? Whose errand are you running?" He observed Yi-jun's appearance and attire, noting that he was quite young and had no grievances with him. He must have been sent by someone to deliberately cause trouble. Recently, there had been numerous disturbances at his shop, which was precisely why he sought to transfer this somewhat unprofitable establishment. "I'm not here to create a ruckus, but rather to inquire about the transfer notice I saw posted outside your shop. I intended to gather information, Yet your staff, in their arrogance, refused to let me see you and even insisted on having the security eject me. Yi Jun's words were frosty, his expression stern. The female attendant, upon hearing this, grew incensed, her face flushed with indignation as she shouted, "Who do you think you are? Shut your mouth." The owner, suddenly furrowing his brow, interjected loudly. He redirected his attention to Yi Jun, scrutinizing him thoroughly. Deep down, he sensed that Yi Jun did not appear to be genuinely interested in taking over the shop. Yet before clarifying the matter, he felt compelled to maintain a resolute demeanor. "Young man, it is indeed true that my staff acted inappropriately. I hereby extend my apologies. You mentioned you wish to take over my shop. Do you have an idea of the financial requirements involved?" The owner, noting Yi Jun's modest attire, decided to approach the inquiry from a fundamental angle. Oh, the owner's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yi Jun's estimate, realizing that Yi Jun was indeed knowledgeable, capable of appraising the entire value of the shop with just a glance, and his demeanor suggested he was not merely speculating. "Are you certain that the total worth of everything in my shop does not exceed 40 million? The owner, seeking to ascertain Yi Jun's true capabilities, posed a probing question in return. "Yes, it will certainly not exceed 40 million. If I were to rent this shop, I would not take over the majority of the antiquities here, particularly that specific portion," Yi Jun replied with conviction, directly sifting out the inferior antiquities, which were mere trinkets aimed at deceiving the naive. The owner's gaze followed Yi Jun's pointing finger, and he was momentarily taken aback. He was acutely aware that the antiquities Yi Jun referred to were all low quality, some even flawed, and included fakes designed to fool those who feigned knowledge but lacked funds, seeking only to maintain appearances. How could this young man possess such profound insights into antiquities? The owner regarded Yi Jun with a puzzled expression, internally questioning his expertise. Chapter 109, Troubles in the Shop. "Owner, may I ask if you can accommodate my request regarding the specified antiquities? Their total value is approximately 5 to 6 million, which is not a significant proportion of the overall rental price for the shop. However, as I intend to open an antique store, I will not accept those of inferior quality." Yi Jun continued to articulate his requirements and rationale, impressing the owner with his knowledge. After a moment's contemplation, the owner smiled and said, "Young man, I must admit I doubted you earlier, and I apologize once more. From what you have said, it is evident that you genuinely wish to take over my shop. To be candid, my decision to transfer this shop stems from financial constraints, as I wish to convert all the antiques within into liquid assets. Should you decline my offerings, these artifacts would serve no purpose in my possession. I sincerely hope you will reconsider. If you are willing to acquire them all, we may convene in my office to negotiate a price. If not, it appears our paths are destined to diverge, which would indeed be unfortunate." Listening to his earnest discourse, Yi Jun perceived a significant degree of sincerity. Yet the shrewdness of a businessman was unmistakably evident in his words. It is often said that no merchant is entirely forthright. His feigned plight was merely a tactic to negotiate a better price for himself. "While I am open to assuming responsibility for these antiques, it would require a fair valuation. My previous offer reflects the total price you seek to sell, yet your acquisition cost is substantially lower. Should you agree, we may continue our discussions. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Yi Jun, understanding the owner's cunning, discerned his thoughts clearly. The owner hesitated, contemplating how this young man, seemingly of little age, appeared to grasp his intentions so thoroughly, even revealing his bottom line. This young man is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. "Very well, young brother. Please accompany me to my office for a detailed discussion. I can present you with the invoice reflecting our acquisition costs. After your review, we can proceed based on those figures." The owner nodded in agreement to Yi Jun's request. However, Yi Jun interjected once more. "I believe it is unnecessary to visit the office. I do not require to see your invoice. I shall value this batch at 2 million. If that is agreeable, we may proceed. If not, I shall take my leave." "What? 2 million? The owner's face registered shock, and without hesitation, he shook his head in refusal. "That is far too low. My invoice totals at least 4 million. Therefore, you must offer me at least that amount." "Understood. Then I shall take my leave," Yi Jun stated decisively, turning to depart. The owner was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly leaving? Initially, he believed Yi Jun was genuinely interested in acquiring his shop and merely attempting to negotiate a higher price. But witnessing Yi Jun's resolve sparked a sense of panic within him. It seemed he had encountered a true expert today. This young man's negotiation skills were formidable. "Young brother, please wait," the owner implored. "I see you're a straightforward individual. For the sake of 2 million, I find it unnecessary to debate. So I shall extend a favor. If you wish to take over, let us settle on 2 million for the items you do not desire. The owner. Yi Jun's intentional departure was a ruse to deceive the proprietor. After merely counting to 3, the owner indeed called him back. The price Yi Jun quoted was not insignificant. The cumulative worth of the items amounted to approximately 160 to 70,000. This was quite favorable, and I perceived that the owner was a straightforward individual. Since the matter concerning this batch of goods was resolved, the owner directly inquired about the price for the remaining stock, incorporating all rental and facility costs. If I found the terms agreeable, we would proceed with the transaction. The owner exchanged glances with Yi Jun, harboring a profound apprehension towards him. This young man, with an obscure background, yet formidable abilities, had rendered any attempt at deception futile. The shop was genuinely eager to sell, and if they hesitated further, they risked facing more disruptions that would only result in greater losses. Reflecting on this, the owner adopted a more open-minded approach and casually stated the price he had in mind, a minimum of 32 million. The annual rent here would consume 2 million, and for the remaining goods, I would offer you the acquisition price, roughly around 30 million. As for the facilities, consider them a gift from me. What do you think of this price, young man? 32 million? Yi Jun was genuinely taken aback by this figure, having anticipated at least 50 million. It was evident that the owner possessed a personable nature. His earlier insistence on the 2 million was merely a test of Yi Jun's capabilities. Now that he recognized Yi Jun as someone knowledgeable in antiques, he refrained from further verbosity. Well, since the owner is so magnanimous, let's finalize the deal. Yi Jun was satisfied with the price and nodded in agreement without hesitation. At that moment, the beautiful saleswoman was momentarily stunned. Her eyes darted around, and considering her future, she quickly interjected, "Boss, do not trust him. He must be a fraud. Just look at his attire. He hardly resembles a wealthy individual. He is merely toying with you. Do not fall for his tricks. Be silent." The owner retorted coldly, glaring fiercely at the saleswoman. "The business in my store has been nearly ruined by your actions. I have told you countless times that in the service industry, the customer is paramount. Yet, faced with our largest client, you nearly had him escorted out by security. Appointing you as the manager was a grave mistake. But boss, you truly cannot trust him. I'm only acting in the best interest of our store. This guy is undoubtedly one of those provocateurs intentionally seeking trouble. He will not genuinely transfer any funds to you." The saleswoman's eyes widened in desperation, but the owner paid her no heed. Instead, it was Yi Jun who reacted to her words, his expression shifting slightly. "Who were these provocateurs?" she mentioned. Could this have something to do with their intention to transfer the shop? This was crucial information regarding the future operations of the establishment, and it needed to be clarified beforehand. "What kind of people are these provocateurs you speak of? Are they your enemies?" Yi Jun directly inquired. Chapter 110. Competing with me? Only death will suffice. Ah, dear young brother, I must confess that there is indeed a matter of necessity I wish to share with you. The reason I am relinquishing this establishment is not solely due to its lackluster business and meager profits, but also because a group of individuals has taken to frequenting my shop to cause trouble, deliberately tarnishing my reputation, and even damaging numerous antiques within my store. Their intent is unmistakably to thwart the continued operation of my shop. If you're willing to accept this condition, it would not be too late for you to take over the establishment. If not, I shall simply await a more suitable successor." The shopkeeper gazed earnestly at Yi Jun, lamenting his plight. Upon hearing this, Yi Jun experienced a sudden epiphany. Indeed, the proprietor's decision to transfer the shop stemmed from deeper issues. While the shop was untenable for its current owner, it presented a splendid opportunity for him. Should those troublemakers dare to return, he would meet malice with malice and drive them away without hesitation. "Rest assured, good sir, I can accept your reasons for relinquishing the shop. However, I must inform you that managing this situation will entail some complications. Might you consider reducing the price by 2 million and waiving a year's rent?" Without hesitation, I would sign the transfer contract, and from that moment forth, I alone will bear all the burdens of this establishment. Yi Jun earnestly requested of the owner. His proposal was not without merit, as the proprietor had indeed concealed certain details, thus bearing some responsibility. Yi Jun genuinely coveted the shop, believing that expending some resources to resolve subsequent issues was a fair trade. After all, business has never been devoid of challenges. History has attested to this fact. The shopkeeper pondered carefully before nodding in agreement. "Very well, dear young brother. If you truly wish to take over, I shall grant you the 2 million. When might you be able to transfer the funds?" For him, the matter of the transaction was paramount. "Immediately, provided the contract is ready. Once I review it, I shall transfer the funds post-haste, and then we can proceed to sign." At once, a gleam of joy illuminated the shopkeeper's face, while the beautiful saleswoman stood dumbfounded. Could this young man truly be affluent? Would he soon become the proprietor of this antique shop? If so, what would happen to her position the moment he took ownership? Just as the saleswoman's mind raced with thoughts, a cold voice suddenly resonated from outside. "Young master son, what brings you here?" Upon recognizing the newcomer as Sun Wei-Chen, the shopkeeper's face instantly displayed curiosity. Sun Wei-Chen approached the shopkeeper with a broad smile, sizing him up before decisively stating, "Boss he, I happened to pass by and noticed the sign regarding the shop's transfer. I came in to inquire about this matter. Coincidentally, our Sun family is looking to open another antique shop and is currently seeking a location. Your sudden decision to transfer the shop aligns perfectly with our family's intentions." Sun Wei-Chen gently patted Boss He's shoulder, as if their relationship were quite amiable. In truth, both individuals were previously colleagues. However, the Sun family enjoyed a greater reputation, making it unwise for Boss He to offend them. Hence, he maintained a courteous facade towards him. As for the prospect of friendship, that seems an impossibility in this lifetime. "What? You intend to take over my shop? How curious it is that merely moments after I posted the notice regarding the transfer of my establishment, two individuals have already come to view it." This piqued not only Boss He's curiosity, but also that of Yi-Jun. While it was indeed a coincidence that she happened to pass by and noticed the antique shop was for sale, could it be that Sun Wei-Chen's arrival is also mere happenstance? Given his nature, he is unlikely to engage in honest dealings, and he is rather adept at deceit and manipulation. Surely not. Could it be that the disruptions Boss He mentioned earlier were orchestrated by Sun Wei-Chen himself? He likely devised a scheme to undermine Boss He's business, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike when the transfer was imminent, in order to deceive him. Such a stratagem certainly aligns with Sun Wei-Chen's capabilities. How fortuitous that young Master Sun arrives, just as I have finalized the transfer price with this proprietor. Alas, you have arrived a moment too late. This shop is about to be mine." Yi-Jun scoffed disdainfully, casting a frosty gaze upon Sun Wei-Chen. "Yi-Jun, do you also aspire to run an antique shop? Let me not mock you, but do not be under the illusion that operating a shop is a simple endeavor. Appraising antiques is one matter. Managing a business is quite another. If it were so effortless, all the antique shops in Yinshui City would have long been monopolized by old Master Fong, leaving no opportunity for others." Prior to entering, Sun Wei-Chen had overheard Yi-Jun conversing with Boss He. He would not easily concede the shop to her. Noticing the tension in their dialogue, Boss He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Young man, do you happen to know this young Master Sun?" "Do not misunderstand, Boss He. I cannot claim to know him. I merely exposed young Master Sun's attempt to ensnare Uncle Mi and myself on 2 occasions during my stay with the Mi family," Yi-Jun explained candidly. "On this street, the Mi family is well known among the shopkeepers. It resembles a small village where everyone is aware of each other's affairs, even if they do not meet. Coincidentally, the incident involving the Mi family and the entrapment of a young man by Sun Wei-Chen and his father had reached Boss He's ears." Upon hearing Yi-Jun mention the Mi family, Boss He's interest was piqued, and he remarked, "I recall now. I indeed heard of a young man who had a dispute with the Sun family at the Mi family's doorstep concerning a family heirloom. Could it be that the young man wronged by young Master Sun is you?" "Indeed, that is I." Yi-Jun was taken aback that he had knowledge of the incident, as it would make things considerably easier. Conversely, Sun Wei-Chen was fuming, incensed that these two were exchanging barbs and disparaging his family. "Boss He, your words are rather misplaced. My family has no enmity with you. Why must you speak of the Sun family? Furthermore, I must inform you that the Sun family intends to finalize the acquisition of your establishment today. What price have you agreed upon with that scoundrel Yi-Jun?" "I am prepared to offer 5 million more than his bid for the transaction. Simply add that sum to the current contract amount and allow me to sign." No matter how audacious Boss He may be, he would not dare to oppose me, for doing so would surely lead to his own downfall. Upon hearing this, Boss He appeared visibly troubled. At that moment, Yi-Jun let out a cold laugh and interjected, "Sun Wei-Chen, are you deliberately attempting to steal my business? Have you not yet grasped the concept of priority? I have already reached an agreement with Boss He, so it would be prudent for you to refrain from interference. Otherwise, I, Yi-Jun, will settle both old and new scores with you." With that last statement, the icy glare in Yi-Jun's eyes pierced directly into Sun Wei-Chen's heart. Chapter 111, The Backing Behind. An immediate chill gripped Sun Wei-Chen's heart. Yet, within mere seconds, he cast aside his fear, adopting a contemptuous smirk, and retorted, "You think you can settle scores with me? I doubt you possess the requisite qualifications. My presence here today to take over the shop is not solely on behalf of the Sun family, but also with the backing of the Ning family. Do you truly believe you can challenge them? As these words left his lips, Yi Jun's brow furrowed slightly, while Boss he turned pale with fright. What? The Ning family? Sun de Shao, does your antique shop indeed have ties with them? Boss he had previously known the Sun family to be a leading antique dealer on Antique Street. Yet he had never heard of any connection to the Ning family. In light of Sun Wei Chen's revelation, he was overwhelmed with trepidation. Indeed, my Sun family has long-standing collaborations with the Ning family, though the outside world remains oblivious. Today, as we take over your shop, it will soon transform into a new antique establishment co-owned by us and the Ning family. Bossy, you ought to contemplate this carefully. Should the shop be transferred to that scoundrel Yi Jun or to me, Sun Wei Chen? A misstep in your choice would leave you to bear the consequences. Sun Wei Chen's words dripped with menace as he fixed his gaze on Boss He. The latter's heart was gripped with fear. With his limited power, he dared not provoke the Ning family. He understood all too well the enormity of such a colossus. A family that, aside from the Jin family, was feared by all in Yanshui City. Provoking them could lead to his utter ruin. Yet, he had just verbally agreed to transfer the shop to Yi Jun. To retract his word now would brand him as untrustworthy. Alas, between these two options, his own safety must take precedence. After much contemplation, Bossy resolved to retract his agreement and transfer the shop to Sun Wei Chun. However, just as he turned to face Yi Jun, preparing to discuss the matter, Yi Jun had already discerned his intentions. Before he could speak, Yi Jun offered a light-hearted warning. Bossy, you need not worry excessively. Sun Wei Chen's threats are merely a ruse to intimidate you into ceding the shop to him. If you relinquish your stake in this antique business, why should you fear the Ning family? Moreover, how could the illustrious Ning family seek vengeance upon you simply for not transferring a modest antique shop to them? Would they truly wish to tarnish their esteemed reputation? Upon hearing this, Mr. He found himself momentarily wavering, as Yi Jun's words seemed to carry a semblance of truth. At that moment, Sun Wei Chen's lips curled in anger, his eyes glinting with icy fury as he gritted his teeth and said, Yi, do you truly fear not the Ning family? Do you dare to brazenly compete with them for business? Sun Wei Chen, cease your posturing. Let me make this clear. If the Ning family desires this shop, let them come and claim it themselves. Do not presume that merely sending a lackey will intimidate me. This declaration infuriated Sun Wei Chen, his face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you just say? Do you dare call me a dog? The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, and he clenched his fist, ready to strike Yi Jun. However, before he could land a blow, Yi Jun swiftly seized his wrist, bending his hand back with a deft motion, nearly dislocating his joint. Ah, it hurts. Let go of me. Sun Wei Chen's expression contorted in pain as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Mr. He, witnessing this altercation, felt a chill run down his spine. After all, this was the young master of the Ning family, and crossing him could lead to dire consequences. With a dismissive wave, Yi Jun grew impatient with the delay, forcefully throwing Sun Wei Chen to the ground. He continued, Are you not going to call your master? If he does not arrive, you shall never lay claim to this shop. Yi Jun, you will regret this. I am calling the Ning family right now. You are finished today? Sun Wei Chen's eyes burned with fury as he realized he had underestimated Yi Jun's strength. He wasted no time in moving to the side to make the call. At that moment, Mr. He was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that the Ning family might indeed send someone over. Could this young man, Yi Jun, truly contend with them? In stark contrast, Yi Jun maintained an air of calm, devoid of any signs of distress. Hello, father. Are you at the Ning family? I'm facing a bit of an issue. That Yi Jun is here in the antique shop we are about to take over. Not only did he just lay hands on me, but he also stated that if we wish to claim the shop, we must have someone from the Ning family come and speak with him directly. What do you think? Should we invite them over? This fellow is utterly arrogant. Sun Wei Chun struggled to suppress his rage as he relayed the situation to Sun Jinbei, his words devoid of embellishment. Yet, as he spoke, Yi Jun happened to overhear, discerning an underlying implication in Sun Wei Chun's tone. Hadn't he just claimed to be passing by and inquiring about the shop's transfer? Why now? In his call to Sun Jinbei, did he refer to it as the shop they intended to take over? Could it be that Sun Jinbei was already aware of the shop's transfer? Clearly, this was a premeditated scheme. This revelation suggested that the troubles Mr. He had previously encountered required no further investigation. They were undoubtedly orchestrated by Sun Wei-Chen and perhaps even the Ning family as involvement. What did you say? That fellow is also in shop? You wait here. I will explain the situation to young Master Ning, and we will arrive shortly. After hearing this, Sun Jinbei hung up the phone in anger. Turning to face Ning Wentao, he candidly recounted the circumstances, as they were seated together to discuss their collaboration on opening an antique shop. Just as Yi Jun suspected, all the troubles encountered by Boss He's store were orchestrated by Sun Jinbei himself. Young Master Ning, how do you propose we handle this matter? I had everything planned, and now a wretched boy has suddenly emerged to compete for our business. This young man has previously had a conflict with me. He not only disregards my Sun family, but also openly disrespects your Ning family. His audacity is simply intolerable. Sun Jinbei regarded Ning Wentao with a look of respect as he inquired, who is this impudent brat daring to oppose my Ning family? You shall lead the way immediately. I will accompany you to that antique shop. Once the matter is resolved, I expect an additional 10% of the shop as shares. Are you amenable to this? Huh? That sounds agreeable. I consent, as long as young Master Ning is willing to be our Sun family's pillar of support. We have no objections to granting you an extra share. Sun Jinbei hesitated for a few seconds but spoke resolutely. In truth, the Sun family and the Ning family had no prior connections. However, Sun Jinbei, for his own advancement and to seek vengeance against Yi Jun, was now willing to ally with the Ning family, determined to climb this grand tree at any cost. Upon reaching an agreement, the two promptly exited, heading straight for the antique shop where Yi Jun was located. Chapter 112. A self-inflicted blow. On Sun Weichen's side, Yi Jun remained unfazed, calmly standing aside, paying no heed to him, merely awaiting the arrival of the Ning family. Currently, Yi Jun harbored no fear of the Ning family. Offending him was tantamount to offending the Jin family. Moreover, following the previous assassination attempt by the Ning family and the harm done to the elderly director of the Guozhen Street Welfare Institute, his animosity towards the Ning family ran deep, and he was eager for revenge. Soon, Sun Jinbei and Ning Wentao arrived at the scene. A sleek black Bentley came to a halt, and both men exited simultaneously, striding towards the store. The moment they laid eyes on Yi Jun, Sun Jinbei's expression turned haughty, thinking to himself that it was indeed this brat Yi Jun who had walked into a hornet's nest today. Ning Wentao, upon seeing Yi Jun, was momentarily frozen in place. How'd he end up here? Ning Wentao was perplexed, not yet realizing that the forensic expert he had encountered previously at the Xuanwu Group's morgue was now the very individual competing with the Sun family for the antique shop. Presuming he was merely there to browse antiques. Father, young Master Ning, you have finally arrived. This brat was utterly arrogant just now, not only insulting our Sun family, but also openly provoking the Ning family, showing no regard for your esteemed lineage. Young Master Ning, you must teach him a severe lesson today. Sun Weichen's face lit up with delight as he rushed to convey the current situation to the two. Upon hearing this, Ning Wentao felt a jolt in his heart, casting a surprised glance at Yi Jun, and curiously asked, "What did you say? The person competing with you for the store today is him? Shut your mouth." Ning Wentao coldly shouted at Sun Weichen, his gaze stern as he turned to scrutinize Yi Jun, and with a mocking smile, he remarked, "Forensic Dr. Yi, I never expected to see you here again." This proclamation startled Sun Weichen, Sun Jinbei, and the entire antiquities shop, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Particularly, Sun Weichen and Sun Jinbei were taken aback, their pupils dilating in astonishment as they looked at Ning Wentao, bewildered by the apparent connection between him and Yi Jun. Why did he refer to Yi Jun as a forensic doctor? Was Yi Jun truly a forensic expert? Haha, I too did not anticipate encountering young Master Ning here today. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. Yi Jun replied coldly, recognizing Ning Wentao as the young master who had previously trailed behind Ning Tian. According to the assailants sent to eliminate him, it was indeed Ning Wentao who orchestrated the attack. The chance encounter today felt like a twist of fate. What kind of person possesses such capability? Subsequently, he reported this incident truthfully to Ning Tian, who was equally astonished. However, rather than expressing anger, Ning Tian deliberated with Ning Wentao about the possibility of recruiting Yi Jun, recognizing that such a formidable individual could be a substantial asset to the Ning family. Contemplating this, the frostiness on Ning Wentao's face gradually dissipated. Haha, I never imagined, Brother Yi, that not only are you adept at forensic work, but you also possess a keen appreciation for antiquities. Your journey today to visit this antiquities shop speaks volumes of your refined taste. Had I known, I would not have troubled you to make this trip. Allow me to take care of today's matters for you, Ning Wentao said with utmost courtesy. Sun Weichen and his companion were left utterly flabbergasted. The proprietor and employees of the antiquities shop widened their eyes, feeling as though they were caught in a surreal illusion. What was happening? Young Master Ning, who was supposed to be assisting the Sun family in dealing with his brother Yi, now seemed to be offering his help to Yi Jun. Young Master Ning, have you perhaps mistaken your intentions? You came here with us to assist. Silence. Sun Jinbei stepped forward to speak with Ning Wentao, only to find himself silenced like Sun Weichen. In his moment of confusion, Ning Wentao suddenly turned his gaze towards Sun Weichen, his expression icy as he beckoned him closer. Come here. Sun Weichen hurriedly approached Ning Wentao, bowing respectfully as he inquired. What can I do for you, young Master Ning? Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Wentao delivered a sharp slap to Sun Weichen's face, leaving him dazed and stumbling, his expression a mixture of confusion and self-doubt. Why was I struck? What did I do wrong? Sun Jinbei, taken aback, rushed forward to inquire. Young Master Ning, what is the meaning of this? How has my son offended you? Offended me? Are you deaf? Did you not hear the conversation I just had with Brother Yi Jun? I have purchased this antique shop on behalf of Brother Yi Jun, and from this moment forth, all items within it shall belong solely to him. You and your son may take your leave. Ning Wentao is not one to be trifled with. Those who provoke him will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Originally, these words were spoken by Sun Weichen, yet they have now become the recipients of this very sentiment. Sun Jinbei and his son were utterly bewildered. They had invested considerable sums to forge a connection with the Ning family, and now, the young Master Ning dismisses them with a mere statement? Young Master Ning, I am unconvinced. What extraordinary abilities does Yi Jun possess that warrant such esteem from you? We have gone to great lengths and expenses to associate ourselves with you, while he has done nothing of the sort. The more Sun Jinbei pondered, the angrier he became, and he found himself shouting directly at young Master Ning.